included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's beggin'!
In San Francisco, showers this morning, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Shout out to all the truck drivers. Shout out to the bus drivers, the warehouse workers, the police officers, the firefighters, the teachers, the kids. You know Bonte loves the kids. Who else am I forgetting?
Longshoremen.
Janitors. Plumbers.
Lawyers.
Doctors.
Ushers.
Judges.
Yeah,
Ushers. Security guards. Who else?
Assistant program directors.
Program directors. Technical producers.
Shout out to my wife still sleeping in bed.
Huh. Yeah, shout out to my 2 girls who are at the house sick. I got kicked out of the house yesterday. I had to go to the in-laws to spend the night because they're so sick.
Oh. Now I'm imagining a situation where you're like in Willy Wonka, sitting next to 2 old people lying in a bed, and you're trying to watch, League Pass.
And the internet.
I got a golden ticket.
And I'm not going to lie.
League Pass.
The internet at the Russian household is not the best.
Oh, you need to get that Xfinity Flex, huh?
Well, the Wi-Fi was very, very janky. It was cutting in and out of the Sacramento Kings Pacers game, as well as the Lakers Blazers. I had the double screen up.
How could you survive?
Yeah, I was
horrible. These just depression era conditions.
I mean, gosh. Shout out to 50 Cent in Sacramento. 50 Cent was up there. You see him?
Was he?
He was up in Sacramento yesterday selling his wines. Chelsea Handler? No, he went up there with her.
Was Floyd Mayweather there? Were they arguing about who can read?
No, Floyd. I don't
Shout
think
out
they
Harry Potter. Shout out Harry Potter.
Shout out Harry Potter, Floyd Mayweather.
All right, B.
Do you ever go to Floyd Mayweather's page when he's trying to read these advertisements and stuff like that?
No.
It is.
No.
It's just too much, man. Oh, Floyd.
Yeah.
He's still fighting in these exhibitions in Japan.
Oh.
Just like stealing like $10 million fighting bums.
Oh, so he's kind of like Ric Flair there, like off the map, still making money.
Oh, no doubt. No
I like
doubt.
that.
Kind of like that? Businessman.
I would love to do some freelance work in Japan and just get paid straight cash.
Just get paid all day long.
Yeah, straight cash, homie.
Straight cash, homie. Just give me that money. Give me that money. Hey, man, it's Thursday.
It's wet.
It's wet. We got Dolphins Niners on Sunday. We got Bulls Warriors tomorrow. We're going to get a lot into the Niners. And, I was watching Mike McDaniel's presser yesterday. 25 minutes. Didn't realize a young man went to Yale, attended Yale University.
Oh.
The way he conducts a press is pretty funny.
Yeah, he went to Yale. E40 somewhere going, Yale College. You get it?
Yale College.
That's where I learned my knowledge, on the hillside streets of Vallejo.
Breaking news.
Yeah, such a great album.
Such a great album.
Such a great underrated album.
Dude, I don't even know if it's underrated. Like the intro of it.
With the piano.
And you had the reggae guy. Put it in my pocket. Don't try to take it.
There's so many songs. Voila.
Voila. You had the Muscle. That was Muscle Cars on that one? I don't think Muscle Cars. Turf Talk.
Hey, man. It's Turfy.
Turf Talk was hard.
Yeah, he was.
Turf Talk had some verses on there. I was like, damn.
Them and the Federation had their moment.
Yep. One Night Stand.
What happened to them?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to the Federation.
Oh, dude, One Night Stand, Elite Alloy, Candy Cody Custom Paint. Come on, dude. Verizon Wireless Phone.
Hey, your 40 is pretty good, man.
Not bad, huh?
Just like E40.
He was so good. He was honest to God, I think that was, I know a lot of people, it was the revenue retrieving.
Yeah.
For me, I honestly think Breaking News
was his best.
Well, that and Grit and Grind, back to back. Those are my two favorites.
Grit and Grind was sick. Mustard and mayonnaise, tennis shoes.
Come on. Desperado, always drinking out the bottle.
But Breaking Bad, just 1 through whatever, was like, okay, that's E40 at its peak.
Absolutely.
That was E40 at its peak. Man, you got to have me bumping that between the
Breaking News is like,
Breaking News.
All I think about is me and Rocco riding around in his car, dirty, and just going through the lower sunset as we were getting off of work late and just enjoying ourselves listening. You know when your buddy had the car with the speakers?
Oh, yeah.
Because somebody had 210s or 212s or whatever. Rocco had the speakers that they banged so hard, they would come out of the box.
Right, you're right. I know what you're talking about. Boom.
Yeah, they weren't drilled in or anything.
And you can barely hear the words of the song because it's all beat. Boom, boom, boom.
The mirror shaking.
Boom. Yeah, no. So when I had this 89 Firebird, and there was no radio in there, so I went to Radio Shack and bought this little boom box, and I had a CD player, and the CD player would be in the middle compartment, and I'd be knocking this the boom box, dog. That was when T.I.'s album came out.
Oh, yeah.
Urban Legend, which was very, very good.
Rubber Band Man.
Yeah, Rubber Band. That was after the Rubber Band Man song. Yeah, with Michael Vick was in that one. So Urban was like, no.
Oh, that was a great video.
Yeah. That was great.
That's an era. These guys might be too young. Do you guys know about the faceplates on cars? Like if your car had a nice stereo and you had a CD player, you had to pull the faceplate out so it wouldn't get jacked. You guys know what we're talking about?
Yeah, my brother had one like that.
Oh, Sam's talking right simultaneously as you're going in. Yeah, that was an era.
Yeah, that was an era. You take the faceplate off and you hide it somewhere. You got your CD player. And then I remember I had this Chrysler Sebring for a stretch, right? Terrible car.
But you know what? The Chryslers were built well. If you ran into somebody, you were not getting accordion.
No doubt.
My grandma had a New Yorker. She would bang everyone.
They had the 6-disc CD changer.
Oh,
so you drop in 6 CDs and you just let them ride.
Yeah.
You're like, you know what? I want to knock this one. You go to number 5, you go to number 6, you go to number 1.
Which one was in which slot?
Yeah, you had to go back and forth and it'd take a couple seconds.
And it would like move around inside there. Yeah, that was great.
I remember one night stand at Mission Rock when that came on, man. It was rocking. That was an era. That was
330 Rich, Mission Rock.
Yeah, and rap hip hop during that era was like you got 3 solid verses from your rappers.
Always.
Nowadays these songs are like 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well, I think my big issue with and we're going to get into sports at some point here in a second. My big issue with music is that it felt like back in the day you actually had to lock yourself into a studio and bang something out with tons and tons of thought. You knew that, like, hey, I'm spending time to go into a studio. I better be efficient, and I better think about this, and it better be some high-quality stuff. Nowadays, like, made a song in 15 seconds. And then I sent this guy the track, and he's in New York, and he'll rap his little verse, and we never even are in the studio together.
Right. That's crazy. The Panasonic faceplate with the Dolphins swimming.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Great knowledge, 650. Engineers. Shout out to the engineers. Yeah, no doubt. We got to shout out the engineers, including Sim Jordan. Xfinity mobile text line. Faceplate came off after the Benzie box. Wow. We are just finding out about Shasky's E40 impersonations. Can you do it one more time?
Okay. I'll try to do as best I can. Elite alloy, candy-coated custom paint, Verizon wireless phone, Jacob watch with interchangeable times in 5 time zones. Trying to holler at a red bone.
Yep.
Smoking us some chocolate.
Oh, man, that was so good. That's so good. Oh, man, that's so good. Ooh, dude.
He had so many good
Block boys.
My favorite is when I see him on the sideline at a Warrior game, and Draymond Green looks like he's talking to him the entire time.
The entire game. And he is. He's sitting there with the Gucci, and he comes through the JP Morgan Club.
And
him and Mrs. Stevens. Him and Mrs. Stevens. And then, of course, my guy Zeem. I don't want to jack his name, but that's his personal security guard.
Okay.
And they're walking through the JP Morgan Club. They dap up. They chop it up for a second. Then they go to their courtside seats. And every time, Zeem52 on Instagram. That's my guy. And they sit there courtside. And Zeem's in the background just making sure nobody touches 40. And he's sitting there. And every time out, they always play an E40 song. You see 40 like just rocking to his own music. The best. Just rocking to his own music.
Now that we're here, I saw E40 post a Instagram thing basically telling Aaron Judge last week, like, come to the Giants.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love that he was playing the recruiter for Aaron Judge. Did you see the report yesterday about the Yankees?
Yeah, 8 years, $300 million.
To me?
That's not enough.
No, but if I'm the Giants, I'm thinking, thank you, Yankees. Like, if he truly is about making the most amount of money, because we don't know what his motivations are. 3 for 8. If I told you right now, there's a Giants tax on you have to outbid the Yankees because you're not as good as the Yankees. Your team isn't ready to compete right now, but eventually you will be. And there's a financial tax that you have to add on, a pad, onto that number. What do you think that number is? So if its starting point is 8 for 300, is it more years? Is it more of an AAV, the annual average value?
What is he, 31 years old, right?
31 years old.
I think he got to go 8 because he wants to go into his 39, 40s. I think it's starting at $400 million.
Okay,
I think it's
but
starting
is
at
that egregious?
Million. No, I don't think so. Especially if you're the Giants who have been bragging to everybody within shouting distance, saying, "Hey, money's not an issue for us. We have blank checks. Money won't be a problem." So I don't want to hear that, hey, 350, that may be a little too steep, or 375, that may be a little too steep. I heard Willard yesterday on the air, and they were discussing, Farhan may not want to go there. Willard's like, nah, this ain't a Farhan thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is above Farhan.
This is above Farhan. This is Larry Baird. This is Charles Johnson. This is, we need a damn star here. ASAP. And we will spend whatever it takes. So if it's $300, that seems like a benchmark that the Giants could clear easily. Now, by that report coming out, I don't know if it's true or not, but Jeff Passan did report about that deal. Now, all of a sudden, the Mets are probably thinking, and Cohen are probably thinking, like, $300 million? Dude, how I sneezed $300 million. I sneezed $300 million.
So I heard a little conversation between Samson, who used to run the Marlins,
Right.
And other baseball executives, and they were basically saying this, B, which was very interesting. Cohen got approved, and one of the people that was very influential in getting him approved into the baseball ownership fraternity were the Steinbrenners. And so he owes something to them. And part of owing something to them is like a wink, wink, nod, nod. We're not going to go after Aaron Judge and drive the price up for you, but also we're not going to take your guy because I kind of owe you for getting into baseball.
Wow.
Now, can we go after other free agents and try to bid? Yes.
Would that stop you?
It's interesting that you bring that up. I don't know. I don't know what my affiliation would be in that because I don't know how influential were the Steinbrenners because we know Mark Cuban got denied by getting into Major League Baseball. You need 75% of those owners, 24 people to get on your side.
Right.
The Steinbrenners are old money.
Old money. And
they
but not only that,
got a lot of influence.
I'm competing with you in New York City.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm competing with you with fans, television ratings,
exactly,
revenue, all that
the
good
back
stuff.
of the Post.
Back of the Post. I want that front page on the Post of the New York Times. I don't want you out there. I want the Mets to be the talk of the town, not the New York Yankees. So if I'm doing that, if I'm Cohen, you know what? I'm in baseball now. I had a couple of years. It's not my fault you allowed Aaron Judge to become a free agent. It's not my fault you allowed your GM to play hardball with Aaron Judge and he goes out there and hits 62 home runs. It's not my fault at all. So now he's a free agent. If he comes calling me saying, hey, I want to wear that orange and blue. I want to be a Met.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave New York City. I'm calling him saying, you know what? I got to do what I got to do to make my baseball team good.
I totally hear you.
You think Met fans are going to accept that?
No, but I also think that if you just look at it, like take a step back, like there's going to be other fish out there. Like Aaron Judge for the Mets is not the only person that they'd be going after. Now, it's a big get for them because this is the part of Aaron Judge I think people are underplaying. We did this with A-Rod. I'm surprised we're not doing Aaron Judge. He's got like 200 career home runs, okay? If you buy the next 8 years of his career, you're banking on him going 300, 400, 500. 500 home runs still means something to a fan base, and I believe that that's sellable. To me, that's sellable. I truly believe that is.
By the way, 650 Xfinity mobile text line. I'm not sure if it's him or not, but Burner's texting in. Remember we had the disc changer in the glove box or the trunk?
I do.
Had to stop the car, change the disc in the trunk. Good times. Dash cookies.
And what was interesting about having to get out of the car and change it, you were a little nervous. Someone might spot you.
Oh, yeah, and come rob you.
You just never know.
Didn't know. You just didn't pull over anywhere.
That's a man.
You just couldn't pull over anywhere. Hell, I got
Speaking
paranoid.
of Bernal Heights.
Dude, I got paranoid driving into the parking lot this morning. I grab my key card. Garage opens up. Somebody comes smashing right behind me coming in. I'm like, oh, God, they're about to get me. Oh, my, somebody spotted me. They're about to rob me before I go.
Denzel in Training Day? They're not letting you down the alley?
They came right on my bumper, dog, and I pull into the spot, and then they pull right to the, and I'm just like, and it was, somebody from KCBS, but it was just like, dude, my senses went off, dude. My
it was Stephen Langford.
Yeah, Stephen Langford. I'm like, bro, somebody's about to get me before the show, dog.
Okay, if I told you right now, $400 million, 8 years.
Yeah, I do it.
What is that, $50 million a year, approximately, the AAV?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, but I'm asking you this right now. Right now, Steph Curry.
Scott Boras, Aaron Judge's agent?
Yes, but Steph Curry's getting paid how much right now?
He's getting about $50 a year.
$50 a year. He's underpaid. No, he's Steph Curry. He's Steph Curry. And I'm not saying that Aaron Judge is Steph Curry, but can we agree? He's underpaid. He's worth more on the open market. If you had him on the open market, there were no salary caps. What he is worth to the Golden State Warriors is infinitely more than $50 million a year.
Jersey sales, ticket sales, you name it.
Okay,
sellouts.
so if I tell you that the Giants have to invest $50 million into Aaron Judge, and you have this trickle-down effect, forget jersey sales and all that. I'm talking about eyeballs.
Right.
Your TV deal, which is going to be expiring in the next couple of years,
goes up.
Up.
It goes up. Your ratings go up. Radio ratings go up.
Your value to the Major League Baseball goes
team.
up.
Your team value goes
up.
Absolutely. You see what the the Warriors are the most valued franchise now in North America.
And if I were to take Steph Curry off that, I think it would take a little dip. Now, I still believe they'd be very, very, very valuable because of the real estate.
Right.
Because this is about real estate as well. It's not just, it's the geography that which you occupy. But B, Aaron Judge is worth the money. Here's the other thing.
Attendance.
You have to spend money to get others to want to join the band.
Well, that's the thing. Pete D'Alessandro, I'll never forget this. I was working at Pete's Coffee at the time, and he comes in. His wife used to come in all the time, Leah, and she used to buy this cappuccino, and he comes in. We started talking, and he said, look, the reason why we gave Derek Fisher a 6-year, $36 million deal, we know Derek Fisher wasn't going to –
yeah.
We know he wasn't going to basically change the culture or whatnot, but we had to show the league that we're willing to spend money. We have a basketball team in the Bay Area, and we want to spend. So the Giants got to show not only do they have to spend, they got to fetch one of these guys. They got to reel them in, and then the rest of the league says, oh, okay, the Giants are back in business.
Think about what it started. The begin. We forgot so much about it because Steph, the David Lee trade for the Warriors and him signing an extension, even though they overpaid. I'm asking all Warrior fans today. We know we overpaid for David Lee. It's worth every penny.
I think so.
Worth every penny.
And he was like one of the first free agents who actually came here, played his ass off,
and wanted to be a Warrior.
And wanted to be a Warrior, wanted to win.
On the heels of losing Baron Davis. So, and then let me go another one. Barry Zito. Say what you want, all right? It was a bad contract.
Right.
Yes, Giants fans. He had that one moment in the playoffs, that one win in the World Series, and what do most Giants fans say? It's probably worth it.
Which is insane.
But it was. I hate to say it. It was.
2 games worth $126 million.
But B, it was though.
I can't believe we're saying that. I can't believe.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm factually incorrect.
I can't personally admit that it was worth it. But you can't look at him as a total bust because of the championship he won in 2012. Because of how he saved the season in Game 5 against St. Louis. And, of course, his Game 1, which he wasn't even that great against Detroit.
No, but he had that bunt slap hit down the line.
He wasn't even that great.
Panda was.
I can't overlook all the bad years.
But Bonte, here's the thing.
But I know, but you're right that Giants fans do say Barry Zito's a legend.
Exactly.
A lot of Giants fans will tell you Barry Zito eats for free here, which is absurd.
He gets standing ovations at Oracle Park. We're a good fan base. That's one thing I'll say. We're a very good fan base.
He's for free in Oakland, by the way.
Agreed. Here's the other thing, B. It didn't stop them from fielding a competitive team around him. Well, that's another thing that you hear a lot about. Like, well, if you spend money on Judge, how can you field a team?
Right.
They won. No, this is not how they drew it up.
Well, look at the
books. But they won a championship, Bonte. He wasn't even on the active roster in 2010.
I know. 2010, he was sitting in the clubhouse rooting for the Giants to lose. Rooting for the Giants to lose.
No, we all agree. Aaron Judge has got better years ahead of him than whatever we thought Barry. I mean, at the time, we all thought Barry Zito would too, but it feels like we got better years ahead for Aaron Judge.
But also, when you spend money and you get a marquee player, it's easier to build your team around it.
Agreed.
You got somebody in the middle.
Agreed.
Right now, who are you going to build your team around? Nobody's building around Brandon Belt. Nobody's building around Brandon Crawford. Nobody's building around Jock Peterson. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and that's not to disrespect them or throw shade at them at all. But you're not building Logan Webb. Maybe you could flush your staff out around Logan Webb, but you're not necessarily building your roster around Logan Webb, a guy who pitches every 5 days.
Jose Abreu was a Cuban defector who went to the Chicago White Sox and had a monster years, okay?
And they tried to build around him.
You know, but my point is, he was like looking around, okay? And he's like, oh, I want to go join the Astros.
Right.
And I'm going to jump the line so that someone else doesn't beat me to go play with the Astros.
Well, he's probably feeling like, too, wow. You bring all these guys in, Moncada, Eloy Jimenez, you got Tim Anderson, but you bring in Tony La Russa, and you basically destroy 2 of my prime years.
Sure.
I'm out of here. I'm going to go to Houston, where I don't have to carry the team. I got Alvarez, I got Bregman, I got Tucker, I got Altuve, and I got Dusty Baker, who knows what the hell he's doing, and he's not outdated.
Guys want to play with their buddies. They want to play where it's fun. Like I know.
So who's Aaron Judge's buddy?
B, at this point, this is why I kind of love the Giants situation. It's an open canvas. It's blank. Aaron, who do you want to play with?
Yeah.
Like that's the one. The beauty of where the Giants are at right now. They have a lot of young talent coming through the system, obviously. But number 2, they have nothing financially committed.
No,
I look at the Yankees situation. We have overrated. Look at their situation. I don't want to get too deep. They have some bad contracts. Stanton is anchoring them.
Dude, Stanton has been a bad contract so far.
And like Stanton.
And as Giants fans, we may have dodged a bullet with Stanton. He can't stay on the field.
I wanted him.
Oh, I wanted him.
For Christian Arroyo.
I wanted him so bad.
Oh, I wanted him.
I wanted him.
But he can't stay on the field.
Late at night praying for Stan to be a Giant.
But he can't stay on the field. He can't.
You think about that going back then. The Giants were like, no, Christian Arroyo's untouchable. How absurd does that sound? Even as bad as Stanton has been for the Yankees, because it's bad.
Oh, you still do that deal.
Come on.
You kidding me? You still do that deal. All right, this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. By the way, it is scorching in the studio today.
What is going on?
It is like 80 degrees, dog. It is hot.
Hey, it's December 1st, Bonte. It's cold out there. Drive safe.
It is baking in here. All right. Jason Aponte, 650. Darrell Wright, 8 o'clock. Mark Clayton, a blast from the past. You remember Mark Clayton? The Mark brothers. Mark Duper, Mark Clayton.
Of course I do.
Mark Clayton's going to join us at 8:30. We'll talk some old school Dolphins football.
One was 81. I think it was Duper, and the other was 84, right?
84. It was at 85.
It was 85? Maybe I'm wrong. I think you might be right.
But remember, Duper had the little 2-bar helmet?
Come on.
He was
straight
so
early
sick.
80s.
Dude, straight early 80s.
Him and Joe Theismann.
Dude, they were running straight deep routes. It was unbelievable.
I actually love those face masks.
Dude, I do too. Did you watch that Football Life on Joe Theismann?
Oh, dude, when him and Drew Pearson are at their high school, I didn't know his first high school pass was to another Hall of Famer.
Unbelievable. And Drew Pearson always with the hut.
Oh, dude,
All right.
Drew Pearson, by the way, great baseball player too, apparently.
Yeah, no doubt.
Both of those guys.
You see them in the pictures
Dude,
together?
ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
It was 85 and 83. Thank you.
85 and 83, yeah.
I
knew
was
one of them
wrong.
85.
I'll stand down.
No, it's all good. What's coming up next on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises at Pfizer. RJ and Fairfield, we're going to get to you as we kick off our Niners coverage today on the Morning Roast, a Thursday morning. Hopefully everybody's driving safely on those roadways, those wet roadways. More coming up on the Morning Roast.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out to Guru, who finally paid me for finishing in second place in fantasy baseball. Guru sent me the Cash App yesterday. Right on, Goo. Good looking out. Appreciate it. As a segment is presented by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. RJ and Fairfield, hang tight 1 second here as we get ready for Niners and Dolphins. And the relationship between Mike McDaniels and Kyle Shanahan was put on focus yesterday at both of their pressers. We'll get into that sound here as the Dolphins travel out to the West Coast to take on the Niners. And remember the last time the Dolphins came out to the West Coast, Niners had a cornerback, number 48?
That was when Ryan Fitzpatrick looked like prime Dan Marino.
Dude. And everybody was like, we need Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback.
He looked good, though.
Fitzmagic.
I mean, even Dolphin players thought he looked good.
That game, that was the game that broke me that season.
Oh, yeah, I remember that game.
Remember that game?
I do remember that.
I was in the nursery watching that game, and I said something to Ed and just started laughing. This is pre-Baby Chez. And I'm sitting there in the nursery like, I can't believe this is happening.
That was pre-Baby Chez?
That was pre-Baby Chez. I was in the nursery watching that, and Ross Dwelly had missed the block, and Jimmy Garoppolo nearly got his head taken off.
Ross Dwelly.
That game was just like, remember they got it 4th and 1, they got stuffed on a gun run. I mean, everybody was losing their minds. About that
Was that
game.
the paper airplane?
No, that wasn't paper airplane.
That wasn't Jet McKinnon?
No, that was in the offseason. Jet McKinnon. This guy, Spinoni, Shasky sends me something in the group text. I'm doing Warriors pregame live. And they send me something about Jet McKinnon. And all I respond with, I'll take care of that tomorrow. And Shasky revved me up. And he watched it because everybody tagged him in the video. So he knows. He knows.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did see it. I remember
He did see that
on Instagram.
Getting his ass cracked
He's
at the
like,
13-yard line.
We're free when he was going to be a free agent.
Yeah. Hell
Peace
no.
out.
We out. We out.
Come on.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Let's go to RJ Fairfield.
Hey, RJ.
RJ, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Feeling good today. Got my beam team won the Patriots game, but I'm here to talk about Shasky.
Oh, I forgot you were a Kings fan. I thought you were a Kings. I forgot you were a Kings fan.
What'd I do?
Yeah, Shasky, I didn't like your energy earlier this week, man. You said you're okay with a loss to the Dolphins. Vontae, did he say that or not?
Well, he said it's not the end of the world if you lose to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I don't think he's okay with the loss.
Of course I want to win.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Well, here's why that bothers me, because it kind of set the tone. I was like, this is a big matchup. Just because if you look at the teams we lost to and the teams that we won, I feel like we haven't beat no playoff teams yet. I mean, the San Diego Chargers, I feel like, the LA Chargers were the biggest win that we got, but they were hurt. So this is a proving guy. So if we're gonna make a run and we want to go to the Super Bowl, we gotta win these games. Look how we did against the Kansas City Chiefs, a high-powered offense, and our defense was a fugazi. I feel like we're gonna see the same thing with Tua. Even if it's not Patrick Mahomes back there, Tua could go on God mode too with those two wide receivers. So I think and guys, it's gonna be raining, and those Dolphins wide receivers are running. And
you know what? Hey, RJ, I do want this game too for a lot of the reasons you said there. Thanks for the call. I just want to beat the Dolphins, beat a good team to just debunk this narrative that the Niners haven't beat anybody. We know they have the talent, they have the physicality. Excuse me here. I want to see them beat the Dolphins. I want to see them punish them because they're getting a lot of hype in Miami. Who did they beat?
Well, they beat Buffalo at home
early on
in 120-degree heat.
And when you look at that game, I'm like, man, Buffalo blew that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things. They were having cramps all over the field.
Josh Allen was ready to pass out.
Yeah, Diggs said it was the worst conditions he's ever played in. But
beat the Ravens.
They beat the Ravens. That was a comeback.
That was a nice comeback win. But how good are the Ravens?
They beat the Patriots.
How good are the Ravens? How good are the Ravens? They blown a lot of leads.
First place, though.
I was going to say, aren't they in the lead in their division right now? As of now,
7-4.
I still like Cincinnati.
I kind of like Cincinnati too. They're rising, dude.
But they are a good team. Like the Dolphins have had a fine year.
Yeah, they've been fun.
They've been a lot of fun.
I want this game though. I do want this game. Like I don't want to go to Levi Stadium and see them get blown out because that spin cycle is going to happen. Oh well, the Niners haven't beat anybody. Oh, the Niners can't beat anybody. And they got a lot of speed and they're confident and they're cocky. Mm-hmm. They're a cocky team, man, out in Miami. So I do want this game. But I get what you're saying though. If they lose, and if you got to sit some guys, it's not the end of the world.
That's all.
But your margin for error goes down. It decreases, right?
100%. There's a correlation. You lose, and you kind of open the door back up for some of these, the Seattle game. Like that becomes even bigger, and then you have to win the division.
Right. Seattle all of a sudden is feeling good again, saying, okay, all we got to do is win that Thursday night game.
Yep.
You don't want to lose that Thursday night game, but you also, increase this lead against Seattle.
I'm with you.
Put the pressure on them to continue to win. Put the pressure on them.
And you want to avoid Philly until that NFC Championship game,
no doubt,
if possible.
Like
that would be the goal for that. The other thing I think this is going to be a great test for their cornerback situation because the one game Ward got absolutely dusted, our high price free agent, was against
Kansas City.
Yeah, but I don't view them as elite wide receivers. Do you?
No.
He's an elite quarterback. I'm not dismissing that at all.
That was a tough game for him with the groin injury and everything.
I know.
That.
So this is a great test, though, like Tyreek Hill.
Speed.
And then who's going to be guarding Waddle opposite him? Those are their two primary weapons.
And he saw a lot of Tyreek Hill in practice in Kansas City. A lot of Tyreek Hill in Kansas City. So he knows some of the Tyreek's tendencies. He also knows how dangerous he is.
Yeah.
He also knows how much speed he has. So, my voice is gone.
I'd also like to just quiet down the Jeff Wilson Jr., Raheem Mostert backups as well.
That stuff. We'll get to Mostert or Jeff Wilson Jr., but I do want to get to this Mike McDaniel situation here. Shanahan, here's what he had to say about Mike McDaniels and their relationship.
When I came here, I thought I had some guys that were younger that weren't going to get taken for a while, but it seemed to happen a lot faster than I expected. So that's always what I'm thinking about. Like you never know when it's going to happen, especially when our defense has success, who they're going to try to take with them. So we're always trying to get some guys in here that you can groom and that you can teach. It's not just about teaching it, but guys also need to go through some stuff with you too, which makes them the most prepared. And I started doing that a while ago. When I moved Bobby Slowick over to offense when he was on defense. Moved Brian Fleury a number of years ago. He was a D-line coach when I was in Cleveland. Stalin brought him in to be a QC from Miami, and then I thought he had the potential to really help us on offense, so I moved him there about 4 years ago, I think. Did the same thing with Clay Kubiak this offseason. So it's something that came up pretty fast in our first few years here and something I always got to think about.
And then his unique press conference style. Shanahan has some thoughts on that because I watched Mike McDaniel. I was like, nobody runs a podium like him. The way he kind of he's quirky as hell. He's funny. Yeah. He chimes in. Like there was two reporters who asked a question at the same time. He goes, same time. And he's just sitting back. I was like, this guy he's something else.
You can do that when you have an 8-3 record.
8-3 record. Yeah, if you're 3-8, I'm not sure if that's going to fly. But here's what Shanahan had to say about that.
That's Mike's personality. I never knew how he would do in those press conferences or how he'd come off. That's how he is all the time to us, even a little bit worse probably. And it's an acquired taste sometimes, or sometimes throws people off a little bit. But I thought he put it together real good and did it in a funny way, and was always entertaining in those press conferences.
He is entertaining. He's an entertaining coach, and the Dolphins have bought into his style.
Absolutely.
I was wondering if they would buy into his style, and they have. So this is going to be interesting, especially his relationship with Tua, how he's going to deploy Tua this week. That's going to be interesting. Can the Niners suffocate Tua Tagovailoa and not give him that time to throw that ball down the field to Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill and even Gesicki? You can't sleep on him at tight end.
No, I think there's a couple elements to when you look at just the NFL in general. Like, people want to win, obviously, but they want to get paid. And so when you're going to help someone and empower them to get paid, and you're playing a fun brand of football, throwing the ball all over the yard, people like that, especially offensively. And I think it's a style of football that the casual fan can gravitate to. They like the ball being thrown around. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely.
The other part of this is that
fits South Beach too. That style, that culture,
big time,
Yep.
big time. The other thing that I keep thinking about is Flores was apparently so miserable. Now, whether you believe those reports or not, it's part of why he was fired. At least that's what the owner made it out to be.
Right.
But a lot of players didn't really like him. So I don't know what's going on there, but like that Belichick style, because Flores was a Belichick style guy, it hasn't really worked in many places.
No, Matt Patricia didn't work for him. Didn't work for Joe Judge. McDaniels. Romeo Crennel. Bill O'Brien. Even though he had some success in Houston,
but
I got to give him that.
It ran its course.
It did. I mean, decision making.
Yeah.
Like
Vrabel is not we file him under Belichick. He played for Belichick. He wasn't under the coaching staff there.
Right.
He went to go work for Saban.
Yeah, and he was at Ohio State, wasn't he?
Yes, he's worked at a lot of different places.
Rumored he might go back there next year.
Yes.
Ohio State?
Yeah, Ryan Day might be out.
Mike Vrabel's going to leave Tennessee to go back to Ohio State college. Rumors.
Hey, that's a better job.
Did Tennessee? Tennessee's about to get a new
state.
Tennessee Titans are about to get a new stadium.
There's like 4 college programs that I think are as prestigious as an NFL job, but you got to be into recruiting and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know if Vrabel wants to do that. I don't know if he wants to do that.
Ohio State's down because they've lost to Michigan multiple times.
Two times.
They're down.
All right, Jason Aponte coming up here on the Morning Roast. You know who Jason Aponte is. Sprint Right podcast, of course, Niners Nation. Jason Aponte will join us coming up here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 711.com for terms.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pen check top as such. So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Oh, my God.
Hey, it's Willard from the Willard and Dibs Show. Listen to us every day, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with the Bay Area's biggest Jimmy G fan, Bonte Hill, and a great guy to share some garlic fries with, Joe Shasky. All yours, guys.
Ooh, I'm the biggest Jimmy G fan now. Jimmy, baby. Got more apology forms. Shoot your video. Apologize.
Jimmy.
Bow down.
Jimmy.
Bow down. Bow down to Jimmy Garoppolo, as this segment is presented by Boxer Gerson.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
That is the greatest. They're the
Was that on the video?
Yes. Dude, hold on. Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Jason Aponte in a moment. The Monday night Denver Niners game in the preseason when Jimmy Garoppolo came back from the torn ACL 2019.
And Booger McFarland was destroying him.
He is scared in the pocket. Literally called him scared, right? So we come back to a BS&G, and then it was a 5-interception practice.
Oh, yeah. In a row.
In a row. Five picks in a row.
Not five. 5 in a row.
In a row.
Came in, and I've never, like Mayoko, everyone, I've never seen that in my life in practice.
So we're railing Jimmy Garoppolo. But for some reason, people were coming down Guru's timeline.
Why?
I don't remember. So Guru's in this spot with some Ray-Bans on and a white beater, or a tank top, I should say. Tank top. I don't like saying that. Tank top. And he's like, Stay off my timeline. I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Stay off of my timeline.
It was the same video.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
He was like backtracking, and the lines were. It was like, dude, that week of shows was unreal.
Well, go back in time to 95.7 The Game between 2017 end of the season to the beginning of 2018. We were all caught up in Garoppolo mania.
We all were.
I mean, Joe Fortenbaugh was making bets on down to the exact penny of what the contract would be. Every day with him, it was like the contract will be 407.556 months. So he was insane with the money.
He gets traded here, right? And I'm doing the show with Papa at the time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you got to play him. If you're going to pay him, you got to play him. Oh, you can see what's happening in practice. And we're doing a football hour, low deal and Romo. Yeah, you don't need to play him. So he comes in those last 2 games. I told you the story what happened. I was in the bathroom. I had to run out. And maybe I wiped, maybe I didn't. But Jimmy Garoppolo comes out in the last 2 plays, and he throws a touchdown pass. I remember that Monday show, Papa, the time is now to play him. He's ready to start. I said, I was saying that for 3 weeks, damn it.
No way.
It's like,
wait, you're telling me Greg didn't come up with this on his own organically, but was filing it under his own original idea?
The time to play is now. And I was just like, and then we all got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Of course you did.
We all fell in love with him at the line of scrimmage. Get over here. Get set. And I was like, oh, my God, we got a leader in the huddle.
Exactly.
Oh, my God. All
Jimmy
right.
the Jedi.
Man, here we are in 2022 still talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Are we just going to gloss over? You just said maybe I wiped, maybe I didn't as you're heading out.
That's part of the story. Lewis Murphy just caught something. Where's the toilet paper?
I heard a roar in the crowd. I was like, what the hell's going on? Let me wipe my booty real quick. Maybe I washed my hands. Maybe I didn't. And then Jimmy throws a touchdown pass, and the 50 people who are left in Levi's Stadium in the rain, Jimmy, yeah, we got a quarterback. And that took over the entire press conference. Will Jimmy start next week?
I got to say, that Jags win might have been one of my favorite wins of all time.
Dude, it was unbelievable.
Miles Jack and
going into that locker
Ramsey
room. Going into that locker room. They were ticked off at losing to Jimmy Garoppolo. Jalen Ramsey was holding court, just a system quarterback. It was all scheme. All scheme. Calais Campbell. Yeah, I mean, whatever. And then off the record, Miles Jack goes, I can't believe we lost to that MFer. I swear to God. Marcus Thompson was with me.
Off the record?
Off the record. He slid the shoulder pads in his locker, and he goes, I can't believe we lost to that MFer. They were hot.
Who would have thought that Jags team would take a knee in halftime after leading by 7 on the New England Patriots in the AFC Championship?
Yeah, quarter away. Are you kidding? Blake Bortles.
Oh, look at us.
Oh, man. Blake Bortles. I thought they were going to win that game. Anyway, let's get to Jason Aponte,
Everyone thought they were going to win that game.
We got Jason Aponte, man. We can't be doing that to our guest, man. He's just sitting here.
Is he here?
Listen to this. Yeah, he's
My
here.
bad.
He's here.
I didn't know.
Niners Nation, Sprint Right Pod. We always have Aponte on once a month.
It's raining. I'm out of it today.
Yeah, we're just, hey, Jason, man, you remember when Garoppolo got traded to the 49ers and where we were at? And then he threw that first touchdown pass against Seattle, and we all went crazy. They had 2 wins on the season, 1 win at the time. And all of a sudden, it was like, we got our quarterback. It's Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's really funny how people forget that part of it, man. And I think, again, a lot of it has to do with the 49ers have been looking for their franchise guy since Steve Young. You know, you thought you had it maybe with Jeff. You thought you maybe had it with Cap. Now you have you have it. It's like Jimmy looks the part. Like if you were going to build a franchise quarterback, you have this guy who dresses so well, this jawline. He was and those mic'd up episodes, kind of to your point, Bonta, of like against Tennessee. You know, like when he's telling Trent Taylor, like when you slip him, I'm going to bang it on you. Like go over here, and it's like, damn, he just got here, and it injected life in there. That's something I'll never forget. And anybody who wasn't hyped is lying to themselves.
Exactly. Oh, Trent Taylor. Now I'm thinking about he has the shaved back. Remember that?
Right. Yep.
The breakdown. Speaking of Greg. Anyway, let's get into this year's Niners team.
Oh my God, I remember
this defense. Yeah, we're going real deep here. This defense. How good is this defense right now? Because I'm looking. I'm like I thought Kinlaw would be a factor for them to be a good defense. I thought Eric Armstead would have to be a factor for them to be a good defense. Figured both cornerbacks would have to stay healthy. Jimmy Ward would be out there for 99% of the snaps. Like none of those things have happened, and they're still a great defense. Why?
You know, I remember we had this conversation about which defense, right? 2012, 2019, 2022, right? And I said that a lot of the cornerback depth, and unfortunately this is at a time when we thought Jason Verrett was going to be around to help us
right.
too. But I said the deciding factor was D'Amico Ryans, and I think it's going to be that. I mean, when you look at this defensive line, not having Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, for them to be able to get the most out of Charles Omenihu, Samson Ebba comes missing games. Drake Jackson is just coming along sparingly. They're able to get pressure with 4, sometimes 6, and D'Amico's very good at that.
but that line depth and this front office that sometimes we give a lot of grief for when they miss on draft picks, we have to give them their props when they nail these trades for Charles Omenihu for a 5th rounder, Jordan Willis for a 7th rounder. And they bet on those trades, and they have Chris Kosurik, and D'Amico knows how to use them. Obviously, Nick Bosa helps. But, man, this team is built so solidly and coached so well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the edge that they have right now is D'Amico Ryans, man. Congratulations to him in his head coaching position next year.
Oh, man, don't say that. We hope he stays. We hope somebody bypasses him. Peter King was out here saying, well, we don't know if he knows offensive football. I'm like, yes, Peter, keep pushing that narrative.
Peter also was saying first rounder for Jimmy G.
Yeah, he was. Peter King.
Everyone has their opinions.
Everybody misses every now and then. Jason Aponte, Niners Nation, Sprint
Even
Right
Curry
Pod.
only shoots 50%.
Jason Aponte don't miss. He don't miss, especially on the morning roast. Jason, Fred Warner Jr., let's stick with the defense for a second. We'll get over to the offensive side of the football in just a second. But have you seen Fred Warner play any better football over the course of his career?
I don't think so right now at this point. And that's what's funny about Fred, is when you kind of set our watch to his production, and it kind of just goes by the wayside sometimes. And then he has these streaks of play in which you're like, oh, my God, there he is again. That's the all-pro guy. I mean, when you look at his stat line from this past game, 7 combined tackles, a quarterback hit, a forced fumble, 2 pass defense. Like, that is, basketball terms, stuffing the stat sheet, literally doing everything that you can. So everything that he's asked to do in terms of quarterback to defense, sometimes carry number 3 receivers up the field, sometimes cover guys man-to-man, sometimes blitz. He's just everywhere right now, and it would be hard to argue against this being his best period of football right now.
When you flip it to the other side, this feels like one of their bigger tests of the year. New Orleans' defense is very good. I know that the team overall, the record isn't great, but their defense is very good. I'm worried about Jimmy staying upright with this offensive line. They've been really good this year. I think it's been one of the quieter stories on the 49er team of their success. He got hit way too much for my liking. I think for most people's liking. Is this their biggest test, you think, all year?
I think that a lot of credit should go to the New Orleans Saints, and I think we kind of underestimated the return of Marcus Davenport and Cameron Jordan. Like, those aren't just regular guys. Those are stud defenders. Cam Jordan, Cal Legend. Like, they were in there. They had a great plan. They pressured with 4, and they dropped 7 the entire game. And that was the first time that you really had watched the 49ers offensive line get beat, right? Against the Chargers, the Rams, and the Cardinals, they kind of held serve. Everything was fine. So it did kind of show that. Now, with this defensive line, Bradley Chubb, they've got some other guys over there as well, too, that are very good. It's going to be imperative that the 49ers could craft a game plan for him to get the ball out fast, a lot more shotgun, and try to possibly use the aggressiveness if they're getting beat with more draw plays in the running game to try to offset all those things, maybe some screens to Christian McCaffrey to slow down that pass rush. So I think that's going to be an interesting portion. I do think that that's the one aspect of what the defense for Miami has that should cause a little bit of concern. Everything else, I feel like, kind of tips in the 49ers' favor on offense.
Jason Aponte, Sprint Right Pod, Niners Nation, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. How bad does Shanahan want this game over Mike McDaniels?
Yeah, if you think that the 49ers didn't circle this game, you're lying. If you think Miami didn't circle this game, you're lying.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan always wants to beat his understudies, right? His protégés, right? He has good success against Matt LaFleur. He has very good success against Sean McVay. You can bet your ass that he definitely wants this game so badly. And the one thing I'll say is, it's head coach versus head coach, right? And you're going to say Kyle versus Mike. I get that part. For me, this boils down to, in this game, Kyle being the guy on offense and holding that offense together, which is actually going to be the key in my eyes to winning this game, meaning 8 and 10-minute drives, but punctuated with touchdowns to keep that offense off the field and keep your defense fresh. But the real chess match, the real thing that I'm focused on in this game, Mike McDaniel against D'Amico Ryans. Mike knows D'Amico. D'Amico knows Mike.
Right.
And can you go on tendencies? Do you know what he's going to do? Like, that chess match is going to be so much fun, especially with the power and the potency of those guys and those weapons over there.
We obviously don't know if he's even going to play. I think he sat out practice yesterday, Christian McCaffrey. But has he been better than what you thought? Because we were talking about this. I was telling B, like, the first time they got him, I go, I think a lot of people see the name McCaffrey. Right. They play fantasy. I mean, you're not really watching. You're not really, like, drilled in on Panther games. Like, how good actually is this guy? I feel like he's been better than advertised. What do you think?
And I think that a lot of people are looking at his rushing average and trying to quantify what he brings to this offense that way. They're looking at it and it's like, well, it's only 3 a clip. That's not very good. But I think in the same sort of way where Deebo Samuel's an offensive weapon and some people don't normally categorize him as a wide receiver, Christian McCaffrey's impact goes farther than any stat right now. Meaning when Jimmy Garoppolo gets time in the pocket and he's going 1, 2, 3 through his progressions, he knows exactly where McCaffrey is. He gets that ball to him. And it's not just a dump off to get 2 yards. Christian McCaffrey can make a move on somebody and gain yards. That is the sort of impact that he has that goes beyond the stats. So when people cite, well, he only ran for this amount of yards and it was only this amount of average. Yeah, but the attention that's being drawn to him on defense, what's opening things up for everybody else, that's the way that you really quantify his impact, and I think it's been very impactful.
You know, we were talking a lot this week, Jason, about DPOY, right? Is Nick Bosa going to be a DPOY candidate? And Micah Parsons is up there. Of course, Chris Jones, I think Kansas City Chiefs. Max Crosby getting some love with the Las Vegas Raiders. It feels like these next 3 games for Nick Bosa, where there's going to have no Terran Armstead, left tackle for the Dolphins. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be missing Tristan Wirfs on one side of the football. Bosa could move around. And then, of course, you got the Thursday night primetime game against Seattle. It feels like if Bosa can rack up 3 to 5 sacks in this next 3-game stretch, which is asking for a lot, but that gets him up to about 16.5 during the last 3 games of the season. It feels like this is a time he can make his case over the next 3 games.
Yeah, for sure. And the NFL is taking notice. He was just named today Defensive Player of the Month. He is the 5th player since 2000 to have 9 sacks in his first 10 games. And remember, he missed a game. I mean, we run out of ways to describe Nick Bosa. It's almost like he goes about his business, again, almost in the same way with Fred Warner. You set your watch to it. But, yeah, if he can have 1 or 2 sacks in this game, if he can show his impact, impress your Tua Tagovailoa, because the whole idea that Miami, what they do with Tua is the same thing that Jimmy's asked for San Francisco. Get the ball out fast, get it to your playmakers. That's how they've been able to offset a bottom half offensive line. He's been playing very good football. But if Nick Bosa can make him feel him, then show that and kind of bring Tua down to earth, because he's been putting up some gaudy stats. I believe they have 4 straight games with over 30 points. That'll certainly strengthen his case, but you never can discount the Dallas Cowboys factor and how much the NFL loves
I know.
this team.
I told you, dude.
Yeah, Micah Parsons, first take, all that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it means a lot. The star, dude. Give me them. Oh, I want them in the playoffs.
By the way, is Jason feeling the heat about Aaron Judge? I
was going to ask him that. Yeah, so you're a big Yankee fan. You're over there on the East Coast. We have been on Judge Watch the entire time. What's your feeling today? Is Aaron Judge going back to the Yankees? What is New York saying about Aaron Judge right now?
It feels like it's 60-40 right now. Whatever offer you guys are going to offer, the Yankees are going to offer more. And if the Yankees have to play hardball, they are going to throw another year in there on top of it. So if you guys want to offer 8 for $320, the Yankees have no problem saying, okay, we're going to do 9 for $340. And you know what? It'll be a typical Yankee fan to love the contract for the first 4 years. But if Aaron Judge tapers off at the end, all they'll do is boom and complain. So there's no way to make Yankee fans happy. I would say it's 60-40 right now, but I think it all just boils down to what Aaron Judge wants to do. Does he want to come back? Yeah. Does he have this whole idea of, I've been a Yankee this entire time. He has a chance to be captain next year and add to the lore of this team. Does he feel that, or does he want to go home? I think it boils down to that more than does money at this point.
We're praying.
I want him so bad.
We're praying.
I want him so bad.
I'd be happy for you guys.
I want him so bad.
I'd be happy for you two guys. Not the people on Twitter that every time I was like, Aaron Judge home run, they're like, future Giant, future Giant. Those guys, my petty hand is going to start like going off.
Bro, the Yankees have taken everybody, all right? It's about time we took somebody from the Yankees.
And Twitter's jumped the shark, too. We know Twitter's out of control these days.
I deleted it off my phone, thank God. It's the happiest I've ever been.
If it's you guys and you guys get them, I love that story. Honestly, seriously.
Yeah, no.
And it would be cool. I've been to Oracle. It's my favorite park by far that I've ever been to.
Really?
Beautiful place. So yeah, it is.
It's beautiful.
It's on the lake. It's just the way that it's set up. It's awesome, man. So yeah, I have no problem with that. I actually went to Evan Longoria's first game. Oh no, not Evan Longoria. Chris Bryant's first game.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Chris Bryant. Yeah, that was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
When you coming back to the Bay? When are you getting back out here? What's the deal?
Soon. I'm thinking that I'm either going to hold off for a playoff game.
Nice.
Or I'm going to kind of hope that the NFC Championship comes down to Philadelphia so I can just drive right over, a little bit further and go there.
Jasky wants the Eagles. I'm petrified of Philly. I'm not gonna lie to you, Jason. I'm a little weary about them, man.
Philadelphia.
Yeah,
that's
born and raised.
Coming.
Yeah, I know. I love the 215, man, but that's gonna be a dangerous game. Remember last year in Philadelphia, week 2 with Jimmy, it was like, oh boy, he can't even get the ball off, man. It was a physical fist fight.
Last year was
that
last
one.
year.
It was, and they're tough.
Thank you, Jason.
They're tough. But Jason, man, good stuff.
Have a good one, man. Happy holidays.
Thank you, guys. Happy holidays.
Sounds good.
Happy holidays, man. Jason Apati doing a great job on the Sprint Right Pod. Niners Nation, man. He's tapped in with the 49ers. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Aiden Hutchinson, NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. Jason just mentioned that Bosa was named Defensive Player of the Month.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Wow, he got the Defensive Player of the Month.
Pretty impressive.
I like that. I'm shocked with Parsons having multiple sacks on Thanksgiving. That is surprising to me.
Bosa has been dominant, man.
I know he has.
And it's not just the sack
it's the
numbers.
Fourth quarter, too.
Yeah, like that Chargers game,
Close
even though he
outs.
only racked up one sack, those last 3-4 possessions in that Chargers game, pushing the pocket and just dominating. I mean, just literally dominating. Said, Chargers are not going to score again. No. You're not scoring. And they didn't score in the second half. Heck, the last 4 teams the Niners have played haven't scored in the second half. So these are the games that I think your premier players have to dominate. Tua's not the most elusive guy.
He can move a little.
He can move a little. His footwork is really good. But you can get to this guy.
Yeah, well, people have been throwing him around. That's been the big problem for him because he's smaller. It's been very difficult for him to not take huge blows and bounces off the turf. The thing with Bosa is interesting because I was thinking about this, like, I don't know, some people don't put a lot of stock into it, but I'm sure the players do when it comes to Defensive Player of the Year, MVP, et cetera. These opportunities, you think you're going to be battling for them every year, and then things happen. Guys have unbelievable outlier years. Like, think about Steph Curry, Bonte. He has the 2 MVPs. He's kind of lucky that he's got the 2. You don't know what happens. Like, LeBron could do something crazy in one year, or, you get a Russell Westbrook type of a year that coincides with you having a great year. And for whatever reason, the narrative is bigger for someone else. So to put yourself in this position, that's difficult. To actually walk away with a Defensive Player of the Year, I think it's harder than people think it is, man. It's really hard to get these individual awards.
I mean, there's so many good players
That's
out
what
there.
I'm saying.
And, like, we haven't even considered linebackers. Like, Fred Warner Jr. is playing out of his mind right now.
Playing a monster brand of football.
Corners don't even get the love they deserve, right?
No.
Diggs is playing well. You got Sauce Gardner as a rookie playing well. You got Travis Ward in our own backyard playing some really, really good football. So it does feel like the DPOY and the MVP, we've solely focused on pass rushers and quarterbacks.
Well, think about Dana Stubblefield won a Defensive Player of the Year. How rare is a D tackle who's not getting, 15-plus sacks? I think he had 10 or whatever that year, but like
he may have had more. He had remember he had 4 in a Monday night game against was it Philadelphia or Washington?
I think it was Washington on Monday night, and then Washington ended up signing him after that. But yeah, no, I mean, so like it's very, very rare is what I'm getting at for other positions outside of basically edge rushers getting it. I think occasionally you'll get a safety get it because they'll get a lot of interceptions.
Deion got one.
Yeah, Deion did get one. Well, he had a lot of interceptions that year. It's the sexy numbers. So I think it's very difficult to put yourself in these positions.
So Stephon Gilmore won in 2019.
He had a monster year that year.
Before that, TJ Watt, Aaron Donald, Stephon Gilmore, Aaron Donald, Khalil Mack, JJ Watt, Luke Kuechly, who stole one from Navarro Bowman, JJ Watt, Terrell Suggs, Troy Polamalu, and Charles Woodson back-to-back, 2 DBs there. Bob Sanders won a DPOY with the Colts. Can you believe that? Ed Reed 1 year. You had Strahan, you had Sapp, Reggie White.
I'll tell you, we've got some sad news to report right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Gaylord Perry passed away, San Francisco Giants legend.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, very sad. There's no, non-sensitive way to break that news, but that's really, really sad. I mean, I know he was up there in age, and I mean, one of the great families of baseball. Obviously, has a statue down at Oracle. I mean, just played for a zillion teams, but was a 10-year Giant on the Wall of Fame. That stinks.
That does stink. When you go to Oracle Park, when you grow up a Giants fan, one of the first names you remember is Gaylord Perry.
I know.
And we never even saw him play.
No. Larger-than-life hero.
Right.
Him and the Negroes are who I think of from that era. Obviously, Juan Marichal as well. Man, that stinks.
That does stink. Gaylord Perry, born in 1938, passes away at the age of 84 years old. Made his major league debut in April 14th of 1962. A 5-time All-Star, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, of course, a baseball Hall of Famer. Led the league in wins in 1970, 72, and 78. no-hitters in 68, and his number 36 is retired at Oracle Park. He's on the Giants Wall of Fame. He's on the Cleveland Guardians Wall of Fame. An excellent, excellent pitcher for many, many years. So rest in peace to Gaylord Perry, Giants legend, man.
Yeah, he absolutely a Giants legend. And, we were thinking about those with the Willie Mays doc, how great those 1960s Giants were.
Right.
He's a part of that.
No doubt.
Right, and I think that a lot of those guys have gotten forgotten because only one team would end up representing the National League at that time. They didn't have wild cards and they didn't have multiple divisions. It was just you win the pennant, you go to the World Series. And so, yeah, I think he's one of the forgotten, larger-than-life heroes for Giants baseball. For people like my dad's age, those are his guys.
Right. Rest in peace, man.
Wow,
Rest
that
in peace,
stinks.
Gaylord Perry. That does stink. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and the Golden State Warriors. We have Darrell Wright at 8 o'clock to talk a little Dubs. We'll continue to roll on the 49ers, the keys of this week, and some more Shanahan sound. Mike McDaniel's coming back to town, now head coach of the Miami Dolphins. I got to say, Shasky, it is cool having the Dolphins relevant again. I'll explain why. On the other side here on the roast.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning.
Steve Kerr, today at 5.
His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Commercial property managers, do you have a fall or winter painting project on your to-do list? Or maybe you're planning your painting budget for 2023. Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. When it comes to painting, it always pays to plan ahead saving you time and helping you get the most value from your paint project. My team of painters have the experience and training to get the job done right. Let's get started. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
I had a career. It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the Morning Roast, my favorite show. Just leave me alone, please.
We'll try.
Little Mac Mall?
I'm not mad at that.
Dude, he had so many hitters.
I'm not mad at that.
Ray Love, actually.
Is
Keep
this
your
Ray
mask
Love?
on.
I thought this was also with Mac Mall.
First time I ever got a Ray Love tape. He was passing out tapes at the East-West Shrine game at Stanford Stadium, the old Stanford Stadium with the track on it.
Really?
Yeah. Palo Alto. Got a Ray Love tape. He was passing out tapes.
I remember my boy, Matty Murphy. I'm sure he's out there somewhere listening right now. 11.5 used to hand out tapes right in front of Sacred Heart. And so he had one of them. Yeah.
Giving out tapes to the little rich kids.
Smart move.
That's a great
business move.
Great business move.
Yeah.
Bumping it quick. 11.5 in the house.
I will say the abbreviated version, but one of my favorite songs of all time, I've Got Women to Buy Me Clothes. It's one of the great all-time San Francisco songs. That album, 11.5, so good. You used to be able to see Rap Forte at Round Table Pizza on Van Ness, too.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I used to go there and
have
had the little buffet, the lunch buffet.
The Round Table buffet was next level.
The pan pizza, the personal pan pizza. You go get you a salad, and you get you a soda, and you chill out for about $10.
Yep.
By the way, they built a new Round Table like 2 minutes away from me.
Oh, yeah? Did you check it out? Little Parmesan knots or whatever they're called, garlic knots?
Not yet.
A lot of carbs, but I love it.
Not yet. By the way, high school football, the championships are wrapping up. By the way, SI lost to Bellarmine. Heartbreaker there.
Ways, okay.
A lot of by the ways. SI lost to Bellarmine, so shout out to SI on a great season. Sarah versus St. John Bosco.
Really?
Yeah, Sarah
High School.
That's a great matchup.
Go
Sarah High
Sarah.
School. Let's go, Sarah.
Let's go, Padres.
Jaden Green, Mr. Green. Omari Green, he coaches SM at Tail. His son plays for Sarah. Won a utility player of the year in the WCAL. Plays a little running back.
Oh, wow.
Plays a little corner. Good kid, man. Good kid. And they're all juniors on that Sarah team, so hopefully they could beat St. John Bosco, who just beat Mater Dei to get to this point.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, that is incredible. They were playing at the Rose Bowl, dude. It was like, damn, look at this.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
They're playing at the Rose Bowl. I was like, man, is this college football or is this high school? I mean, come on. De La Salle versus Folsom up there in Folsom.
Oh, nice. Folsom's always there.
Yeah, Folsom's always there. So St. John Bosco is number 1 in the nation. It's going to be a tough game for Sarah. They got the horses. They can do it, man. Coach P. Peralta down there. Darius Bell coaches. He coaches. He's the offensive coordinator.
Reardon legend.
Yeah, he's the offensive coordinator down there. Darius Bell, man.
Nice.
My guy D. Bell was a good quarterback
was it him
in the city.
and Cannon at the same time?
Yes.
Reardon? Yeah.
And then they went over to City College in San Francisco.
They were very good.
Very good. Cannon, I thought Cannon was going to the NFL. Cannon was sick.
Well, him and Henderson, they were all coming out around the same time. Cannon was
a good basketball player, too.
Yeah, there were a lot of talented players coming out of the city at that time.
All right, let's get back into the 49ers.
So you were talking about the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, and we're going to get to the Niners defense in just a second and react to what Michael Irvin had to say yesterday with Damon Ratto. But isn't the league better? Like, there's certain teams that when they're good, the league is just better. Like, when the Packers are good, I can't stand them, but the league is better.
Yeah,
Steelers, Cowboys, Niners, Bills.
Raiders,
no doubt.
Bills, yes, it's more fun with the Bills.
Chiefs.
I guess.
Yeah, you can admit that. Yeah.
I guess.
Bears, maybe.
I mean, I didn't just real quick on the Chiefs. No one was, opining for Trent Green and Tony Gonzalez,
Priest Holmes,
Alex Smith, Matt Castle.
Exactly.
No one cared until Mahomes came to the scene.
No. We cared about Priest Holmes. We cared about Eddie Kinnison.
Like when the Cowboys are good, it matters.
Hey, we cared about Jamal Charles score 5 touchdowns at the Oakland Coliseum.
Then tearing his ACL. Too mean.
But when I go back and I think about great teams from yesteryear, yes, the Miami Dolphins were always an impact team, and they were a team that I thought had fantastic uniforms.
Legacy team.
And had a lot of legacy in the NFL. Absolutely.
The 70s, the Super Bowl championships, they were always good in the 80s, even though they didn't win. They were really good. In the 90s, they were still good. They were still a perennial playoff team with Dan Marino and Don Shula. And they've kind of gone downhill. They've had a slew of different coaches. Saban leaving on them to Alabama really hurt that franchise, I believe.
Bonte, since Dan Marino retired, the high water mark essentially is them running the Wildcat and
Ronnie Brown and Tony Sperano.
And they had that one decent playoff run where they
Chad Pennington.
Exactly.
Comeback player of the year.
Marshall.
Tony Sperano, they ran up the score against the Patriots. They gave 2 at the Wildcat. They thought they invented some. No, I don't blame them at all.
But that's
the Dolphins
really been
are good. Yeah, that's it. That's been it. They had Jay Fiedler for a second, who was
Tannehill, I think, made a playoff and they lost right away.
Yeah.
I think Matt Moore started that game too.
He started one against Pittsburgh. That's right.
And then he took a big shot.
He got concussed and he still played.
Yeah.
The old Chase Daniels.
Boy.
Yeah, you bring in Matt Moore, he'll hold money and hold a clipboard.
So the Dolphins are back, and I think the league is better. And they're going to face a good defense here in the 49ers. I don't know if they're a great defense yet. But Michael Irvin was discussing the defense yesterday with Damon Ratto, and here's what he had to say about this Niners defense. Yeah, oh my God, this one to raise my eyebrow.
It's a very rare streak, and when you start doing things like that, we start talking about, is this defense comparable to some of the greatest defenses we've seen in the history of our game? You start talking about that. You start talking about those Bears defense, those Chicago Bears, those defense, that Ray Lewis-led Ravens defense that dominated people. You know what I'm saying? That's what San Francisco's doing right now defensively. And this is a great match. Stopping the Saints and the Dog and all that, that's one thing. Stopping these Dolphins is going to be a whole nother show. And I can't wait. I'm talking about I can't wait. This is a great week. We got Cincy in Kansas City playing. We got the Dolphins in 49ers playing. Those are going to be 2 of the hottest, greatest games of the week.
Michael Irvin sounded very composed there, discussing the Niners defense.
We throw these things around like, could they be like the 85 Bears? Can they be like the Bucks and the Ravens and teams like that? There's been a lot of great teams that have had great runs with great defenses. Like I think of the 80s New York Giants as an example. Bonte, that's one of the most feared defenses of all time. Everyone goes 85 Bears. I'll take like 3 or 4 different versions of the New York Giants right up there with those 85 Bears. Not to take anything away from the 85 Bears, but like
Carl Banks, Lawrence Taylor, Pepper Johnson.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Harry Carson.
Leonard Marshall.
I mean, come on. Those dudes were loaded.
Yeah, they had ballers, okay? And so
even those Washington teams had some great defenses.
Yes, absolutely. Charles Mann, Darrell Green. Yeah, but
Dexter Manley.
But that's my point is I don't think they need to be like one of the, the Steel Curtain, have the nickname and be all that. But in their era, they are developing because of Bosa, because of Warner, and now you add in Hufanga. You've got a nice nucleus here where you can have a 5-year run, hopefully, as a defense. Do people outside the Bay Area talk about the Patrick Willis-led defenses that way?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do because they didn't win. They didn't get the ring. They didn't get the ring. Like, I'm looking at this list, right? Lubman has all these numbers, right?
Yes.
And the fewest points per game allowed in NFL history since 1978, the first 16-game season. And I had no idea the 2000 Tennessee Titans were on this list.
Really?
They allowed 11.9 points per game. Javon Curse, Blaine Bishop, Samaki Walker at corner, maybe? Or Samari Roll, I want to say.
That might have been later, but yes.
Nobody remembers that defense.
No.
78 Steelers, Steel Curtain. Okay.
Yeah, but that's you have, not Ed Too Tall Jones, but you have Mean Joe Green, and Lambert. You had so many great players on those teams, yes.
85 Bears, 86 Bears, 2002 Bucks. Really good defense.
Which is one of my, I think, underrated all-timers.
I think they're a top 3
Simeon Rice, Hardy Nickerson,
every level they had.
Derek Brooks.
Every level they had a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, John Lynch, Barber.
Rodney Barber's good borderline Hall of Famer. They were good. So where does this defense rank? Historically, I don't think they're quite there yet. We discussed the strength of schedule. They haven't played that team yet.
That's
the one
fair.
team they played, they gave up a 40-burger to the Kansas City Chiefs. You want to be a dominant defense. You want to get mentioned with the likes of those Baltimore Ravens in 02 and the 2000 Bucks, or excuse me, the 02 Bucks, the 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears. You got to go out there and win big games like this. And you got to go out there and shut them down. Like, the Dolphins can't score 10 points. You want to be considered a great defense? It can't be one of those 27-24 games where Tua throws for 280. You know what I mean?
Well, that's, as you're, rattling off all these great teams from the 80s, that's why I feared the New York Giants so much. They always seemed to stymie Bill Walsh's offenses. Yep. They were always very, very low-scoring, tight ball games till the very end. Like, go all the way to the NFC Championship game of 1990. From like 83 all the way through, it felt like Belichick and Tuna had Bill Walsh's number. And even if the Niners did win, it was on a last-second field goal, touchdown. And it was like a 10-10 game, 3-7 game, 3-0 game. Like, it were always tight games, no?
Yeah, no. It's funny because I did a deep dive on that a couple years ago on those Giants and Niners games.
They had their number.
I think it was maybe around the 30 for 30 with the Bill and Bill.
Okay.
Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick. And, they discussed in that documentary, like, we kind of, once we figured out the 49ers, it was difficult for them to score on us. We were physical. And in the Moneyball, or not the Moneyball book, the Blindside book, they discussed how Bill Walsh used to bring out his center. His center used to pull the block Lawrence Taylor on the edge. And once Parcells and Belichick figured that out, they say, we're just going to blitz the zero gap. We're going to blitz you right up the middle. So if they try that pulling center to take out Lawrence Taylor, well, we got heat coming up the middle for him. Now you adjust to that. Now you got to go one-on-one with Lawrence Taylor on the edge there. But you're right in that sense that those games, and like they were pounding the 49ers. There was a couple games, 49-3. They held the Niners to 3 points. They couldn't do anything with the New York Giants.
The Monday night game where it was like a
7-3.
Yeah, it was. It's one of the most famous games of all time.
Right, 7-3, and then of course they lost an NFC Championship game, 15-13. So you think about all these games here. Here it is right here. So the Niners lost a Monday night game in 91 to the Giants, 16-14. They lost the NFC Championship, 15-13. They won 7-3. All right, they won a Monday night game against the Giants, 34-24. But then the last second Jerry Rice Hail Mary, 20-17. Sorry, for those Niners teams, 20-17. Then they got a Monday night win where they dropped 41 on the Giants, but then 49-3, 21-17, 17-3, 21-10. They really had a way to slow down those defenses, and those are great, great defenses. Can this defense be that? Can they be that? Can they suffocate a team like this? This is the week to do it. Like Michael Irvin said, I completely agree. It's one thing to do it against Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
It's one thing to do it against Colt McCoy.
Yeah.
Right? Colt McCoy. It's one thing to do it against a banged-up Rams team. Can you do it against the Dolphins and this high-flying offense? And can you do it next week against Brady?
Well, who's the best passing attack that they face thus far this year?
Kansas City.
It's Mahomes. They failed that test.
They got 44 drops.
Whatever we can make excuses for the cornerbacks being hurt and guys out, and they failed that test, right? I think most people would say that. What's the second best passing attack that they faced this year?
Is it the Rams? Is it the Cardinals? Chargers? But the Chargers are down 2 guys.
I was even thinking about Seattle early in the season, but I don't know.
But we didn't even believe in Seattle at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know. And really, like, okay, let's go back to that Rams game. And I know it's been weeks and weeks removed. Cooper Kupp was killing them in the first half.
Yeah, he was.
He was killing them. Now, they made adjustments, and they took that away from them, and that was really all they had. This feels...
Falcons, maybe. Falcons put up a lot.
You know what? Falcons is a good call.
Yeah.
Falcons is a good call.
Pitts was healthy then.
Yeah. Yeah, Drake
Niners
made some plays.
Niners are missing, what, 7 guys?
Well, and Mariota, I don't think had... a perfect clean play sheet until the very end. We had to throw one away.
They missed like 7 dudes in that game, the Niners defense, so you kind of throw that one out.
I think this is the stiffest test outside of Kansas City. I think this is the stiffest test. And so you're going to get Waddle and you're going to get Hill, 2 elite wide receivers who everyone has in fantasy. You're going to get Tua, who's just more mobile than a lot of the guys that you face. I don't think he's in the same mobility category as a Kyler, but I think he's mobile enough to give you fits, which is what you struggle against. This feels like a true good litmus test. And then a running game, Jeff Wilson Jr.
And Raheem Mostert's going to be back this week.
In the right system, they can do things.
Moster's going to be back this week after all the talks he had in that article with Tyler. Who was it? Tyler Dune or Tyler Dunn? And he walked those comments back saying, hey, I'm not trying to throw any shade at Jimmy. I went to his brother's wedding. We're all good. My wife loves his brother's wife and all that. We're all best friends, blah, blah, blah. But they're averaging 25.6 points a game, 6th in the league. They're high-flying offense. You look at what they've done recently. 30 points against the Texans. They scored 30 in the first half. Texans.
Yeah, they took it off cruise control.
But to beat up on the Browns the way they did, they dropped 39 on them. They dropped 35 on the Bears, and that was before the Bears started trading everybody. The Lions, of course, the Lions don't have a lot of defense there. We'll see. But this is the game. If you want to be considered a great defense, because I don't even know if it's a great defense in the Niners in franchise history with the 49ers. I'm not even ready to put them in the top 5 yet.
I don't know.
We've had some great defenses in San Francisco. The last Super Bowl championship defense.
It just feels like the teams that they face, like if I'm just going through the list, and I don't want to I'm not diluting their wins. I'm just asking myself, don't we all kind of know now with some clarity, Denver's offense is broken.
Done.
Right? Seattle's good. I still believe Seattle's got a good offense. And we'll see a better version of Kenneth Walker now because
we didn't see him in week 2.
No, and that I think that changes their team. Like New Orleans, they're not dynamic.
No.
Arizona, without Kyler Murray, they lose a little bit of their dynamic nature, even though we thought Carolina's garbage. I mean, let's just call it what it is. So that's what I'm saying. So I think this is a true stiff test. And we know Tyreek Hill kills the 49ers.
No doubt.
I mean, bring up 3rd down, and most Niner fans start to get sad.
What's the play call? Wasp.
I don't even care what the play call is.
Wasp. Play calls Wasp or something like that.
But no, this feels like a legitimate test, and I'm excited, and I'm here for it. And I want to see what the 49ers pass rush can do, because I think the key to this game is getting pressure with 4B so that you don't have to send that extra rusher in, and you could drop guys in coverage and take away the middle of the field. They want to throw intermediately and down the field. They don't really like to take the check down.
Jet Chip Wasp is the name play call. 3rd and 15. 3rd and 15 in Super Bowl 54. Jet Chip Wasp. 3rd and 15. I've never sitting right here in the green room, sitting on the edge, was like, get this stop. This game is over.
Yeah, they're winning the Super Bowl. Quan Alexander dropped an interception plays before that.
And he dropped back and dropped that dime, and I said, oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I still just Tyreek apexing that ball. It just it hurts. It hurts. And Tua, I find this one interesting because you haven't even brought this up. I don't think anyone's really brought this up. As we look at Tua, it's hard for me as a Niner fan not to think about the trade. Part of why Miami is in the position that they're in is that they have a quarterback on a rookie scale. Now, they were tanking for Tua. Remember that? That was a thing. They ended up not getting the number 1 pick that year. They fall down. They probably didn't even draft the right quarterback. Herbert went after Tua. Most people think that they should, and I'm sure it was some true serum, they believe they should have taken Herbert instead of Tua.
Right.
But when you have the rookie on the suppressed contract, you are going to splurge in other areas. They then trade their pick to the 49ers, and then they use that pick to arm them with enough ammunition to draft Waddle, to bring in Tyreek Hill, to add to their defensive front and bring in Bradley Chubb. So I'm thinking about, hey, they've got their quarterback on a rookie deal, and look what they've built around them. Meanwhile, our quarterback, who we traded with Miami for,
is hurt
with a snapped ankle. But we've got Jimmy Garoppolo. So it's just it's interesting. Like the team building, I guess, contrast between the two. It's just a fascinating matchup this weekend.
Of course, McDaniel's being on the other side of that now. Now he's in Miami after those deals, after those picks, after those trades, and they look like they came out like bandits right now. I do want to get to Tua in just a second. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. Is this even a top 5 defense in 49ers history? I'm not even sure. Because I'll take the first 2 years of Harbaugh, those defenses.
Are you taking this over 2019?
I'm not taking this defense over 2019. 2019 was special.
I know.
2019 was really, really good.
No,
you didn't have to blitz at all.
They're incredible.
You didn't have to blitz. The last Super Bowl run, I'm not taking it. The 84 Niners that won the Super Bowl, maybe the greatest team of all time, that lost one game all season long,
94.
Shut down Dan Marino. We saw talk about Dan Marino. Even when they won their 4th championship and beat the Broncos 55-10, that defense was no joke.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Pro Bowler Eric Wright and Ronnie Lott. And yeah, you had
Matt
studs.
Millen in the middle.
Yeah,
Keena Turner was
Michael
still there.
Carter.
Yeah, dude. I don't even know if this is a top 5 defense in 49ers franchise history. Not yet.
I do think that this defense is really good, considering I'm looking around the league. It's never been easier to throw the ball. It's never been easier to score touchdowns. It's never been harder to play defense. And I do think that the way that this defense is set up, they bend, they don't break. They will give up yards, but they won't give up touchdowns.
Right.
I do think that their cornerback play, I think not about the interceptions, but on ball, turning and locating and finding the ball. I actually think this secondary is better than 2019 secondary. But I think that the front for 2019 was better than this year's front in terms of stuffing the run and getting after the quarterbacks.
Yeah,
I thought that highly of Armstead, Buckner, and D Ford.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, I don't know. Greatest defense of all time. I think it's a bit premature to start talking about this defense being the best ever. I mean, that Ravens defense in 2000.
Sharper.
J.B. Sharper, Peter Ballware, Sam Adams, Tony Siragusa, Ray Lewis. I mean, yeah, Ray Woodson, Rod Woodson.
Yes.
I mean,
Chris
come on.
McAllister?
Chris McAllister and Patrick, Dwayne Starks on the other side. Come on, man. Come on.
I know, that team was so good.
This
And then they
defense
drafted Ed Reed later, which is crazy.
It's just insane.
I know.
The 0-2 Bucks. Come on. Greatest defense.
But I do think that you're looking, and it's hard to say now, you're looking at what I hope to believe, a 10-year starter at safety in Hufanga. You're looking at a 10-year middle linebacker who's in the middle of his career right now. Fred Warner's throwing he's throwing his name as one of the great linebackers of all time in 49er history.
No doubt he is.
And I think Nick Bosa's already thrown his name in the ring for one of the great pass rushers. Now, there's been some great Niner pass rushers.
Great.
I mean, he's not even Alden yet. Like, let's be honest.
Charles Haley.
He's great, but he's not even Alden yet.
Dwayne Board, who they honored Sunday at the game. I knew you liked that right before
Bryant
the game.
Young.
He was the honorary captain, Dwayne Board.
I loved that.
Yeah,
Come on.
Pretty cool.
No, but there's been some great ones. And then obviously, even some great defensive linemen, Leo the Lion Nomalini and Charlie Kruger. There have been some great ones.
You love Leo the Lion.
Well, when you're a pro wrestler in the offseason and you're a USF guy, I'm going to root for you.
I want to get to Tua Tagovailoa, though, because it's kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo. The way I felt about Tua is how I felt about Jimmy. Now I fell off of Tua. Now I'm looking at Tua ball, and I watched his presser yesterday. I'm like, damn, that's why I fell in love with Tua.
Remember that year? Who wanted Tua?
What's year?
That was me. I was like, get Tua. Fall to me with the hip injury.
Oh,
that was the 2020 year.
I was out on Tua after that. I was on Tua when he came into that Georgia game.
I remember.
And he threw that spiral. I was like, oh, my God, that's the sickest spiral I've ever seen thrown.
The injury did
really him in that year in Alabama.
Yeah.
And then I saw him at Levi's. And I got to see him up close and personal, and I was like, man, all right, my guy Tua, let's go. And he just looked small.
Yeah.
He didn't look quick. The way he threw didn't have any velocity on the football. I was like, anyway, here's what Shanahan had to say about Tua Tagovailoa.
They have so much speed that they
blow the top off stuff, which gets some people open underneath. Tua is, to me, the reason that they're leading the league in explosives, because he knows how to hit people over the middle. It's rarely deep. It's usually running and hitting these guys on the move, and there's some really open space with all that speed. And then the quarterback who can drop it over linebackers, who's not worried about safeties, and is doing that part of his game as high as anyone I've seen right now.
So they added weapons around Tua to really maximize who Tua is, which the same thing had happened at Alabama. When he was at Alabama, he's throwing to Jerry Jeudy. He's throwing to Jalen Waddle. He's throwing to Devontae Smith. He's throwing to Henry Ruggs. Those was 4 wide receivers crying out loud.
And then throwing screens to Najee.
Yeah, throwing screens to Najee and Damian Harris.
Was Josh Jacobs there for 1 year?
Josh Jacobs was there as well.
I mean,
this guy was throwing 2 studs.
Yeah.
All NFL players.
So many players.
So it's not even, but the Dolphins, they're like, look, we have Tua.
Yeah.
We can't move off him right now. We don't like the quarterback class with Trey Lance and Zach Wilson and, and Trevor Lawrence. And we know we can't get the number 1 pick. So let's stick with Tua. Let's build around him and make him the trade for Tyreek Hill. Now, the Kansas City Chiefs haven't fallen off. And I didn't think Miami. I said, okay, Tyreek Hill, that's fun. How's he going to get the ball?
I didn't think he'd be this version of himself.
No.
I thought we were going to see a decline. Didn't you?
Absolutely. But Tua, as long as he's been healthy, has balled out. He's thrown for a lot of yards this year, 25, 64. He's 8-1 this season, 19 touchdown passes, 3 picks. So he hasn't turned the ball over.
Yeah, those are great numbers.
I mean, those are great numbers. Now, Jimmy has thrown 16 touchdown passes, only 4 picks. Like, Jimmy has been no slouch, believe it or not.
No, this has been one of his most efficient passing seasons in terms of the raw data.
Right. But Tua against this defense, so if you want to be a great defense, shut this guy down.
Yeah, I'm with you
Shut
there.
this offense down.
Well, they need to suffocate that offensive line. I mean, this is where Nick Bosa, to your point, you got to have a big-time week. The other thing is, I'm asking out loud, I think Buffalo's got some pretty damn good linebackers in Edmonds. Who else have they played that have great linebackers? Is that going to change it? Because we talk about the DBs a lot. Can they take away the middle of the field? Like Fred Warner is great in pass coverage.
And Dre Greenlaw, too.
Right? Can they take away the middle of the field where they really want to throw the ball? I don't know. I think this is a great matchup on a variety of levels for this team. And then I look at, like, Gibson has yet to get picked on as a safety.
And they're going to get tested deep this week.
Diamond Lenore has yet to really get tested opposite Ward. I got a feeling this is the week we're going to see maybe some deep throws in his direction.
Now, if they do shut down the Dolphins and they go out there and score 10 points and you sack Tua Tagovailoa 4 times.
Now we have a conversation.
Now we have a conversation about, okay.
Yeah.
Now they're becoming a great defense. But you got to get turnovers, too. That's the other thing with these great defenses. Tampa Bay, they were good for a touchdown a game.
Yeah.
We remember that defense was either pick 6, fumble recoveries, sack fumbles, setting up your offense at the 5-yard line. The same thing with the 2019 defense with the 49ers. Sack fumbles, pick 6s, put you short fields.
Fred Warner against the Rams, week 16, pick 6 before halftime.
When's the last defensive touchdown for this team? Was it Monday Night Football against the Rams?
Oh, that's a great question.
I think it was Monday Night Football against the Rams, right?
Was that week 4? 5?
So, yeah, I it's a little premature, but, Jason Aponte, who joined us at 7 o'clock, he's looking at the matchup between the Niners offense and the Dolphins defense, and nobody's talked about this. Dolphins defense is blitzing like 40% of the time. They're blitzing 40 to 45% of the time. That's all they do. And that's why they went out to make the deal for Bradley Chubb, because they're like, look, we got to get some pass rush without blitzing. We're getting burnt on blitzes. By the way, Lubman with the delivery of the day. With the coffee. We all need the coffee.
Special delivery.
Special delivery. G-Dep, what's happening?
Special delivery.
And the intro was like a minute long. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah. Was that Bad Boy?
He was just talking. That was Bad Boy, yeah. G-Dep. Special delivery.
That's his only song.
What about Wrist All Glittery? Yeah, that was his only song.
One hit wonder?
One hit wonder.
Like Walt Harris for the 49ers?
One hit wonder. One hit wonder. So this offense. A lot of people were giving Dennis Allen credit for his defense, and I saw something yesterday where it's, other offensive coordinators, opposing offensive coordinators, when they prepare for Dennis Allen, man, it's really tough. He's one of the toughest guys I ever prepare for. Okay, all right, that's fine. What about this Dolphins defense? Nobody's talking about them.
I want to
see this. I want to see this Niners offense get back on track. But also, what if they don't have Christian McCaffrey?
Well, that's a big one for me. And I told you about the injuries going in out of the game on Monday. I was very concerned. Jimmy Garoppolo's mobility. Where is he at? Chubb already kind of had a field day against them in week 2 when they played him when he was on the Denver Broncos. So I'm fearful of him. And he was attacking McGlinchey. Remember that game? Randy Gregory, too. I think he went out in that game afterwards. They were hurting our offensive line. That was a game where we really struggled to move the ball. So I worry about him. And I worry about the mobility of Jimmy Garoppolo. And then if you take McCaffrey off the field, even if he can only play like a fraction of the snaps, what does that do for the confidence level of Jimmy Garoppolo? And then what does it do for the spacing of some of the other players out there? Do we get back into the more constipated offense where things feel much more predictable? I don't know.
How much do you look into McDaniels knowing this system and knowing this 49ers franchise? Does that mean anything to you?
Of course. I mean, he understands personnel. He understands tendencies. I think there's a lot to know about that. I mean, I always think about the greatest example of this feels like Gruden against the Raiders, right? So I always feel like when you have been with someone, if you have personnel that can compete, you should have an advantage on some of the tendencies and the schemes, down and distance, things that people like to do. Because what you like to do is what you like to do.
Right.
You're not going to be running a variety of trick plays or a variety of new stuff. You're going to run variations of what you think works against certain personnel. And who would better know that than the guy who helped orchestrate the entire offense over the last 5-6 years?
So Mike McDaniel was asked yesterday at his press conference whether or not he talks to his players about his time in San Francisco. Here's what McDaniel had to say.
Maybe. I don't know. I think, when I'm talking to the players generally, if I have an opinion on the football team that we're playing, I'm voicing the opinion while I'm showing the tape. That's the bottom line. This is a bottom line business in terms of we are what that tape shows. So I think, there's probably human nature, They know that I have spent a good amount of time with a lot of those people on that team. But at the same time, that kind of is par for the course in this league.
Mike McDaniel.
Can I ask you a question about Mike McDaniel, B?
Please.
Did you judge a book by its cover?
Yes.
Do you feel foolish?
Absolutely.
Like
he's like 5'4".
I know. When we sized him up at training camp a couple years ago, I was like, "There's no way this guy is a brilliant football mind. I can't believe it." And I'm guilty of this. Like we all do this. With first impressions are everything, right? You size people up. You look at them. What are they wearing? How do they conduct themselves? Whatever. He looked like a total nerd on the sidelines, and he wasn't like passionate or anything. Just kind of like in his own thing. Got the big glasses, the big hat, wearing the Yeezys.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, he's a football coach.
He's the guy who's like the genius. He's the mastermind behind Shanahan's great offense.
No, I mean I'm here for this. I'm guilty of this, and I have to recalibrate myself. I love that he's kicking butt right now in the NFL because most people in their mind they see a Dan Campbell, and I like Dan Campbell, but they see a Dan Campbell. That's a football coach, right? That's what they think.
Right.
That's a football coach.
I was pulling so hard for about this.
Everyone was.
Dude,
he's like your uncle. You know?
He has no idea how to use a timeout.
He's like your freshman football coach.
He has no idea how to use a timeout.
No. We're going to run right through him.
But Baldy was on this in training camp. The first time we talked to Baldy this week, and rumor has it, is Baldy may join us next Friday, live in studio? Maybe? I hear he may be doing Bucks Niners.
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
But Baldy back in August.
I needed that.
Back in August. Discussed McDaniel and how elite he was. He said, man, the way he manipulates the defense with spacing and motions and the way he grinds tape. I thought, okay, Baldy's just being cool because he's part of the NFL fraternity.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's coach speak. He wasn't lying. He's got this team bought in, their formations. He manipulates defenses. And he commands the room. I watched that entire presser yesterday, 25 minutes. I was like, damn, that was different. And I'm here for it.
Don't we think that, like, in terms of the NFL landscape, it's the most macho of all the sports? I love that the brainiacs are taking over to a certain degree. Because here's the thing. Kyle Shanahan, brainiac, like that's what we think, like deep into the X's and O's. What is his core philosophy as a coach? I'm going to run the ball down your throat. Like, I know we think like the brainiacs want to throw the ball down. Now, McDaniels is throwing the ball all over the place, right? So he's bucking this particular trend. But like, when I think of a Dan Campbell, in my mind, it's like, we're going to run the ball every single possession.
Yep.
But yet they throw the ball a lot, like a lot. And then I think of Kyle Shanahan, and he's a really, really smart guy. He wants to run the ball down your throat. Like, that's his ethos. So I find it interesting that we do this comparative shopping on what people look like and what they're going to be as a coach, because I do it. I think we all do it in every walk of life.
Right.
And McDaniels, I just love that he's bucking the trends.
Well, before we get to Brent and Santa Rosa, hang tight, Brent. We'll get to your call in just a second. Here's what Shanahan had to say about Mike McDaniel and how he made himself valuable with the 49ers.
Anytime you have a QC, those are the guys as a coordinator you depend on the most. You know, when you're a coordinator and the players come in, everyone goes to their offices and teaches the players. And then you go back in your room and you try to put a plan together. And there's not many people available that aren't in rooms coaching the tight ends or the O-line. And then you have a guy who's been breaking down the film all week, not just for his position, but for everything. So the QCs are the guys you rely on more as a coordinator, because they're seeing the whole thing as much as you can. They're not just preparing a position. And Mike was always in that type of role. You know, I think 2 years he coached receivers for me. But all the other time, I mean, he was a great position coach, but he was more valuable in the other way. I don't want a guy tied down to one position. That's kind of what happened to me when I brought Mike LaFleur here. I put him with receivers the first year, but then there's too many times. So I'm asking some stuff about the red zone and things on Thursday night, and they're in their world on what Bourne's doing or somebody. I'm like, man, I need you to help me in this area. So sometimes guys want to be position coaches fast, and I always say QC might be the best thing for you. And sometimes it's vice versa, but there's different paths to do stuff. And when you do stay in those roles longer, you do get to learn more. You don't just go right to a position and focus just on that position. So I think that's stuff that really benefited Mike, and that's why he was the one guy I was always communicating with so consistently over the years.
You know, one of the things that I look at a lot of the old school coaches.
Right.
You look at their rise to how they became who they were. Like Tom Landry played on Vince Lombardi's, was on his staff as a defensive coordinator, right? And then he ends up becoming a great defensive coordinator. But he was talking about all
New York Giants,
He's talking about all the different positions that he held over the years at different spots. Belichick came up through the special teams rank.
Right.
Why do you think he holds special teams in such high regard?
Special teams, yeah.
It's interesting to hear him talk about position coaches and how they get carried over into other duties. I mean, everybody can relate to that in their own jobs. I mean, think about Spadoni. Spadoni is one of the greatest technical producers we've ever had here at 95.7 The Game, running the board. He's also great on air.
Right.
He's also hilarious. Right. He's also great with making content and helping us produce the show on a daily basis.
Five-tool player.
Exactly. Very versatile. So to just say, oh, Joe Spadoni, yeah, he's a technical producer. No, he does way more than that.
The great Alexander Scott was like that.
Oh, my God.
Maybe a madman, but he was good at everything. Knew every little role.
I miss that guy.
Every little role. That's why, coming up in the game, not to bring it about myself, but I tell a lot of young students, it's like, look, man, I did everything. I wrote articles.
Yes.
Covered the game. I was a technical producer. I ran games. I tried to talk on air. Do it all.
Yes.
Put your hand in every little cookie jar.
Yes.
That's what Mike McDaniel did with the 49ers, and I was head coach.
You know what they say when you're getting hired, right?
What's that?
The buzzwords. He has a can-do, team-first attitude. He can work really well individually in silos and in group projects.
He can adapt to any role.
He's self-motivated.
Right.
I just had somebody call me up. One of my friends was like, hey, can I use you as a reference? I'm like, absolutely. And I knew all the jargon to throw out there.
Oh, dude.
We miss him. I would hire him in a heartbeat. He's a winner. Everything he does, he's self-motivated.
Oh, dude.
I'm so good at those.
Dude,
we're going to present him an offer this afternoon.
The big line I use. I was like, man.
Cut me a portion of that.
Dude, I used this line one time. Hook one of my boys up for a time. I was like, he was the Tom Brady of our operation.
No,
he was the GOAT. I swear to God. Dude got the job. I think he's still working there. I'm not going to name names because I don't want him to get fired. But I was like, he was like the Tom Brady. This guy did everything.
Now,
He's composed, poised.
Have you ever stuck your neck out for somebody who didn't deliver?
Oh, absolutely. It's the worst.
I'll go back to my old butcher days. My buddy Brian Shanahan, we were both in high school. I was like, I'll get him a job in the afternoon. Brian, if you're out there, I'm sorry, bud. All of the turkey cutlets, there was hundreds of them wrapped onto this tray.
Right.
And he's trying to pull the tray out to wrap it up at the end of the night, dropped all the turkey cutlets on the floor all over the sawdust.
I was a supervisor.
First day. And they were like, this guy's not going to make it.
I was a supervisor at UPS, and my buddy Mike Gomez, wet. Got him in there. It's like, dude, you're going to be a supervisor. Just come on time for 30 days. And the operation starts, and he's walking in, lollygagging, 45 minutes late, just chilling.
Smelling like weed.
It's just like, Mike, dude, you're making me look bad, bro. Once you getting calls like, yo, your boy Gomez at it again. I love you, Gomez. But, man, you made me look bad a couple times. Brent, real quick, in Santa Rosa. Then we'll get the injury report. And Darrell Wright. Brent, what's happening?
Hey, Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, Brett.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me on, man. I listen to you guys every morning.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Hey, Shasker, you brought up the '84 season a while ago, and I was thinking about that. And I went to a few games that year, and talk about a defense. I mean, this defense we have now is fantastic, but that defense there, I would liken it with the Chicago Bears of '85. They were that good, and it was fun. Oh yeah, I went to like 4 games that year, and the one game that I went to was the only loss they had against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I was there in the corner. I talked to Bryant Young down in the corner, and Eric Wright got called for an interference penalty, and then the Steelers got the ball on the 1-yard line, and they won the game 20-17 on October 14th. And I was at that game. I'm thinking, oh my God! And they won out and won the Super Bowl that year. But talk about a good defense. That was one of the best I've ever seen.
Yep.
And I can't wait till this Sunday. I'll be sitting there in Levi Stadium this weekend.
Can't wait.
What's that? So.
Good call.
Hey, Brent, thanks for the call, man. Thanks for the call. Please call us back, and thanks for listening as always. It's going to be a fun game on Sunday. We'll get more into it at 8:30. Darrell Wright's coming up in 6 minutes to talk some Dubs. A lot of positives coming out of that game against the Dallas Mavericks.
An Aaron Judge update, excuse me.
Said within
the end of the week?
Yeah, within the end of the week.
Well, today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. That's the end of the week. Weekend doesn't count as part of the week.
Aaron Judge is going to sign like during the Niners-Dolphins game, huh? He totally is. All right, injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
A lot of dry snitching going on, huh, Shasky? A lot of dry snitching going on with our boys. Hey, you made us look bad with our references, damn it. It's okay to snitch 15 years later.
25.
Yeah. Things are bad. You took a big smack out of that burrito. Look at you. Can't even talk right now. Gosh, I can't wait to dive into this thing. All right, things are taking an unfortunate turn with the health of Christian McCaffrey. CMC was not on the practice field yesterday as he continues to deal with the irritation according to Kyle Shanahan. His absence has now left his status for Sunday's game uncertain. On a positive note, Jimmy G was a full participant in practice, and he appears to show no lingering effects from that knee injury he sustained Sunday against the Saints. No knee brace. He moved around, bootlegged, all that stuff. So Jimmy, he's in. CMC, we have no idea, and that could be a problem against Miami Dolphins. On Sunday, the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The one and only D. Wright here on The Roast.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
with Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
You know what to do, Spinone. Let's just go right into it. Let's hit the intro.
He runs South Beach.
Go holler at my boy Miles at Prime 112, the owner. Definitely drop my name. I'm always good in the MIA.
He has his own commercials.
Thought I'd spice things up.
He's now taking over the dial as our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider.
Hey, Bonte, I don't play basketball no more. I'm a full-time golfer.
Hey.
Okay?
Here's Darrell Wright.
The one, the only, Darrell Wright, of course, co-host on Warriors pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area, NBA champion, former Golden State Warrior. He's also a Dodger fan, and he's also celebrating a birthday tomorrow. D. Wright, what's happening, my man?
Fellas, what's up, man? I'm just chilling out. How you guys doing?
We're good,
Sagittarius life, baby.
Yeah, there
Let's
you
go.
Shasky on Monday, D. Wright on Friday.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. sir. Sag life, baby.
That's what I'm talking about.
And shout out to your wife, too, Mia, as well, who just celebrated her birthday on Tuesday as well. So a lot of birthdays this week. Nance P, his birthday as well. Remember Nance P brought this big old Foster's.
Oh, yeah.
The kid was like, who drinks a Foster's?
Well, he's the only black guy I've ever seen drink Australian beer.
We went down to Levi Stadium, D-Right, to go to a Niner game. And one was like, yo, you want this Foster's? And like, you know, those Foster cans are huge.
It's the weirdest
thing. That was the only time I ever took a Foster's. Like, I guess we would. Like, what? So you're the only black guy in America to drink a Foster's. Anyway, the Warriors had a feel-good loss on Tuesday. And let's just start here. We could always start with Steph and Dre and Clay and all those guys, but Jonathan Kuminga made a name for himself, and I think he's etched his name in stone to play in the rotation. Now, I know it's just one game, but his first double-double of the season. I thought Kuminga really flashed on Tuesday, playing defense, cutting to the basket, and I got high hopes for him, and I'm excited to see where he's going to be in February or March, D, right?
Heck yeah, man. JK with a big game last game. Put two great games together, in my opinion. I thought he played really well in Minnesota. I know I mentioned the other day when we saw Steve Kerr talking to him before he left the floor, just, congratulating him on his game. And then him coming back, playing that Dallas game and being an impact player, man, on both ends of the floor. So those are the things you want to see from a young player, man, when you could put back-to-back games together and be consistent. And I think that's just the biggest thing they waiting for with the young guys, just being consistent. We all know they got a bunch of talent. They can play at a high level, but they got to be consistent. And every single day you got to bring your game. And, JK is on his way, in my opinion.
How do they get Jordan Poole going, D, right? It feels like he'll have a game, then he'll have another game where, not so much. I liked his floor game the other night. I know he didn't score a whole lot, but I loved the way he was setting up the others for that second unit and then the blend of when they had of the other stars in there. How do they get him to be more consistent, though?
You know what? What I've been noticing, it just looks like he's moving too fast. Like he's trying to get that good game so bad, and I understand, struggling back-to-back games or every other game, it's tough. You want to be consistent like we talked about. And I think with Jordan Poole, you just got to let that game come to him, do other things other than scoring, whether that's being a playmaker, defending, and then the offense will be a little bit easier. But I think what can really get his game off is those straight line drives to the basket, getting to the free throw line. We all know he's one of the best free throw shooters in this league, man. So that's where you could get your game going, at the free throw line, see that ball go in a few times and feel good about yourself.
Darrell Wright here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, co-host on Warriors pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area, and NBA champ, former member of the Miami Heat and the Golden State Warriors. The travel hurt around the world yesterday with Steph Curry at the end of that game. I know you and Festus believed it was a travel. Bully said it wasn't. I was on a fence. I was swaying back and forth. I didn't know what it was. 2 days later, do you still believe it was a travel?
It was a travel in that game. That hasn't been a travel in the NBA for the past 30 years, but in that game, that was a travel.
Yeah.
So it's just a tough one. You could tell they were overemphasizing the travel the other day, and, it was back-to-back travels. Luka Doncic did basically the same move, and they called a walk on him. So that's why I believe that's why they called Steph Curry for a travel. At that time in the game, you can't blow the whistle. But, you got to call the game the right way, I guess.
What do you think about the relationship between the top-tier players, like Luka, for example, Steph Curry, with the referees? Because it feels like I watch Luka, he's complaining on every single possession. And no, I mean it. I feel like there's just a lack of respect on both sides. Not that the officials are great, but I do feel like the top-tier guys in the league utterly disrespect the officials, and it's not good. They need to work on this. Is that something you're noticing as well?
Oh, yeah, man. It's just been a lot of chatter. When I was playing, you respect the refs, you know everybody by first name, and you go over there and have a conversation with them. I feel like if you do it the right way, when you pull those guys to the side and, talk to them a certain way, they give you your respect. I think it's the guys that, they kind of say something every play or, go crazy on them. That's when they don't give you the respect on the court, which is, kind of crazy. But that's how it is. They're human. They're going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
NBA players are human as well. They're going to make mistakes. But I would love to see the game get cleaned up a little bit more on, certain things, whether that's a foul or, contact going to the basket, whatever it is, just trying to be as fair as possible.
No doubt about that. D right here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Moving forward, Warriors are 11-11. They're playing better basketball. It feels like the second unit has been stabilized. Do you think at any point this season they're going to need James Wiseman at all?
Yeah, another body, another athletic body. I feel like if James continue to get better and, build those days, have those consecutive days, yeah, it's a great role out there for him. It's minutes out there for him. It's, he can get better on the defensive end. We all know he can score the basketball. I think it's more on the defensive end, just learning the system, learning the terminology, knowing where to be at. So he definitely, James Wiseman, is minutes out there for him if he continues to get better.
What do you think about Draymond Green's early seasons thus far? It feels like he's having a rejuvenation offensively, and I'd love to see that continue.
Oh, man, he's playing great basketball right now. He started the season off super aggressive, taking those open shots when he's around, the perimeter. And that's what the Warriors need. We saw those stats up when Draymond Green scores 8 or more points, how successful this team is. So, he just makes his team even more scarier when he's being aggressive, looking for a shot, and being that facilitator. So I love seeing Draymond being aggressive and, shooting those open shots. And he looks good. And he looks comfortable this year doing it as well.
No doubt. What would you tell Moses Moody, who's not playing right now? He's out of the rotation. You were down in Miami playing behind Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal and Gary Payton and Antoine Walker and Jason Williams. So you've been at that spot. What would that message be to Moses Moody to stay ready when his number is called? Because he's not playing at all recently. He's out of the rotation right now, D, right?
Yeah, I would just tell young fella, hey, man, stay with it. Keep your mind right. One thing I can tell about Moses Moody, he's mature. He's beyond his years already. You can tell he's been raised by great people, and he has a great circle. So he's always positive. But for a young guy like that that's struggling with a bunch of up and downs in his second year, just stay ready. Keep getting your work in. Keep asking questions while you're on the bench. And pay attention to what's going on, because at some point, Steve Kerr's going to call his name. We know how Steve is. He always going to come back to you. So when he calls your name, just go out there and seize the moment. And I think Moses Moody, once he gets out there, he's going to find a way. He plays hard. He does the little things. He's not out there always trying to look for baskets and buckets. He's out there just playing hard. So I'm really looking forward to Moses Moody getting back on the court, because he's a good young player.
Yeah, I think I am too. When you're watching Steph Curry, like you're seeing this guy right now, it feels like we don't even talk about him. I mean, we don't. He's incredible. He's in year 14. He looks better than ever. He's aging like a fine wine. Like D-Wright, you've been watching this league. You played in this league for a long, long time. Like, is he cementing himself as a top 7, 8 player all time?
Most definitely. Every single night he takes that floor, man. He's putting on the show. He's helping his team win, or, giving his team a chance to win. But just his presence on the court, how he's playing great floor games down, rebounding, assists, screen assists, all the little things, that you ask your star players to do for you, or your franchise player. And Steph Curry has answered every call, man. So to see him get better and better like fine wine, man, it's pretty impressive, to be honest with you fellas, because it's like, what else?
Right.
What else, Steph?
It's
proving everybody wrong every single night.
It's funny, D-Right. He scored 32 the other night, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and we're like, Steph Curry, he's only 5 of 14 from the 3-point line. Like, when he scores 32, it's normal for us. It's insane how well he's playing right now and carrying his basketball team offensively. And not to mention Andrew Wiggins, who I know he had a down night the other day, 1 of 6 from the 3-point line, just 10 points, 1 rebound, but Andrew Wiggins looks like he's going back to the All-Star game if he continues to remain consistent, being two-way Wiggs.
Oh, yeah, two-way Wiggs is definitely going back to his second All-Star game. He's been playing some great basketball. I know that championship run last year, winning that championship, him getting that extension, has definitely done something to his psyche, because he's out there, man, comfortable. This is the right system and team for him. So I'm excited to see him out there every night, because now he takes so much pressure off Clay guarding the best player every single night. And, you can tell he doesn't mind whoever it is, 1 through 4, he's going to go out there and give his best effort. And then on the other end, he's going to give you that 18 or 19, 20 points. And you go like, dang, I ain't even noticed Wiggs is at 18 or 19. But that's just how he's been with this team so far.
D-Wright, man, the birthday boy. I guess I'll see you next week, right? I'll see you next week on Warriors Pre and Post?
Yeah, I'll be there next week, man. You already know. The vibes will remain.
The vibes have been real. Shasky wants in on TV, man. He's trying his best to get out there, man. D-Wright, he wants to take your spot.
No. Just a FaceTime every now and then. I'm Joe Shasky from Cisco WebEx.
He still owes you a bet, D, right?
I do.
He definitely does, man.
We'll do that this year.
I didn't forget about him.
I know.
Didn't forget about him.
We'll go watch Aaron Judge in a Giants jersey together, but I'll be wearing Dodger blue.
Okay, for sure. We get it done. Don't worry.
That's what I figured.
D, right, man.
Yeah,
Happy
buddy.
birthday, man. Thanks for the time as always.
Yes, sir. Thanks, fellas.
Anytime, Darrell, right here on the morning, Russ on 95.7 The Game. You got something funny look here. Let me get this read because I gotta get through it. By the way, rest in peace to Gaylord Perry. Rest in peace, Gaylord Perry, who passed away earlier today. Everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant, so it's time we head back into their kitchen for episode 3, The Go-To, presented by Trimark. Check out the Rome Artisan Burgers at 957thegame.com. What's on your mind, Shasky? I see the wheel spinning.
Well, okay, I just wrap a bow on the Warriors because we can't just go from one topic to the next because we're going to get in trouble. Look. So my point is, Warriors, couple games here at home, right, B?
Yep. 3 straight at home. Bulls, Rockets, Pacers.
Bulls, Rockets, Pacers. Let's get 2 out of 3. Let's put ourselves over 500. Let's not look
Mark Willard guaranteed 3 straight.
I'll take 2 out of 3 at this
14
point.
and 11?
I'll take 2 out of 3. All right. And I want Kuminga to continue doing what he's doing and the rest of the team to find some more consistency. If we do those things, I think a lot of Warrior fans take a nice deep breath. We'll be in the middle of December. We'll be feeling a lot better about ourselves. Now let's transition to baseball, as you referenced Gaylord Perry. John Morosi has a tweet out right now, okay, that I just was notified of, and it came out about an hour ago. Update. This is John Morosi, okay? Aaron Judge's free agent decision could come within the week. We discussed latest on the MLB Hot Stove. Now, they were on the television.
Network.
Yes, on MLB Network. And basically, this is what John Morosi said, quote unquote, very realistic possibility that the Giants are the destination for Aaron Judge. Right now, it's as close to 50-50 as it gets.
Oh, my God.
Now, the other part of this, I did some research, okay? And you can see here, the NJ.com, which has been all over the Aaron Judge thing from the beginning. SNY's Andy Martino, I hope I'm saying that, Seb. Basically, this will be wrapped up by the end of the week. Winter meetings are next week. He wants this done. A decision is coming very soon, in the words of one of the clubs, as in the Yankees, elders, statesmen, coinciding with next week's winter meetings. Aaron doesn't want to let this drag on. I hope I read that properly.
Basically, the gist of it is he wants the deal done by the end of the week. He doesn't want to wait until spring training to get a deal done.
No.
He wants to be home. So maybe it's true. You heard earlier in the process that he was house hunting.
I heard that. I didn't want to bring a big deal and
right.
This is what's happening. It's just what I had heard.
So somebody who was at the hotel, works at the hotel he was at, basically was like, yo, Bonte, the word is, and a couple people were talking about it at the hotel, he's house hunting out here. Oh, please. And I was like, huh. Now, this is from somebody who worked at the hotel.
He's just telling the bellhop, hey, I'm here. Right. I am here strictly to house hunt.
And now this person at the hotel.
I'm now imagining Pee Wee Herman at the end of Pee Wee's Big Adventure as the bellhop, remember?
Right, yeah, I do remember his little role. Yeah, and they all went to the movie theater to watch his one little scene, and they were all clapping for him.
Instead of a bicycle, it's a motorcycle.
He said like 2 words.
Oh, so good. 50-50?
This person
50-50
has an elite job at that hotel.
Oh.
And they were like, and this person don't even care about sports. This person don't even care about sports. So then I hit Shasky up immediately. Was like, yo, this person, I know you said something about house hunting, but this person who works at the hotel said also about house hunting. So maybe he's a Giant by the end of the weekend.
Well, so
and maybe he's at Chase Center Friday, Saturday.
Oh my God.
Maybe what if he's there Friday night for the Bulls with a fresh new contract, ringing the bell with a Warriors jersey,
Steph hugging him in a Giants cap with E40 there in a Giants cap. Oh, my God, I would love that. I'd have to show up in a Giants cap.
Wow.
So let's just do the process of elimination here on the Aaron Judge thing.
Wow.
Like, okay, we've heard from people, this could drag on forever.
This could really be a Giant.
That's not going to happen. Like, the part, let's just do process of elimination. It's not going to drag on.
No.
I think that helps the Giants.
It does.
I think that does. I think the less bidders you have, the better. Number 2, it feels 50-50 between Yankees and Giants. I'll take those odds. If I had a 3rd and a 4th team, that's where I get worried. Well, Dodgers, Mets, I don't want those.
But also just getting it done out the way. If he decides not to sign with the Giants, you could pivot,
Agreed.
move on, and go out there and go get other free agents.
he's doing
sign other free agents.
right by himself, but also is doing right by us because then, the Giants can make moves of their own. And if you want to link up with other people, like if you're Aaron Judge and the Giants have a boatload of money and you want other guys to come join, well, you better sign on the dotted line soon before those other guys go elsewhere.
Judge.
Did you know that he's the only, right now, let's say he's part of their starters, right? Their starting lineup.
Yeah.
He's the only homegrown Yankee in the last 10 years to be in that starting lineup right now, currently.
That's insane. And they don't let homegrown talent leave. Well, Robinson Cano did leave, actually.
One of the
Melky
few.
left. Melky Cabrera left. Did he get traded or did he leave?
I thought he got traded.
He may have got traded.
But very rare.
Very rare.
We all admit. Very rare.
Andy Pettit left later in his career.
He was at the end.
Yeah, he was at the end. Judge.
Are you feeling more optimistic? Because I've been very optimistic the whole way through.
Well, I've just been on the fence. Because part of me is like, why would he sign here?
Which is totally fair.
But
totally
when he gave that wink, in that video saying, yeah, I'm just out here visiting family and friends, and he gave that wink, and it was on record that he did visit, and it was on record that Steph Curry and Aaron Judge shared text messages. And did you saw E40 tweet out, hey, Judge, come home, man. Come on, man. Like E40 would say, come on, man. I got the Lumpia Company, man. And then, like, if he signs, and you got the Rockets, Bulls, Rockets, and you got the Niners game on Sunday.
I was just going to say, then I have him like Hunter Pence a couple of weeks ago, ringing the foghorn
with that Niner jersey on.
So him at a Warrior game Saturday night.
And then the Niner game against the Dolphins.
You want to talk about ingratiating yourself to a new fan base?
Come home, Judge. It's funny. Because we're here, we're almost at the finish line.
I know you've been exhausted with this topic.
No,
but it feels like we're getting to the end.
No.
I'm so excited.
Here's the deal.
We're in the mix. We're down to 2. It feels like we're a couple days away. We're here. We're at the look. Even if they don't get him, I'm telling you this. I want him. I'm going to be disappointed we don't get him. I am so proud of the Giants organization for getting it this far. Because they have outside of money, there's not a lot of reasons to come here.
But I can't be proud of them for getting this far. Because it felt like they got this far with Bryce Harper.
I felt like Bryce was always using us, but maybe you're right.
No, but we were soaking. We were talking about he was going to sign at Fan Fest. We were hyped for Bryce Harper.
We all were.
Shohei Ohtani. Stanton. It felt like we got close to all those guys. So losing out on Judge would not make me happy. It would not make me happy. No. They get no credit for not signing Aaron Judge. They have to sign Judge. Now, to me, the reason why I'm sitting here, I just lost in the weeds because we're discussing Aaron Judge, not this past season, but when the Giants won 107 games.
Yeah.
And it was like, Aaron Judge is going to be a free agent next year. And nobody was thinking about him possibly being on the radar or ever leaving the New York Yankees. Well, the New York Yankees are going to re-sign him.
Yeah.
He's going to be a Yankee for life. The fact that the Yankees allowed him to enter free agency and fly out here to San Francisco and visit with the Giants, and he hears all the love. Aaron Judge, if you're out there listening, give us a call if you want. I know you're listening to the More Than Roast. Listen, we want you. We made the pitch. Hopefully the Giants and Larry Bear and Will Clark and Barry Bonds all met with you. Hopefully he's cycling right now with Barry Bonds and Marin. Well, I mean,
Bonte, as much as the Kevin Durant coming to the Warriors on July 4th, 2016 is one of the great moments in Bay Area sports history for everyone, for the Giants,
this would be
about as close to as big. I mean, Hunter Pence was a big trade.
Yeah.
But it's not like this.
This would be the biggest move for the Giants since Barry Bonds.
I feel the same way. Zito? Was Zito that big?
No, hell no.
It was pretty big.
I laid on the couch when the ticker came across that Barry Zito signed a 7-year, $126.
I was pretty excited.
And I was with Big Dog, and I was like, he better win 3 Cy Youngs with that money. That's the first thing I said.
He better win.
And he come close.
He better win
3 Cy Youngs with that contract.
He barely won 3 games his first 3 seasons.
I remember I went to an opening day against the Padres, PV versus Zito, and Zito gave up 7. I was like, damn. Okay, this guy 126. This will be the biggest move for the Giants' response.
Remember,
hands down.
We were like ready to throw a red carpet Market Street parade for Aaron Rowan coming to the Giants.
Oh my gosh!
Remember that?
Oh, I do. They got to get this guy. It's too close.
Am I being too crazy, too caught up in the moment? I'm so excited. I want my Giants to get Aaron Judge so bad.
We need a star.
I know.
We need a personable, marketable star. This is a star-driven market. We love our stars.
Is he the biggest star currently in baseball? I think he is. I do. As great as Ohtani is.
Shohei's up there. Shohei's right there.
I know.
You know what?
I know.
And you know what? You know what I'm going to say? As soon as you sign Judge,
What can I do to get Shohei?
Let's start with Judge.
All right, I get it. Because Shohei's going to be a free agent next year.
I know.
I want to load up on stars. All right, let's get to RS real quick in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I want him so bad.
I want him so bad.
We're down to the stretch. 50-50 Giants-Yankees. This reminds me of Bonds 93. It was 50-50 Yankees-Giants, Yankees-Giants, Yankees-Giants. And he came back home. Come back home.
Aaron Judge, come home, man. I know Linden, California is about an hour and a half away.
I'll tell you.
Come home.
I'll tell you one thing Giants fans won't do. They ain't going to boo you.
No, they will not boo you.
I mean, we
will not boo you.
Open-armed, embraced, and kissed Panda the second he came back.
Forget eating for free in the Bay Area. You may be living for free. Giants may be paying your mortgage bill, dog. That's how serious this is, Aaron.
I don't know if any GoFundMe can afford property taxes here in the state of California.
Probably not. RS in Charlotte, North Carolina. What's up, RS? Help us pivot to Dolphins-Niners. What's up, RS?
What's going on, buddy?
What's up?
I just wanted to thank you first and foremost for allowing me on your show. I'm watching. And, I was wondering if the 49ers played the Kansas City Chiefs and they couldn't stop them. What makes you think the 49ers can stop the Dolphins?
They're a little more healthier this time.
Yeah.
I think that's a very important factor. Nick Bosa didn't look right in that Kansas City game. I think that he looks a lot better now. To me, he's the key. And also, I think it's going to be wet. If this was not a wet environment, I'd probably be even more scared of the Dolphins' offense.
Yes, and that's absolutely correct. And another thing I noticed, San Fran has a good 5 or 8 in the box. I believe their secondary is not really that good to stick up with them guys. I really don't think so.
Yeah,
I really don't.
Well, the pass rush will be important. It's imperative they get pressure on Tua Tagovailoa.
I do want to see a big Hufanga hit over the middle.
I want to see that. I also want to see Tua get cracked. I want to see Tua get cracked. And I want to remind Tua.
I'm not going to say that.
I want to see Tua get reminded of what it was like at Levi Stadium last time he played in that stadium. When they got blown out by Clemson, 37-16. Remember that?
Hunter Renfrow. Wait, time out. Were you at that game?
Oh, yeah. National
You were
championship.
one of the 2 people in 95-7 in the game that got credentials?
Yeah, Joe Fortenbaugh and I sitting out there in there.
Why didn't he use his ESPN credential?
No, he was not at ESPN yet.
Oh, I thought he was.
No. We did a lap on the field. Actually, that picture popped up in my memories.
Oh, wait,
got an iPhone.
Wait, he had 10 seconds with you to walk around the field?
He walked around the entire field.
He had time for you?
Did a lap.
I have 14 seconds. Talk now.
Is that the game that Trevor Lawrence solidified himself as the next great prospect?
Yes. Yep. Travis Etienne, Deshaun Watson was on the sideline. T. Higgins. There were some stars in that game.
Hunter Renfrow
was in that game.
Ruined my fantasy season.
You had all the backs from Alabama. You had all the wide receivers from Alabama. That was a star-studded game. It was packed at Levi's. That's when I was like, there's potential in the stadium. Night games at Levi's, yeah, they pop. Clemson and Bama, they came out, man. They came out.
What did not Debo, but Dabo Sweeney's like, I don't even know where the hell I am.
You could say that, you Raider fan. You can say that. All right, man. Hey, listen. Are we too old to be acting like this about Aaron Judge? Of course. But damn it,
no.
If JP Morosi's, give Bubba a call. I haven't heard from Bubba in a long time. How close is this to get? Don't play with my emotions, man. This is the deal. The Giants have to sign this guy. They have to. They will be the laughing stock of the league if they don't sign this guy.
No.
Yes, they will, Shasky.
No, I think this is a great step forward.
You can't keep coming in second place.
No, I agree with that, but I think this is a great step forward because the fact that it's down to you and the Yankees shows me teams, players, agents out there, they know you mean business.
Or maybe
you
they're
are respected.
You think the Giants just getting pimped?
No.
All right.
Dude, they get guys. Don't let's not make it out like they don't get guys. They get guys. They got Denard Span. They got Melanson.
Come on, listen to that. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that.
That was a joke. That part was a joke.
Don't do that.
That part was a joke. That was a joke.
Come on.
They got Jock Peterson. I mean, come on. Don't say they don't get
Ludman,
guys.
you want him. Come on, tell me right now.
Obviously, I want him. I feel confident, so.
Forgot who said. Why the hell did the Giants spend 19.6 on Jock Peterson? Let's not even go there. I'm not going to go there. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, Full Service Banking. No compromises and choosechange.org. Mark Clayton, a blast from the past.
Let's go.
Former Miami Dolphin great. Going to shed some light on the Miami Dolphins and the 49ers matchup this Sunday at Levi's. More coming up on the roast. Judge Watch.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning.
Steve Kerr, today at 5.
His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge with TakingVegas.com, and we got a big one tonight, Buffalo, New England. It's absolutely free. Just go visit TakingVegas.com. The play is right there. Easy to get off the 2-0 Monday night sweep on Pittsburgh and the over. We are now 24-5 on our weeknight pro football releases this year. And get tonight's Buffalo, New England divisional matchup. Big game there. It's absolutely free on TakingVegas.com. Plus, the next 30 days of our service are free as well. Guys, this is a tremendous opportunity to get a big play tonight. Plus, the next 30 days of our service absolutely free. And it's just one click of a button. Just go to TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com right now. Buffalo, New England tonight, absolutely free. Plus, the next 30 days of our service for free as well. Very simple to get. Just visit TakingVegas.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
In San Francisco, showers this morning, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Folks, this is your pilot. We have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. New Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, now through December 5th, get HBO Max included for a year.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast.
and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Oh, boy.
Whew. You're a heartbreaker. Or something like that.
Mad.
What's this guy? This is a guy Matchbox 20 with Santana. But what's the guy's name?
Rob Thomas.
Rob Thomas. He had a moment.
I'm thinking about Judge, man. You can't finish in second place with this move. You can't. All we've been talking about for 3 weeks of free agency, Aaron Judge to the Giants, Aaron Judge to the Giants, Aaron Judge to the Giants, Aaron Judge to the Giants. You can't finish second. You can't. Not after Shohei, not after Bryce Harper, not after Giancarlo Stanton, not after all these. You can't finish in second. Losing Rodon, who's going to sign with another team. You don't get a badge of honor. You don't get a high five for Farhan Zaidi or Larry Bear to say, you tried. You made a great pitch. You have to close the deal.
No, I agree.
Do you ever brag about the girl before you married Michelle? You ever brag about a girl where you say, I got close.
No, but there are times
you don't get props for that.
No, I agree with that. But there are times when things are a blessing in disguise, or because of you falling short on one deal doesn't mean you can't close another deal or can't close something else that's actually more beneficial or more opportunistic for you down the long. I want Aaron Judge. I want him. I want him bad. I would love for him to come. I think he'd be the first big domino of many dominoes that need to fold for this team, or to fall, for this team, so that they could be a consistent contender. But let's also remember this. It was a horrible year this year. They did go 81-81.
Don't do that.
No, I'm just hear me out.
Don't do that.
Hear me out.
Don't do that, Shasky. I'm not letting you do that.
Steiny, relax.
Don't do that. Don't pull a Mark Willard on me saying they did go 81-81.
They did, though.
They were lousy. They were lousy, dude.
I agree. And just think about this, though. We all agree. Talent's on the way. Now, whether it's going to be super amazing and they're all going to be elite, probably not all going to be elite, but we got more talent coming. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, Bonte.
I don't know.
They did this with duct tape. They did it with duct tape this year.
We're talking about the Giants farm system. Okay, their farm did produce great pitchers. But I'm talking about bats. Boppers.
When we just celebrated Buster Posey. Now it's a new regime and all that. Like they
it's
did
a slam dunk top 5 pick.
Yeah, well, they made Brandon Crawford a second or third round pick become one of the franchise's greatest shortstops ever. They made Matt Duffy become one of the very good trade pieces that they had, and a young player who almost won Rookie of the Year. They had Joe Panic go to an All-Star game. And they had a homegrown infield. They had Brandon Belt put together 10 years in a Giants uniform. Whether you think he's good or just, slightly better than average, whatever. He's been a 10-year Giant.
Sorry, I was talking to Love It. Said Mark Clayton not picking up. We're rolling on Judge because the calls are coming in. Let's go to Aaron in Walnut Creek.
Okay.
Judge is going to sign. Let's pivot. We got Niners Dolphins all day tomorrow. No doubt. You want to call Clayton, tell him call us back tomorrow. But if this deal's going to get done by the end of the week, and it's Thursday.
Winter meetings in San Diego start Monday.
Yep.
I think he wants it done before the winter meetings.
Giants can't come in second. I'm sorry. They got to close the deal.
You want a star so bad, don't you?
I've been wanting this guy for forever. I've been wanting this guy forever. Aaron, what's happening? You're in the creek.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call.
What's happening?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I don't call radio shows often, but I had to call in. I heard you guys talking about Judge. And I don't want to say the company I work for, but I do work for a sponsorship of the Giants.
Okay.
And I had a big visit last week with some of my higher ups, and he was actually an acquaintance of some of the ownership.
Uh-huh.
And some of the talking points, I'm hitting all the talking points you guys talking about. Like he's coming to his home area, and he was not convinced. He was just saying, I think they're worried about that back end of the contract, and they have so many holes they need to fill that. It's just that money. I don't know if they're going to want to sell that money out now. And I'm talking about, hey, this is the revenue. They're going to bring a lot. He'll bring a lot of revenue to the city, and he just was not convinced. And it really, I was convinced he's coming, but after talking to this guy last week, I'm just like, man, I don't know. So I don't know if it's a sure thing. If I have to bet my money.
Hey, Aaron, I appreciate the call. If they're worried about the back end of the contract, then heads need to roll. I'm dead serious. Game of Thrones style. Keep Farhan out of the meeting. I don't care about the back end of the contract right now. I care about the first 4 years. I worry about the back end when the back end comes because you have more talent by then. You got to make this happen, dude.
I'm dead serious. I don't want to hear anything about money because the Giants been walking around all fat and cocky talking about we got a blank check we're going to give to everybody. Okay, show me then. Show me then. Because you're trying to tell me that with Bryce Harper. Yeah. You had me all geeked up for FanFest a few years ago, and yeah, he ended up in Philadelphia. How'd that work out? He's in the World Series, you know?
Yeah.
Like, don't sit here and say, the back end of the contract. You know what you're doing. This is where the big boys play.
Well, and this is the cost of doing business in the modern age if you're going to acquire someone in free agency. Do you think the Padres care about the back end of the Machado deal?
Hell no. Why would you?
No. Do you think that the Phillies right now, after going to the World Series, after only being 8 games better than the Giants,
right?
Do you think they are regretting the Bryce Harper 13-year deal?
And he just had Tommy John surgery. He's not playing until July.
At least. And they're thrilled with what they've gotten.
They could care less.
And I keep looking at those two guys as a great litmus test for what the Giants are trying to build because they paid these guys mega money in free agency, and then other people wanted to play with them, almost like the NBA. That's the way it feels like Major League Baseball is going. Guys are like, hey, if I'm going to stay somewhere for 5+ years, I want to play with guys I like.
If they don't seal the deal, what did that say about the Giants?
I don't know.
How can you spin that to this fan base? That is salivating for a marquee player.
And we're rolling back Longoria.
And you're rolling back the giraffe hats. And you're rolling back Brandon Crawford.
Well, here's the other thing I would say about the back end of the deal, okay? The back end of the deal stuff is funny to me because didn't we just watch Brandon Crawford after we all thought he was finished with this regime at the back end of his career have the best year of his career?
Right.
Didn't we watch at the back end of his career Buster Posey have the best season that he's had in like 6 or 7 years at the back end of his career? Why can't that happen with Aaron Judge?
Especially with the DH now in the NL.
That's what I'm saying.
Coach in Los Altos. Coach, what's happening? You're on the roast.
So, I love you both, but Chasky, I am shocked that you want to give a nice try award if they don't sign him. I mean, what did Yoda say? Do or do not.
That's a good call.
Come on.
The force is strong with you.
You know, Shasky, you're not getting.
But we got to close this deal. And this back end of the contract nonsense, honestly, these guys are rolling in dough. They bring in this guy. He's a cornerstone. All of a sudden, they're pitching around him. Bases loaded. They walk in a run because they don't want to face him. Like it's Bonds 2.0.
Yeah. Coach,
Bring in Judge.
Let me give you an analogy. I find this one interesting in this modern era that we're in. Is it hard to get a home in the Bay Area, Bonte?
Not if you're Aaron Judge.
Well, no, I'm just saying the average.
Oh, the average person, yeah, but we're not talking average here.
All right. Well, there's an inadequate amount of supply out there and an over-the-top abundance of demand, right? So you have a screwed-up market, right? When people are buying their homes, all right, right now, they are so, happy-go-lucky. Do they care about the back end of that mortgage for 30 years? Do they just want to get into the home?
They just want to get into the home.
We'll worry about the back end on the back end.
Yep.
And I feel like that same kind of thing applies here for the San Francisco Giants. They are essentially homeless without a star. I mean, that's how it is in Major League Baseball. You're not going to be one of the teams that we're going to put on Apple Plus. I'm sorry, you're not. We're not going to be one of the teams that we put on ESPN. All right? You're not. You're not going to be one of those marquee teams. But if you get Aaron Judge, that changes everything.
It changes everything. You're all of a sudden on Sunday Night Baseball a lot more.
Get into a home is what I'm getting at. Don't worry about the back end.
Right.
You can always refinance.
Right.
You can always rework it. You can always sell. You can always pivot. Just get the home. Get in there.
You have to close the deal.
Yes.
I don't want to hear Farhan Zaidi or Larry Bear, who I know is working his ass off to get this done. You cannot spin it to this fan base next week in San Diego at the winter meeting saying, we gave him a fair offer. We thought it was fair, and he decided to do this, and, we still have our money. Or you can't give us any nonsense about back end contracts or compromising your baseball team or we like what we have coming up the system. No. That's not flying around here. It's not. Because the fan base decreased last year. Well, it did. People stopped coming.
No, I
15,000 season ticket base.
You were selling Dodger gear on a Friday night at the end of the year.
Your season ticket base. What is it now, at 13,000?
It's pretty low.
All of a sudden, maybe jumps back to 20 with Aaron Judge.
Well, I mean, at least it might go up a little. I don't know about 20. 20's a lot.
20's a lot.
I mean, that might be leading baseball if you're at 20,000 season ticket holders. So that's a big number. It's just people don't have that kind of money right now. I look at it this way, too, B. You got all these young players coming up. I think it's really hard to be the centerpiece young guy with nothing around you.
Yep.
Even when Posey came up, right? Let's go back to when Posey came up. They already had an established Lincecum and Kane. Now, those guys are pitchers.
Aubrey Huff played well, and I know we don't like to say that name around here,
yeah,
but
Uribe had a monster year. Pablo had come up the year prior and had a monster year in 2009. Go Google that. That year was incredible. They had other players. Pat Burrell was acquired midseason. Andres Torres had an 18 home run year that year. They had players. So Posey comes in, and yes, he batted middle of the order. But you weren't relying on him to carry the single team every day, every night, no matter what. If Luciano or Schmidt or any of these young guys that you're talking about, if they have to come up with the burden of carrying the entire organization, I just feel like that's asking a lot. You got to have some foundation for those guys to be in their proper place around that guy.
Selling the farm system to this fan base right now is not going to fly. I'm that guy. I told you what I wanted last year.
You want stars.
I want bat flips. I want gold chains. I want neon cleats. I want swag.
Yeah.
I want swag. I'm tired of the boring Little Marino Boys. I'm tired of the Journey songs. I'm tired of the Don't Stop Believing. I need that place to be turned up at Oracle Park. I need crunk. I don't know, I'm dating myself. Damn it, I need to be turned up at Oracle. It needs to be a party again. It's not a party no more. But he's gone. They know that. So you can't sell. If they don't close this deal, Shasky, they're 50-50 and they're right here at the finish line at the show. By the way, I'm still disappointed he wasn't at a Warriors game. Well, it's not too late.
Yeah, we'll get there.
You got to get this guy. You got to make the deal happen, Shasky. You have to. If they don't get Aaron Judge this year, after all this talk, after Willard Dibs went out to Linden, California, pitching for Aaron Judge, and he knows that. We got to hear from Farhan Zaidi. What he's going to do to win you back over.
And especially with the Padres not in and the Dodgers not in. Like, that matters to me because they're in on everyone, right? We just had the Juan Soto stuff that happened during the season. Do we forget about that? You lost out on that.
You did.
You lost out on that. We all wanted Soto.
Yep.
We
did
lost
lose out on
that.
Juan Soto.
We did.
Yeah, you got clowned.
Exactly. I think Soto, those types of acquisitions, now again, it's different because they had to look at their farm system and whatnot. Guys will narrow down their search of where they want to play when you have someone like Aaron Judge already established and in uniform. I'm envisioning them wearing the 1990s Giants uniform throwbacks that they've been hawking all over the internet at Yankee Stadium opening weekend.
Wow.
And this other thing, like, they'll pivot and they'll sign Carlos Correa because I see that a lot from people. Why would Carlos Correa, I'm asking sincerely, why would Carlos Correa want to come here? Like, at least there's a sentimental attachment to Judge wanting to play for his home team. There's coming home to live in proximity to his family. I get that. That makes sense to me. And top of a boatload of money. Correa by himself?
Not going to fly.
You need more than that. And even Judge by himself, you need more than that.
Does Correa want to change his position? He's shortstop. He wants to play shortstop.
I know. That worries me.
Is Brady Crawford going to move to second base?
I don't think so.
Well, that's a problem. Tell me Brady Crawford batting 230 can't move over to second base?
Because there's an ego thing where he wants to play all of his games at shortstop, and I get that. I do. I feel like part of me feels like he's earned it. I get it, but these opportunities right now, the market is flooded with shortstops. So to hang on for 1 year of Crawford at the cost of losing out on one of these shortstops feels short-sighted to me.
I wonder if there's any real estate agents out there who listen to us. Is Aaron Judge house shopping? Did he muzzle you? Don't say anything? Is anybody there in the Alamo, Black Hawk, Menlo Atherton?
Did he buy Jim Cozumore's house?
Is he in Marin? That's a nice house.
Oh, it's a very nice house.
By the way, how's Coles doing?
So you just shut your yapper.
He lost all of his contacts, so he's hitting me up for everyone's contact.
Oh.
Say it. Say, I'm sorry, sir.
I said I don't have Mac Jones's number.
That's a good one. What about the Tennessee Volunteers head coach, Josh Heupel?
Hey, he went to that game.
Oh, Alabama?
Yeah.
And it was all downhill after that.
Yeah, it was. Well, the quarterback got hurt.
And they gave up a 60-burger to South Carolina.
Him and Clay Travis?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
So you just shut your yapper.
Honestly, B, it would be one of the most exciting moves that team, the Giants, has made in a decade. Wouldn't it?
Listen, man. Again, I need to know what happened in the recruiting pitch. Because I will know if he's going to sign or not. What happened in this?
Farhan's Zoom was on too loud. You're like, mute him.
No, honestly. Gabe Kapler was in the mountains in Arizona. They're recruiting Garrett Judge and Gabe Kapler's in Arizona in the mountains doing meditation.
Because coaches don't matter in Major League Baseball anymore.
I need the manager out there to say, hey, Judge.
But you know they don't matter.
Was he FaceTiming from Sedona, Arizona?
I don't know what the hell he was doing.
He's been on like this camping trip all offseason. Man, hey, Skip, I need you to talk to Aaron Judge.
When you pay someone $400 million, they have influence on who the coach is going to be.
That's true. That is very
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Ask the Phillies.
You're not wrong.
I want him so bad.
I'm speechless right now. I don't even want to do the rest of the show, man.
If you're just tapping in right now, John Morosi, Major League Baseball Network, said it's 50-50, Yankees, Giants, essentially, and a decision will come within the week.
You know why? You know why I'm a little, because you said it. He goes, and I know you don't mean it, but like the Giants get credit for at least recruiting this guy, and no, they don't get any credit.
But they
don't
get any credit.
They don't get any credit for finishing in second.
I know.
You don't. You don't.
I'm happy that it's gotten this far.
Does anybody get the Niners credit in 2019 for finishing in second against Kansas City Chiefs?
No.
Do we get the Giants credit for losing the World Series to the Angels?
No, but it was a hell of a year.
Do we get the Warriors credit for losing to the Cavaliers in 2016?
One of the greatest seasons I've ever seen in my life.
And nobody even cares about the 73 wins.
No, I do. The confetti coming down as Kobe Bryant's breaking a record.
Right. But nobody cares because you didn't win the World Championship. Hell, the Warriors are still pissed off about that season.
I know. Steph admitted it.
So if you finish in second, and you don't seal the deal like they're talking about Aaron Judge. And that's the worst part. The Giants set themselves up for this because they walked around and all cocky. They put it out there to every media member out there who covers baseball. We will spend whatever it takes.
Well, if they don't get him, my disappointment level will be higher than when they didn't get Vladimir Guerrero.
Yeah. That's another one they missed out on.
Well, I don't want to go back.
That's another one, Shasky.
But when Vladimir Guerrero was out there, we all wanted him, and it felt like the Giants were like, we just don't want to give you that extra $5 million.
Unbelievable.
How many different right fielders did they siphon through during the Vladimir Guerrero era, and then they ended up beating him in the World Series, which was ironic.
That's great. That was cool.
And part of them beating the Texas Rangers was him defensively playing right field in Game 1.
Right. He couldn't move at that point.
No, he was great though. When he won that home run derby in Pac-Bell Park for that All-Star game in 2007, weren't we all like, gosh darn it, we knew he could do this here.
Gosh darn it.
What was that?
Who's that, Coach?
I'm trying not to swear.
Darn it.
Is that Coach in Los Santos
I don't know
Hills?
who that is. There's a caller on Willard Dibs, and he just said that was the angriest he's ever sounded, and gosh darn it to him is probably like the F word.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, man. Oh. All right, we're going to flex in a couple minutes. The Judge Talk's got me going. Judge Talk's got me going crazy right now. Giants, apparently, it's 50-50. Yankees, Giants. JP Morosi, a.k.a. Bubba, MLB Network, saying that Judge is going to decide by the end of the week. Well, it's Thursday. So do we count the end of the week as Sunday, Saturday, Friday?
Does he mean a whole 7 days from today?
Right. Yeah. What are we talking here? What are we talking? Winter meetings start on Monday.
Something like that.
Hey, I love how at the beginning of the week I sent a group message with all of the ideas that I had for this week, and I was like, Judge Watch. Bonte's like, I'm so fatigued with Judge Watch. Now we're getting down to the nitty gritty, and we're all back in. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm sucked in on this thing. It feels like one of the great pursuits of all time, and not Trivial Pursuit.
We don't even know what they've done to pursue him. What happened in the meeting?
This is like Bullet.
What did they show him? Fan graphs? Did Farhan throw out the spreadsheet? Did Farhan even make the meeting? What happened? I hope he didn't. Where did they take? Did they take him to Alcatraz? Did they take him to Fisherman's Wharf? Did he go on the Golden Gate Bridge and cycle with Barry Bonds? What the hell did he do in San Francisco? Was he really house hunting? As somebody told me who worked at the hotel. Did that happen? What happened? Did Renell Brooks Moon come there and talk to the wifey and bring her up to Napa, California? Did 40 Water come in on a FaceTime? Did Steph actually talk to him?
He shows up to a Warrior game Saturday night, then a Niner game on Sunday.
Oh, my God.
The Bay Area would literally explode.
By the way, since we got some news, shout out to Ryan Macchiano. He bugs the hell out of me, but I love you.
Okay.
He just tapped in on everything. The SF Glens and All Open Club are announcing today that we're joining the Oakland Roots new women's team, Oakland Soul, in the first ever NorCal division of the USLW League. This is huge for women's soccer in the Bay and the Women's World Cup coming in 2023.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. The SF Glens and All Open Club partnering up and announcing today that they're joining the Oakland Roots new women's team, Oakland Soul, in the first ever NorCal division of the USLW League, Women's League. Let's go to Kyle in San Leandro. He's got some thoughts on Aaron Judge. Now I'm losing my mind right now. I'm so checked out because where is Judge going to sign? And now I got to be locked in on my phone 24/7.
all day long. I'm not going to be able to sleep, Kyle, because I want this guy in black and orange. What's up, Kyle?
I love it. What's up, guys? Good morning.
What up?
Hey, so I just want to make sure the Giants did everything that they could, to guarantee, just to show the hospitality. Hey, brother, we'll make sure that your family has an escorted ride every home game they want to come to. We'll set them at the nicest hotel. Whatever you need, Aaron, just to make sure that we got you. And second of all, I am a real estate agent, and I work for Keller Williams, and I got 50% of my commission to you, Aaron, to your favorite charity, just to give back to you and show you love. Welcome back to the Bay.
Nice.
Damn. There it is. Let's go to James in Outer Sunset. James, what's happening?
Well, it is raining sheets out here, my friend. My dog looked at me and was like, "Dude, I can't poop in this."
I know that move. They look out, they look around, they go left, right, and they go, "I'm a house dog. I'm going back in."
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm in. That's all right.
I know that move.
Okay, guys. So I'm a unique Giants fan because I moved here from LA when the Giants started winning their championship.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I was happy to see them win because I like being surrounded by people who are happy. I always rooted against the Giants when they were playing the Dodgers, but I'm not one of those Dodgers fans who's a Giants hater.
Okay.
Okay. But I have some a very sports fan from a unique perspective. And it's from that perspective that I want to offer a take that I haven't heard much discussed.
Let's hear it.
Which is that Aaron Judge broke Roger Maris's record without cheating, right? Barry Bonds hasn't been proven, but we all know...
Bye-bye. Get the hell out of here, James. I hope your dog poops all over your car later on today.
Oh, come on. I wanted to see where he was going. The tapestry was too long.
No. I was screening the call. It wasn't going to get much better than that.
Yeah, dude, get out of here. Get out of here. Go.
If people want to come on and be silly on our show, who am I to stop them?
Well, now pinch hitting. Gabe Kapler has a lot of faith, and Kelby Tomlinson, I threw him up there because, I didn't think the at-bat was going to get much better.
Got time for you, dude. James, have a good day.
Let's flex. The Dolphins have had a fine year.
Yeah, they've been fun.
They've been a lot of fun.
I want this game, though. I do want this game. I don't want to go to Levi Stadium to see them get blown out because that spin cycle is going to happen. Oh, well, the Niners haven't beat anybody. Oh, the Niners can't beat anybody. And they had a lot of speed, and they're confident, and they're cocky. Mm-hmm. They're a cocky team, man, out in Miami. So I do want this game. But I get what you're saying, though. If they lose, and if you got to sit some guys, it's not the end of the world.
That's all.
But your margin for error goes down.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Rocco just texted us. He's getting KD vibes.
With Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
I feel him on that.
You know what, though? I did the Friday before KD signed. What did he sign on? The Monday morning, 4th of July?
Yeah, we were all off.
That Saturday, I felt like he was going to come.
You knew?
And I saw people tweeting old tweets, and I was like, why is he taking a second meeting with Oklahoma City? He's been there his entire career. Why does he need a meeting with Oklahoma City?
To tell them peace out.
And then I remember somebody said, Jerry West had a 25-minute conversation with Kevin Durant or something like that. I was like, oh, Jerry West is the closer.
Yeah, he put the rings on the table. That was the whole, remember?
The Pat Riley?
He said he put the rings on the table. He said, Riley? I only won one as a player, and if I could do it all again, I'd try to win more.
Come on.
Mark, how happy are you? You saw the Morosi report like I did.
Oh, we're all over that. Yeah, we're going to get into what Morosi said because it's not just a report. It's sort of a twist and a detail. I don't know if you. So did you?
I was just reading it while it was breaking on my.
Did you hear it? Did you see the whole conversation?
Do we have it?
We will. They have
we
it.
Coming up in 11 minutes.
I don't know if they've.
It's about right.
Can we play it right now? I want to hear it.
Well, so let me set it up though first.
Yes, please.
And I don't know if Sam.
If you guys wanted to play it, your guy would have grabbed it. But
no,
we can share.
We can't even screen calls.
So no, there's.
No, I'm just teasing.
So there's a somewhat. This is like a 10-minute video that I watched this morning at like 6:30 in the morning. So there's a conversation between Matt Vasgersian and Harold Reynolds.
Okay.
This is on MLB Network.
We were watching them earlier today.
Okay.
Vasgersian had a nice little collared shirt.
Yeah, he looked good, right?
Shout out to Rinda.
And Harold Reynolds just like in a green hoodie.
Yes.
But anyway, all good, right? So
Throw it to Sam Loveman when you're ready. He's actually ready.
They just to sort of encapsulate that conversation, Vasgersian's point was, you can't leave the Yankees. You're homegrown. You're 62 homers. You're Aaron flipping Judge. The amount of money that's tied to being a Yankee and one
100%.
uniform for the whole, that was his point. He's like, they can't lose him, and he can't leave.
He's their only homegrown starter right now in the last 10 years. It's crazy.
And so Reynolds is kind of, but there's 6 teams. It might whittle down. Like, he's just kind of weaving through the, I don't know if I'm a player. I'm going to listen to everybody. And they have that conversation, and Vasgersian is very firm. No, he's not leaving. He can't leave. But he's doing it more logically, not reporting it. He's just like, he can't.
Yeah.
And then they're like, all right, let's go to JP Morosi. JP's been listening to this entire debate. And then, Sam, do you have it? Here's what JP says.
The Giants are a very realistic possibility. This is not a Yankees at 70% likelihood and the Giants at 30. I think that we are very close to 50-50, where if the Giants really step up and get that AAV up closer to $40 million a year, there's a legitimate chance that Aaron Judge becomes a San Francisco Giant. And a couple more notes on the discussion that you just had. Number one, let's take a step back and realize the offer that the Yankees made to Judge, total guarantee back at the end of spring training around opening day, was just less than $220 million. So Aaron Judge already, based on the numbers that Jeff has reported, and I believe that they are correct, he has already made himself guaranteed at least $80 million additional dollars. Let's think about that for a minute. He has made himself, by turning that offer down, an additional $80 million at least, and that number could go up. The other part here, and Harold referenced this a moment ago, I really believe that Aaron Judge won't sign with the Giants unless there is a credible and actionable plan to put a winning team around him that can get to the postseason. I don't think Aaron Judge will take on all that pressure and expectation of going across the country if he looks at the roster and says, we're going to finish 500 and behind the Dodgers and Padres. They're going to have to, whether it's Kodai Senga or one of the infielders, do something that validates Judge's faith. And that is where I think Farhan Zaidi has to come up with a comprehensive plan in the next week to 10 days that shows Aaron Judge, you're not just going to come here and make a lot of money, you're going to come here and win and make the playoffs in 2023.
So I find all of this.
There's a lot in there.
This is a percolation sensation.
And that's that's $1, and that's classic Morosi. We used to have him on a weekly, and he was good for about 2 questions in 17 minutes. So that was classic Morosi.
We know him as Bubba.
Yeah, I mean, is that his actual nickname, or are you guys?
Yeah, it's Bubba.
Where did that
Remember
come
they
from?
did the players only in the nickname weekend in baseball where you put their nicknames on the back of the jerseys. So we asked JP Morosi, what was your nickname growing up? And it was Bubba.
This is like Mark calling Ramona Shelburne Momo.
That wasn't her nickname growing up. That was actually given to her by John Ireland when we all worked together.
You guys can go tit for tat on that. Who's more of an insider with the insiders?
I met Bubba at the Sharks playoff game because he also works for NHL Network. And I was like, Bubba, man. He goes, Bonte, your family. You can call me Bubba whenever you want to. So I call him Bubba.
All right, we'll use that.
So, let's get into what he actually said.
I'm more interested in Bonte's close relationship with John Morosi than I saw some free agent guy.
It's all positive. It's far from a lock. You can hear that, right? It's maybe 50-50. And the other thing, just to sort of respond to what I was listening to you guys say over the last hour, they can't finish in second. They can't finish in second. Let me adjust those words a little bit. They can't come in as anything other than the high bidder. It's not their choice. It's Aaron's choice. Aaron's got the power. So you can finish. This is actually one of the rare cases, because I believe athletes usually just take the high bid. But this is one of those rare cases where somebody could look at the Yankees at 300 and the Giants at 320 and decide the Yankees at 300 is worth more. than 320.
Yes.
All I can
State
ask
taxes?
right? Well, or just
just the
pinstripes
valuation.
for life.
Yeah, yes,
like
exactly.
I all I can ask of the Giants is to be the high bidder, and I think that's totally fair.
So let me add
that's
into
fair.
that. No, let me add into that because that's not the way I interpreted what he said. What I interpreted what John Morosi said was that now Farhan or whomever has to also sell him
it's both
on what the game plan is. So now I'm thinking to myself, yes, there's the financial component, which we kind of all knew, right? Money's got to be there.
And John said it's going to probably approach $40 million average annual value, which puts the overall deal at probably $315 or $320.
Yeah.
Well, he said approaching 40, which approaching 40 would be $320.
Okay.
Maybe it's $315.
Well, like you and I talked about
$310.
yesterday, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. That moment,
over 8 years or 9 years, you're talking. It's like buying a house. Like I don't care.
And wouldn't you think that his trip out here and the day-long meeting isn't that where they would have pitched him on the fact that maybe they were going to bring in all those other players?
Oh, no doubt.
So
no doubt.
Yeah,
they don't.
That part of the decision's already been done. I think the only thing that is yet to be determined, and maybe the offer's already been intimated what that number is going to be, but then he has to weigh it out. If he believes the Giants will build around him, and I'm sure they tried to sell him on that, if he buys in to what they're doing, then it comes down to the money.
There's a few things that are working in the Giants' favor. There's the obvious stuff working in the Yankees' favor. But the things that are working in the Giants' favor, if you look at this kind of timeline, right, that didn't surprise the Giants, what J.P. Morosi just said.
Yeah.
We've all been saying that for a couple months. Like, why would Judge join this roster? There's going to need to be more. But then we've heard all the reports that the Giants are planning on more. Now, you've got to effectively go get that done. But if you look at the way Judge is playing this, it feels to me likely that what we're coming down to is the same thing we all do with decisions: heart or head. I think his heart is likely here. That's why it's played out the way it has. The Yankees had to bid first, not somebody else. And are the Yankees going to react to somebody else's higher bid? He wants to get it done early. That's more a Giants thing than a Yankees thing. He talked about wanting to build a roster around him. The Yankees roster's already built. So the fact that he's taking this meeting, the way he's playing free agency, there are things that point to the Giants' favor. And if his heart is here and his head, like Matt Vasgersian is going to say, all those voices being like, dude, you can't leave the Yankees, it's going to come down to heart versus head. And which do you listen to?
So you cannot dismiss the brand of the Yankees and being a Yankee lifer. All that, the cachet. There's a reason Reggie Jackson, who's not a Yankee lifer, is essentially on payroll for the rest of his life with the Yankees. There's cachet that comes with that. I actually look at their roster. Just look at their roster and look at their minor league system. I actually don't think they're that positioned quite well, the Yankees. Their major league roster is better than the Giants right now, but they are stuck on some very bad contracts. Their farm system is very overrated. It's not that good if you really dive deep into it. And then I look at that division. As much as we make about the Padres and the Dodgers, can I make similar arguments in the AL East?
Well, they got more good teams.
That's what I'm saying.
More good teams.
That's what I'm saying. So I think on the surface, it's easy to go, look at the Yankees situation. That's the winning team.
But the track record of building, the track record of spending favors the Yankees because the Yankees have gone out. Well, the Giants had a fluky 1 year, 107 wins.
In the last decade, the Giants have been by far and away the more successful organization.
We can draw the line on wherever we want in terms of, in the past 70 years or however far back we want to go.
But look at Judge's career, though. Important point.
Yeah.
He's never won there.
At all.
He's been there for a long time.
Well, exactly. They
can't get past the
years, I don't think.
What's that?
They can't get past the ALCS. And you look at their contracts, to Butcher's point, Garrett Cole, 32 years old, $36 million. John Carlos Stanton, 33, making 32 per. Josh Donaldson, 37, making $21 million. Rizzo just resigned. He's 33 years old. DJ LeMahieu's 34, making $15 per.
But that money hasn't prevented them from spending more money. And this is where Mark gets into the football and the salary cap. The Yankees, though, have not ever been in a spot where, we're cash strapped and we won't spend.
It's not about the cash. It's about the roster.
Yes.
And the roster's not good enough.
It's kind of stuck.
The roster's better than the Giants right now.
Yeah, right now. But you look at that division, if you're Aaron Judge, Baltimore Orioles got a lot of young talent.
Yeah,
I watched them in September.
They look good.
Tampa Bay has dominated the Yankees in the last 6 years.
Good.
Dominated the Yankees in the last 6 years.
And the Red Sox are coming back.
And the Red Sox are coming back.
And Toronto's
got boppers.
Man. So, and the Giants, as old as they've been the last couple of years, have the ability right now to get young fast.
Thank you.
Right? There goes Belt. There goes Longo.
Exactly.
One more year of Crawford. And all of a sudden, you have the ability, depending on what you do free agency-wise, depending on if anything starts coming out of the farm system, you have the ability, you haven't done it, but you have the ability more so than the Yankees to get young.
On the fly.
And that's where the meeting was so critical, because was Farhan and Patella and the rest of them, were they able to sell Judge on the fact that people tell?
I know, I forgot. No, it's a good point.
Not just a tendon anymore.
Exactly. That's actually on his business card, not just a tendon anymore.
I like that.
But were they able to sell Judge on the fact that they can do all those things that Mark is saying? Because Farhan hasn't shown that. He signed DeSclafani and Tommy LaStella as his big long-term deal. So if you're Aaron Judge, that's a leap of faith to believe that they're going to be able to really build around you.
Well, so I look at the Phillies too. Like when Bryce Harper signed there, I think they had Aaron Nola, and that was about
Rhys Hoskins.
Okay, yeah, Rhys Hoskins, good call. They had Rhys Hoskins, the Sacramento State kid, but they didn't have a whole lot. Then they made the trade for JT Realmuto, and then they eventually obviously brought in
Zach Wheeler.
And who's your guy? Castellanos,
Castellanos,
and
Castellanos,
Schwarber, and all those guys.
JT
So
Realmuto.
it starts there. When Machado signed with the Padres, it was him and Hosmer.
Well, remember, free agents also talk.
Yeah.
They talk with each other. Like, just look at LeBron to Miami and back to Cleveland and watch the way that you can see how behind the scenes he conducted everything and knew who was going where, right? He knew about the Wiggins deal. He knew, right, Bosch, Wade, all that stuff. And so how do we know that Judge hasn't called Carlos Correa? How do we know that those, like he needs
Trey Turner.
Right? Trey Turner I think is going to end up in Philly. But
it feels like that.
Yeah, but he wants to go east. I just think he really, really wants to go east.
And I guess he's friends with Bryce and all those guys.
That's great for the Giants, by the way.
He came up and then watched
That's great for the Giants. Get him off the Dodgers. That's fine.
Let him go battle with the Braves and everybody.
Judge doesn't have to just necessarily believe the Giants. You can go call those other free agents, the agent world. They're speaking to each other. If you have a wink, like, yeah, man, do the deal and I'm coming too. If you have that, then, you can feel very confident.
Especially with this payroll, 2024, you have $28.5 million committed right now to the 2024 payroll of the Giants.
They got all the money they need
in 2025.
They got all the money they need, and they've said that publicly.
As hard as it was to wait, Mark, Dan, Bonte, as hard as it was to wait, we're now here. We're waiting for all those contracts to come off the books. And now they're finally here. It's just kind of crazy. I can't believe they're down to the last two.
I still think, though, like it, and I can feel the excitement that you guys were expressing all morning long, and it feels like a drumbeat, but it is probably still, at this moment, kind of at best, 50-50. Like, I mean, this is still
50-50.
I wonder if it's already been decided. I wonder if he's already decided.
You think he's taking the money from one and going back to the other?
How do you approach those kinds of things?
Well, I think it comes down to the priorities. And if the money is relatively equal, then it comes down to, do I want to be with the legacy team that I know is going to shovel money around me, or do I want to go home and, like you said, the head, the heart, that's kind of the interesting way to look at it.
Don't you think most of us go into big decisions with plenty of preconceived notions, plenty of this one's the leader, this is what I want to do, but now we got to go through the process to see if it actually can someone convince me otherwise. Does this feel right? Like how many kids have you seen go off to their college
and it
tours and they're like, I want to go there. And then you see it and you're like, boo, no. So I actually think, and we had plenty of inside conversation or buzz over the last couple months, that Judge, based on what the Yankees did to him at the beginning of the year and just the draw home, I think his heart wants to come to the Giants, but he also needs to be like, now let me go feel
assured.
Yeah.
And can the Yankees change my mind back? And that's pretty powerful.
It's so interesting.
It's pretty powerful.
As you look at these big decisions, and we've all made them. I mean, you made a huge leap, Bonte, when you left the situation that you were at a radio station. All three of us actually were over there. All three of us individually had to weigh the same thing, head versus heart, how you went through your own process and what ultimately was the tiebreaker on why you made that decision.
And I bet for each one of us, what made us tick in that moment in our lives and that decision was different.
Yeah.
And so that's what I always remember with free agents is we can sit here and go, Linden's an hour and a half away.
Right.
And Mom's got a good relationship. And
I was thinking about that
like,
situation
who
now.
the
That
hell?
was such an easy decision.
Who
But I gotta ask. I gotta ask.
Who knows? Like, who
Marty
knows?
was like, go. Why does it get out of here?
But
No,
who knows?
seriously.
Who knows what makes him tick? Who knows? Who knows?
You're
what
right,
If the
Greg.
Giants don't sign Aaron Judge, how can you spin that to this fan base?
So here's the thing, and here's
There's only one way.
Here's what I worry about.
Signing
Because-
other guys? Or-
Well, what Mark said, I think, is true. If you're like, look, we offered him $320 and he took $300 to stay in New York, what do you want me to do? I mean, that's how you spin it. And it's a tough sell, but
and the hard part is putting that out there publicly, because in baseball, you don't want to tell free agents that if you don't take our deal, we're now going to publicly have a press conference to rip you for not taking our deal. And the players union and other
delicate,
players are
yeah.
not going to like the idea that Aaron took less money
Well, it
if it
gets
were to do
leaked.
that. It does. There's a way to
we've
do
seen
it.
leaks in this town before.
Sure, but that's dicey. That's dicey, and a
well, that too.
public contract.
Taxes.
Yeah, but a public contract conversation is what got Aaron into this with the Yankees.
Yeah.
They had a press conference and be like, "Well, he didn't take this, and he didn't like that." So I don't know. It's dicey, but you guys are right. Like, if they lose, you got to somehow get word to your fan base that it wasn't because, like Bryce, well, we came in $20 million short because we felt that was right. They can't do that this time.
I'm just
You
happy.
can't do that
Look,
this
I'm
time.
not trying to play like I love second place, because I know Bonte was coming at me. But like, the reality is, middle of the season, no way is Aaron Judge even going to consider
Right,
the Giants,
right.
right? It sounds good
That's
on
what I was
Bleacher
saying.
Report, right? It sounds good on like an article or when you read it on The Athletic. But then like you get closer and it's like, now we're down to 2. Right? Whether he takes the Giants or not, we're down to 2. The fact that they're even here, that blows me away. Look, I know I want to be. You know I'll be disappointed if we don't get
live
him.
with them coming in second on
I'm
this
not
deal.
saying that.
But
I'm just
what if-
saying I'm
but what if-
surprised that it's here.
What if you do find out that they were the high bidder and they still come in second? Then what would you say?
I'd be like, damn, we really suck. There's not a lot of talent here. There's not a lot of talent. No,
then you
seriously.
have to take a hard look
it'd be
at why.
you know,
why would he? If you offer $310 and they offer $300 and he says no thank you to an extra $10 million, you got to look yourself in the mirror and say, why would he not take more money? What's wrong with us to where he wouldn't want to come
So
here?
I'd encourage you. I'd encourage
Right.
each and every one of you, or maybe we can end up cutting this, Kyle, and sort of getting a piece of it. But this is what Vasgersian was talking about on MLB Network that set up JP for those comments. He was making the case that less money with the Yankees
is worth more.
Still
There you
is
go.
worth more down the road, and so
It's like being the quarterback of the
Okay,
Cowboys
all right.
and getting a chunky soup commercial, et cetera, as
Right.
opposed to being the Titans quarterback.
If you take this deal in New York City, you better win.
But and here's my response.
Right?
He was born a Yankee, so the burden of expectation isn't as great. And the case in point here is Giancarlo Stanton. Giancarlo Stanton does not get the same largesse and same consideration from Yankee fans as Aaron Judge does. If both are going bad, the guy they're going to jump on more is Stanton because he wasn't born a Yankee. So you buy, when you stay with your brand, you buy a little bit more consideration. I would also say this, and I don't know how we got so long on Judge because we did want to talk to you on something else,
the main
JP.
story
But I
of
would
the
say this.
sport.
Guys don't think about, look, after your playing career is done, you're done. You've made a ton of money, and it's going to come from whomever, the Yankees, the Giants, the Pirates, whatever. After you're done, how do you want to look at your own career? Do you want to be that guy that spent 13, 14, 15 years with the New York Yankees and have your name and number in Monument Park and go away a legend? Or do you want to be a really good rich player that spent some time with a bunch of teams? It's the Yankees. It's not like you're staying a lifetime bad news bear. There's value there. And
I'm with you.
I get that money talks, but the player had look at yourself in 20 years and think of who you want to be at that point, because you're going to be rich either way.
Okay, so here's what's real fascinating to this.
That's a fraudulent premise. By the way.
but there's an
Randy
example.
Johnson didn't want to be a Yankee.
No, but let's
Barry
look
Bonds was not born a Giant.
No,
Yeah,
but
I
look
agree
at
with
Buster
that.
Posey, who's now part of the ownership group, and would he be if he had split his career? Like, I'm not going to deny there is financial value to what he's saying, to staying in one uniform.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, all the players like that, there's value there. The second thing that came up next, though, and I think it was JP that hopped back in and said this and goes, I wonder if Aaron Judge called Albert Pujols yet and asked him, what would you do if you could go back and do it again.
Wow.
Now, he circled back and got his flowers and his tour with St. Louis at the end, and that was poetic.
He had a lot of forgettable years
But
with
he
the
had
Angels.
a lot of forgettable years.
Dodger.
Yeah,
And
I
he's a
know.
Dodger.
Yeah.
More
Topman
memorable with
catch.
the Dodgers.
Right.
I mean, that's a draw.
so let me ask
we have to acknowledge that
No, I
as
agree.
Giants fans, that what he's saying, Monument Park and lifetime in one uniform, and particularly that uniform, like
But
that's
not
a
everyone
thing.
aspires to that. Like Dwight
No.
Dwight Howard didn't aspire to being a Laker, for example. There are examples. I will say this fan base, Giants fans, and maybe I'm in the middle of it, and so I'm biased. Hunter Pence, was he born a Giant?
No.
We sure as hell embrace him.
No, of course. So
We
it
sure
can,
do.
It can happen.
I'm just being real.
It can happen.
It can absolutely
Will
happen. And if
Clark
you're Aaron Judge
bounced around.
It's
and you're
unquestioned if you
having
don't
the
win.
career
Will
that you
Clark-
want to have, and you're going to hit 500 career, 600 career, if he's a Giant for 8 years, then who cares if I'm in Monument Park or not if he ends up having
Exactly.
600
Yeah,
home runs?
Again, I don't know
Will
if he
Clark
cares.
left to
I don't know.
Texas. Now he's got his jersey retired
Yes.
with the Giants.
And it was an Oriole.
Right.
Like, I'm looking at Gaylord Perry today. He passed away today.
Yep.
He played for a million teams.
Yeah.
A million teams. He
Oh,
still
it's
gets
not
the
a-
love
it's
and
not a-
adoration.
It's not a death blow.
No, I
by
know,
any
but I think
stretch.
Vasgersian is putting it out there like
but
that.
we don't know how many years has Aaron played so far?
Six. This is six.
I don't remember
All right,
Vasgersian's
so-
an A's fan.
Because you get arbitration, right?
Right.
Six.
So
Little haterade.
I have no idea what has gotten into Aaron's psyche and DNA through his current Yankee career. So does that matter to him? If he comes to San Francisco and has the second half of his career that mirrors the first half of his career, what do you have then afterward? Do the Yankees still honor you? Do they bring you back like a Will Clark and go, okay, you're one of us? Do they not? Does that matter to him?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Would he rather that happen here? Would he want a statue at Oracle Park? Does he have that in him with probably, let's be honest, 6 good years left and then maybe a couple of wonky ones on the back end? I don't know. There's no way for – so if they lose him, I would want to know, A, were you the high bidder? And I would also want to know, B, Aaron, what mattered to you
what
in
was
this?
part of your decision?
What mattered to you in this?
So that's what's coming up on your show. We got show
That's
meeting
coming
here. We
up.
got a bowl.
Yeah, do your thing.
Show me what else. Anything on Niners Dolphins?
Absolutely. I mean, Mike Silver and Sean Salisbury are both going to be on the show.
Oh, nice.
I think ponder this, right? Mike McDaniel,
Dr. Ponda?
all this, yeah. Pondia this.
That's a one.
I was trying to go. I was to reach.
Y'all seen
I
all
almost tore my labrum.
Y'all seen the stories this week of Mike McDaniel and how he made Tua really realize that he
This is
believed
really cool.
in him.
Yeah.
And that's brought out the best in Tua. And don't we have like the clear opposite with the 49er quarterback?
The dichotomy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
interesting.
That's been an interesting thing to
That's
get
very
into today. Yeah.
All right,
And
good stuff.
Kyler. We'll get to Kyler.
Oh, Kyler.
Oh,
You
Kyler.
know what? Patrick Peterson's a bum for that. All right, say Patrick Peterson's a bum for that.
That's a little bit
What do you
outside
say?
the code.
Yeah,
A little bit
that was
outside the code.
weak.
He's
There
probably-
is no
he's probably-
code in the
He's
new
probably
media.
not
I was
wrong,
going to say,
though.
do we have the
He's
Memphis
not
coach
wrong.
on later with Draymond?
It's
Right.
the new media. There is no code.
Yeah.
As long as I can get clicks. It's clickbait,
No
Mark.
code. Good Pearl Jam album, just like your jacket.
There you go.
I'll
Have a
take
good
your
show,
word for
fellas.
it.
457 is the code.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I'm curious how this has evolved for you, because you even said it just a couple of minutes ago. I think it's hard for Giants fans. When you're going up against the Yankees, there's an inferiority complex. When you're a fan of any team, every fan of every team thinks our team always finishes second. We get hosed by the refs. Joe Buck hates our team. That's the nature of being a fan. So I get, even in this moment, if you forced me into a corner and you said, where do you think Aaron Judge is going to end up? I'd probably say the New York Yankees.
Even now, still.
Yeah, but
even
that's
through it all.
But that's probably that's a device. That's a device for me to not get my hopes up. That's all that is. I wonder what your evolution.
Reverse devil tongue is what Guru would call it.
you like from a few months ago when you're like, this isn't happening.
No chance.
To then when we actually did a show at the Lions Club in Linden, California.
Live in Linden.
To today with John Paul Morosi's comments, which we will re-rack for you here in just about 10 minutes if you're just joining us. What's the evolution of your thought on this?
My evolution is I think that he's coming. I think he's coming to the Giants.
Really?
Yeah, and I've gone from not a shot in hell, and I think I openly scoffed at the notion in probably June or whatever when you were pie in the sky about, we're getting Aaron Judge. It's like, stop, Mark. You're not. Why would Aaron Judge come to this team, this starless team? He's staying in New York and all the rest of it. And then as we started to learn more about Aaron and the situation and the home run record, the American League record, and we got into free agency. We went to Linden. We learned more about Aaron. We realized that the Giants have all this money, and you realize that now it's down to basically two teams. And you hear the Yankees offer, which is not an overwhelming offer, by the way.
It's beatable, and it's interesting
it's 8 years and $300 million, and so you look at what the Giants could potentially do. And Aaron's from here, and his parents still live here, and his wife is from here, and they still live here. And you think about being at the age where maybe you want to have kids and then grandkids, and his boyhood team, and Rich Aurelia, and he came out here for a meeting and all the rest of it.
Aurelia.
He's coming.
Yeah,
he's coming here.
I don't know.
I know you can't get as deep into it because, reverse devil tongue. You don't want to. Well, it's kind of like Christmas, Mark, where you want a bike. All you've wanted was a bike, and you look under your tree, and there's a giant present. And it's like, oh my God, that's a bike.
Right.
And then you can't wait till Christmas morning. You open it up, and it's a workbench.
A workbench? You get the kid a workbench?
Get to work, son. That's no bike.
This is for you to do your homework.
I told you back in April you're not getting a bike.
Man, I already went through that conversation actually with my daughter about 4 or 5 weeks ago. She's like, e-bike. I'm like, no, we don't do $2,000 gifts for Christmas. Yeah, we're not doing that.
She wants an e-bike.
Of course, who doesn't want an e-bike? I'm like, here's what we're going to do. Here's a bank account. You and I are going to start saving, and then when we've saved enough, then you can get an e-bike. But I'm not putting an e-bike under the Christmas tree. We're not doing that.
But in this, I don't want to be the old man ranting here, but I will for just a few seconds. I am anti e-bike for kids.
I am
for
zero surprised.
You should, first of all,
she's almost in high school, by the way.
When you get your license, you can have an e-bike.
Right.
So why?
When you get your license, you don't need an e-bike anymore.
Why is a kid allowed to have an electronic bike, which is basically a moped, but they can't ride a moped? If you can't pedal it, you can't ride it.
Well, but it can go on the sidewalk.
The e-bike.
Yeah.
Which is even more dangerous.
Totally.
Where I live, there's a bunch of kids on e-bikes. I got 6th graders on e-bikes with their friend on the back.
It's not just where you live. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I don't know how that's legal.
Yeah, anyway, we digress on this. I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely a piece of me that's like, I'm not going to go overboard in getting my hopes up. I'm going to respect what the New York Yankees have to offer in this whole thing. But there are a bunch of little things, because this is what we do when we're excited about something. We are going to overanalyze. And I'm fascinated by the fact that the Yankees came out first. I think that there's more going on here than we realize. If you read on this on a daily basis like I do, I will tell you that the New York Yankees are very careful right now in telling their fan base, we feel great about where the Aaron Judge conversation is. The owners have talked to him, Cashman's talked to him, and we have put the offer on the table. If you're the Yankees, why are you coming in first? Why are you showing up with the offer now? Why wouldn't you tell Aaron, hey, my man, we love you, you're ours, and we're yours. You go find out whatever the hell you want to find, and we'll match it. Why wouldn't you do that? Instead, you came out first because, in my estimation, you are trying to apologize. You're trying to apologize for the offer that you gave him before the year started and the fact that you went public when he said no. So you're trying to apologize, and the fact that you are so public with, oh, we're doing great, we're doing great, we're doing great with these conversations. They're going, why are you doing that? Because you're trying to tell your fan base that you're doing all that you can to keep him, as opposed to just doing it. Don't tell me you're doing it. Just do it.
Right.
Sign him. This is taking long enough that Aaron is definitely looking at other options. That's the way I read it.
I'm sure he thought about other options when he turned down their $213 million offer back in April. That tells you all you need to know.
All of it is sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. How will you react if the Giants finish in second? Where is your confidence on this? Your phone calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. Xfinity mobile text line, bring it there. YouTube and Twitch, good morning. We love having you here. All of that is available to you as we get going. Mike Silver coming up at 10. Good morning to you. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. Visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. Save up to $200 on select Traegers. Traeger sauces and rubs make great gifts. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning.
Steve Kerr, today at 5.
His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
You do, Guru. You do. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Yeah, we'll get into some 49ers. There's Warriors. Chuck Barkley all over Klay Thompson again. Chuck Barkley not letting this one go. Remember when Klay just a few weeks ago was like, I did not like how Barkley sort of said,
right,
I'm slipping, I'm getting old. And Chuck's like, you are?
Right.
Like, just telling the truth. And with Devin Booker going for 51 last night, it was kind of an interesting time to talk about it again because of that whole thing that happened with Klay and Book earlier this year.
Booker cooked Klay, and that's what Charles is saying.
Cook, or
totally.
Book.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, all right. Here's what got us going on this today. So MLB Network, Hot Stove, Matt Vasgersian and Harold Reynolds are sitting there having a conversation, and it's all about Aaron Judge. And just to sort of like give you the nuts and bolts of the conversation, it goes something like this. Harold Reynolds is like, look, it's a free agent, and he's put himself in great position. There might be 6 teams. I think it's going to get whittled down to these 2, but I think that there are possibilities here about the way this could play out. And Vasgersian is like, no, Yankees. You can't leave the Yankees, and the Yankees can't let you go. There's so much money attached to all of that. So it was a very logic brain kind of a thing.
And the Yankees don't often lose players to free agency, certainly players in their peak.
Cano, and has that ever happened other than that? Like a major free agent and a homegrown Yankee who left?
A free agent who is at the peak of their game, really. Because you can look at some guys at the end of their career who have left, but it hasn't really happened that often where players who are at this point in their career have chosen to leave New York.
I mean, a lot of people have said this about Judge. Like, do you want to be Derek Jeter or do you want to be Robinson Cano? A little unfair because Cano left and like never played good baseball again.
Right.
I don't know that this would go that way. I don't think that it would, but
it better not.
Yeah, then it would really be a bad
because he's coming here,
but yeah, we don't see this. We don't see this, and I mean this would feel like a couple years ago, Steph Curry being like, "Yeah, I'm thinking Knicks, right? Like Miami Heat." No, you don't leave organizations that are at the top of their sport who take care of everything and do things the right way. Like, unless he wants to grow a beard or something,
exactly.
why would he leave the Yankees? And so they have that debate. And JP Morosi is just sitting there in his home office listening to the whole thing. And then they go, okay, let's bring in JP, who's boots on the ground, and he's a reporter, and he's talking to the agents, and he's talking to people. JP, like, it's Yankees, right? He's not leaving the Yankees.
The Giants are a very realistic possibility. This is not a Yankees at 70% likelihood and the Giants at 30. I think that we are very close to 50-50, where if the Giants really step up and get that AAV up closer to $40 million a year, there's a legitimate chance that Aaron Judge becomes a San Francisco Giant. And a couple more notes on the discussion that you just had. Number one, let's take a step back and realize the offer that the Yankees made to Judge, total guarantee back at the end of spring training around opening day, was just less than $220 million. So Aaron Judge already, based on the numbers that Jeff has reported, and I believe that they are correct, he has already made himself guaranteed at least $80 million additional dollars. Let's think about that for a minute. He has made himself, by turning that offer down, an additional $80 million at least, and that number could go up. The other part here, and Harold referenced this a moment ago, I really believe that Aaron Judge won't sign with the Giants unless there is a credible and actionable plan to put a winning team around him that can get to the postseason. I don't think Aaron Judge will take on all that pressure and expectation of going across the country if he looks at the roster and says, we're going to finish 500 and behind the Dodgers and Padres. They're going to have to, whether it's Kodai Senga or one of the infielders, do something that validates Judge's faith, and that is where I think Farhan Zaidi has to come up with a comprehensive plan in the next week to 10 days that shows Aaron Judge, you're not just going to come here and make a lot of money, you're going to come here and win and make the playoffs in 2023.
So I feel good about the Giants actually presenting that plan, but here's why that conversation makes me feel any better. I wonder if anybody's thought about it this way. To understand what a great thing it is for the Giants that Aaron Judge wants to hear that pitch, wouldn't that say to you, I would like to become a Giant, but you got to convince me that it's going to be okay? If roster construction is your concern, well, then why would you even talk to the Giants? Just stay with the Yankees. If he wants to hear that pitch, doesn't it say to you, I want to be a Giant, but you got to convince me that it's going to be okay? And if the Giants can do that, and I believe that they can with the resources they currently have.
It's a stretch, but it's possible. They have the resources.
More on that in a second.
Yeah.
But
okay.
That to me says, do you get that vibe? It's like Aaron's like, I want to leave, but you got to convince me that it's going to be okay because I'm leaving a lot.
It's very difficult. And I made the analogy earlier about you, me, and Bonte all having been at a different radio station, and we all had to have that same conversation with the person that was going to let us know that it was going to be okay. You had to know that leaving your spot was going to be okay. What are you going to do? What is the station about? What's the situation? Forget the money, because if the money wasn't right, none of us would have had any of the conversations to begin with, which is where Aaron Judge is. So he looks at Farhan and, Gabe, we as an organization and all the rest of it, and he has to know that, it may not happen overnight. It may take a little bit of time, but is there a plan? Do I believe in the plan? Do I believe that they can execute the plan? Are they going to build a team around me that'll be a playoff team year in and year out, a team that can challenge the Dodgers? Because he sees what the Dodgers have, and he sees what the Padres have become. Yep. And I think, honestly, if you look at the division from the outside looking in, the Giants are the third best team, and it's not even really that close. So
roster-wise right now, yeah, absolutely.
So, going into this year, if you were going to predict the NL West right now, the Giants would be in third place. So how do you convince Aaron Judge that you can be as good as the Dodgers and the Padres? Well, that, to me, is the biggest task in all this.
Sure, although a big part of Aaron's thought process would be like, I have a good idea on where you could start.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge.
There you go.
Could have me.
That's right.
That would make you better.
It's a great start. But you also have a pitching staff that is at least one arm, maybe two arms short, and every time we hear that, Kodai Senga, you get all excited about Kodai Senga.
I love, by the way, this is mostly an overseas thing. This started for me, and I'm sure it was before this, but my memory goes to Darko Milicic, where we get so enamored with the player who we've never seen before.
Ricky Rubio was that.
We don't know a damn thing. Kodai Senga. We usually spend the first 6 weeks just learning how to pronounce a name. And then we'll go to some reference page on the internet and be like, oh my gosh, ZRA 1.68.
He's really good in Fukuoka.
In Japan or Korea or whatever. But it also comes down to how much success teams have had doing that. Obviously not Darko. That ended up being a total disaster. But from Ichiro to Shohei and so many other players who've made that transition successfully, we get very excited, even though Kodai Senga might be sitting next to you right now. and you would not even know that was him.
Exactly.
But you badly want him on your team.
And this is a lot of it when it comes to Victor Wembanyama. We all can get excited for Victor Wembanyama. We can all be experts because now we get to see his games on NBA TV.
And your 6 weeks learning how to pronounce his name are over. Congrats.
Yeah, I have it down now. It's the Jamba Malalela.
Jamba Malalela. That's exactly where I was going to go.
Still struggling with that one. And I think the other part of it that cracks me up, and I'm not saying that John Morosi's doing this because he actually does his homework, but we in the media, you want to just drop a Kodai Senga like, I see how much I know about the offseason. My hot stove game is on point. I'm going to hit you with a Kodai Senga.
It's like they need other players, like a Kodai Senga.
Like last year with Seiya Suzuki. Giants, they should really lock in on Seiya Suzuki. Most of us have no idea.
And we badly wanted Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah.
And then we did even more when he came out and played well.
Good little year.
And then we got offended because he didn't want to be in San Francisco and his wife didn't want to be in San Francisco. That's fine.
Homeless.
Well, that's the other thing.
Thanks, London Breed.
The other thing is this is free agency. And so we're going to pin it on the Giants or any team. You got to get this guy. It's up to the guy. It's up to him. It's up to Aaron. Aaron's got the juice here.
But it feels like the Giants are going to offer as much, if not more money, based on the John Morosi clip we played.
Yes.
If they're going to approach $40 million average annual value, which is AAV, that's $320. The Yankees offers reportedly about $300. So the Giants' money will be bigger. He's from this area. So the only missing piece is, can they convince him that they'll build around him? So in that way, if he ultimately says no and the financial offer was bigger, I think you can be a little bit disappointed as a Giants fan based on the reason why he probably says no.
Okay, I want to get to that in a second, but a question first. Do you take JP saying, because there was one question I had listening to him, if the Giants can get up to $40 million a year, well, hey, they're at $320. If they do the Yankees not just go, okay, fine, $320?
They might.
Are the Yankees, who have been in the media for 4 weeks now, basically saying, Aaron Judge is our master. We love him. We have told him that we love him, and we're buying him homes, and we like all of these things that they've said. Are you telling me that they've got some sort of financial cap that the Giants don't? That would kind of surprise me, and that matters here. I'm sure Aaron's agent would love the Giants to get to $320. And then the Yankees go, fine, $320. And then he calls the Giants back. The Yankees just matched you. How about $340? And do the Giants do it? And how far does this go? And it's easy for us fans. We've made the analogy like buying a home, right? Your home was $18 more per month over 30 years because you threw another $50,000 on it. And it's like it's easy for us to say that. And I believe that, but I also know that baseball teams, they don't run themselves that way. They do have caps. They do have numbers that make them uncomfortable. I don't know what that is here.
And I think the Yankees would have that number before the Giants would have that number based on what you and Bonte and Joe were laying out in terms of what they already have committed. You got 32 for Stanton, 36 for Cole. Donaldson, 21.75 this year.
Old.
And you've got Luis Severino's 15, $17 million for Rizzo. He just got signed. So you already have so much on the books that, you might be a little bit more reluctant to throw extra money at Aaron Judge.
It's a good point. Yeah, the Giants have way more flexibility, by the way, not just in the Yankees, but anybody. All right, so let me address that other thing because I'm going to annoy you here. I don't mean to annoy you. But I have to say something that I believe to be very, very clear fact that I hear a lot of people dismiss.
Just so you know, if you say you're going to annoy me, you can't then say that you don't want to annoy me because going in that it's going to annoy me and you're going to do it anyway.
But it's your fault that it annoys you.
See, now you're starting to really annoy me. You're annoying me before you're even ready to annoy me. But go ahead.
It's your fault.
I came in annoyed.
You're going to be annoyed, and it's totally your fault.
Okay, that's so great. I get it now. I'm starting to understand you. Deep dive in Mark Willard right there.
All right. Here's the thing. Stop acting like the San Francisco Giants are your local minor league affiliate. Stop it. I can't hear this anymore. Oh, why would you leave the Yankees to come to the stupid little Giants? This is the San Francisco Giants. Why are you spitting such an inferiority complex? This is not the Pirates. This is not the Marlins. I'm not here to tell you it's the Yankees or the Dodgers, but it's often been called Red Sox West. If you try to convince me this isn't one of the top 7 brands in baseball, you won't, because you're wrong.
What's the number 1 brand in baseball?
The Yankees.
Okay.
The Yankees. But the conversation I hear makes it sound like he's going to the Marlins or like he's going to go overseas or something. This is the Giants. You got to stop acting like this is some second-rate operation.
You're aiming that at me, and I'm not the one.
I'm not aiming it at you. You're the only one here. I hear this everywhere. Yeah, Kyle. What am I aiming it at you?
Here.
Okay.
Also here.
Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, Kyle, you're here.
We didn't call
But
we didn't do a roll today. We didn't call our attendance.
Like you're barely squeezed in between Dibs' right shoulder and this black bar on the left side of the window. Like I see your left cheek and half of your
One
smile.
cheek
That's what I see.
inside.
Yeah.
That hurts. That's good.
Anyway, you get what I'm saying. I hear this everywhere, and
I just want to quickly counterpoint with this. If you look at their roster, it feels like a 4A baseball team in many ways.
I got you. And I know that part of that is a reaction to now, because I know that the Giants, through the years, the home of Barry Bonds and Buster Posey, all of a sudden are like, so now we've got slates. I understand.
The San Francisco River Cats.
Right. You're like, oh, we've got Yaz batting third. I get it. I totally get it. But that's not the only way that a free agent is going to look at this, okay? It is a team that, even with its lack of star power, is 14 months removed from 107 wins. You got to stop the inferiority complex, acting like this team hasn't won 3 titles in the last 13 years, the home of Bonds, the home of Posey, the second biggest brand on the West Coast, easily, and a top 7, I would actually contend, maybe even top 5 brand in Major League Baseball. It's the damn Giants, with a building that, by the way, until last year was largely full for 20 years. Yeah. And they know they've got a great fan base if they offer them something, which is what they're out there trying to do right now. So, look, there's a lot of work to get done. They have ended up in a bad spot. They overplayed a little bit of how smart we are last year. I'm with all of you on that. But this idea, why would Aaron leave the Yankees for the Kalamazoo Rattlesnakes?
You're overstating it.
I'm not.
No,
this is not a top 7 brand? It's not?
Fine, it's a top 7 brand,
okay,
but you're leaving the number 1 brand. That's the part that you're underselling.
I'm not underselling it. I'm the one who's
one's saying that you're coming to the A's, okay? Now, if you wanted to say, the A's are probably the 28th or 29th biggest brand in Major League Baseball right now, we're not making that comparison. The Giants right now, if you look at the roster, you look at the farm system, you look at the attendance, you look at where they are coming off an 81 and an 81 year, you're not leaving the Yankees going, this is an upgrade.
That is true. But that, again, is simply about this summer. And I don't think free agents do that. The Giants need to answer that question. I'm fully with you.
Yeah.
JP Morosi said it. I buy it. You're right. The Giants need to answer.
He's more worried about next summer.
And that's fine. Although if you're signing an 8-year contract, I think you're worried about all the summers.
Exactly.
You're worried about the long-term plan. And you're worried about what the roster looks like right now. If they can answer that question for him, and I believe they can, then we got to stop acting like leaving the number 1 brand for the number 5 brand is again, this is not the Durham Bulls. That's what it feels like with so many fans. Like, oh, the Yankees for the Giants? Yeah, the Giants.
Chris A. on YouTube listed the top 7 brands, and I think he's right. Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Cubs, Cards, Giants, and Dodgers. I think that's a good, solid top 7.
Yeah,
I'll buy that. And then, from there, you could start to pick and pop on where you would go next. But I think that from Chris A, that's a very solid top 7.
Agreed.
So among those top 7 brands, only the Cubs right now are probably in a worse spot in terms of Major League roster composition. The Red Sox would be down there as well.
Yeah, and they're going to probably lose Bogarts too. So You wonder about what the Red Sox have been doing. Honestly, for about 3 years now, starting with Mookie Betts. Hey, Red Sox, what are you doing?
Pretty much, yeah.
What are you doing out there?
Yeah.
So,
and you mentioned the Giants' attendance, and you take aside the 2020 pandemic year, but it has been decreasing year
no doubt.
over year over year.
Which
so
is
it
why,
wasn't just a one-off this last year.
But it's the lowest that it's been since they opened, and I think it's why they're so motivated to go get someone like Aaron Judge. I'm with you all on that. Last year wasn't okay, by no stretch. I just think, though, as a brand, we're making it sound like this team is just some afterthought in Major League Baseball.
I don't think people are.
I've heard that a lot. I mean, why would he leave the Yankees to come to a stupid little campy place like San Francisco? It's like, what?
Well, I think that the sentiment is, why would he leave the Yankees ... to go anywhere?
That I get. I mean, that's essentially what Vasgersian was saying this morning.
Right. So why would you leave the Yankees? And I get the whole idea of Monument Park, and if he's there for 8 more years and he retires as a Yankee, maybe he gets his number retired along some of the great.
Totally.
The Yankees love to retire numbers. I don't even know if there's a single-digit number that's still available because they've retired all the numbers. Yogi was 1, and Derek Jeter was 2, and the Babe was 3, and all the way through. So 99 still available, by the way, for the Yankees.
Indeed.
And no Giants ever wore 99.
No, not yet. Mike in San Jose here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, good morning. What's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, guys, great show. Listen every day. I've been in sales management most of my career, and I would say one of the places the Giants missed is that if you really wanted to make a show, you needed to sign someone first, some big name first, because they have no 3, 4, and 5 hitter whatsoever. He's going to walk 250 times his first couple years till they fix that. And I think Farhan and Gabe actually hurt because they haven't spent any money in 4 or 5 years, where the Yankees and the Dodgers spend nonstop.
So, Mike,
I would have tried to land a big name to say, here we go, instead of, don't worry, we're going to work it out later.
So here's the answer to that, Mike. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. You're on the right track, except for that Aaron has addressed this already publicly himself. He already said, I want to do this quickly because I want to get my deal out of the way so that my team can then get to work on the rest of their roster. You're saying you want it in one direction. Aaron has literally said he wants it in the other direction. I think you've noticed no big names have signed yet. Nobody. And sometimes those all have to come first before the big fish. But Aaron has said he wants it the other way around. I think Aaron is going to have – I think by the time we are sitting in these chairs next Thursday, a week from today, we know where Aaron Judge is playing.
I think it happens before then.
It may be. And then all the other names, all the shortstops and everything are going to start to fall in place. And I think it sounds like that's the way Aaron wants it.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't want this thing to drag on very long. And, he came here for the meeting. He had a great meeting, 2 days. 1 day was the entirety of the day. Yankees have made their offer. Aaron Judge spent time in Hawaii, by the way, while we were in Linden.
Good for him.
He was in Hawaii, which would be a lot cooler if it was the other way around, but didn't work that way for us this time. So he's at his meetings. He's gotten his offer from the Yankees. I don't know if he's gotten an offer from the Giants. I don't know if that would leak out or, whether or not that would come out and then the Yankees would counter. I don't know how that process is going to go, but it feels like we're getting close to the end here.
Mike Silver joining us next. Mike McDaniel has made Tua. No, for sure. He believes in him. It's turned the Dolphins around. How's that affecting the 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo basically knowing that the organization did not believe in him? So we'll talk to Mike about that and more. That's what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and Xfi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Costos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I still think it's Tampa, but I may be going down with the pirate ship on that one.
But yeah, I mean, this might be a sinking pirate ship. I mean, who are you going to pick? The Niners? They don't have any players left. You're going to pick the Packers? Desperately need to trade for a wide receiver, and one just went to Arizona. Maybe the other one will go to Green Bay.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, my friend, you and I love to do the whole Bob Barker bit, hole in one or two.
Yeah.
And this week it's not Mike Silver 1, it's Mike Silver 2. We get him twice, which is a treat for us. Mike Silver always on Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you guys?
We are fantastic. You know what I was just thinking about, and I wonder what your perspective would be on this. I'm watching all these videos come out this week about Mike McDaniel and how he put together 700 of Tua's best plays on video to help Tua really feel and believe that Mike had his back and that he could be a good quarterback and that he was his guy. And then look at what we've got. Tua's he's an MVP candidate. He's been great. How would you compare that with the San Francisco 49ers situation where Jimmy Garoppolo's running around literally knowing the opposite in terms of the belief of the staff?
Yeah, I think we have two of the very best stories in football this year that you just mentioned. Jimmy, we've covered a lot. For a guy to be able to block out all of that, getting his successor drafted, knowing he's gone, coming back, and then getting thrown back in and thriving the way he has is really, really cool. What's happening in Miami is just insane. And Tua was a guy who, by all accounts in that building, just had no confidence and had a horrible relationship with Brian Flores, who's a very good coach, but did not have a good relationship with Tua, was down on him. And his confidence was basically destroyed. And Mike McDaniel came in and just loved him up. And I've seen that before in the NFL. Hugh Jackson did it when he became the Bengals offensive coordinator with Andy Dalton. It spurred a career year. I can think of other examples, but this is a dramatic example. We have a guy who I think most of us going into this season would have said he's on his last legs as an NFL starter. It was a terrible draft pick, and you're right. He is an MVP candidate. Probably won't win it, but man, it's an insanely explosive offense. And the other thing Mike McDaniel did, besides building Tua back up and making that video and all that, is he and general manager Chris Greer went out and got Tyreek Hill. They already had Jalen Waddle. Well, now you've got this insanely explosive combination. It takes the top off of defenses. It opens things up. And Mike McDaniel is a phenomenal play caller, very, very well-versed in the run game. So all of a sudden you have an elite offense.
And what is it about Mike McDaniel that's made him such an easy fit in Miami? Obviously a quick study under Kyle Shanahan when he worked as a quality control guy. Kyle actually spoke to how important he was, but is he emblematic of the kind of the new era of brainiac NFL coaches?
In a way, but there is nobody like Mike McDaniel at all. And I don't just mean in football. There's nobody like Mike McDaniel. And he was kind of, our little secret, a few of us, for years and years. And, Kyle obviously knew that was his guy. He went with Kyle virtually everywhere. And, he's got an insanely dry sense of humor that doesn't always translate, that is hilarious. He is a very, very eccentric guy. He's incredibly smart, and he's an abstract thinker who thinks outside of the box and thinks differently, and has a great work ethic. So, you never know how someone's going to be as a head coach. I wrote a column that's in today's Chronicle that's available online. 99 cents for 6 months. Christmas is coming up, everyone.
Nice.
So treat yourselves. But, I talk about Mike and Kyle, and, I shared one quote from a long conversation I had with Mike in Fort Lauderdale. We had a meal in June and talked about a lot of things. And he said, I've always believed that I would be a great head coach, even though nobody saw me that way. They thought I was this, oddity, basically. I always knew that would be the thing that I did best. So it's interesting. Everybody is surprised in football. Even he is not surprised by what's going on. And of course, it's early and things change. But I'm really, really excited for him. And I'm just bummed that I have to share the Mike McDaniel secret now with the rest of the world.
Mike Silver with us. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, nuts and bolts in the 49er backfield. It was interesting yesterday to hear Kyle Shanahan say that he's, quote, hoping that Christian McCaffrey will play this week. What are your thoughts on that, and where does Jordan Mason fit into all of this?
I think Tevin Coleman fits in, first of all. We saw them turn to the veteran Tevin Coleman earlier in the season when they had injury issues, and he caught a nice swing pass and got into the end zone and did some things. So I wouldn't discount his presence. But, yeah, we saw Jordan Mason at the end of last week, run really hard and with authority, and that was cool. And I think they've liked what they've seen from Ty Davis-Price, his fellow rookie, the third-round pick, Mason being a free agent. They've been playing Mason or activating Mason over Davis-Price with everyone healthy on Sundays because they like him on special teams better. But I'm not sure that it is settled that if they're both active, that Mason would be ahead of Davis-Price. So, those guys both factor in. But I also think Tevin Coleman is part of this equation. They feel comfortable with someone who has been in the system, knows the scheme, knows who to block. And obviously it's a very intricate system, even without Mike McDaniel, because as I say in my column, Kyle Shanahan is, as good as it gets when it comes to schematic stuff.
Would you expect Deebo Samuel to get back and get more carries as well, determined based on the fact that maybe Christian McCaffrey is out? And if not, how do they get Deebo more involved in the offense, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, if they need to if they feel like the only way they can get a ground game going, which is how they felt at this time last year, is to get Deebo, heavily into that role, I think they will. But in a perfect world, I don't think you want to do that all the time. I mean, I think you want to save him for bigger moments and try to use him on, receptions and run after the catch and all that. But, he's been banged up a little bit playing through it. I don't know how they get him more involved, but I do think it's a testament to the fact that they are more well-rounded and that Jimmy is getting rid of the ball quickly and that, Jennings has really emerged as a nice option. Ayuk has seemingly taken the step when they go to him. Kittle, we finally saw flash in Mexico, although he's been often ignored. And, obviously McCaffrey, when healthy, adds another element to that offense. So, offense. I don't look at these things freaking out. I mean, unless I'm playing fantasy football, in which case, that's not really what they're trying to do. But, are they winning games? Are they getting people involved? Are they moving the ball? Now, you could say, well, they only scored 13 points. Saints have a good defense, and I think Kyle managed the game in a way that suggested they didn't need to score a lot. But there will come a time where, they have to get Deebo more heavily involved, and Kittle, and McCaffrey, and probably some other people too, if that defense ever stops locking it down at a given moment.
Hey, Mike, looking around the division, I wonder your reaction to what you heard from Patrick Peterson about Kyler Murray yesterday.
Yeah, we've heard things, not just publicly, but I've heard things privately for a while out of there about Kyler's, perceived aloofness and commitment level. And he's obviously been a magical player when, he's at his best and they paid him. So he's their guy. But when there's a contract clause that says, you can't play video games, you have to actually watch this film, ultimately stricken. And, that came from somewhere, right? You don't embarrass your franchise quarterback to that degree by insisting that be in there unless you're worried about it, and I'm pretty sure we can name a lot of quarterbacks who are doing really, really well, who have a very high commitment level, who you would not associate that clause with, right? So, I don't know if that was unfair to Kyler. I don't know if Patrick Peterson and Kyler have some other beef, but it's not like this is out of left field. We have heard these things publicly and privately before, and they look like a team that is headed for major changes. I do think Cliff Kingsbury, will be the one likely to pay, if only Cliff Kingsbury. And, I think the Rams I said on Twitter the other day, I think it's over. And I know they've got some good players and people in that building and blah, 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 blah. It's over. I mean, it's worth it to them. They got a ring. It wouldn't have been worth it probably if they didn't, but I could see McVay leaving. When Aaron Donald is talking about retirement, that makes me think, if he doesn't retire, maybe he's still thinking about it in the back of his mind. I don't think Jalen Ramsey is necessarily the prototype of the guy you want to ride with through thick or thin. I think he's more of a front runner. Stafford is obviously experiencing some things, and I don't know. They're top heavy. They have cap issues, and they don't have a lot of high draft capital based on some of the trades. Again, it's worth it to them, but I do think it's over.
And looking at the entire division then, where the Niners are, with the quarterback being the big question about the future, do you see this division as being theirs for the taking for the next 5 years?
I mean, it never really plays out the way we think it's going to anymore for 5 years. Teams don't stay together and, things happen. But, I actually wouldn't characterize it that way. I mean, look at the Seahawks with all that young talent. I think the 49ers window is right now. And if they're still good in 5 years, awesome. But they got a lot of guys they got a lot of elite players who I don't see being in their prime 5 years from now, who are doing big, big things on this team. I mean, they traded for McCaffrey. They brought Jimmy back. They're clearly all in for right now. So my advice to 49er fans is don't trip on the 5 years, trip on the 5 weeks and what's ahead.
Mike, not to put you on the spot, but on Tuesday, I asked you, we all talk about would the 49ers be open to a Garoppolo return? Would Jimmy be open to it? And you said, give me some more time. And I don't know I don't know if you meant today or next week.
Today. So give me till next week.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, I should have some insight into that, but the next time we talk.
Sweet. Okay. Hey, Mike, great stuff as always. Thank you so much.
I mean, I will perform on demand. If you want to throw a few other things at me, I will go into that locker room and get you answers. It just might not be on the exact time frame, but we will do our best.
Yeah, no. Well, gee, if you're willing to be put on the spot, boy, what else could we come up with?
Can the USA beat the Dutch on Sunday morning?
Will the USA beat the Dutch on Sunday morning? Wow.
Saturday morning.
First of all, I'm just hoping that Christian Pulisic has all his equipment and, talk about taking one for the team. But I would say this, and I put this in my Bally column that's posting at ballysports.com later today, and that is if he's looking for some extra protection, assuming he can play, he might want to holler at Jackson DeVille, the Jags mascot, and you can Google that and you'll know what I'm talking about.
I love it. And then also Aaron Judge, who once upon a time was a football player, so you're supposed to know this. Does he want to go to the Giants or stay with the Yankees?
I don't know what Aaron Judge wants to do. I just hope the A's somehow stay in Oakland.
Okay.
No fun, it's no fun following that team, right?
Yeah, relocation is lame. Not for families, but for sports teams. That's my opinion. But all right, Mike, thank you very much.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, there he goes. That's Mike Silver. By the way, I wanted to do this also just because there might have been some people listening to the question I threw at him with regard to Kyler Murray and Patrick Peterson. They might be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Right. So let's go ahead and listen to it. This from a podcast, Patrick Peterson with Bryant McFadden yesterday. Kyler Murray comes up. Take a listen.
Vocally, Kyler Murray is talking about, and I don't like how he's doing that. I think he should keep some things privately, but it tells me he doesn't care about his head coach. And he's putting everything on the head coach, basically saying
Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. That's just a matter of the fact.
I gotta I can't argue. I don't know him personally. You played with him for a few years, so I got to take your word for it.
Okay, that's Patrick Peterson in the middle. Kyler Murray doesn't care about anybody but Kyler Murray. This went all over the media and social media yesterday to the point where Kyler had a very, very terse response. And a number of other players, too, DeAndre Hopkins weighed in. I get it. If you're a current teammate of Kyler Murray, you're going to say, hey, Patrick, tap it down, dude. Like, that's not cool. You're going to go into a podcast and say that.
You're going to defend him, yeah, absolutely.
Now you're playing for the Minnesota Vikings. Kyler's not like that. Whatever. Right, you're going to defend him. Here's the other thing. Patrick may have broke the code. Doesn't change what he said. That's his opinion based on playing with him for 2 years. I think there's evidence all over the place. You heard Mike Silver say it too. And to
there's
your
evidence
point,
that maybe he doesn't study and maybe he doesn't take it that seriously. I don't know if there's evidence that he loves Kyler Murray more than he loves anybody else.
He's putting his coach on blast literally every week. If you've watched Cardinal games.
Absolutely. And Mike is right, and I actually said it to you before that Kingsbury is going to be gone. I don't think that he's even going to make it through the entirety of the year. I think he'll be gone before these two teams play each other in Week 18. They're, 4-8? They're an absolute unmitigated disaster, and Arizona's one of the worst franchises in pro sports, and they are prone to do things maybe not at the ideal time, which if you're going to replace the coach, let him coach the whole year. Black Monday, the day after the season ends, that's normally where you see a lot of the coach firings, but I have a feeling it's going to happen before then.
Yeah, we'll see on that. I'm with you that Kingsbury is on a very, very hot seat right now.
Oh, he's gone. He's got no seat. He's standing.
Well, I mean, if they put together some sort of second half run.
They go on a run?
Yeah, they're going to go on a run. Look at their schedule. They got another 49er game, obviously, on their schedule. But let's see. The Cardinals appear to be off this week.
Yep.
They will host the New England Patriots the week after that. They've got a road
Patriots
game.
on a long week. They play tonight.
Right. They're at the Broncos after that. They've got a home game against the Bucs. Then they're at the Falcons. And then they are here at Levi's Stadium to end the season on January 8th. Will Cliff coach?
Four of those, I don't think he will. 4 of those 5 games are against playoff hopefuls. You've got Tampa and Atlanta. Atlanta's a half a game out in the NFC South. They're still a playoff hopeful.
They're hopefuls, but let's not make it sound like that means they're a good team.
Doesn't matter.
Tampa and Atlanta, they're playoff hopefuls because of the division they're in.
But my point is they're going to be at least going after and trying to compete in that game. Now Denver is a different story. And that Denver's coach might be another one who's at risk of losing his gig. He might be one and done there in the Mile High City because you're going to probably see another 4 or 5 coaching changes additional here, which would be a lot considering a lot of these guys are in their first year.
I think the big thing is, and as you look at Kyler Murray's contract, like you said it and Mike said it, are the Niners in great shape for the next 5 years? I have no idea because Trent Williams not playing 5 years from now.
Right, 5 was probably too long of
a... point being, we don't even know what the Niners are doing at quarterback. However, here's what we can know about the division. Seattle and the 49ers are a blank canvas, if you will. I don't know who Seattle's quarterback is going to be 2 years from now. I don't know who the 49ers quarterback is going to be 2 years from now. But I'd rather be a blank canvas than what the rest of the division is. You just heard him say, and he's right, the Rams are done, capital D. It is all falling apart. Do you know who's not playing this weekend? Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Aaron Donald, Allen Robinson, they're all
Can't
out.
Start Kupp or Coop.
They are gone, and they are not. And the coach may be gone as well at the end of the year. So they're starting from scratch with no resources.
Right.
Great trade. They want a ring. I'm not ripping them for it, but that's their reality right now. Meantime, you can Cliff Kingsbury all you want.
He's gone.
But if you've got a quarterback who, as Patrick Peterson puts it, Kyler only cares about Kyler, and you need to put contractual language in there to get him off of his damn Xbox so that he can get ready for a football game, and you've got him locked up for, are you ready?
Oh, we talked about it yesterday.
Not 1, not 2,
no,
not 3,
no,
not 4,
no,
not 5.
You can get out after 5.
6 more years.
You can get out after 2028. That's when that's the out is 2028. You're stuck.
Totally.
You're stuck with Kyler Murray. So now when you look for your next head coach, and I do think that Cliff Kingsbury will be gone. I mean, not only because they're struggling, but they're not getting along. How are you going to find, are we going to bring in Lincoln Riley to be? Maybe.
Not a terrible idea.
Somebody who has worked with Kyler in the past, somebody who can, get the best out of Kyler Murray, because you're stuck on Kyler Murray. And you mentioned the Seahawks quarterback situation. How do they not bring back Geno Smith?
Yeah, they have to, but I also don't think, even now, I don't think they're ready to be like, Geno's our answer for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
I don't think you're there yet.
He's making $3.5 million. That's it.
And he's been fantastic. He has been fantastic. And even when they lose a game like they did last week, there was a high-scoring overtime loss. Like, I'm putting that one on the defense.
Yeah.
Gave up 40 points to the Raiders, for crying out loud. Josh Jacobs won everybody's fantasy game, put up over 50 points, all of that. Geno was fine.
going against him, yeah.
Yeah, Geno was fine. But similar to the 49ers, you're getting good production out of your quarterback right now. But what does that mean for even next year? I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
And neither one of them are going to be in a position to do anything draft-wise. Seattle's playing too well. They're going to be too far down in the draft to do anything about it.
If you're not fully convinced that Geno's the answer, you could franchise him. That would be an expensive 1-year operation.
Well,
Probably cost you about $34 million, the franchise tag.
I don't know what his contract is. Is he only on 1 year?
Geno's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah, he is.
1 year,
right.
$3.5 million. Yeah.
Oh, gosh, he's done nicely for himself. He's going to get a little raise.
He has.
He's going to get a little raise. Yeah, so I don't know what they're going to do, but I would rather be the 49ers and the Seahawks right now than be the Cardinals or the Rams. And those two, it's interesting you bring up the Broncos who are on the Cardinals schedule. If I could pick two teams in the NFL who are up Dawson's Creek.
Ah, come on.
All
it's
right.
a TV show.
Anyway, you are.
It's a good TV show, too.
I never watched it.
Really, really good.
I'm that guy who, my list is so long. I haven't even got.
I didn't watch it when it came out. I just recently went back and watched the whole thing. With Eugene Levy.
He's fantastic.
Terrific.
He's fantastic. I haven't even gotten to Ted Lasso yet. It's all there for me.
I've gotten a couple of Ted Lassos in, but I haven't. I've only seen like an episode or two, and I just haven't gone back. I'm kind of like you with that.
You like Schlitz Creek better, and yes, I put the L in on purpose because it's just got to protect myself over here. I've got a lot on the line there, buddy.
You do. You got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, point being, if there's two teams in the NFL who are up Schlitz Creek,
malt liquor.
It's the Arizona Cardinals and the Denver Broncos. Not because
they might be the furthest up Schlitz Creek.
They both signed north of $200 million for quarterbacks.
You're a bum.
Who stink right now.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Kyler Murray's much better than Russell Wilson.
Russ still Kyler's making some plays, but he's not winning football games, and he's not making any friends on the sideline. Russ is not making any friends on the sideline. This was my favorite. Our buddy Rich Ornberger said, we have reached how many people showed up to the birthday party portion of the season for the Denver Broncos, which is not good. If you missed the story, apparently Ciara threw Russ Wilson a birthday party, and it had to go public.
Invited the whole team.
Half the roster showed up. So they must love Russ. Or they want free food and they're fat football players. I'd go to Russ Wilson's birthday party, and I don't like him. I never met the guy. But these two teams have signed. I mean, we'll see what Deshaun Watson looks like this weekend. That could be another team that's gone way too deep into a question mark at quarterback. But Wilson and Murray, man, those teams are hamstrung for years to come.
That's the thing. And so, I mean, if you're going to take that job in Arizona once it becomes open, is that even a roster that you can work with? Because your quarterback is making north of $35 million a year, and he's not playing well enough to earn that much money.
It's interesting. You talk about Lincoln Riley. Lincoln is he's become an interesting name right now, even at the pro level. Partially because it's like Kyler's over here. He's Kyler. He was the number 1 pick in the draft. But take a look at what Jalen Hurts has become in Philadelphia. And if there's a draft tomorrow in the NFL, isn't Caleb Williams number 1 overall? I don't know if he's coming. But the quarterback at USC is incredible. And he came with Lincoln to come to USC. And he might win the Heisman. And if he wins Friday night, he's going to the college football playoff and all of that. I don't know if he becomes an interesting name in the NFL here sometime soon.
No, absolutely. He's been an interesting name, but when you look at the jobs that are going to be open, it looks like Arizona's going to be open. Denver might be open again. If I'm Lincoln Riley, I take a hard look at maybe making that leap because, if you do what you did at USC, I don't know how repeatable that is once you get to the Big Ten in a couple of years.
Well, and a pro job is always better than a college job. And it's not just about money. You can make plenty of money at the college level. Go look at what Texas A&M and Alabama are doing and whatnot. You can make plenty of money, but gosh, it's a year-round job where you're shaking hands with boosters, and it's just you're a coach and you're a politician and a babysitter sometimes too. So I would always tell, like Kingsbury's got that house on the draft where he looked like he's just able to put his feet up, I don't know, at least 6 months out of the year on Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
We're just hanging out in Arizona, golfing. So
and you only have to draft, 8 guys maybe in an annual year. If you're at USC, you got to replace 30 or 40. You're knocking on a lot of doors.
Always be recruiting. Exactly. Yep. It's all sponsored by Pfizer. All right, Chuck Barkley with more shots fired at Klay Thompson. Which side are you on after you listen to this? We'll take your calls at 888-957-9570, and Sean Salisbury joins us at 11 on Willard and Dibs.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
I like where the Warriors are at now. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. To me, form matters. And seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, as a young guy, you got to set screens. Yep. You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. He checked all those boxes.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Traveling? Volunteering? Spending time with family? What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there, and around there, and even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny Guru. 12-3 on 95.7 The Game. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Guys, what do you got? Dibs, Willard, what do you got? 49ers, Giants, Warriors.
Yeah, all those things. Yeah. All of it. We haven't done any Warriors yet, but we're about to. We are. Yeah. Thank you, Steiny.
By the way, the odds are out for Aaron Judge's next team.
Oh, we got updated
revised odds. This is from the great Josh Barton, sportsbetting.ag.
Oh, I like it when it ends with an AG. Okay, that's good.
The Giants minus 130 are your favorites. The Yankees minus 110. So the Giants very slight favorites now to land Aaron Judge.
Is that reflective of fact, or is it reflective of social media reporting? Here's one thing I'll say real quick, and then we're going to get to the Chuck Barkley Clay stuff. I have heard from, if you go to any quote-unquote baseball expert, somebody on the inside, I think most of them are going to tell you not where they think he's going to sign, but who the favorite is. And they're all saying the Yankees. But if you go to these betting sites, they're all saying Giants, and that's because social media has stirred up Giants. Yeah. Even JP Morosi today. Morosi says it's very close to 50-50. And he says that in response to Baskersian going Yankees. Very close to 50-50. Well, very close to 50-50 in response to Yankees would suggest the Giants are, 45%.
Yeah.
Social media reacts to the report and goes, Aaron Judge is going to the Giants. And it's like, yes, there's a very good chance, but it's not a slam dunk.
No, and the odds reflect that. Minus 130 to minus 110 is about a 52 to 48% breakdown, slightly favoring the Giants.
But do you think they're the favorite? I don't know. I think
it's 50-50, but
I don't know that I would use that word.
I can understand where the odds are set. And actually, in that email I just got, they were indicating that at the start of this process, the Giants were 9-1, plus 900 early on, and all of a sudden they dropped to 2-1, plus 200, and now they sit as the slight odds-on favorite to land Aaron Judge. I'm buying it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're in this. They're in this sucker. There's no doubt. And you know what is really exciting? Do you wonder what the most exciting thing about this of all is this is not going to turn into the Bush-Gore election. Remember when they're like, okay, we're going to overtime. And then 18 weeks later, they're like, so here's what a hanging chat is. Like, oh my gosh, please don't draw this out till February. The best news of all is that everyone is saying this sucker's coming next week. And when I say coming, I mean the news.
Yeah.
Is it Yankees? Is it Giants? Let's go.
And there'll be no election deniers either when this thing gets resolved, when he signs on the dotted line. And by the way, it's not a dotted line anymore. It's actually a straight line.
Just a regular line, yeah.
Good old-fashioned line.
You say anymore. Did it used to be a dotted line?
I think so.
I don't know where that came from. I've never signed a contract in my life where the line was dotted.
Me either.
Yeah, it's always just like a regular solid line.
Maybe back in the Morse code days when it was all dots and dashes, the line was dash, dot, 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 dot.
They gave you a dotted line. I'd be like, dude, your printer's out of ink. What kind of operation are you running over there?
Get a new toner.
Seriously.
I'm staying with the Yankees.
Yeah, I'm not signing that.
Come on, Farhan, get some toner.
All right. Before I play this for you, go back to Klay Thompson's early struggles and Charles Barkley's responding to the night in Phoenix where Klay gets really frustrated. He gets tossed. He's holding up the 4 in the air, 4 rings. And Devin Booker gets under his skin. Devin Booker says after the game, look, I grew up, I wanted to be Klay Thompson. So I've got nothing but respect for Klay Thompson. But they got in each other. And the Suns have owned the Warriors so far this year with 2 double-digit victories, okay? Barkley insinuated, look, Klay Thompson is getting old. He's not the player that he used to be. Klay took exception. He was offended. He took time out of a press conference when no one even asked him the question to bring it up and shake his head and say, that really bothered me, that Charles Barkley would say that after what I've been through, Achilles and ACL. And so this back and forth has been established. What did you think then? Was Klay being overly sensitive, or was Charles leaving out context?
Klay was being overly sensitive, and my approach to Charles Barkley in general, and he's never come down my road specifically, but I ignore Charles Barkley. The majority of the things he says are meant to draw a reaction. His insights aren't that insightful, and when it comes to the college basketball tournament that I love, the game that I love so much, he doesn't know a thing about it. And he sits up there and he blathers and he generalizes, and he's just trying to get an attraction, a reaction from simply everybody. So I was a little disappointed that Klay felt like he had to respond to Charles Barkley.
Can I get a little context on that? Charles Barkley doesn't know anything about college basketball?
He doesn't watch college basketball.
Played college basketball.
In 1987.
Yeah.
So when it comes to
has it changed that much?
Dayton is taking on Coppin State. He doesn't watch either team.
Neither do the people watching.
Yeah,
Dayton versus Coppin State.
Whatever. I don't need Charles Barkley in my NCAA broadcast. Right. And when it comes to what he does on Inside the NBA, he's become a caricature of an actual analyst.
If you like rational and not poking the bear Charles Barkley, I actually think what I'm about to play for you is for you. This is not from Inside the NBA. I don't think that this is bluster. This is with Taylor Rooks, her podcast. And again, Klay Thompson comes up.
Klay's still a heck of a player, but he's never going to be that best 2 guard in the NBA that he was for a long time because of age, Achilles, and ACL. And I was disappointed that he overreacted, because he 100% overreacted. Because I said, kid's still a good player, but his days of being the best 2 guard in the NBA, because I'm going to tell you what happened that night, because I've been there. Devin Booker was kicking his ass. And when you get older and you're like, this guy's kicking my ass, there's nothing I can do about it. Because that was really hard for me when I got older. Because I'm like, this dude can't play, and he's kicking my ass. That happens to every great player. But then you could tell Klay was frustrated because he started talking about the 4 rings, which nobody can ever take them 4 rings, and he's one of the best players ever. But that night, Devin Booker was kicking his ass, and there was nothing he can do about it.
It's an inconvenient truth, and I do not usually fall along
Shout out
these
Al Gore.
lines as I'm sitting here listening to Charles Barkley and Klay Thompson go back and forth. I think what Charles is saying here makes a whole lot of sense. And I have to admit something right now on this show, which is that when I saw Klay Thompson holding up the 4, it made me uncomfortable. It really did. It's not that it's not true, but it's kind of what Charles is saying. Everybody in the building knows it's true.
Right.
And are you going to rest on that?
It was a little desperate.
In other words,
is what it was. When you have like a verbal altercation with somebody at school and then you start talking about their mama,
right.
It's like, dude, you don't have to go to that. I mean, you're going to go, really? You're going to go to the fact that my mama wears cowboy boots? Okay, really? And that's kind of what it felt like. Klay, he didn't have anything else. And Charles is right. He got cooked and he's frustrated.
Yep.
Devin Booker is a good player, though.
Very good player. He's a great player.
Even at Klay's peak, there might have been a night where he was going to get cooked by Booker in that situation. But I'm with you. When he held up the 4, like, I got 4 rings, it's like, ooh, yeah. It felt a little bit desperate.
Well, here's what it felt like. We have watched this for years. Every single NBA player in the 80s and 90s will show up on some podcast or some show. They're usually on a couch. They're usually 300 pounds. Oh, let me tell you about what would have happened to Steph Curry if he played in my day.
Exactly.
Get out of here, old timer. I don't want to hear that point. We're here now. The rules are what they are. Steph Curry's transcendent. Stop trying to diminish Steph Curry by holding up the past. Oh, if he had come down the road when the Detroit Pistons in 1989, he would have what? He would have stopped and pulled up from 12 and he would have sunk it in your face. And by the way, what you were doing back in the 80s Pistons is not basketball. It was cheap. And so we legislated it out of the game. There was a touch of that with Klay Thompson that night. Let me tell you, young man, I got 4 rings. Great. Nobody's saying you didn't. It didn't feel relevant that night when Devin Booker and Klay Thompson were playing basketball. As a Warrior fan, I acknowledge the 4 rings. We don't need to talk about greatness. We already know. Steph, Klay, and Dre, it's forever. It is in ink. It is statuesque. It's done. It's over. It's the best thing we've ever experienced, and nothing will ever take that away. But I don't want today's game to be clouded by you constantly having to remind everybody what you've done in the past. It just...
Well, he was out of bullets, Mark.
It didn't feel right.
He was out of bullets. He had nothing left. He had gotten ejected from the game. He'd gotten cooked by the future, by a younger player. Mm-hmm. And so at that point, you got nothing left but to say, hey, I got 4, you don't have any. And that's where, I'm kind of with you in terms of the discomfort of that. And Barkley's commentary there, so much more insightful than anything he usually offers up on Inside the NBA. Right? I wish that Charles, but he can't do it because he and Shaq have this whole thing, this cartoonish back and forth that was entertaining 10 years ago, but it's more than jump the shark in my opinion.
I don't think it was entertaining 10 years ago. Shaq, I think, was still playing 10 years ago, wasn't he?
These years go by pretty quick. 10 is about the number.
Here.
Let's see.
Shaq
career, basketball reference.
Oh, he is 50. He's 50.
Yeah, it's been 12 years now. This is his 12th year out. Score 1 for the Dibber.
All right, yeah, but was he on Inside the NBA by 2012?
Spinoni the music again, please. Probably. Yeah.
Did he go right?
He played until he was 38, the Diesel, the big fella.
Inside the NBA debut, 2012. I give you solid, dude.
Stand down.
Good job.
Thank you.
You want me to stand down? But all rise for Aaron Judge.
All rise.
Don't make me stand down. All rise.
We did our all rise earlier.
All rise. Yeah, I don't want to stand down today. That doesn't feel good.
If you put me on your shoulders, we're about the same height as Aaron Judge, by the way, in case you want to try that later.
Oh, my gosh. This is a large man. Such a presence. All right, so more on that. Still ahead. Sean Salisbury, 15 minutes away. We're talking NBA. Filmo Mike has the inspiration sensation to call Willard and Dibs. Willie and Dibby, if you will. Filmo, what are you doing?
Hey, Mark Willard, man. I was asking them that question last week. I'm like, what are y'all doing? They was trying to trade Debo, Mark. I don't know what was going on.
Man.
So we got McCaffrey. Now we need to trade Debo. I'm like, where's Mark Willard at? What are y'all talking? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I one turkey leg and one trip to Top Golf, and look what happens around here. I can't believe it. Philmo.
Hey, man. Hey, Dibs, you know I love you. Y'all, you was just talking about the thing. I forgot what you were just talking about, but y'all had a little break where you talk about the whatever y'all talk about. It was hella funny, the tier or whatever. But anyway, look.
Thank you, Mike.
I love the Pistons of the late 80s. Denver Claus, you missing out, man. The Pistons of the late 80s, they was lit. That was entertainment.
That was Willard who was trying to disparage the bad boy Pistons.
Yeah, no,
I love that hard scrabble basketball.
I hated it. No, it wasn't
Mark
basketball.
doesn't like toughness.
No, I don't like
Mark
toughness.
Mark shies away from physicality.
I don't like people who have decided I don't have the skills to do this, so I'm just going to beat you up.
You saying Isaiah Thomas didn't have skill and Joe Dumars didn't have skill?
I'm saying Bill Laimbeer did not have any skill. So
Bill Laimbeer had mad skill.
No, he didn't. He had elbows.
He just chose to inflict.
Yeah. I'm out. I'm out on the bad boys.
Tell him, Philmo.
Come on, man.
Come on,
If
Mike.
you like that, you can't like Steph Curry. I'm not letting you like both. You can't do it, Philmo.
Come on, man. Hey, I called Dibs. I called Guru Captain Saver Steph Curry when Steph Curry messed up. But listen, on some real stuff, LeBron James' comments, it meant the world to people like me. For real, on a serious note.
Yep.
Because people get at whoever about whatever the situation, but then when somebody else do it, they don't look at it the same way. And I feel like the reporters, y'all have a response, not y'all, but the reporters, Mark Medina's, the deep Nick Friedels, y'all got to do a better job of pointing that out too. Yeah, Kyrie did what he did, but Jerry Jones, what are you doing there? Where's the questioning? What's up? What's going on? And I just wanted to say that I love your show.
Thank you, Mike.
Love it.
I appreciate you bringing that up.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I do too.
It's something I saw this morning, and I wasn't aware of the story because LeBron said that, y'all need to ask me about Jerry Jones because Jerry Jones was pictured in a 1957 Little Rock photo where some black students were trying to integrate a school and about 100 white kids were blocking their way, including a 14-year-old Jerry Jones.
Right.
And, LeBron, I thought that it was good that LeBron used that platform to draw the comparison, but it also made me wonder about the role of the journalist because LeBron is not on the Dallas Cowboys. LeBron is a Laker. So at what point do they have the responsibility to ask LeBron James about the Dallas Cowboy owner? I'm glad that LeBron spoke to it because it's something that needs to get addressed, but I wonder about the reporters in the room if they have a responsibility to ask LeBron about everything else in the sports world.
No, I think what he was saying, and actually would let him speak for himself because we have the audio right now,
good.
But what he's essentially saying is, you all ask me about Kyrie on a daily basis when he stepped outside of social lines. And it wasn't one question. It was daily for 2 weeks. And then this Jerry Jones thing came up, and we all know I grew up a Cowboy fan. He's disowned the Cowboys because of the way they talked about the Colin Kaepernick situation. So he's disowned them and moved on. And he goes, then this picture comes out, and not a peep. Here's LeBron.
I was wondering why I haven't gotten a question from you guys about the Jerry Jones photo. But when the Kyrie thing was going on, you guys were quick to ask us questions about that.
Okay.
Hold on. And I don't even want you guys to say nothing. When I watched Kyrie talk and he says, I know who I am, but I want to keep the same energy when we're talking about my people and the things that we've been through. And that Jerry Jones photo is one of those moments that our people, black people, have been through in America. And I feel like as a black man, as a black athlete, as someone with power and a platform, when we do something wrong or something that people don't agree with, it's on every single tabloid every single news coverage. It's on the bottom ticker. It's asked about every single day. But it seems like to me that the whole Jerry Jones situation photo, and I know it was years and years ago, and we all make mistakes. I get it. But it seemed like it's just been buried under, like, oh, it happened. Okay, we just move on. And I was just kind of disappointed that I haven't received that question from you guys.
And then he got up and walked out. And he's spot on. He's completely spot on. And I know a lot of people I'm seeing on the YouTube feed are going, well, because Kyrie's basketball and Jerry Jones is football. Are you really going to tell us that LeBron James doesn't get asked stuff outside of basketball? He does. Okay?
I didn't know he was a Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
So I didn't have that. I didn't make that connection.
And the background of he already publicly said, I'm no longer a Cowboy fan because of the way Jerry Jones spoke after the Colin Kaepernick situation. So
Right.
it is relevant. LeBron gets asked about stuff that is outside of the basketball realm all of the time. He's a global celebrity, someone who is willing to speak on these things. It doesn't mean he's the end-all, be-all on all of these things. But the point is there is an attachment there, there's a tie there, and he's noticing that, well, I get asked about it when it's this, and I don't get asked about it when it's that. Where's the Brett Favre story? It's just, it's quiet, isn't it?
Well, and that's,
and
again,
it's still going.
Do we need to ask LeBron James to weigh in on the Brett Favre story? He's not a Packer fan.
That one less so because there's no history and no attachment there.
Right, but this is, and I'm only playing. I'm not even playing devil's advocate. I'm openly questioning the process in general because there are so many things that LeBron James doesn't get asked about. Do we need to ask him about the situation with Herschel Walker being a Texas resident but running for Senate in Georgia? Do we need to ask him about, all the different things that are going on in our country? I don't think we need to ask him about any of it, yet we do. And so it's one thing for him to weigh in on Kyrie Irving, his former teammate. Now, do we need to ask him again and again, day after day? Probably not. Mm-hmm. But you know how it is, Mark, when you're on the beat. Reporters want to get something that is an attractive quote. And if LeBron James or Steph Curry or Tom Brady, the big boys, if they're going to make a comment about virtually anything, do we need to ask LeBron James about Phil Mickelson taking money from the Live Golf Tour?
So I think you're correct in saying where's the line, and maybe there really isn't one. There really isn't one. LeBron has been willing to speak on a lot of things. Therefore, if you ask, he'll probably speak, unless he says, I don't want to talk on this, or I don't feel educated on this, or what have you. But the bottom line is, he has been very tied to football throughout the years for a number of reasons, and he has been very directly tied to the Dallas Cowboys.
See,
and Jerry Jones.
You know that more than I do because you spent so much time in L.A. I'm not on LeBron.
But LeBron wasn't there when I was in L.A. LeBron came to L.A. after I was.
He did?
No,
okay.
Yeah, that was never an overlap. So this is just about the story that's now been. And I also like the way LeBron did this because he didn't point out a reporter.
Right.
He didn't rip anyone publicly.
He was expressing disappointment.
He said it in such a way of, hey, I'd like all you guys to just take a moment and think about this.
Yeah.
And I think that's totally fair.
Absolutely.
That's totally fair.
And I think you could extend this conversation out to the NFL in general because this is something that was unearthed 65 years later.
Yep.
How is this photo just now coming out? And Jerry Jones.
Question too.
Jerry Jones, I won't say to his credit, but I'll just say that Jerry Jones did address it, and he said, "I was just there as a curious 14-year-old student."
Yeah.
Whatever the reason why
flimsy.
he was there, it's super flimsy. And he's in the back of the pack. You were there as a part of a pack blocking these young African Americans from making it into your school. So why isn't this a bigger deal in the National Football League?
Wow.
And it's because he's a billionaire and he's one of the made men in the NFL.
He's probably the most powerful person in the NFL.
Exactly.
We're running around changing the names of every single school because of stuff that happened 350 million years ago.
Yeah.
And we're now going to go, oh, but it was a long time ago. Really?
Exactly.
Come on. So again, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here.
I don't either, but
LeBron is fair for saying, can you all just take a moment to think about the way we approach these situations?
Absolutely.
That's all he did.
And I think you're spot on in terms of what he did was a great thing. And those reporters ultimately, I don't know how much responsibility they bear, in my opinion, for, hey, LeBron, let's talk Ukraine. I mean, at what point do those reporters just, stick to basketball for LeBron James?
Tua versus Jimmy, McDaniel versus Shanahan, Mostert and Wilson versus whoever the 49ers will have at running back. All of these things and more with Sean Salisbury, who is going to join us next. That's what's up next on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also, Willard Dibs, sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855 MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
This playoff Niner soup, what do you want to taste more? The pepper, the salt. I want Debo. And we tasted it last year all the way up until the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game. So just with that alone, why can't you sprinkle in McCaffrey now?
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Debo.
95.7 The Game.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now get a Nokia C100 for just $39.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, Ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Trying to remember this off the top of my head. Here, I can look it up. Do you know off the top of your head how many NFL teams Sean Salisbury played for?
Boy, I would say 4 is my guess.
I think I have it as potentially 5 if we include offseason and practice squad. Is that right, Sean Salisbury? Are we at 5?
That's a good question. I have to count it. I never was on a practice squad team. I was always on the regular roster.
Okay.
So 1, 2, Minnesota, San Diego, brief stint in Houston, and Indy. Yeah, 5.
5, right? Seahawks,
5, yeah.
Indy,
Yeah.
Minnesota, Houston, San Diego. Here's why
That's
I
it.
ask. And welcome,
most of
by the
it
way.
in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So
Good. And hey, how you doing? Thanks for coming on.
good to be on with you guys. Hell, I'm glad you asked the question. I don't even know the answer to my own damn career.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Sean Salisbury with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So here's why I ask. Did it ever get spicy in any sort of a way between you and a team you left and then coming back around? Because Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson, for different reasons and in different ways, they seem a little 49ers spicy here as they get ready for Dolphins-Niners.
And whatever it takes, man. That's what I mean. Guys do it different. I mean, I don't think let's listen. Let me preface this by saying no matter when somebody either quits on you or doesn't sign you, when I say quits on you, trades you or cuts you or lets you walk in free agency, whatever it is, they're basically saying they're not interested anymore or they can't afford you, you're not part of it. And when they do that or somebody leaves, there's that feeling of, well, wait a minute, they don't love me anymore, even if they may have really liked them. And so there's always the incentive. Listen, you go back and play your old team, you want to prove to your ex-teammates, to the fans in the stands, there's no doubt. The key is you can't let and I don't think it's spite for these guys, but get caught up in, it's like when you're playing a guy in hoops, guys, and he's talking at the gym all the time, right? And he finally talks his way into you taking yourself out of your game because you're more worried about him. Same thing can happen here. Once the game starts, it's football, and spice is okay. Some guys handle it. I was never bitter at X teams, but you're damn right. When I played against a team that I had previously played for, I wanted to play out of my mind or have a good game against them to send a message, but I tried not to let that use up my practice time or my week because I wasn't good. I'm not good enough like Caleb Williams to run around and make plays no matter what. I needed to focus on it. So it's okay to have that incentive. And if there's bulletin board material, use it to your advantage. But they still got buddies, but they want to send a loud message. I can't blame them.
What about the message being sent from coach to coach? My laminated spreadsheet is better than your laminated play sheet. You got McDaniel and Shanahan, the master and the pupil. Is there going to be a little bit of, maybe showcasing my formation is better than yours on Sunday?
Absolutely. That's such a great point. But going back, even them, guys, think about this. You want to go into, hey, listen, I'm Mike. I was, I don't want to say the understudy, but he was my boss, and we learned together. We were attached at the hip at places along the way. We can finish each other's sentences, but I'm going to prove to my head coach that now that I'm the head coach, we do things different than him, and I'm a little bit, of course. And I don't think it's in a mean, spiteful way. And the truth is, you could probably go like this: hand Mike Kyle's play sheet and had Mike's play sheet and say, yeah, I knew this is what you were going to do on third down. Just different wrapper, honestly. And they'll do it different because one has more speed on the perimeter. The other, and Mike would rather run it more right now, but their efficiency is throwing the hell out of the ball. And so we know what they both want to do. There's not going to be surprises, but there may be one okey doke mixed in to get something going, but I think they pretty much know each other. It'll come down to execution. Both of them will design a great plan, and it usually does. But yeah, the gamesmanship, I can't imagine the nonsense that's talked when they get on the field during pregame warm-up, because, McDaniel talks that all the time to Tua. I would imagine Kyle and Mike are getting after it and having fun. But don't kid yourself. With all the fun and games and friends, you damn well know the other one wants to show the other one up and win the game, but you can't let your ego take over what you need to do on 3rd and 3 as opposed to show Kyle Shanahan or Mike McDaniel that I'm still the king, right? But it'll be that's a fun sidebar in this game.
No, this is a really good one. It's got so many levels to it. Sean, what about this one? Especially with your quarterback history, I wonder how you would have felt in these situations. The well-documented story of Mike McDaniel showing Tua, I believe in you. You can be this player. And he's come out and he's played as well as any quarterback in the NFL. Meantime, the other side of the ball, here's Jimmy Garoppolo, who was fired, left to be in shorts during training camp throughout the offseason, and then a broken ankle leads to him being the starting quarterback. Very opposite. His coaches told him, I don't believe in you. How do you see that affecting these two quarterbacks?
I think we've already seen it with Jimmy. I mean, it's happened all the time, and Jimmy's responded. And you know what's crazy about it? Both of them, along with Hurts, and I guess Baker Mayfield, but Baker was being moved out of his building, to another place. Name me 3 quarterbacks more maligned and the questions surrounded them. Jimmy was supposed to lose his job. Hurts, we're not real sure if he's a guy that can throw it and run it equally well, and how good will he be as a passer. And Tua, remember we wanted to replace him, right? When Florida, we want Deshaun Watson. We're not sure Tua's physically good enough. Well, Tua leads under like the quarterback rating thing that ESPN does, the quarterback stuff. He's like 1 in like 15 categories: under pressure, against zone, against in the red zone, backed up. I mean, he's off the charts. And Mike believed in him and said, listen, here's why. Like, see, I've looked in the mirror and said, Sean, you suck, like Tua said he did, or do you suck? But then the mirror talked back to me and said, yeah, Sean, 700 plays ain't going to fix it for you. With Tua, there's this ability, and Mike that's part of being great, guys, is getting buy-in however you do it. He got Tua to buy in. Tua got him to buy into accuracy, throwing on time, go get me weapons. And now he's a front runner for the MVP. On the other side of back to Jimmy, I think we've already got the answer how Jimmy responds during all this, kind of kick to the curb. Oh, he's just a guy. Well, here he is running, 15, 16 touchdowns against 4 or 5 picks, whatever it is, and playing really efficient football and answering the call and increasing his value and giving the 49ers a legitimate chance to win. Jimmy's answered it, but it was 180 degrees difference of how both franchises went about building their guy up. One built him up, one had to build himself up with the help of his teammates.
And the teammates have been very helpful, especially that defense. We'll get to them in a minute, but first the run game. If Christian McCaffrey is unable to go, they already lost Eli Mitchell. They're averaging just 4.4 per carry, which is 17th in the league. How can Kyle Shanahan get to his comfort zone of 30 rushes if he's got to lean on 2 rookies to carry the rock?
I'm going to tell you what I do this week. And Lo and I talked about it a little bit. Deebo Samuel becomes he's carrying the ball because he's physical, and I can be versatile with him even if he doesn't touch it. I'm going to get Deebo more carries from that position, even if it's on empty the backfield and he runs jet sweep, inside zone. He is going to touch it a few more times if that's the case. But you also have to have trust. You got to trust that your scheme's good enough to at least give you enough that Jimmy can run play action, and then you're going to lean on. These are the times, guys, and you asked about Jimmy, guys, about how they went about it. These are the times, McCaffrey may not be able to go day to day, leaning on rookies. Where's Deebo going to be deployed? Isn't this when we expect the quarterback to step up his game, right? Another level. Jimmy, we may have to throw it 35 times, and you're going to have to respond and may have to match Tua throw for throw if it comes to that. I don't think they're going to abandon the run, because I'm going to tell you what you don't want to do, even with that defense. You don't want to go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, because they're getting people in space like crazy, and the ball comes out. So I would imagine Jimmy to elevate. You got to trust what you do with rookies and hope they're ready. But I would, in tough situations, Deebo Samuel would be catching it, running it, or catching it from the backfield this week more than he has since McCaffrey's been there.
Sean, speaking of that show you did with Lowe, which you can catch every Monday right here on 95.7 The Game, you said in that football hour that at times you think Jimmy can't make the easy throw, and that if he could, that would be a total game changer. Expand on that if you would.
And it's not that he can't, but the thing for me, I'm not really worried about Jimmy, and you saw it this past week, guys. I'm not worried about him making a high-stress throw because I think he's pretty good at now. He may not have the physical ability that Allen or Mahomes have, but he'll make a difficult throw because he understands, and the ball comes out quick with him too. The thing that has hampered him is the common throw. Not all the time. I think he can make it, but that's what the deal is. A lot of times we're wondering, can a guy throw a hole shot versus too deep? Does he have enough arm? For Jimmy, for me, it is when you run a corner route or when Ayuk's open in the end zone, that you don't miss the open guy. You know, guys, think about when you're playing when we're all playing catch with our buddies, you know, like, or you're playing hoops and you got a layup in 2-on-2 and you click it off the top, it hits off the rim, and you said, go up and dunk it and finish. Don't miss the common layup. I don't want Jimmy to miss the layups. It's the one in the Super Bowl. It's last week against Ike. It's the wheel route that you got a shot to put it in there and you just overthrow it. Can he? Yes. But in big games like this, which is one of the offense and defense, and two of the teams that could meet again in February, they're both good enough, is to I'm not worried about the shallow crosser. It's that corner route, the corner squats, and I throw it to the back pylon. Do I make it where it's an easy catch when there's 5 yards of space? I'm not really worried about the 3 yards of space. It's the simple throw. If Jimmy will hit layups, the 49ers are good enough to not only win this game, but to win the NFC when all is said and done. And I think he can, but that's been my concern. Too many, when I say too many, a throw here or two throws there, the common throw in big moments is the one he's got to make.
And we've seen big games swing on him not making those throws in big moments. On the other side, this defense, Sean, has been so nasty. 4 second-half shutouts consecutively. What do you think about the matchup, though, with Waddle and Tyreek against a secondary that hasn't really been tested deep too much?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that because I was just doing a podcast before I came on with you guys, and my number one key is exactly what you're talking about with this. And the 49ers defense, listen, if you don't bring it, you better bring a good supply of body bags because they're gonna hurt you. I mean, that's how good they can be. To me, the biggest key to this game, because even if you blitz Tua off the slot or bring somebody from secondary, the ball comes out so quickly, guys, and he's processing information so quickly. The ball will come out even if it's a free runner. You know, now if you get interior pressure, he's not a great scrambler east and west, so they're going to try to dial up different looks. But to me, the whole key is on the perimeter, whether it's slot or on the outside, is taking Tyreek Hill and Waddle, who got great speed. Guys, when you watch Miami during this year, doesn't it feel like you're watching 7-on-7? I mean, they're running to windows that are like a Big 12 offense running against Big 12 defense. Like, damn, he just threw that and there was an 18-wheeler that could have fit in there. Well, but he's still throwing on time. So for me, it's as the corners take them off their mark. You got to get your hands, and Mike will probably counter with motion and moving people around. The corners and the people, the slot corners and nickel and dime, you have got to make sure you get your hands on it. If they get a free release and you're chasing, they're going to create space. It doesn't matter who you are. You got to be physical at the line and take them off their mark. So Tua, instead of 3 quick hitch throw or quick 3 and throw or catch and release, he has to take an extra hold. And if you make him hesitate a little bit, it takes them off their rhythm offense, and now the windows close a little tighter. Be physical at the line, and you can't give up the home run. If you've got balls enough to play press man and you don't get a hand on him, he's going to throw a touchdown over the top. So it depends. You're going to have to be multiple, but you better be physical with those guys because if they're playing in space, it wouldn't matter if you brought Mike Haynes and Lester Hayes back. They're going to get open. The difference is Mike Haynes and Lester Hayes are going to maul you at the line of scrimmage, so you can't get to that spot. Important matchup for the 49ers in the secondary this week.
So, Sean, if I did 3 teams in each conference, if I say Miami, Buffalo, Kansas City, and then in the NFC I say Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco, do you agree with me that in one form or another I just named the Super Bowl matchup?
I agree that you named the 6 best teams in the NFL right there with teams like, even though they're 9-2, for some reason people don't buy in. I understand the history, but Vikings, the Jets are playing decent, but will Mike White elevate them again against good teams? We can go through, who are the Chargers? I think we're still wondering. You just, to me, named the 6 best teams in the NFL, and I'll be shocked if 4 of those that you just named out of the 6, Cincinnati's going to disrupt it somewhere. I'll be pretty shocked if 4 of the 6 you just named are not playing in the NFC-AFC championship game.
And no love for Tennessee, Sean. I'm surprised with the gritty run game and the physicality and what Vrabel has done. I'm shocked, Sean. I'm stunned.
I friggin' love him. Don't be stunned. Don't be stunned. I love him. Here's why. Now, and Burks is elevated. You guys see the way he's playing now?
Yep, absolutely.
That to me got me on the. It's kind of like Cincinnati. Now they do it in a different way. One's a little bit more finesse than the other. But my question is, and we talked about Jimmy making a certain throw. What's going to happen if you eliminate the run game? Now that's easier said than done. But you run against a defense that they got to throw 40 times. Do they have enough perimeter weapons to beat you not in a slugfest, but in a stick and move contest where we're playing out? You know what I'm saying? Where it's not a slug. Now, if you want to get into a phone booth and play them, there's a good chance they're going to come out on the other side, and Vrabel might start hitting people too. I think they're as tough as there is in the AFC. But I'm just concerned when you play the great Burrow, Mahomes, even Herbert, Allen, can they keep up in a shootout? So they're going to have to play great defense, and Derrick Henry's going to get awful tired in the postseason if this keeps up. They're going to need him.
Sean, who do you think wins between the 49ers and the Dolphins?
If this game was being played, I'm taking the home team, and I don't usually just like to go there. I'm going to take. What's the spread? 3.5,
I think
something like that.
3.5 or 4 actually.
Yeah, I would probably take Miami with this. I think this is a field goal game. I do, and we're going to find out. What is that saying, guys? Irresistible force versus a movable object type of thing, and we're going to find that out. But both quarterbacks are similar in the fact that the ball comes out and they're pretty accurate. One's got more playmakers on one side, one's got more playmakers. I'm curious here. Another big key is, can the Dolphins get any kind of run game going? Last week they threw over 30 times against the Texans in the first half. If you squelch their run game, meaning the 49ers squelch the Dolphins, then you can start to pressure and hope you get a tip ball interception. I like the 49ers' physicality to win in a close one. If this game starts to creep towards the 30s, one team, the Miami Dolphins will win.
Yep, I hear that. Yeah, it's about the first number for the winning team. If it's a 2, love the 49ers. If it's a 3, probably love the Dolphins. Sean?
And if it stays in a teens, take San Francisco all day.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Sean, great stuff as always, man. We love having you. Thank you.
You guys are awesome. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
There you go. Sean Salisbury. And by the way, the spread is sticking at a very firm 4.
Yeah, firm 4.
Right now.
I saw that.
Firm 4, yeah.
46.5, the over-under. So they're telling you this game is, it's like a 25-21 kind of a ball game, 26-22, somewhere in there. I know those are odd numbers, but odd football numbers. But to your point, I agree, Mark. If this game is in the 2s, I like the Niners' chances as opposed to if it's up in the 30s.
Yeah, let me get the what the Vegas score is here, because this is basically what's the over-under for the Dolphins and what's the over-under for the 49ers, right? So I'm trying to see if I
can... Probably 24.5 for the Niners and 21.5 for Miami.
Yeah, I'm looking for that, and I want to pay attention to this, so I'll get it during a break. But yeah, right now, a 4-point spread, firm 4, not leaning in either direction right now. The 49ers as the favorite. He talks about the 49ers stopping the Dolphins' run game as the key to what they want to do with their defense. I agree. And let me say this about the Dolphins' run game. First of all, I don't know who's playing. I assume Raheem Mostert is playing with how much he's ended up talking this week, but he has not been playing lately, which means Jeff Wilson is, either way, I think, going to play a very big role here. The 49ers very much know these running backs well. They know how they can hurt you. But I got to say something here, Dibs. I was a big Raheem Mostert fan, and I'm not going to say that anything that has happened this week necessarily changes that, but I'm really disappointed in the way he's handled this week. Jeff Wilson, it's fresh, and as Sean said, when you get let go or traded by a team, it hurts. It just does. Even though we can look at it and go, dude, you aren't Christian McCaffrey. This was obvious. At the same time, I get it. It hurts. So, Jeff, I'm going to put over here. But there's something on Raheem Mostert, who earlier this week did say that our team is filled with more talent and said, quote, we actually have a quarterback who can sling it. These are direct quotes. Now, even if you followed that up, Raheem, with, now, don't get me wrong, I think Jimmy's really good. And the reporter left that out. You don't get to come to social media, accuse the media of clickbait, and say this is much ado about nothing. Jimmy's my friend. I love Jimmy. You know who saw through it? Deebo Samuel saw through it because he went to Twitter and went, Raheem, man, be real. Because you said it. There is something that is a big problem. I don't need to tell you the problems the media creates.
Right.
You already know that. But there's a very big problem in reverse, which is the media putting out for the public what was the most interesting thing that you said. And because you didn't like the way it got presented, even though you said it, now you're going to run around in circles going, clickbait, media, this, that, and the other, misquoted. I didn't say it. Dude, you said it. You said it. And if you believe it, that's fine. But I thought Raheem Mostert has handled this week very, very poorly getting ready for this game.
Well, I know he's tried to walk it back in many ways. And, you know, when you say what you said, it's one thing to be a little bit upset about your situation ending. And, you know, you got to put your name on it, though. If you make a quote, if you say something, you got to stand behind it. And, you know, you could try to walk it back and you could try to couch it and all the rest of it. Bottom line is it'll get settled on the field, 60 minutes in Santa Clara, a soggy Santa Clara, it looks like.
Yeah, that is the word right now, which who does that help? Does that help the 49ers?
You would figure Miami's got more speed on offense.
I don't know.
And, you know, Miami unable to really run the ball much. They're 27th in yards per attempt on the ground this year. They're averaging just 4 yards a carry against a Niner defense that's been very stingy against the run. The thinking would be, if the field is a little bit sloppy and if this weather that we had today is going to hold through Sunday, then you're going to imagine it's going to be a little bit of a slower track, and that should neutralize the speed advantage that the Miami Dolphins have on offense.
Yeah, Kyle, what do you got on Raheem?
This isn't new. Before 2021, so yeah, before last season, Mostert was in camp with a brace on his knee, out of nowhere. And reporters at the facility said, hey, Raheem Mostert's practicing with a brace on his knee. That's weird. Something to look out for. And Mostert takes to Twitter to clickbait, making up injuries, da-da-da-da-da. Second carry of the year, he gets hurt and he's out for the season.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't new. It's like, people can see you, dog.
Is the word sensitive? I mean, let's not forget the way that he handled his contractual situation. Once upon a time, Raheem Mostert demanded a trade, which was fascinating because it was like, look, I get it. The 49ers have not made many guarantees as an undrafted free agent, and he became a very key member of their roster at a very key time. He was their RB1 when they went to the Super Bowl. I get all that. But he's also somebody who demanded a trade in an effort to get like $3 million a year. It's huge money, but not in the NFL circles.
But he wasn't going to get it in San Francisco because they don't look at running backs that way.
I just guess my point is this, and maybe this doesn't come off sounding great. Players at the level he was at rarely demand a trade. When you do, like Elijah Moore earlier this year with the New York Jets, like, I demand a trade. And the Jets were like, that's cute. So get you ready to practice.
Yeah,
we got
he
practice
didn't even play.
today. No.
They sat him down.
Right, and now where is he now? He's still in the New York Jets. So it feels like somebody who is sort of overstating and overrating the positions
and
he's
overreacting
and consistently in.
Yes, and that's a dangerous thing in this day and age because, as you mentioned, you are interviewed, you say something, you're quoted, and it didn't even go viral, but it became something that we certainly picked up in this market, and now you get mad and former teammates clap back at you. Well, you have two choices. You can either stand behind it, or you can walk it back, or you can claim clickbait. I was misquoted.
Right.
There's really no great route out of that other than to stand behind it and say, yeah, this is what I said. I meant what I said. I said what I meant.
Yeah, and even if you did compliment Jimmy also, Like, the words were, we actually have a quarterback who can sling it. If you take the word actually out, it would have been fine. We have a quarterback who can sling it. Yeah, you do. He's an MVP candidate. But you used the word actually. That's not misquoted. Why would you put the word actually in there?
Yeah.
You're talking about the 49ers and the Dolphins, and you said, we actually have a quarterback who can sling it. There's only one reason you'd say that. You're saying that Tua is outperforming Jimmy. And oh, by the way, he is. He is. So stand there. Stand there.
Stand behind it.
Put your
and
feet
who
on the
cares?
ground. Right. It's not even that crazy of a statement.
No, it's a factual statement.
It is right now,
And we've
yeah.
also, Sean Salisbury said it. Jimmy Garoppolo misses too many easy throws. If he's missing layups, Tua's not missing layups. He's actually hitting 3-pointers.
Yep. Football Fridays, which are coming tomorrow. excuse me,
okay?
sponsored. I am great, man. I am just
hang in there,
pounding toward the finish line. Sponsored by the Jim Irsay Collection at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium on December 10th. For free tickets, visit JimIrsayCollection.com. Also, do not forget to get your butt over to 957thegameshop.com. Get your T-shirts, your hoodies, your sweatshirts with all of our great slogans and logos. What are you doing T-shirts at 957thegameshop.com. All right, still coming up. If you missed J.P. Morosi's Giants-Yankees odds, we'll have that for you next. Plus, Logan Webb just jumped into the news. We'll tell you why in a moment on Willard Dibs.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring Sean Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at radioalice.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com. GameStop.com.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from TaylorMade and Bushnell. Featuring the TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Woods with 60 layers of carbon for faster ball speeds. And while you're there, grab a dozen TP5 golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the Home Depot, we have the tools to make gift-giving magic for all the DIYers on your list. If they prefer working on real homes over gingerbread houses, you can't go wrong with Makita Power Tools, like the 18-volt 2-tool kit for only $249, or the 18-volt compact circular saw for only $139. Get everything you need to get it done with new lower prices on Makita Power Tools only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard Dibs. And you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves, what are you doing? I'm listening.
I'm glad you're listening, since sounds like you ain't here. JD and Steiny will be in here shortly. We'll chop it up. Hey, a couple quick things to pass along. First and foremost, Heisman candidate Blake Corum, running back for Michigan, will have season-ending knee surgery. He tried to play against Ohio State and could not. They still ran the hell out of the ball, by the way, without him.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be back. So season-ending knee surgery for Blake Corum. He will not be a part of whatever Michigan does next.
And that's a shame. And, it puts his future in some doubt. And, the good news in college football is that the 12-team playoff is official.
Yes, it is.
It's coming. Not next year, but the year after.
Correct.
12 teams. The top 4 will get a bye. The first round matches, 5v12, 6v11, 7v10, and 8v9, those will all be held at home sites.
Are you sure it's not next year? Because I know it says 2024, but that's January 2024.
Yeah, you may be right. I wasn't sure if it was the 2024 season. Or it always throws me, like with the NFL, we talk about the 2023 playoffs. They actually happen for the 2022 NFL regular season, so there is that overlap.
Yeah, John Wilner, who is the number one guy for all Pac-12 news, I think he stated, all right, here it is, with the Rose Bowl hosting the semis after the 2023 season and the expanded playoffs starting with the 2024 season. So you're right, but also...
No, you're right.
No, this Rose Bowl, the one that's coming in 1 month, this will be the last traditional Pac-12 Big Ten matchup at the Rose Bowl.
It hasn't been that.
That's fair, too.
In
That's
a long time.
Well, rotating it hasn't been. It has been when it's off, but they're hosting the semis this year, so this is one of the years where it wouldn't be traditional.
The Rose Bowl died about 12 years ago. It used to be a great tradition, the granddaddy of them all, where the Big Ten champ against the Pac-10 champ, Pac-12, Pac-8, however you want to say it. That was always great because even if it wasn't, a playoff game, but now that we have the playoffs, the Rose Bowl will be a part of the playoffs, which is great. I know that I think next year when the playoff actually starts in 2024, the Rose Bowl I think is one of the quarterfinal games, and then it's the semifinal the next year. They're going to rotate them.
And then also this statement from the great Willie Mays on the passing of Gaylord Perry. Quote, "He was a good man, a good ball player, and my good friend. So long, old pal." That's from Willie Mays. And if you missed that earlier today, at the age of 84, may he rest in peace, Gaylord Perry passing away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great run. I just hope that when people talk about Gaylord Perry, especially today, and you look back at his career, we don't just immediately go to spitball and Vaseline and, the peculiarities of some of the way he doctored the baseball are certainly a part of his story, but a damn good pitcher, Hall of Fame pitcher. He's got his number retired down there at 3rd and King, so there's more to Gaylord Perry than just what some of us remember. I remember as a kid when, he was out there on the mound and the umps are coming out and they're, all right, Gaylord, give it up. And he's got, a nail file, he's got Vaseline, he's got a saw, he's got all kinds of different stuff out there.
Can we have 30 seconds of fun with game show music?
Sure.
Can you name all of the teams for which Gaylord Perry pitched?
I mean, he pitched for like 10 teams.
He pitched
Is
for
that
a lot.
right?
It was a lot.
God. Well, the Giants, I know, are one.
Ding.
I remember he was a Padre.
Ding.
He was not a Guardian, but we'll call him the Guardians because we don't want to disparage people by saying their old nickname.
Ding.
I feel like he was in Texas.
Ding.
Here's where it gets tough.
This is the last 5 years of his career now.
I mean,
you got the big four. Where are you going to go from here?
I'll go with the Braves.
Ding.
He had to have been a Yankee. Everyone was.
Ding.
Oh, jeez.
For only 4 games, by the way.
Two
more.
Was he a Mariner?
Ding.
Oh, my God.
And the last 4 games of his career at age 44 were played with
the Oakland A's.
Oh!
No. The Rangers.
No, you already said that.
Oh, shoot. Dude, it was before Tampa Bay.
What do you want to say about the Rangers?
Exactly.
I heard Rangers. Kansas City Royals.
Ah,
Kansas
and
City
we'll never be Royals.
And that is the end of our game today.
Almost ran the table on Gaylord Perry.
That was really good. He has pitched for 437 teams over a period of 518 years. His career.
And how many wins? He had like 315, right? He's in the 300 win club.
314.
Yeah.
314 and 265. This guy had, quick math, 579 decisions in his career. 579 decisions. You usually don't even get 15 in a year now.
Seriously.
579
and he pitched
decisions.
until he was, 44?
44 years old, yeah.
So that was more than 30 seconds on Gaylord Perry, but that was worthy.
It was. Okay, now we'll move on to another pitcher who is a little bit more in the current. His name is Logan Webb, and Logan Webb will play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. That just came down about 20 minutes ago.
Okay,
Logan Webb.
Attaboy.
He's putting America on his chest.
That's awesome. I'm happy for Logan.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think he's feeling very patriotic. He was at his nation's capital, the Golden One Center, taking in a Sacramento Kings game. Go ahead and fly that, what do they put, what's the thing? The
beam.
The light ray, the beam.
It's the
Thank
beam.
you.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Thank you. The beam. Dusty Baker and Logan Webb with an iconic photo with one another over the weekend at a Sacramento Kings game.
That's
awesome. Great. Yeah,
Kings on the rise, by the way.
Absolutely.
Not only the team,
rise?
but the experience. Yeah, the experience itself. What do you think of the World Baseball Classic, Mark?
I think it's great. I never love when a player on your favorite team heads off to do more. That always makes you nervous. Okay.
When is it? Is it every 4 years?
Sometime.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I don't know when it starts.
And I don't mean to corner you, but this is kind of like this is kind of my take in a nutshell on the World Baseball Classic, because baseball is not played by the world, and this event is not a classic.
So
there you have it.
You can always call things a classic if you want to. You just do it. Let's do it. I mean, golf tournaments do it all the time.
The World Cup is actually contested by the entire world.
Right. Well, so is the World Baseball Classic.
How many countries play baseball?
Well, no.
Game show music, please.
Again, it doesn't mean it has to be every single country.
How about more than 10%?
Would you like it to be called the International Baseball Classic?
I'd like it to be called the among teams that know what baseball is, we have a tournament.
If you're going to get mad at that word, why don't you use it for the World Series rather than the World Baseball Classic, which is much more world than the World Series?
True.
Okay.
And at least the World Series involves people from a number of other countries coming together, and that's probably the best baseball in the world.
So is the World Baseball Classic.
But it's,
Anyway, it's in March.
Per Wikipedia, the World Baseball Classic was created in order to further promote the game around
across the world.
Right.
Yeah.
How many countries are we up to now?
I think 3.
An awful lot.
Let's skip ahead to the part where the Dominican Republic takes on Cuba in the final.
Don't you diminish the World Baseball Classic.
Oh, I have before, and I will again.
There's no reason to do that.
So actually, there has been 2 teams from Africa, 32 from the Americas, 16 from Asia, 10 from Europe, and 4 from Oceania.
That's
All
enough.
right.
Yeah, that's good.
It's big.
That's good. Don't act like every country in the world is in the World Cup either, by the way.
They all have a shot to qualify.
They all have a shot if they've got a team. Not every country has a team.
Oh, absolutely.
Every single does the Vatican have a team?
If they have 11 people, the Pope is a legit center mid.
Sleeping on Cyprus.
Have you seen the Pope head the ball with that hat on? You can't stop the Pope.
Best goalie in the world because his goal's closed. He's got that little mobile that he's driving around in. He's like, you can't kick the ball in the air. Anyway.
So much blasphemy that could just come on here.
All rise. John Paul Morosi on Aaron Judge. You are going to want to hear this. Plus Steiny and JD jump in here next on Willard and Dibs.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast, even if your symptoms feel mild. Ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning.
Steve Kerr, today at 5.
His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a good gillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. In San Francisco, should be cloudy by the afternoon, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, will do, Steph. Thank you so much, sir. That's sir. Actually, don't even like calling him Steph. That's Mr. Curry right there. 3-game win streak on tap. Don't forget. I guarantee. I'll be like that Ruffle Got Ridges guys.
You did guarantee.
I guarantee.
I think Bonte this morning was saying he'll take 2 out of 3, and Joe said Willard guaranteed all 3.
Yep.
They better win all 3.
Yeah, what do I have to pay? Because
they have to pay anything.
No, like just I'll do something. Like we're not getting ridiculous. I'm not going to run naked down Lombard. I just mean we do these things. Like classic sports radio. It's like if you get something right, we do a victory lap for a month.
Yeah.
You get something wrong, you're just like, so we'll talk about something else for a little while.
It's funny you mentioned
go
naked.
Ahead. I'll be ready to make it a penalization sensation. What
donuts is normally the currency.
Okay, all right, you got it.
That'd be great.
You got it. If they don't win 3 in a row,
4 miles to Lordsburg.
Well, no. I think I told you the breaking news.
Yes,
Bob's Donuts, Mill Valley. I now have a donut place less than 5 miles from the house for the first time since coming back to the Bay, and we're ready to roll. I have sampled. They have passed the test. They will be here unless the Warriors win 3 in a row.
Okay, and if they win 3 in a row, then I will provide the same donut, but I won't go to Bob's.
No, I'll
go to Quality Donuts there on 73rd.
I love them too.
One quick side note before we get rolling. NBA, what are you doing? There's one game tonight. There is one game.
Is that it?
The Association. Dallas is at Detroit. That's it.
That's not even a good
one. What the
one.
hell are you doing? I understand Election Day. That was a cute little thing. We're not going to play so you can all vote. Great. Even though most people go absentee now.
Gosh, that is weird.
One game on the slate.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tomorrow.
And 13 last night.
Are they just trying to avoid Thursday nights? Is that I haven't looked at
Buffalo
previous
and
Thursday
the Patriots,
nights.
we're ducking that.
Just in general. Thursday Night Football is the second-rated television show out there.
Yeah, but what are you doing, NBA?
I don't know. That's weird.
And if you're going to give us one game, can we not have Dallas at Detroit?
I'm just
crap.
looking at this, like, what does next Thursday look like, for example, to see if this is a normal thing. Next Thursday, only 3 games. Only 3 games. Yeah, that's it.
Huh?
You're terrified of the NFL.
That's it.
I would be too.
Because you got 82 of these babies, so we got to duck them.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by Pfizer, Willard Dibs, and Steiny and JD going to jump in here in a second. And we'll get into this with them. I can't wait to hear what they have to say about it. We started our show with it. The changeover with Bonte and Joe was a lot about it. So here's the backgrounder. The hot stove. This morning on MLB Network, big back-and-forth conversation between host Matt Vasgersian and host/former player Harold Reynolds. And it's all about Aaron Judge. Now, Reynolds sort of played the line of, look, it's free agency. I don't know how it's going to go. You want to get as many teams involved as possible. Sure, he could make this decision or that decision. He kind of played the middle. Vasgersian comes over the top rope and is like, Yankees. Yankees, Yankees, Yankees. It's got to be the Yankees. The Yankees can't let him go, and you cannot leave the Yankees. That is worth so much money to be a one-uniform player, career New York Yankee, top brand in baseball, 62 home runs, end up in the monument out in the outfield, all of that. And Vasgersian's like, there's no way he can leave the Yankees. And then they bring in their insider and reporter, boots on the ground, John Paul Morosi. And they say, John, what do you know? It's got to be Yankees, right? Listen to JP.
The Giants are a very realistic possibility. This is not a Yankees at 70% likelihood and the Giants at 30%. I think that we are very close to 50-50, where if the Giants really step up and get that AAV up closer to $40 million a year, there's a legitimate chance that Aaron Judge becomes a San Francisco Giant. And a couple more notes on the discussion that you just had. Number one, let's take a step back and realize the offer that the Yankees made to Judge, total guarantee back at the end of spring training around opening day, was just less than $220 million. So Aaron Judge already, based on the numbers that Jeff has reported, and I believe that they are correct, he has already made himself guaranteed at least $80 million additional dollars. Let's think about that for a minute. He has made himself, by turning that offer down, an additional $80 million at least, and that number could go up. The other part here, and Harold referenced this a moment ago, I really believe that Aaron Judge won't sign with the Giants unless there is a credible and actionable plan to put a winning team around him that can get to the postseason. I don't think Aaron Judge will take on all that pressure and expectation of going across the country if he looks at the roster and says, we're going to finish 500 and behind the Dodgers and Padres. They're going to have to, whether it's Kodai Senga or one of the infielders, do something that validates Judge's faith. And that is where I think Farhan Zaidi has to come up with a comprehensive plan in the next week to 10 days that shows Aaron Judge, you're not just going to come here and make a lot of money. You're going to come here and win and make the playoffs in 2023.
You know, with regard to that plan, I wonder, was that plan already laid out in the meeting that they had last week?
Had to have been.
Or as JP says, lay it out over the next 7 to 10 days. Did the Giants handle that meeting by saying, hey, Aaron, what is it you want to see? And then we're going to go put a spreadsheet together because, boy, we know how to do that.
And Aaron said, get me Kodai Senga.
Get me Kodai Senga.
To start.
Get me his number.
Let's start with, it's an international call. You're going to have to dial 9 to get an outside line.
It's the World Baseball Classic.
No doubt we'll see him undoubtedly in March. Don't miss the 22 teams in the world that play. And when they all collide. But I guarantee you when they met with Aaron Judge, there was an overhead projector. There was copious spreadsheets.
Overhead projector.
We can win with Lance. Get over it, Jamarcus. That was the all-time classic. We should ask Mike Silver about that. Memories of the overhead projector. He played a not insignificant role at the very end of that. If you have time today, I know you're going to be kicking it around on this rainy day. Go and YouTube the Al Davis press conference with the firing of Lane Kiffin. If you can see it in its totality, it is an unbelievable, it's just a testimony to one man and his desire to get out a message.
One man.
Totally.
God, I miss him.
His desire.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was great. Al Davis.
Okay,
We can win with Jamarcus. Get over it.
No, you can't.
That was the quote, though.
Two things from what John Paul just said as Steiny and JD get settled in here. He said at the beginning, quote, if the Giants step up, and then he continued to say to get that AAV up to $40 million. My God, the answer to that better be yes. Like, why the hell would you even be in this conversation at this point if you weren't willing to take a $37.5 million per year offer and turn it into 40? So if the Giants step up and get it to 320, to me is a no-brainer slam dunk that they should and will do that. The second part is the word actionable. He said, can Farhan Zaidi come up with an actionable plan that pitches to Aaron Judge? This is what we're going to do next. And that's the one that is more interesting. I think the Giants are, let's put it this way, not as far away from winning as a lot of people would have them believe right now because of what happened last year. But it's not just the Giants, right? Like, to me, if this is the conversation, it's good news for the Giants. Because if what we're saying is Aaron's willing to hear the plan, it sort of, to me, feels like he's searching. He's searching for a reason to say yes. He's searching for a reason to leave the Yankees.
He came out here. Do you realize how long that flight is?
But it's not just money. Like the money.
No, but you're right. The money's going to be there.
He wants to hear the plan.
The actionable plan.
That's a good thing.
It can't just be,
it's got to be a good plan.
I'm Farhan. We're going to sign everyone.
Yeah.
That's not an actionable plan.
And the free agents talk to one another. So believe me, these conversations are further along than we probably know.
But he didn't come out here unless he believed that they could come up with an actionable plan.
I keep hearing that the winter meetings are going to be quick. There's going to be a lot going on. I know that we've gotten used to things waiting until February now. I think next week's going to be really, really busy. You and I both think that when we are here exactly a week from today, we're going to know who Aaron Judge is about to play for. Let's get Steiny and JD in here.
Let's do it.
Hi, boys. How we doing?
What's going on?
Now, why are you looking at me like that?
You're trying to keep your excitement under wraps.
Listen.
They're the betting favorite.
Minus 130.
They're the betting favorite.
But I don't
odds
buy
have been
it.
revised.
I don't buy it. Actually, if you listen to the first changeover, I would. If we were to rank sort of about to jump out of our seat excitement, wouldn't you say Shasky right now is number one?
Well, always.
Well, right, but he thinks...
Talking about playing the favorite.
I mean, he felt like it was about to happen any minute here. Bonte has moved toward it. You've moved toward it. I'm still right where I was. I'm optimistic, but, man, I got a lot of respect for what the Yankees are going to have to offer.
It's a classic Guru reverse devil time.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect.
I mentioned that this morning because
I heard.
John, Mark doesn't want to get his hopes up. And I made the analogy about Christmas when you want a bike for Christmas and you look under your Christmas tree. You know, your parents get you some gifts and then Santa comes through on Christmas Day, but you look on like December 20th and there's a giant box and you're thinking, it's a bike. I'm getting the bike that I asked for months ago. Christmas morning comes, you open it up, and it's a workbench.
Oh,
you know,
It's Love Actually. Who hasn't seen Love Actually over the holidays? Have you seen Love Actually?
No.
You haven't seen? Have you seen Love Actually? You've all seen Love Actually.
Actually, I haven't.
You know the wife.
Three.
The wife who goes in and
Sandra Bullock, probably.
Not Sandra
Bullock.
I'm sorry. I'm going to talk to JD. He's seen Love Actually. You know the wife who catches the husband buying a necklace.
Right.
But he doesn't know that
It's gotta
she
be a
saw
Hugh
him
Grant joint,
buy
right?
the necklace. Hugh Grant is in Love Actually, but this is not his actual scene.
Oh.
Right? And she sees that, and then when there's a gift under the tree that's the exact shape of the necklace box, she's assuming it's the necklace. She opens it up. It's a CD. And the affair comes out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it a CD that he had made of songs for his,
it was
his
a
side piece?
mixtape. It was a mixtape.
All right. Well, I mean, while we're having this conversation,
Now, that would be high fidelity with the mixtape.
Yes,
thank
it
you very
would.
much.
Yeah.
Steiny, before we get to the legal, you know that today is a historic day for women in the soccer world, right?
Absolutely.
Tell me why.
First goal in Women's World Cup was scored 63 years ago.
This is where I got to expose him, JD, because yesterday he was all, I'm the champion of Women's World Cup, and I'm the champion of women's sports, and all the rest of this malarkey.
That's not what I said.
You were trying to portray yourself as some sort of an advocate.
I said, can I note that it's the Men's World Cup?
Yes.
Because that's all I said. I didn't push it. I didn't promote it.
Wildly out of the way to try to disparage. Well, today, and you should take this one home. Take this one home to the family.
What'd Rapinoe do?
No. Please.
My
man.
girl.
Take a break,
posted
Megan.
something on Instagram.
She dyed her hair pink.
Yeah.
Okay, it's breaking news. First ever all-female officiating crew in the history.
That's right.
Of the
I
World
did see
Cup.
that.
And at this point, you got to look at Major League Baseball and say, what are you doing, MLB? You tell me we can't have a woman stand in a blazer behind first base and say safe or out? It's a joke that MLB doesn't have a female yet as a professional umpire.
MLB is always the last to do everything, as you know. You listen to 95.7 The Game,
Shame,
KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
That's an officiating
I can
issue,
double
not
down.
really
Okay.
soccer.
You're son of a ref.
Fine. Then why don't you tell me why the U.S. men's national team's 1-0 victory over Iran, why was that significant specifically for the U.S. women's national team?
Oh.
Boy, this is a tough segment for you, Steiny.
Yeah. Real tough. I mean,
Wait a minute. You don't know?
Of course not.
Okay. Did you know that they split the money?
I didn't know that
The prize money that goes up for them making the knockout stage.
Yeah.
Is
So the
now
men are very happy about that.
It's split equally between the men's and women's national team.
Well,
Hashtag
here's where I
equal
could be
pay.
a jerk and say it's not split equally. The women give the men their extra money.
Not in this case.
Yeah, no, they get the money because the men get to keep playing,
And
so
there's
the revenue will then
and
be
there's
split.
more revenue in the men's tournament.
We don't want to compare the success of the two.
No, we don't. But we
No.
also shouldn't compare the situations because they're different.
Yeah.
Both things are
Both you
true.
guys, shut up. Seriously. Go to hell, you guys.
You're the one who came in here on your high horse yesterday.
That's not a high horse.
Don't bring a high
You
horse in
came
here.
galloping in
totally
with your
a high
rider's
horse.
crop on your high horse. And
Bay
now
Area women.
You got checked today. You got
Bay
served.
Area women. I need you.
You got
I
served
need
today.
you right now.
You got Steven.
I need
you. Got served.
You got served. You got served.
All right.
Anyway,
How you
that's-
guys doing?
that's over
What's
now.
going on
All
today?
right.
What's cooking? Steiny? What's on the legal
What's
pad?
floating your boat? It's like first and foremost, like what's the one thing that you're like, I got to get this out? What's the lead,
I
Steiny?
actually said to JD, I'm kind of feeling Niners as opposed to Judge because Judge, I feel like it's hard to talk about will he, won't he.
Yeah.
You can. I mean, we can talk about what it'll mean if he does or if he doesn't, but 49ers, how about this? This is a game they could afford to lose. Like, sit tight with McCaffrey and
AFC game.
And do your best.
True.
Do your best.
So here's the two ways to look at it.
I'm not saying lay down.
No, I know. I like where you're going.
Mathematically, you're correct. Emotionally, maybe not so much.
But if they go into that game without McCaffrey and Mitchell, and they get beat,
What they got? They got 6 games left. JD?
Here's the thing.
This is probably the 6th most important game of their remaining
they're
6.
still in great shape for the 3 seeds.
that's probably
they lose.
true.
But here's the thing, and maybe it doesn't mean anything.
And this is also the kind of game that they do when they are a little shorthanded. They don't tend to play as well and play a good team.
I think if they lose to Miami, it ensures that people can say they didn't really beat anybody who was good on their schedule. if the Dolphins go on to be 11-6 or something like that. Now, it won't mean anything because they're still going to the playoffs, but they'll have to hear that probably for the final month of the season.
Well, and do they need to beat one of those elite teams to even get, for instance, as far as the NFC title game? Maybe not. I would spotlight it more on one side of the ball because you're talking about no McCaffrey, no Mitchell. I don't think anybody would be surprised if the 49ers only score 17 or 20 points this weekend. This is for the defense. You are being called the best defense in the NFL. You are being compared in some circles yesterday to the 85 Bears.
We're back to that again?
And the Ray Lewis Ravens. Michael Irvin did it.
Wow.
So if you're going to be compared to that because of 4 straight second-half shutouts, let's see you do it against a really good offense. Because 5 weeks ago, Patrick Mahomes came to Levi Stadium and torched you. So are you that defense or are you this defense? And I think this weekend tells that story.
And I think that to your point, though, about afford to lose, when you do look at the remaining schedule, the Washington Commanders, that's a pre-playoff kind of game.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay's a pre-playoff. You got Seattle and Arizona divisional games. And so in terms of, it's weird because McDaniel versus Shanahan and Raheem Mostert and what he said and possible Super Bowl preview, it's not that far-fetched to think about that. Both these teams are likely going to be in the playoffs, but when you take a step back and you look at the games that they still have to play and that they still need to win, this one might be the 6th most important.
Let me throw this one at you guys. Who do you trust more between Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel?
Well, it's funny. I think for whatever reason, in this particular game this weekend, McDaniel has an edge.
Why is that?
I'm not. It's just more of a hunch that he knows more about the Niners than the Niners know about Miami, because McDaniel has only been a head coach for 1 year and Shanahan's got a track record. And I don't know if McDaniel can probably score some points against that defense because he knows it's little intricacies that might not be as good as people. I don't know.
Here's the thing. I mean, I like them both. I like them both a ton. But when you ask that question, JD, our mind immediately goes to offense because we know both of them are offensive gurus. But they're actually both head coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So are we judging that based on who wins and how the team looks as a whole, or are we judging it based on which offense does more? Because Mike McDaniel's offense is rolling much more than Kyle Shanahan's offense. You could make the case it's more talented. It's, it is what they planned it to be at the beginning of the year, which is not true for the 49ers. So I don't know. I think the 49ers are playing better football all around than the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins' offense is looking better than the 49ers' offense.
And I think this is a DeMeco Ryans game, ultimately, because Kansas City, the last offense that was really good, they ran through you. They ran through you like somebody who's got stomach flu. And after the last 4 games, those offenses weren't great. And you shut out Andy Dalton, good for you. You're supposed to shut out Andy Dalton. But this team is different. And I wonder if the weather factors might not play a significant role in slowing down Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Got rain? Rain
like
in the forecast?
I think so.
At least a little bit of a wet track.
Yeah, the daily right now, obviously 100% chance of rain today. So in case anybody didn't know that.
And it has been.
Yeah, right now it's tracking towards 62% chance on Saturday and 76% chance on Sunday.
See, I look at that matchup, the McDaniel-Shanahan matchup, or even if you want to say McDaniel versus Ryans, I tend to lean that McDaniel would have more he would know the weaknesses of the 49ers defense at a greater level than the confidence in Kyle Shanahan's team to go out there and put 30 on the board if they have to score 30. Like, the Niners do get it done, but they still haven't had, and I'm not even saying they necessarily need to, but they might need to this week to win a shootout or win a game where, hey, if their defense isn't as good as your defense, well, then go put it on them. Then go put it on them a little bit.
Yeah, and their defense isn't great. I mean, they've been in a lot of shootouts this year.
Right.
The Lions game comes to mind recently. Go back to the beginning of the year where the Ravens were torching them, and then the Dolphins had an amazing comeback and won 42-38. But you can score 30 on the Dolphins if you have a good offense.
And to me, I almost flip it. Like, the Niners' offense needs to set the tone. Like, this needs to be a game where the Niner defense can be steady and not dominant, and you're still able to win the game because you should have the advantage with your offense against their weaker defense if your offense is elite.
But I don't think it is without Christian McCaffrey. If McCaffrey doesn't go and you're left with 2 rookie running backs, and by the way, they have not run the ball like they did last year. This running game has taken a step back. So
a lot of throwing it to run it later.
Exactly. In terms of can they help the defense stay fresh? I don't like the formula this week in terms of the Niners being able to really pound the rock and keep it away from Miami.
Well, that's what JD and I were talking about before the show is if McCaffrey doesn't play and Mitchell doesn't play, do we see him go back to the model from last year with Deebo Samuel? Because remember, Deebo Samuel started playing more when they had their running back injury issues. Well, you started rushing the ball more.
You hit me with, are we going to see is Mason going to get 12 carries? And I said, that probably not.
Probably not.
Because it just doesn't seem like he's trusted.
I think Tevin Coleman's going to be a guy who gets elevated. You get him back out
probably.
there.
And by the way, Davis Price, the reason that a lot of people have said, well, Jordan Mason was up and TDP was down last week, that's because of special teams. Yep. So there's nothing that would surprise this week. It could be Mason for 15 carries. He could get 0. And it could be Tevin Coleman and TDP. Although, let me also add this. I think McCaffrey's playing. Sitting out on a Wednesday when you had a little bit of a scare.
Do we have the practice report from today yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right, well, that'll come up on Steiny Guru with JD.
But I will share this. He had a uniform on yesterday. He had a uniform
His own?
on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not anybody else's.
Okay.
That'd be weird if he was wearing Devo's.
He might have been wearing a Pulisic.
Like an Army uniform?
Yeah, exactly.
He had a 49er uniform on.
T-shirt, and was it it was just the jersey and shorts though?
I don't have. Put it this way: he looked like he was about to go practice, and then he didn't. So, take that for whatever it is.
I'll take that for data.
Yeah,
I got one for you guys. We may throw this one at our listeners later. I don't want to. What's it called?
You don't want to ruin the tease.
You don't want to prime the pump.
What do you got? What do you got, Steiny?
Let's say the NFC Championship. Who do you have? Oh, my God. Who
3,
do you have more,
2, and 1.
Yeah.
Who do you have more confidence in, the 49ers or the Warriors?
You have more confidence in the Warriors making the conference finals or the Niners making the NFC Championship?
Oh,
boy, that's a
Thanks
great
for
question.
being succinct.
Yeah,
right now,
that's a good partner right there.
Niners.
Yeah, it's the Niners.
Right now.
It's the Niners.
See, I thought the Niners too, but both Evan and JD say the Warriors.
Well, you think about the Niners.
I think it's an interesting question.
The Niners road looks like home game, road game, and all you have to do is make it to Philadelphia in that theory. So you got to win 1 at home, 1 on the road. The Warriors, you got to be in a position to where you got to win 2 series, and it's not looking like you're going to have home court. Not that it matters to this team, but 2-10 on the road. This is not your older brother's Warriors road team.
I'm projecting a little bit, and I do think it's tight, but there's just a pathway for the Warriors to be the 3 seed or the 4 seed again. And because the rest of other than Phoenix, really, and maybe Denver, nobody's any different.
I agree with you. The only reason I say Niners is just because of the month on the calendar, which is that the Warriors need to go through their process and their journey to do. And I agree when you said
I'm playing it out of my head.
Yeah, and I agree that it's likely to go that way, but the Niners are already there.
Yeah.
In other words, the Niners are, if the Niners just do exactly what they're doing right now, I believe they'll end up in the NFC title game.
Yeah. I took a tick off for the Niners.
I didn't know you were going that far. Go ahead.
Just based on the fact that in the NFL it's one bad game, one bad matchup, maybe you get picked off and you don't make it.
I thought you were basically saying right now the 49ers are essentially going to make the playoffs. We don't know yet if the Warriors are. But you've already taken it to the NFC Championship.
I'm assuming that the Warriors are going to make the playoffs for sure.
Yeah, you're looking at the Niners as a 3 seed right now.
I'm looking at them as a 3 seed, and I'm looking at them at minimum as the second best team in the NFC.
Right. You're thinking 3 seed.
They're better than Minnesota.
You're thinking 3 seed. They win their home game, and they're going to beat Minnesota.
Favored at Minnesota. If it's Minnesota, and that they'll be favored against Minnesota.
I agree.
I know it's an inconvenient truth for you, Steiny, but
even if the Vikings are like 14-3 I'm sorry. Yeah, they're 14-3, and the Niners go in there 10-7.
I literally read an article last night about how much Vegas hates Minnesota. If you look at their spreads, they were home to Dallas 2 weeks ago, and they were a dog and got beat by 37 points. Minnesota has the lowest point differential of any team with their record in the history of the league.
Yeah, it's all
because
close
they're clutch.
games.
Yeah.
It's because Kirk Cousins wins when it's
Mac Jones looked like Tom Brady on Thanksgiving against that defense.
Man.
We won that game, though, didn't we?
Did you just say we?
Yeah.
He's a bandwagon Viking fan.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I am. Well, you got Jeff Schwartz.
That Viking
yes,
horn.
we do.
You got Jeff Schwartz. So here comes
Thanks for teasing.
Steiny and JD.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, I open up my inbox today, JD, and I find out that the Giants have become the betting favorites for Aaron Judge. I will say this. Who are they in the Bryce Harper, Giancarlo Stanton were two names that they were said to have gone after. This feels significantly more tangible. Significantly more tangible. It felt like, Harper was kind of a keep your fingers crossed. But Aaron Judge, it feels like, is making a genuine decision here between two teams.
Harper was never going to happen.
Okay.
In my mind.
said it.
I said it at the time.
And let me stop you right there, because if they don't get Judge, then the narrative is going to be that Giants can't get free agents, period.
It will until possibly they sign 2 of the next 10.
That's true.
On your board.
That is true.
I mean, I don't think that argument would necessarily be. Now, we could have the debate as to whether or not signing Carlos Correa and a pitcher equates to signing Aaron Judge, whether it moves the needle or not. We did that a little bit last week when we were together. But I think the jury would still be out on that decision.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think this is I think we know so much about what's going on. I mean, if it, 8 for 300 is what the Yankees supposedly offered, let's just say that's in the ballpark. I mean, the way Farhan Zaidi has talked this offseason, there is no question, none, zero, that they will not offer more money than that. He essentially said we will be in there's nobody out there that we can't get because of money restraints. Well, that tells me that you will put an offer in front of Aaron Judge that's more than the New York Yankees and then let the chips fall where they may. I mean, what else can you do?
All you can do is if that 37.5, bump it up to 40. And if the Yankees match it, then bump it up even more. I mean, to me...
How high would you go?
I would go as high as 400 at this point.
Wow.
I would go as high as... You're already this close to it, so what does it really matter? I mean, Willard was kind of talking about it. I agree with him at this point. Like, you cannot make money be the reason, because I'm with you, and I did a show with Willard a couple of months ago, and I think I even mentioned it to you over the summer, the fact that I thought things were a little weird between Aaron Judge and the Yankees to where he was looking for a reason to leave. And I think if he is looking for a reason to leave, the Giants are the place that he would likely come. And I think that's where we are now with respect to it's kind of down to 2. It
sure feels like that.
And the Yankees are going to make their pitch, and it's about money. And I think you got to have the best offer, period.
Right.
But so I do think the Giants are, all right, what's the best offer? Are you going to match or beat anything the Yankees come up with? Is there a point where the Yankees tap out? And I there's a part of me that wonders if there's a point where the Yankees do tap out.
I think that's possible.
And but there better not be a point where the Giants tap out, I guess is what I'm saying. The Giants cannot, if we're going back and forth bidding war, 37 becomes 38, becomes 42, the Giants in this instance cannot be the team that taps out. Oh, too rich for me.
I agree.
As you're going, they cannot.
We can't find out.
Make the Yankees tap out. Because you could make a case that he really does want to leave. We can say whether he wants to come here and all of that, and I think part of that is what the Giants will do around him. And I agree with Mark as well when he said that they have to lay out that plan as to what's it going to look like, because he ultimately wants to win. And that would seal the deal, but that only seals the deal if you also have the best offer.
So do you start executing this plan before you sign Judge to show him that you're willing to do it? Or do you have to sign Judge first, get him in place, and then go for the second guy? Like, I don't...
Well, I wonder... I mean, I don't know, because the plan could be different based on... I mean, if you sign Aaron Judge, you're going to get X, Y, and Z. If you don't sign Aaron Judge, maybe you're looking at different players at that point.
No doubt.
So I think but you lay it out like, hey, we want to get you done, and we're already talking to so-and-so. We've let them know that we want to put you two together. And so if you come, then we're getting him also. We got a great shot at getting him. We're not done. We're going to sign this pitcher. We're looking, I think all of that is in play for the Giants at this point as part of the pitch. And I think part of the pitch is it's not just who you're going to sign right now. It's also boosting up some of some of these guys that we have on this roster that I've found, if you're Farhan, are going to play a lot better with you.
Right.
Helping this team move forward. And also, there are some young players on the way that you're going to be playing with. Like, you sell him on that. And you know what? If those young players are not, if we need to go make a move, we've got young players to go make a trade, too, to bring somebody in from the outside. That could be part of this deal. But you got to hit every single note, because I do think Aaron Judge right now has got a little wanderlust. He's got a little, I'm intrigued by the Giants.
Well, here's the bottom line. Money's no issue. Like,
well, better not be.
It will not come. Well, let's just be honest. If you're Aaron Judge, you know right now, what the money's going to be the same. Essentially.
Sure.
These guys are going to get back and forth. It might go to 340, it might go to 350. Yeah, maybe I can get it go up to 380. All that's fine and good, but he is going to have a choice. They're both going to pay him a boatload of money, and I think we can say fairly that difference will not be overly significant, where the Yankees are offering 4 and the Giants are offering 3, or vice versa.
Right, but I also don't see him taking less from the Giants.
No, I mean, and I don't see the Giants offering less than the Yankees. So I guess what I'm saying is
they better not.
I guess what I'm saying is this. To me, if I'm Aaron Judge and I know I'm making north of $3 million, 300, $3 million, I wish. He doesn't wish. $300 million, then to me it really is a choice. Where do you want to play? Hey, buddy, Aaron, where do you want to play? You're going to get 350 here, 348 here. Where do you want to play?
And that's where I think the Giants do have a shot.
And that's where, and this is where, fair enough, they do have a shot. But if they don't get him, why not? Like, why not? Because it wasn't money. And he doesn't have a, it's not like you're trying to price Steph Curry from the Warriors. He said to not have a great Like, why wouldn't the Giants be, if he has wanderlust and the money's the same, to me, he should be coming here.
As long as the plan as to how good they can be and how they're going to execute it is in place, which I think is a major part of it. I also think when push comes to shove and it is decision time for Aaron Judge, you do look in the mirror and you go, do I really want to leave what I know? Exactly. So I think there is a final of maybe he's leaning Giants if the money is a little bit more or the same, and he likes their plan once he hears it, but then, all right, it's decision time. I'm going to make a decision by 8 o'clock tonight, and it's just you in a room thinking about what you really want to do, and you're thinking, man, do I want to go out to California? Do I want to be closer to home? Do I want to do all? Boy, this seems like a really good plan, but it's still leaving the short porch of Yankee Stadium. It's leaving everything that comes with being a legend as a Yankee. How important is that to Aaron Judge? If you're a legendary player with the Yankees, that's bigger than being a legendary player anywhere else in baseball. So and I'm not saying that matters to him. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. The level at which that matters, winning a championship as a Yankee, that to him may matter more ultimately, or the belief that, all right, the money's the same, but I trust the Yankees to win more divisions the next decade and put me in positions to win a World Series more frequently than the Giants do over the next decade. I think it comes down to all of those things once you get past listening to the pitches and listen to the ultimate money values.
I agree. And I think those are the two things it comes down to is, does he want to move 3,000 miles away and basically change his life in a monster way? Or does he want it? Like, I'm trying to think. I'm from back east, and not much of a lure for me to get back there. I mean, I guess if Philadelphia came with a big offer, but no, I wouldn't leave. But that's everybody's different.
Here's the other part.
And the analogy stinks anyway.
The other part we don't know,
Yeah.
Steiny, is maybe he doesn't like the weight that comes with playing in New York. And that could be something that works in the Giants' favor, assuming everything else is on point with the offer and the plan. That could be why things have gotten a little weird with him in New York. Maybe he doesn't like the microscope. Maybe he would prefer a media that is, with more adulation and less pressure than you face in New York when times get rough.
The other thing that I think's got to be a factor is the division. That's if it's about winning, and you look at the NL West, and you look at the Padres and the Dodgers. I mean, Aaron Judge signs with the Giants today. They're still the third best team in the division. That would be a factor in my decision. Now, if you're not thinking 1 year at a time, you're thinking this is a 3 or 4 year process. That's different. But I mean, that to me is that's the concern I'd have if I were Aaron Judge. I can't afford to go out to San Francisco and kind of get lost.
Yeah.
He won't get lost out here.
No, but get lost in that division with all the talent that the Padres and the Dodgers especially have.
Exactly. All right, 95.7 The Game Shop.com is live. It's the perfect time of year to grab some Steiny and Guru gear. So head over to 95.7 TheGameShop.com now for yours. I'm looking forward to this one. Coming up next to discuss the 49ers' biggest test in the Dolphins, Sirius XM and Fox Sports' Jeff Schwartz. He'll have a lot to say about Jimmy Garoppolo. He always does on the other side.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Azeez Al-Shire.
When you're around a group of guys that are held to such a high standard that you have no choice but to get better or you're just going to get weeded out.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto. Bang, bang, not a gang. Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get right to it. Let's get out to Sirius XM and Fox Sports host Jeff Schwartz. Jeff's all about football. What's going on, Jeff? Thanks for joining us.
Not much, man. Glad to be here. Another exciting week of action starts tonight, I guess, right?
Yeah, I'll just ask you, just because we came out to it, do you have Garoppolo mania?
What does that even mean?
It means you're a big Jimmy supporter and you think the 49ers can get where they need to go with him as a quarterback.
Yeah, but I don't think it's because Jimmy Garoppolo is an above-average quarterback. I think he works well in the system, but I still think there's limitations as far as his ability to create explosive plays in the passing game down the field, which I think are very important to winning football games in the way that football is played now. I think if he's in rhythm and gets the ball out quickly and find his targets, he's good at that. But if you need a couple special throws at the end of the game, I'm not sure he's your guy still.
Jeff Schwartz joining us on 95.7 The Game. How does McCaffrey either help Garoppolo or what does he do for that 49er offense?
Well, he gives them more options to throw to. He gives them more options to kind of find those explosive plays in the passing game. I think that's the best thing he does. I don't know if he makes the run game much different, but he makes the passing game look. The goal should be to always try to find some more explosive passing plays, like down the field, right? Like obviously screens that you throw the ball for 1 yard and a receiver goes down the field and makes the big plays. That's great and all, but if McCaffrey can increase those plays happening, but also increase some of the downfield throws, and he takes some attention off wide receivers because more people are focused on stopping the run. Like those are all the positives I think of adding him to the roster.
How much, Jeff, of the 49ers' success of late has been McCaffrey being added to the mix, also having Debo and Ayuk and Kittle, and then Elijah Mitchell comes back. He's obviously out now. But how much of it is collectively having everybody, and now as you look at this game specifically Sunday, no Mitchell, maybe no McCaffrey as well, and how does that change maybe what you get from Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, yeah, I think that certainly, as you kind of got into more rhythm of the offense, with McCaffrey back in the lineup, or in the lineup, I should say, it's helped. But you've also played the Rams, Chargers, Cardinals, and Saints. So, there's a big jump up now in competition. And you say something about Miami as well in the game this weekend. So I'm curious to see kind of both sides. Miami has had 5 straight wins against the 5 worst offenses in the NFL, essentially. So I'm curious to see how both teams play against much better competition this weekend.
Jeff Schwartz of Sirius XM Radio and Fox Sports joining us on 95.7 The Game. The defense obviously is playing well. They shut out the Saints, 4 straight second halves of shutouts. There's a lot of talk, but we're still only a little over halfway through the season. How good is this 49ers defense, and then how good can it be in terms of historically? Because I'm hearing 85 Bears and the Ravens of Ray Lewis.
Well, that feels a little extreme.
Michael Irvin said that yesterday, the playmaker. He compared him to the 85 Bears.
I mean, maybe, well, of course. They're out the 85 Bears, sorry. But, when they get everyone back healthy, and I think I saw that Armstead might play this weekend, right? He's at least back on the practice field.
Yes.
Their defensive line really gives everyone trouble, right? And that becomes a big part of what they're able to do, because if you can get pressure, you throw everything else off of, for the offense. So I think that getting him back, and Bosa's been healthy most of the season. It's been really helpful. Obviously, you have a player like a Funga who's kind of not come out of nowhere. If you watch him play at USC, you kind of always thought this was possible. Warner, you have good players, but it starts, I think, with the pass rush and being able to really disrupt things up front, and they have that capability. And when everyone's healthy, you can make the argument they might be the best in the NFL at using their defensive line to really create problems for an offense.
Jeff, one of the big storylines of this game is Mike McDaniel coming back after being with Kyle Shanahan for so long and being such a key figure to the 49ers' success and the running game and all of that. Just what do you think of Mike McDaniel and the job that he's done with the Dolphins? And does he have some kind of an advantage in knowing the 49ers' strengths and weaknesses defensively?
Well, he's done a great job this season, obviously, and he's on pace to probably win Coach of the Year at the moment. But just like he knows the Niners' tendencies, Shanahan knows what he wants to do too, right? I mean, and they're both kind of in the same boat as far as probably canceling each other out. Plus, look, there's been 12 weeks of film, so to think that there's some sort of schematic advantage either way because they know each other feels kind of silly, considering you have all this film out there of your looks against everything else that anyone else does. So I don't think it really matters very much. It's a fun storyline, obviously, but in the end, is someone getting an advantage over someone else? Probably not.
Jeff Schwartz joining us on 95.7 The Game. I got to ask you, since you were a former offensive lineman, where do you have Nick Bosa in terms of wreaking havoc for a defensive player?
Yeah, he's really good. Obviously, his ability to get off the ball with the quickness that he has and turn the corner. You know, it starts with that quickness, right? Because what it does is it makes the offensive lineman, you know, really kind of jump out, right? Have to really honor that quickness. And it gets us kind of in off balance in bad situations. And he's able to take advantage of that. So he's been great this year. I thought he would have a huge season because it's the first offseason I think he had healthy of his entire career. We get to spend the whole offseason not rehabbing, preparing to play football instead. And so I kind of expected this big year from him. On my preview, my podcast, we mentioned I liked his sack number over this year. I think he's tied it so far, so one more sack or even a half sack and that prop pick. I mean, I just felt like he was bound for a big season, and he's making me look smart.
Jeff, what do you see as far as the 49ers in the landscape of the NFC, stacking up with Philly, stacking up with Minnesota, others? What do you need to see more from the Niners? Just how do you see that shaking out?
I mean, look, they've obviously proven that they can win playoff games. I think when you have an offense that they have a physical style offense and a physical defensive line, you're going to be in every contest. It just comes down to me about, you know, Jimmy Garoppolo, like if there's a game where he has to make special plays in the playoffs. Right now, last year you were able to beat Dallas, and you know he kind of missed almost those, right? Like you still won, kind of in spite of that. But to me, that, you know, that's what it comes down to is like is can he make those one or two special throws a game that you often need to win playoffs? Because again, you won without it last year. You won a defensive game in Green Bay. You won in Dallas with Jimmy missing a couple throws. So it can be done. But I just kind of always come back to the quarterback and what can that quarterback provide your offense in moments of need, because we often see in the NFL that, you know, winning and losing, and there's many obviously factors for winning and losing, but a lot of it just comes down to, you know, does your quarterback make that special play?
Hey, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us, and really appreciate it, and hopefully we can catch up soon.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
Yeah, it's Jeff Schwartz, Fox Sports and Sirius XM Radio. Former offensive lineman.
Good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff. The thing that, to me, with the 49ers is just win the division, and you got a shot at it, I think. This is what Guru and I were going back and forth, and it's kind of the way I feel about the Warriors, too, right now. I feel like both these teams are sitting pretty, Goo. I mean, JD.
Yeah,
thank you. Thanks for playing along. No, I feel like, the 49ers have won 4 in a row. They got McCaffrey. They're starting to figure out who they are. They have the second half of the season to do that. Obviously, the Warriors have won 8 of 12. But for the 49ers in particular, they're basically in control of their own destiny at this point.
Yeah, the only thing we really haven't seen is them beat some good teams, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a slight, but we are going to get that opportunity, I feel like, over the course of the next month, really, the next 4 games. If you look at Miami, this is a hell of a matchup. I still think, I know Tampa's record says they're not a good team. That's still Tom Brady coming in to Levi's in a week. Going up to Seattle on a short week is no picnic. Seattle may not be a playoff team when it's all said and done, but they're certainly better than anybody thought they were going to be. So that's going to be a much tougher game. And even the Commanders coming in on Christmas Eve to Levi's, that has the potential to be a team that the Niners could play maybe in that first playoff game, depending upon how things shake out. So I think that the final touches on this, as you look at where the 49ers are at, we'll have a better feel over these next couple of weeks as far as their talent against some other teams that they may face again. I mean, all of these teams, the next 4, they could face again.
You know, the one thing we were talking about before the show, and I kind of think it's going to be interesting, if McCaffrey doesn't play this weekend, you know, then how do they use Deebo Samuel? That to me would be very interesting to see, because you know, they only put him at running back last year when they got banged up at that position about halfway through the year. So I wonder if, like, this is kind of Kyle Shanahan's MO. He's not afraid to use a guy in a big way for one game if he knows doing it's going to win him the game. You know what I mean? Yeah. So maybe this is the game where Deebo Samuel carries 9 times, catches 6 balls.
I think I would bet on that happening more than I would bet on Ty Davis-Price or Jordan Mason getting the bulk of the carries if McCaffrey can't go. I'll put it that way.
All right.
I would also be instantly worried if I'm a 49er fan if McCaffrey can't play. Just about this game.
About this game.
Just about and about the Niners functioning offensively at the level that they have been of late. Once you start taking, and it wouldn't be one piece. You'd be taking Mitchell's already going to be gone for this game, so you're taking a couple of pieces away. And I think at that point you're a little more dependent on passing. The Niners have chosen in some of these weeks, Steiny, to pass first, to run later, and come back to it, and they've been successful. There's a difference between throwing the football on your own terms because you want to be able to establish what you want to establish and feeling like you have to throw it just to win the game because you're deficient in some other areas. So that would be a little alarm bell going off for me if McCaffrey can't go.
You know what, the one thing I just thought of is, okay, so you start the season if you're the 49ers and you have Mitchell at running back and he gets hurt. You play a couple games without him. Then you pick up McCaffrey and I don't think it's a philosophical change, but you pick up McCaffrey and the pecking order certainly changes. And then you start playing with McCaffrey, but you're not playing at full strength because Mitchell's hurt. Then Mitchell comes back, and you kind of see it all together. And to me, I felt like, okay, they got some action here, but now they're going to play the rest of the year most likely without Mitchell. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's setting up like a Warrior season, JD, where they'll be healthy right at the right time once the playoffs come.
I had a similar thought.
Did you?
Yeah, as far as if Mitchell can come back, let's say for that first playoff game, and I know that's still on the early side, I guess, of the 6 to 8 weeks, and who knows how that eventually shakes out. But I think this is why you go and you get McCaffrey, because you added one more to that mix, to where now I think you thought you could have enough if you had everybody before McCaffrey came into the fold. I think you thought you could make it work.
Right.
But going and getting him and obviously preventing him from going to the Rams was a part of the deal there too. But adding him to the mix, you feel like you got a lot to where if you do lose somebody, it's not necessarily going to be as bad as it would be had you lost somebody and you didn't have McCaffrey. So I still think the Niners have to like the position they're in, although I wonder, are they wishing maybe they had hung on to Jeff Wilson Jr.?
That's the
because that was right at. I mean, you could totally understand why they looked to move him, because they knew Mitchell was back.
Sure.
And the deadline was there, and they got and in a way you're doing it to be fair, to benefit Jeff Wilson Jr., who's been a good player for you. I sneaky think some of the fumbling issues were why they were comfortable too, because Jeff Wilson's had issues fumbling ball, not to get lost in that, but you also have the thought, well, one injury, you wish you had Jeff Wilson Jr., and now you don't.
Right, but it also, the fact that they were willing to do that and almost accommodate him also is an indication that, they thought of him like they thought of him.
Yeah.
As a third back.
Well, and you've got Ty Davis-Price and Mason, and it's almost like, well, Ty Davis-Price and Mason sure as hell better be able to be the third back or the third and the fourth back if you give up Wilson. Otherwise, why the hell did you pick those guys?
Right. And you know the other thing that I will say this.
Well, they picked Price.
I will say this about Jeff Wilson Jr. It does feel like the 49ers did him a solid. And, there's a bigger picture a lot of times with organizations. Like, that's the kind of stuff that you hear gets around the league to players. And this is a good thing. Jeff, the 49ers just traded for McCaffrey, and Jeff Wilson is now, obviously diminished in his role. He's obviously been a good player for them, a professional. They do him a solid. Like that. Yes, you don't have Jeff Wilson right now, but in terms of an organization, I think that is the kind of stuff that players keep in mind. When they're free agents looking for another team.
Without a doubt.
I mean, they did him a solid.
Absolutely. I mean, they had a glut. Miami they put him in a great system. it's an AFC team, so I think it makes a little more sense. It's like, hey, see you in the Super Bowl. If that's how it shakes out, you're happy to be there. You're happy that the other player is there. It's again Mike McDaniel obviously wanted him,
right,
because he knew him and believed that he could fit and do things with what they were looking for. They already had Mostert, so clearly there's some interchangeability there, and McDaniel likes both of those guys. So it made a lot of sense right up until the point where you have an injury and you've got to sort of figure it out. But I do think, to bring it back to where we started the conversation, Steiny, it gets into, you always have the Deebo Samuel emergency running back plays, although the Dolphins are going to now know, or at least believe. I mean, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm almost expecting the 49ers to run Deebo 12 times.
Even if McCaffrey plays?
I mean, maybe not 12 if McCaffrey plays, but if McCaffrey doesn't play, yeah. If McCaffrey plays, there's still no Jeff Wilson now, and there's still no Mitchell.
Right.
So, yeah, maybe it's not 10 to 12, but it still could be 5 or 6.
All right, so in the last 3 games, after injury, Mitchell carried 34 times in 3 games. So let's just say 12.
Yeah.
I think he's targeted 2 other
12's
times.
the high end, I think, for Deebo, like extreme high end.
Oh, I thought you meant 12's the high end for Mitchell. 12's the average, let's say, for Mitchell. So there's are 12 leftover plays that are going to go to somebody. I got to believe Deebo's going to get some of them.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think Deebo's probably in the 5 to 6 range with McCaffrey. I think he's in the 10 to 12 range without McCaffrey.
Here's the other thing. I think the reason.
But how healthy is he too with the
Who, McCaffrey?
No, Deebo, because Deebo had the issue, and I'm looking at. I guess he wasn't on the injury report at all. Actually, he was limited with the quad.
I mean,
and obviously it looks like he's going to play. But if he's a little bit limited, but he's going to play, does that mean you don't want to give him the rock the 10 to 12 times?
Yeah, I think you guys are right. Tevin Coleman will be a factor in this game. As for Jeff Wilson Jr., I think it was a case of you're not saying, how sometimes you say, well, if we get to the third running back, we're messed up anyway.
Not anymore.
No, exactly. That's where I think Shanahan and Lynch are probably like, look, the difference between a Jeff Wilson Jr., hopefully, and a Jordan Mason is negligible. And won't get you beat.
Kyle Shanahan has said, and maybe this is coach speak, but over the years, he said you need 4 to 5 running backs to get through a season.
The way he uses them, yeah.
You want to have 4, and basically you're all your main 3, and then maybe you have somebody that doesn't play that's on your roster, on your regular roster that isn't playing a lot but can move up, and then you want to have at least one on your practice squad that you think can be an NFL player if you need to call on him.
Yeah. 888-9. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to throw the number out because we got Cam Inman coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll keep up with 49ers playing the Miami Dolphins this week.
Okay. Cam is at 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh,
I thought he was at 2.
Oh. Okay. I'm wrong. 888-957-9570. You want to jump in on this Niners conversation. We also want to get to the Warriors at some point.
Number 2.
But mostly Aaron Judge. We got 3 big things happening. Aaron Judge, we got maybe the biggest football game of the year for the Niners, and then we got the Golden State Warriors who are turning things around.
And I guess my question to the 49er fans would be just, does this feel like does this feel like a something to prove game?
That's actually a good question.
Does this feel, because of McDaniel, because of the running backs, because of the fact that the 49ers, this is the best team that they've played since the Chiefs?
All right.
I mean,
since you asked, I'll answer. I feel like it should feel a little bigger, to be honest with you, because they're 2 of the best teams in each of their conferences.
Yeah.
But I also think that's part of the reason why it hasn't really been magnified. If it were a conference team, or the Cowboys coming in kind of with the same record and reputation, maybe the Packers, I think we'd think it was more important.
Is it just the Dolphins haven't done anything in the last 2 decades for the most part, or I mean, is it just they're an AFC team?
How about this? Here's one thing.
Remember the Dolphins came in and smoked the Niners 2 years ago with an empty Levi Stadium. That was one of those.
Well, here's what I'm thinking too.
Regime.
Is like one of the reasons that maybe it doesn't feel as big as you think it should feel is because like a lot of 49er fans are like, we're good. We're going to make they probably will win the division.
Yeah,
and they probably will win at least 10 games. You know what I mean?
And to your point, and I don't know if you said this on the air, forgive me if you did, but they don't really need to win the game. Like if they lose, it's an AFC game and you're still worst case scenario tied with Seattle if Seattle wins. Let me tell you, the Raiders did the Niners a huge favor.
Yeah, they did.
Beating Seattle. Because Seattle looks like they're leaking oil now.
Definitely.
And that, I think, is why you've got a lot of confidence if you're the Niners.
You know what's interesting,
and that pretty much means you're the 3 seed because Tampa is under 500 now.
Remember that game 2 years ago, I think it was, the 49ers were rolling, and I think they played Atlanta, and they lost, but they still were in control because they had to beat Seattle that last week.
Yeah, that was 3 years ago.
But by losing that game to Atlanta, it gave them no margin for, like, they had to win, and they did. So here's what I'm getting at is...
You had to beat the Rams and Seattle.
Correct.
At that point.
That's right.
But it was basically you had to beat Atlanta or the Rams and Seattle.
Exactly. And it was something where by not beating Atlanta, they made it more difficult on themselves, but they still got what it... And that's the way I think that's kind of the way teams look at like a game like Sunday against the Dolphins. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the next 3 games, really, just because they're NFC games, are more important. I mean, and let's say you lose this one and Tampa ends up getting a win. All of a sudden Tampa could come in and beat you, and maybe they're 7-6 and you're 7-6, and then you're the 4 seed as opposed to the 3 seed. You're fighting for the division. So that I know the Niners are kind of snooting their nose at Tampa at this point because they're 5-6. But that could flip fast.
Sure.
And then Seattle, obviously, on the short week up there is no picnic. And then Washington coming in. So you're right. The Niners could win they could lose this game and win the next 5, really.
Right.
But it also would put a lot more stakes in those other games.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch gears on the other side. Going to talk Aaron Judge. According to Vegas, the San Francisco Giants are now the betting favorite to get Aaron Judge. According to Vegas, he's more likely to come to the San Francisco Giants than stay with the New York Yankees. My question to baseball fans out there is, what does it mean if the Giants get him? And what if they don't? What if they don't get Aaron Judge? Where do they go from there? All right, it's all sponsored by Electra Mechanica.
What's up, everybody? I know you're out there balling for the holidays, man. You got money. You got to figure out a Christmas gift. Well, I have the perfect gift for you, and it's at 957thegameshop.com. That's right, 957thegameshop.com. You can buy a Morning Roast t-shirt, Steiny Guru, Willard Dibs, Damon Ratto. You get generic 957 The Game t-shirts. Who doesn't want to wake up on Christmas morning with the 957 The Game long sleeve, a 957 The Game hoodie? Come on, folks, spend that money. The holiday season's coming. 957thegameshop.com. Be there.
Are you alone? Thought so. That's why you should meet Solo, the revolutionary single-seat EV commuter. With 3 wheels, 2 doors, 1 seat, 0 emissions, and priced under $19,000, it's the perfect vehicle for getting around. Order your Solo at drivesoloev.com.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Here's the Prilosec OTC,
Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain-relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Where can you smell fresh pine from the curbside pickup line? Lowe's, actually. Explore the holiday fun and check off every gift on your list during Winterfest at Lowe's, where you can save $100 on a Blackstone 30-inch flat-top grill, now $299. Or your choice of a DeWalt 20-volt max brushless drill kit or impact driver kit for just $99. Experience all of the festivities of Winterfest now, only at Lowe's, home to any possibility. Offer valid through 12/21 while supplies last.
From the creators of Kentucky Fried Chicken comes the Taste Good Holiday Event of the Year, KFC's $5 Famous Bowl, starring crispy chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and everyone's favorite, melty cheese.
I'm in love with you, Famous Bowl.
Treat yourself to the bowl critics are calling a whole lot of food that even a Scrooge couldn't resist.
A humbug, that's tasty.
Gift yourself a KFC Famous Bowl for just $5. Now on the app and at a Kentucky Fried Chicken near you. For a limited time, prices and participation may vary.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom. I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a good gillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months. What about equipment fees? Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah. Y'all never told me that. But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley from Willard and Dibs. You're listening to Steiny and Guru. I got 3 hours and a bunch of problems.
Oh, thanks, dude. John Dickinson in for Darrell the Guru Johnson. And I'll tell you what, this is one of those things, JD, that for me it's been a little bit of a slow build. But then it hits you. I go into my Gmail today, And
I think we all got the same email.
Yeah, from that sports betting AG.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm happy to be on that email list. And the Giants are now the betting favorites to get Aaron Judge. The Giants are the betting favorites in Vegas to get Aaron Judge. And I just started thinking about this for a second, and I'll just throw some of the thoughts that went through my head. I mean, first of all, my mind goes to, well, this is one of the biggest free agent signings in the Bay Area, in the history of the Bay Area, if it happens. I mean, Bonds, Durant, those are the two that stick out to me. I'm sure there are others.
But Deion Sanders.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one.
It was such a short-lived one.
Yeah, that's a good one. But I also thinking, if you get him, it puts to bed or puts to rest any perception that the Giants either are still pinching pennies or still want to pay off the ballpark, or they're not. They don't care about. You know what I mean? Like it's just
They want to be a
care
big
about
boy.
winning.
They want to be a big boy.
Exactly.
They want to win every possible way you can win, with big time free agents, with player development, with guys off the scrap heap, all of it.
Exactly. And
draft picks, all of it.
The season tickets that'll be sold because of it. But here's the one thing that I keep thinking. This thing to me, JD, has gotten so real that it almost feels like if they don't get him, it's going to be a gut punch. I mean, I think it's going to psychologically be a factor almost if you're a Giant fan. I mean, how could you not be, at this point, crestfallen if you don't get Judge?
I don't think there's any doubt that it would be a gut punch to the Giants fan base if they don't get him, because of what we talked about a little bit last week, and that's the fact that no other player that's available right now moves the needle in the manner that Aaron Judge does. He just broke the American League home run record, hit over 60 home runs on the season for the Yankees. You're taking a player away from the Yankees. Like, you would be getting the number one free agent on the board in the sport this offseason at a time where you feel like you really need that infusion.
Right.
That is a major, major deal. And when you start looking at, well, what if you don't get him?
Right.
Well, like even Trey Turner, who I think is the next best player available, you'd be taken away from the, but there's just not the sex appeal of Aaron freaking Judge, the Yankee, hits home runs. Like, it's everything you want from, eye candy for a fan.
All right, but let me ask you this. Let's say you're a Giant fan.
And you know what else? It also would be, you didn't get Harper, and you didn't get this guy, and you didn't get Guerrero back in the day. And you get there'd be another of the, they came in second again.
Well, that's true.
And that part, I think, would be a gut punch, but I also think it'd make Giants fans a little angry again. Like, why can't you get it done? Why can't you close a deal?
I wonder what percentage, and I would put you in this, and I would also put Willard in this, but I would also say you're more hardcore. You two guys are more hardcore. What about the very real? What about this? What about the very real scenario that there are better strategies to become a better baseball team next year than to pay Aaron Judge $350 million over 8 years? Like, I guess the fact is that I've heard people say, you'd rather have two of these guys and that guy than Judge, or Judge in and of himself doesn't make the Giants better than the Padres or Dodgers. So I guess what I'm saying, JD, is I'm bothered that, not bothered, but you're telling me there's more, that if they don't get Judge, they still could be better than if they sign Judge. See, that to me should give the Giant fans a safety net.
Yeah, but the Giant fans right now are down on the franchise, it feels like. And we could debate.
No, we got into this, yeah.
We could debate whether they should be or not, and I think that's its own separate conversation. But I think right now the perception is The young players that were supposed to be here aren't here. The team was too dependent on either older players or players that were acquired off the scrap heap, and that bit them last year. And that there just isn't an energy surrounding this team that makes you want to go to the ballpark on a night in, night out basis, that makes you want to watch the games on TV, that makes you want to be engaged in being a Giants fan. So in a way, I think it goes beyond even just winning and losing at this point. It's you can't just win. You have to win and be entertaining, and you almost have lost the benefit of the doubt, Steiny, to the point where you have to be entertaining first in a way. Like, you almost have to be entertaining more importantly than winning. Like, you need to win, but at first you need to be entertaining.
Well, that's
something that will be judged before before they even take the field next year.
Exactly. And see that's one of those things, JD, where yes, if they get Judge, obviously it's a franchise-changing move. See, that's the other thing that's also to me interesting. When the Warriors went and got Durant, they weren't desperate. That was gravy.
It's true.
Since I've been out in the Bay Area, it's been like 30 years. I won't go back that far, but certainly in the last 10, 20 years, the Giants are at a point right now where they are a little desperate. Like, they are desperate to get fans back into the ballpark. And they've tried with Harper and Stanton. We've heard. So if they don't get, Judge, where do they go? Like, where do the Giants go from there? Not only next year, but how are they going to get better? If nobody's coming here.
At that point, and I think Farhan would be comfortable in this environment. At that point, you'd take a hit, basically.
Right.
But you'd hope, and the hit would be...
Well, it's true.
The hit would be that you're going to have no buzz and angst and fans still frustrated with you, but you still can get the last laugh or come out on top if by July you do have a good team. But it can't just be a good team. It has to be a good team that's also interesting. Like, it has to be a good team that has a couple of all-stars and has dynamic players that move the needle. So maybe it's not Aaron Judge. Maybe it is Trey Turner and Nimmo and Jacob deGrom, whatever. I just picked three names out of the hat. And other mid-level guys you sign and you make a trade, and maybe the team does look a lot different than it does at the end of this past season. You're not going to get into the benefit of the doubt, but if you do by July, hey, have a good team that's dynamic and fun. And you know what? Maybe a lot of Giants fans don't know Trey Turner from Aaron Judge, but you get Trey Turner, and it's like, wow, Trey Turner's a hell of a player. Guy steals bases, he hits doubles, he's good defensively. There's action with a guy. So, and you're a good team, and maybe you build a little bit of what you had in 21 to a certain extent, maybe not to that level, but it feels that way with how you're winning games, but more sustainable. Young player, you could do it, but you're going to start behind the 8 ball for a lengthy period of time if you don't get Judge. It's just going to be harder to garner that fan trust again.
The one thing I'm also fascinated is the East Coast to the West Coast thing. New York to LA or New York to San Francisco. Is there anybody that's done that lately? Come from either the Yankees, the Knicks, out to a star player who's left New York.
Yeah, I'm not. There's nobody that comes to mind off the top of my head.
And that's why at one point I think
it would be different. I mean, it really would be.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, kind of put myself in his spot. Do I really want to pick up and move across the country?
But it's also home, in a sense. I know it's not.
You know what?
I know he didn't grow up.
I know, but
at Broadway and Battery.
But we don't know how much that means, if anything.
No, but I think it's got to be, if he's really legitimately considering coming, it has to mean something. Like to me, if Judge is going to come, that would be part of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be considering it
unless he goes somewhere else entirely.
Sure, but it doesn't sound like that's going to happen.
Yeah, I just don't. I wonder how much of a factor that is. And here's my final question, and this would be my big concern if I'm the Giants. What if you do offer him the most money, and he still stays with the Yankees? Because I think the one thing that we're going to either assume or is going to become fact is that the Giants made the highest offer, right? There's no way Farhan talks like he talked. And then he comes out after Judge re-signs with the Yankees and says, we just couldn't get there. We just couldn't get there. Like, there's no chance. And trust me, JD, I believe, there's no chance. Like, I believe him. Like, that won't be the reason.
Well, we don't know that it won't be the reason.
We don't, but we also...
Like, what if it ends up being Judge signs for... What if the Yankees say, you know what, we'll do $400? And the Giants were willing to go $375 or whatever, $350, whatever it is. But the Yankees did, $350, $375, $375 to $400, and it's like, hey, the Giants,
I don't care,
made their
nope, doesn't matter.
I mean, they were willing to go above. I can already see. The thing is, I can already hear the reporting on it. Oh, the Giants went above and beyond anything that was imaginable at the beginning of this, but the Yankees just ended up. It was the Yankees with their number one offer, and he wanted to stay. And, but it's really, you didn't have the best offer. Like, to me, it's inexcusable if the Giants don't have the best offer.
Exactly.
Like, it's
so inexcusable that I'm going to assume they will.
And I'm not going to assume, because a lot of this really does boil down to the fact that it's are you betting? Like, who's going to tap out first? Like, is there a limit for one of these teams versus the other? Like, I think,
to me, it's the Yankees have a limit more so than the Giants. I truly believe that.
And I think the Giants are counting on that.
Right. I think the Giants want to get to a place
on putting
that the Yankees
in a spot where the Yankees are like, you know what? We're the Yankees.
Right.
We got plenty of money. We'll spend it elsewhere and be fine.
Right.
And you know what? We really didn't love this guy anyway.
Right.
Because I do think there's a little of that.
Well, there must be, or he probably have re-signed by now. I do think there has to be. Like, I don't
think he loved being a Yankee to this point. Like, I think he's fine with going back, but I don't think he's in love with being a Yankee at the level that we all talk about a player would be in love with being a Yankee. I think that's already true. Even if he ends up going back, just the fact that he's willing to leave or consider leaving or hear the offers plus the rest of the pitch from the Giants, that tells me that he isn't completely in love with being a Yankee for life.
Well, and to me, again, if you add it all up, that's why this feels far more tangible than any of the others.
And it's also, I think, unique in a lot of ways.
Right. And you know what? You run the risk of doing this when you talk about it is a lot of Giants fans out there are going to roll their eyes. They're going to roll their eyes until Aaron Judge signs on the dotted line with the San Francisco Giants. And that's the position they're in, unfortunately, right now, JD.
Real quick one here. Our buddy Mark Willard, he sent both of us a text.
Oh, no.
We were talking about a guy that's gone from west to east, Robinson Cano.
Oh.
Robinson Cano, from hat tip to Willard. He just texted both of us Cano.
Yeah, that's a good one. I was thinking more of like the big cities in the West, like San Francisco and L.A. But David Lee would be one. David Lee. Thanks, Willard.
Yeah, Yankees.
No, Cano. I heard, and Mark, just to let you know, I heard they brought up Cano earlier in their show about a guy who left the Yankees. There are not many that do that. Mookie Betts went from Boston to L.A.
That was a trade.
Oh, it was? Okay. That's right.
Yeah, the Red Sox traded him.
He doesn't want to bid anymore because, yes.
What do you remember about your boy Reggie Jackson? I know he's a little bit older, but left from New York to go to the California Angels, right?
Yeah.
He was kind of done then.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
He wasn't.
That must have been 79, 80.
I think he was like 34.
Yeah.
I remember Reggie Jackson. I mean, I don't remember, but he was on the 86 Angels, I thought.
He was on the 77 or 78 Yankees. I know that.
Yeah.
So
81-82.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's go to Schleprock. He's in Milpitas. What's going on, man? What's going on?
JD and Steiny. Hey, here's the question I want to pose you two gurus. Who is young, talented, and is fun on the Giants roster that would make Judge want to come here? Let's go to third base, Longoria. He's old at the end of his career.
He's gone.
And certainly not fun. All right. Let's go to shortstop, Crawford. He's old at the end of his career and not fun. Let's go to first base, Belt. He's old at the end of his career and not fun.
He's gone.
Let's go to Kapler. Kapler's certainly not fun.
Talk to me about this fun.
I agree with you there on Kapler.
Kapler is
What about
not fun.
What's the fun mean, though?
I agree with you on Kapler.
Clubhouse. Let's go to going to the ballpark every day and having fun with your teammates and all that. Where's the talent? I mean, why would Judge want to come here? I'm not saying I don't want him here, but we got to put some guys around him.
I know. Schleprock, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
Thanks, Austin. But no, I mean,
Longoria's gone. Belt's gone in all likelihood.
The bottom line is they're going to have to do more than just sign Judge.
I mean, I'm with him on Kapler. Like, if I'm Aaron Judge,
he's no factor.
He's no factor. I agree.
Like,
he's no
a guy
factor.
like Aaron Judge doesn't have to worry about a man.
But if I were Aaron Judge, and I'm meeting with the Giants, I'd be like, $400 million and fire Gabe Kapler, and I'm coming.
You wouldn't have to fire Kapler at that point.
What do you mean you wouldn't have to?
You would not be that kind of player. You wouldn't be one of these individual empowerment guys.
You don't know.
You would not go to the front office and tell them the moves you would prefer
I
to
would.
make.
I would if I felt that the manager was an imbecile. Yes.
You don't think Gabe Kapler's an imbecile?
No, that's probably too strong.
Shaka's in Berkeley. What's up, Shaka?
That's too strong.
How you doing, man?
Hey, man, how y'all doing? Doing today, man? Hey, man, I really think Judge is coming to San Francisco, and it's like, I think because they booed him after he did all that 62 home run, broke the record and everything. When they had their failure in the playoffs, they booed him. So I think that he wants to come back to California and get his childhood team back on the map, man, and him being able to be the person to do that. And also I want to talk about Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson was a great player, man. I remember in the 76 World Series, he hit 3 home runs in a row against the Dodgers, man. That was one of the greatest moments of my young life, man, watching that, man.
Hey, Shaka.
Reggie Jackson was electric.
Hey, Shaka.
The star that stirs the dream.
Shaka, guess what? How about this?
I love it.
Did you know this, Shaka? Reggie homered in his first at-bat the following season. So he actually hit 4 in a row. And that's when they showered Yankee Stadium with Reggie bars. Mm-hmm.
I remember they were just yelling his name. Reggie came up against the Dodgers. He got 3 in a row, man. I watched it. I was 11 years old, man. 12 years old, man.
Yeah, you mean, Shaka. Thanks, Shaka. Appreciate it, man.
I love it. That's great.
I remember. Yeah, so he hit 3 homers. They won and
that was
they
before
beat the
my
Dodgers.
time. That was before I was alive. But
And then the next season, Reggie homered in his first at bat, and they were giving away Reggie candy bars because they had the red. They were good, by the way. You ever have one?
Nah, I don't think so.
It was like a circle, like a bigger. It was like a bigger Reese's cup. It had peanuts and caramel and chocolate. It was pretty good.
Okay.
Babe Ruth guy.
When did they become defunct?
Oh, they only they lasted a little while and then just kind of faded away. Not unlike Reggie's career after he left New York. He
spent a lot of years with the Angels, more than I thought.
How about this? Play for the Baltimore Orioles.
I don't
remember that.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Baltimore Orioles.
Do you remember that?
I actually do. So
sweet.
No, what I'm getting at with my big picture here is, the buzz about Aaron Judge has been so positive and so within the realm of possibility. This one's different. They gotta close this deal with Aaron Judge if you're the San Francisco Giants. I'm kind of with you. They got to get something. I'm trying to think why he wouldn't come. Okay, why wouldn't you want to come? To me, the biggest reason why he wouldn't come is we're not good enough out here. The team's not good enough, and I know the Yankees are going to be there year in and year out. And I'm sorry, I couldn't take Farhan's word that.
Yeah, you believe him,
yeah, sure.
but it's still too many things that would have to go right.
He's got the best intentions, for sure.
The caller before Shaka, I forgot his name, but he was going around the horn. Yeah, he was going around the horn. This guy isn't enough, that guy's enough. Part of the pitch to Judge, I feel, is not the players that are on the roster necessarily. I think it's some of it, but I think part of the pitch to Judge is we're going to get another guy after we get you to commit. And you too, along with some other moves that we're working on, are going to be the reason. Like, to me, it's not Judge, and Judge is coming in to play with Mike Yastrzemski and Brandon Crawford and Joey Bart. I mean, maybe some of those guys, but that's not the pitch.
Well, here's the part.
If that's the pitch, then all right, back to New York.
But let me ask you this: if the Giants are willing to pay Aaron Judge $340 million over 8 or 9 years, do you really think they're gonna go out and then sign another guy for over $100 million?
Not necessarily over 100, but you could,
like a 4 for
80. Sure,
right.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a trade in the works already. Like, if we get Judge, like, I bet they've got the big board where, or maybe it's on a computer, but whatever. We'll just call it a big board where it's Judge, and then it's, these are the next 5 things we want to do. We want to engage this team about this trade. We want to sign this pitcher. We think the outfield's pretty well set. Let's try and find a shortstop or a third baseman. Like, maybe it's not Trey Turner at that point, but I do think they'd be looking at different options. Absolutely. I think they've got a 5-step plan right now that's Judge-centric.
Sure.
And it's also, we don't get Judge-centric.
Right.
Now, that one's not going to appeal to the fans as much, but I think they've absolutely got it in the hopper.
All right, 95.7 thegameshop.com is live. It's the perfect time of year to grab some Steiny and Guru gear. So head over to 95.7thegameshop.com now for yours. JD and Steiny on the other side of 95.7 The Game.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
Aziz Al-Shire.
You know, when you're around a group of guys that are held to such a high standard that you have no choice but to get better or you're just going to get weeded out.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, Niner gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarkets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save over $700 on average, and those savings add up. Imagine what you could buy in the future.
Hey, remember how 20 years ago I switched to Progressive? Well, now it's the future, and I used all those savings to buy this new hologram phone. Because, it's the future, and everything is holograms now.
So switch to Progressive and save big, because those savings can add up in the future. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National annual average insurance savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive in 2020. Potential savings will vary.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Pennzoil Platinum can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs, 9 to noon, but now let's get you back to Steiny and Guru, who we owned in the changeover a short time ago. Let's listen to them recover right now. Guys?
Hey, we got a little
I love Willard, and I know he was put up to
take a shot at him.
I don't like that.
Oh.
I just don't like it. And whatever. I mean, I know somebody said, "Hey, Willard, you got to do this."
Yeah.
So he did it.
Do you realize that when I did that, it took me about 45 minutes. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't string a sentence together. Not unlike today. Hey, we got a couple pieces of 49ers news and a little bit of a curveball here. Good news and bad news. Good news is Christian McCaffrey practicing today, but no Deebo Samuel. No Deebo Samuel. He didn't practice today because of a quad.
Yeah, that was the injury that was listed yesterday on the injury report, where he was a limited participant. So we'll see when the official is he taking the day off completely? It looks like that's possible. Cam Inman will have the latest, and then we'll get the injury report. But that is, if he goes from limited yesterday to not practicing at all today, which we don't know yet, but if it is in fact trending that way, that would be a sign toward him not being able to play on Sunday.
And we'll find out more at 2:00 with Cam Inman. He's down in Santa Clara, and he'll probably be able to elaborate that a little bit.
And by the same token, Christian McCaffrey going from somebody that did not practice at all yesterday to even being limited today would be trending upward toward being able to play.
Exactly. Hey, speaking of trending upward, what if I told you that some of my friends gave me grief yesterday after the show?
What kind of friends? I mean, it's
my so-called friends.
Oh my God!
And they're saying, all right, it was Dibley. He said I lost my edge. He said I lost my edge with the Warriors because I watched the Dallas game and been watching them the last 2 weeks. That is the Warriors, and I'm saying, all right, put them back in the mix. I don't know how many teams are in that mix, but they're in that mix.
Is it more about them or about everybody else?
It's more about them, believe it or not. And I know I know they have the everybody else benefit, but no, it's mostly about them. And here's the thing, JD, I'll just throw this at you. When they were 3-7, there's no way they were that bad. So I think they've now stabilized. So now you go another month, 6 weeks, see about this team. And then maybe you decide whether to tinker or not. But the bottom line to me is can this roster be a championship roster, or do you think they will have to make a move?
I think they probably got to make a move. And I'm not totally sure what that move is yet.
Right.
Is it a big? Is it another wing? I feel like they need an insurance policy at the wing spot right now. And what I mean by that is, obviously Steph and Clay and Draymond and Wiggins and Looney are going to be playing. DiVincenzo and Poole are going to be playing. That 7 is for sure. I think at this point, some semblance of JaMychal Green, even if it's not a lot, is going to play some 5. So that's 8. And right now, Kuminga's the next guy. And he's been playing, and his minutes have been going up of late, and he's earned those minutes, and he's played well. I mean, Steve Kerr said that he thought the Dallas game was the best game he's ever played.
Right.
Which I was like, wow. Like that, even that struck me.
Well, of course. But it's okay.
What?
I mean, maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. I'm moving on from that. But what I am getting at is that spot. Like, are you really just gonna trust Kuminga as like he's the guy that's got that spot now? Are you gonna trust him to be somebody that you're counting on every single night throughout a championship playoff run in that role that he's had these last few games? And I think that's where we don't know the answer to that question. And I would lean toward you'd want to have some veteran insurance policy to go away from Kuminga in the playoffs if he isn't playing well like he has these last handful of games.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I am going to say this.
Iguodala?
Yes.
Iguodala?
Because if you look back at the Warriors over the years, they've had guys just come in and pitch in. And you know what? Iguodala ideally is only going to have to be a half a player. Like, it can be Kuminga / Iguodala. You know what I mean? In other words, Iguodala with somebody can make up one person in a 9-man rotation that actually is a 10-man rotation, depending on what you do. And see, this is kind of the thing. It's funny. I can't stop thinking of Aaron Judge when I'm talking about Iguodala. You might be like, why? And it's because if I say Aaron Judge might come to the Giants, there's a big percentage of people that are like, yeah, okay, right, laugh. And so that's where Iguodala's gotten. If you actually say, you know what, if by the end of the year Iguodala can contribute, people are like, stop it. Of course he's not going to be able to. But what I'm saying, JD, is if he can, he's going to help. He'll help a little bit. Are you just all out on Iguodala at this point, or just?
I'm actually less. Believe it or not, I'm less out on him than I was last year, and he showed enough last year to where I'm not going to do that again. And it's funny because you mentioned it, I think, and there were times you mentioned it in the past, and I did snicker. And if you noticed, I didn't snicker this time. Subtle, but I always would give you that, Iguodala. But I'm not doing that because I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt for the fact that he really did help him at the beginning. He didn't help him a lot at the end, but he did help him at the beginning. So why can't they flip that this year? And I think maybe they're thinking in the back of their mind, well, we don't need him at the beginning. We'll figure it out if he can help us toward the end, and we'll really manage it. We won't overuse him. I think they overused him last year, and he broke down. And he helped them. They needed him at that point. But he would give him an insurance policy. I still think you'd almost want to have one more guy just in case he can't go. Let's say Kuminga just doesn't have it, and it's a playoff series, and you want to rip him out of there, and Iguodala's unavailable. Then what? And maybe Moody works his way in at that. But I don't know. Maybe you tweak it in another way, but I think that would be the one thing would be one more playable wing, even over a big, because I think when push comes to shove, the Warriors don't want to play bigs anyway. I agree.
I'll be there when I be there.
I'm actually interested to hear what Warrior fans think, because so they start 3-7. People are saying, they could be in trouble. Now they're back to 11-11. They're 8-4, and I guess what I'm asking Warrior fans is, has the last 3 to 4 weeks convinced you, you know what, this is a championship type team again? Or do they still have to do more for you? In other words, are these December games important to figure out whether this team's going to need help or not? Or do you think, as is, hopefully counting on growth with Kuminga, maybe get Moody back in there, that this team, as constructed, could go 4 rounds and win it all? I'll tell you what, I think it's about getting to the finals, because once you get to the finals, then, for example, Milwaukee and Boston are better than the Warriors right now. Doesn't matter, but
Boston for sure.
But what I'm saying is the finals is going to be it's going to be really hard. But who do you trust to beat the Warriors? When I say trust, I mean like the Western Conference Finals. Phoenix? Is Phoenix? Nah. To me, Phoenix has the best shot at him.
Possible.
Better than Memphis and better than Denver. To me.
Yeah, I think so. But at the same time, if the Warriors are playing at, let's say, a 50-win pace by the end of the year, and they're lining up with Phoenix in a second-round series, and Denver's really the only other good team in the West, I mean, at that point, I would probably pick the Warriors to beat Phoenix as long as they're healthy.
Right.
I mean, I just feel like the championship acumen and the Suns having some demons. I mean, I would probably lean Warriors.
Do you think the Warriors are going to win it this year?
I think they can. I mean, right now I would pick Boston.
Okay, who would you pick coming out of the West?
I mean, right now I would probably say Phoenix.
Okay.
But if the Warriors get to a point where they're within a couple of games and they continue to look like themselves, I'd pick the Warriors to beat Phoenix.
From the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line, was never worried about the Warriors this year. They have an easier second half of the season. It's the opposite of last year. They'll be fine. What does that mean? What does fine mean? Does that mean top 4?
Well, the path is there. I mean, if there were 4
teams,
if there were 4 teams right now that were 15-5 ish,
right,
then I'd be like, all right, well, top 4, maybe they aren't going to get to the top 4 because you'd be 500 and you'd have 4 teams that are 10 over already. There isn't even one team. Maybe Phoenix is now, but they're the only one.
Well,
what even close to that?
When you say the Warriors are going to be when you say the Warriors are going to be fine, what does that mean? They're going to win 50 games and
to me that's what it would
challenge
mean.
But
I'm also not saying I'm not saying that though. I'm not making the statement the texter is. But if I were to say like to me, you'd almost have to be 50-game minimum if you're saying the Warriors are going to be fine. But for all we know,
to me, fine may be the seeding rather than the record.
And also fine to some Warrior fans could be win 45 games and be the 6th seed, and you win it. Like I think a lot of Warrior fans would say that.
See,
you wouldn't want to get in the play-in tournament, but
sure.
Beyond that, who cares? We're the best team.
See,
we'll beat whoever in the playoffs.
This year has been, to me, the most fun because you look at the Niners and the Warriors, they both have a shot. There's no doubt they both have a shot. And the reason I'm fascinated by both these teams is because they're both legitimately one of, what do you think, 6 or 8 teams in each league that could win it. They could win it all. To me, they're not overwhelming favorites. They're not even the favorites. They're not the biggest long shot, either team, but both teams are right in the mix. And that, to me, is what's going to be fun. Like, can the Warriors really finish 6th and run the table? Do they have to get to 4 again or 3 again to run the table? Can they run the table?
Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating to me that we're going to find out exactly where they are. Are they going to repeat?
On the Warriors side of things, right now I feel like, and you're going to probably completely disagree with this, but I feel like there's 4 teams right now that could win the title.
I'd say more than that.
I think it's Boston. I'd say Boston, Milwaukee, Phoenix, and the Warriors would be the 4 right now. And the Warriors would be just because I'm not ruling the Warriors out unless they're really.
I'm gonna
3-7 level again.
See, I mean, right now it's kind of hard to argue with you, but I would say
it can change.
Yeah, it's to me Memphis is probably going to be there at the end, and Denver
can win the title.
I think Denver could. I do if they're healthy.
Yeah,
Murray
Denver.
looks like he's playing pretty well.
He's getting better. Yeah, he's getting better.
Denver's got a depth issue though. I think they need another player
All right,
or two.
How many teams in the NFL? Tell me who can win it in the NFL. I think
win the Super
Bowl. I think there's. I'm going to give you. I think
7.
I've got
7.
I'm going to say. I think there's 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got 6.
Okay, I've got 4 NFC teams, and you know who they are. And
okay.
yeah, I think Minnesota can win it all.
I've got a different 4. I've got Philly. I've got 4 NFC teams.
I got Philly, Minnesota, the 49ers, and Dallas.
Okay.
I've
got Philly,
Tampa Bay in for Minnesota.
Yep. I've got Philly, the 49ers, Tampa Bay, and Dallas. I do think Dallas, if it breaks right, can.
But the interesting thing, JD, is because the NFC is so wide open, that's why I have more teams in. Like, I get it. The Vikings aren't that great. Let's say they're
all
they got to do is win one game and they can win the Super Bowl.
Here's how the Vikings. I feel like and again, we don't have to get lost in the Vikings, but I think for the Vikings to go to the Super Bowl, I feel like it's going to have to be a perfect storm of somebody beats Philly and somebody beats the Niners.
Okay.
It would have to be like the Giants go into Philly and win as a whatever.
Interesting.
Or the Commanders beat the Niners, and then the Commanders upset the Niners, and then the Commanders go in and beat Philly. Meanwhile, Minnesota plays somebody, that
So
kind
that's
of
the
thing.
way you did it.
Like, that's the way, to me, that's Minnesota's path.
All right, here's the way I did it.
Although they probably wouldn't beat Dallas either, because Dallas has kind of owned them.
I know you have Tampa Bay in there, and I should probably have an NFC South team in there. But my feeling is,
well, I just put Tampa in there because of Brady. I mean, they're 5-6 for crying out loud.
But somebody's got to come out of that division. And once you're in the playoffs, you're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to my way of thinking, those 4 teams are the best teams in the NFC, and they're so even that any of them could theoretically emerge and make the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Well, once you make the Super Bowl, you can, in my mind, you can win.
Oh yeah,
I don't care.
I don't disagree with that.
Although
I don't think they would.
Probably not. But if I think 4 teams can win it in the NFC,
they've already beaten one of the teams that I think can win it in the AFC. So
Buffalo
and Kansas City.
I think
there's 2 teams. That's it for me.
Who's they have beaten?
Minnesota beat.
Oh, I thought you meant the 49ers.
No, Minnesota beat Buffalo.
Who's the 3rd team in the AFC, though?
There's not.
Not the Ravens?
No.
Miami?
No. No.
Patriots?
Not with Tua. I know
Jets?
Tua's playing great, but I'm not.
All right, so you only have 2 in the.
I have Kansas City 1 and Buffalo. To me, is the other one that could. And that's
nobody else.
That's all I have in the AFC.
All right. Vince is in San Jose. What's up, Vince?
Hey, what's going on, Steiny?
Hey.
As far as the Warriors go, I just think there's so much basketball left to be played.
Mm-hmm.
They got about 60 games left to be played, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 63 games left. Just so much that can happen for a lot of teams in the Western Conference and Eastern Conference.
Yep.
I always wondered, what the heck is going to happen to the Bucks? Giannis seems like he's superhuman when he plays, but he is a human. Theoretically, he could get injured. I don't know if there's a lot of teams that have the depth that the Warriors do. I know that's a silly comment from the way we've seen this bench unit play, but look at the way how Steve Kerr can rein things together. No one can out-coach Kerr. No one is out-coaching Kerr in this league. I'm sorry, fellas. He's got a one-of-a-kind basketball mind. Just has to get the players to buy in a little bit more, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Kuminga. And also, one other thing before I let you guys go for today, don't you think a couple of these losses to the Mavericks and some other guys, don't you sit back and wonder, gosh, what if Wiseman just freaking help the Warriors with some of these rebounds? Wiseman would, if he fits into their system, it's a two-headed monster, Wiseman, Looney, and then you bring in Kuminga. I mean, there's no other team in the league that can match that type of firepower.
Back to Wiseman.
Yeah, thanks. All right, Vince, I got you. And
you can't say the Warriors are deeper.
Can we table Wiseman? That way we don't have to.
The Warriors have.
We don't. That way we don't have to denigrate him or criticize him or worry about him,
that was
and we won't praise him. What?
You gave me a genuine chuckle on that.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it was good. Look, Wiseman, he's working on his game. That's fine. It's
Usually
amazing.
My humor is a little more like I'm not funny unless it's unless I'm swearing or something or coming after somebody.
So you know what
not for air funny. It's kind of not
you really
for air
pick
funny.
your spots with humor.
Yeah,
and you tend to your humor tends to be spontaneous and abrupt, kind of.
Yeah,
you don't see it coming.
Exactly,
and then you'll stick it to somebody. But James Wiseman's in the.
I was not doing that to Wiseman, by the way.
But here's the question I have. Because you're talking about injuries. And obviously I'm not talking about if the Warriors lose Curry, okay, their season's over. But to me, the Warriors have a few players that they can't afford to lose right now for, let's say somebody's got to miss a month. 12 to 15 games, probably 12 to 14, whatever. Like, if it's, whether it's any of the top 6, they're going to feel. And I think it's going to be a struggle. Obviously, Looney, to me, would be maybe you could weather it, but then you get really, really small. But what I'm getting at, JD, is as great as Curry has been, this team needs to have kind of all its parts to be better than everybody. I think. They got to have all their parts.
They got to have the top 6 for sure.
That's what I think.
They have to have the 5 plus
That's a
Poole,
lot.
the starting 5 plus Poole. Well, they had it last year, and I think that's why they won it. Was that they had their top 6, really their top. I guess now they lost Peyton at times and they lost Porter at times, so they didn't have 7, 8, but they did have the top 6.
Yeah,
the whole time.
And
even though Curry came off the bench at the beginning.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. But I guess what I'm saying is if you go around the league, how many guys would you – like it feels like the Warriors are more vulnerable than another team, but maybe that's not fair. Maybe that's not fair. What I'm getting at is, all right, if the Suns lose
well, they already Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson's already been out and they've been winning. Chris Paul's been out and they've been winning.
Right. But could they win a title?
No.
Without Chris Paul?
I'm starting to wonder.
Well,
no.
I shouldn't say that. Can the Denver Nuggets win a title without Aaron Gordon? I think they might be able to. And that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, Draymond, I guess what I'm saying is,
well, yeah, they can't win it without. I agree. They cannot win it.
They can't win it without Clay.
If Draymond was going to miss a whole freaking series,
oh boy,
they couldn't win it. If he was, I think of all of those, Clay would be the one that they would be most likely to be able to win without.
More than Looney? More than Poole?
Yeah,
I know it's close, but anyway, they need their top six.
If you said, hey, there's one guy out of that group, and Looney would probably be the popular choice because you could slide Draymond in, but I mean, to me, the one spot where they would be the most protected would be if Clay couldn't go and you went to Poole, like that, and that to me you'd be
most whole.
You'd be the closest version of yourself.
310 says Kerr's targeting health for the playoffs. Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And that's what it happened by happenstance last year. It looks like this year they're going to try to kind of calculate it more. When do you think Iguodala's going to wait till March or April to even play?
I have no clue. I mean, I don't think it really matters.
True.
I mean, you could pick the last 20 games and say, hey, Andre, you're going to play 10 of them. And I think, or the last 10 and play 7 of them. And I think that, I mean, you do want to get him out there with everybody.
You would think.
In some form of a rotation, but.
No, I'm with you. Hey, who's going to be with us on the other side? Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group 95.7 The Game's Odyssey Insider. He's going to join us from Santa Clara. There's a couple pieces of news out of Santa Clara in terms of who practiced today, who didn't, who looks good for Sunday against the Dolphins, and who might not play. So we'll have Cam Inman on the other side. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MBJesse.today.com or online at mbjesse.com. Coming up next, Cam Inman on 95.7 The Game.
Listen to Willard and Dibs with the Odyssey app.
When Landon Donovan scored that goal against Algeria to put us into the knockout stage, I was working at ESPN 710 down in Los Angeles. They have a long hallway, and I ran. Not Iran, I ran.
That works.
I ran so far away. I ran, and that was an extemporaneous piece, Dibs.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas. Their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither.
Blah. Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's called the Garoppolo segment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Let's bring in Cam Inman. He's our 95.7 The Game 49er insider, also Bay Area News Group. What's up, Cam? Yesterday we were a little worried about McCaffrey. I guess some things have changed down there. Who practiced, who didn't?
They are currently practicing in a very rare rainstorm on their field, and Christian McCaffrey is one of them, and he's looking fine. He was. It was interesting because we went out there about 45 minutes ago, and as the team was stretching and getting warmed up, he was on the side loosening up, which usually indicates that he might just work out on the sides of the day. But then as team drills started and running back drills started, he was right in the thick of everything. So that's a really good sign. But the bad sign is I did not see number 19 out there, which would be the wideback, Deebo Samuel.
And Cam, just to follow up on that, Deebo was limited yesterday with the quad. So so him not practicing, if that is in fact how it turns out, that would be deemed to be a turn in the wrong direction, correct?
I would assume so. I mean, they listed him yesterday as limited. We were out on the field, and he was there coming off. It was in between their walkthrough and their regular session, and he and McCaffrey were both out there for the walkthrough, and then they both exited the field yesterday. Today, we don't see him at all. But again, that was just the first 30 minutes of media access, so he could come out later, but I don't know why they would if it's cold, raining, and he's got a quad injury that maybe he needs treatment on. So it's Deebo, and you just never know whether he's a guy that's played hurt a lot in these last couple of years, especially with the stakes high. But maybe they're just taking it cautious with him because of the field conditions. I don't know.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our Odyssey 49er insider. JD and I spent a good portion of the show talking about, all right, if they don't have Mitchell or McCaffrey, and then we were thinking, well, maybe Deebo gets more carries than normal, like they used him last year. Now we're going to have to recalibrate. But in any event, let's just say Mitchell and Deebo Samuel don't play. Where do those touches go?
Well, it's kind of funny. I look at this kind of as a spice rack, and you got to figure out what the right recipe is you want. And if McCaffrey's your main ingredient that you need, then you can go to him. Apparently, if he's healthy as he looks. And then it's kind of like, well, do you need a dash of some Jordan Mason? Do you give Ty Davis-Price some carries for the first time, basically since the home opener? My guess, Matt, is that they would probably go with Jordan Mason as the number 2. I mean, they could go Tevin Coleman. He came through for him off the practice squad when they were in Carolina and scored 2 touchdowns. He's got the veteran experience, so you could do that if you're not totally comfortable with Mason, which probably would be the case if you didn't have McCaffrey up. But it looks like McCaffrey will be up, and then it'll be just sorted out through those guys. It's just kind of, to me, like one of the side parts of this whole backfield discussion is we're starting to see what Jordan Mason can be, and we saw it in training camp that here's this undrafted kid who's really he's quick, but he's kind of built pretty well. And Ty Davis-Price, the 3rd round pick, just hasn't really advanced too much. And part of it was he had a high ankle sprain in the home opener. But then he just, he's been inactive, I think, 7 games. And he said he's just been learning how to be a pro and learning the ropes. We talked to him yesterday at his locker, but I didn't get a sense that he would be a guy that's ready to step into a bigger role.
Cam, how do you view this matchup, 49ers and Dolphins, as far as just being a test for the Niners and all the storylines with Mike McDaniel coming back and obviously some of the comments both ways about players that are no longer with the Niners and now with the Dolphins? Just what do you think of this one? This is a juicy one.
Oh, I think it's fascinating in terms of it's, a couple times a year during the NFL season, you get this high-powered offense against the number 1 defense, right? And I think the defense is playing so well right now and is pretty well at full strength, especially if they get Armstead back this week. And D'Amico knows what Mike McDaniel likes to do. As much as everybody will say McDaniel knows the Niners' tendencies, he knows all the personnel, well, D'Amico does. He knows how the system, obviously, these guys have faced it in practice for years. So they're going to be prepared for it. And I'm sure the biggest issue is how is the Niner defense going to be able to stop Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle's speed, and maybe a wet field can slow them down a little bit and ruin some of their cuts or whatever. But to me, that's really more fascinating than the whole sideshow of McDaniel's return and Mostert and Jeff Wilson Jr. I mean, they were great 49ers, all of them, and they all use this as a stepping stone onto their next level of their career, their next fortunes. So I don't think anybody has anything bad or ill will against any of those guys, and I don't think the Niners will be emotional about it at all. I mean, the Miami guys might. Just coming back here, might be more fired up. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what kind of reception the home crowd gives them, especially Mostert. I mean, the guy, ran for 220 and 4 touchdowns in an NFC Championship game. That's big part of this franchise's lore forever, and he can come back forever and be celebrated for that. So I wonder how people look at him. The fact that he left in free agency, the Niners didn't give him a big deal. I don't think anybody will hold that against him. And then Wilson was such a great pro for all his years here, and really beloved. And then it didn't work out for him being a number 3 running back behind McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell. And people can second guess it, but Mitchell is coming back healthy, and Jeff Wilson Jr. have been number 3 and would have been relegated to special teams duties.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. Cam, does anything like this come into play if you're Kyle Shanahan or his coaching staff? Let's say McCaffrey and Debo are both kind of banged up, and you look at the schedule, and you don't like to say this, but this is kind of the one game the 49ers could afford to lose because it's an AFC team. Does that go into their thinking at all in terms of maybe availability for a McCaffrey or a Debo Samuel?
Yeah, it's a really good question because, like you said, that if it comes down to playoff tiebreakers, a conference win doesn't mean as much. But I mean, go back to last year, and they were playing in Cincinnati and Tennessee this time of year, and they really wanted to win those games. Losing in Tennessee didn't cripple their playoff hopes at all. I think you just kind of you got to see how the player feels and just kind of gauge it that way. These guys. They know their bodies. They're not new to the NFL, so I think that helps matters. Then you just look at the rest of the depth chart and what your game plan will be. So the answer to the question, I don't know.
That's fair. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, well, it should be a fun game, a little bit different this weekend at Levi Stadium, so we'll catch up with you next week, Cam.
Another home game, the 3-game homestand. We're almost halfway through it.
That's true. Yeah. All right.
And you know what? The Dolphins are going on a 3-game road trip. This is the number 1 of 3 for them.
Who do they have after this?
You know what? I think they have do they have the Chargers?
Yeah, so they'll probably stay out west.
You would think so, but I don't know if Stephen Ross has money to burn like that anymore. Maybe he does.
I don't know. It's a conversation for another time. All right, all right, Cam. Good talking to you, buddy.
Hey, guy. Bye-bye.
Cam Inman, 95.7 The Game, Odyssey Insider.
I thought you were going to give him a night in there.
No. Interesting. Debo Samuel not practicing, and Christian McCaffrey, I guess, went out onto the field. They're practicing in the rain.
Yeah, you'd have to, and obviously that could be a factor on Sunday. Chargers, by the way, or the Dolphins at the Chargers, and then they play Buffalo. So probably they'll go home and then go up to Buffalo for the third one.
Okay, he was Jordan Mason. He had 1 carry before the last 2 weeks. He got 4 and 5 respectively.
That's a step. It's a small step.
Definitely. He keep and you're right. I mean, this is the way Kyle Shanahan kind of does it. He really spoon feeds his young players like little Gerber's spoonfuls at a time. I just find it interesting that Trey Sermon and Mitchell. Sermon was a higher draft pick. He didn't work out. Mitchell's good. And is the same thing happening with TDP and Jordan Mason?
Possibly. And that's the, do you have to quit drafting guys in the third round? I mean, not if you believe that they're talented, but I don't know where you stand on that. Just the notion of, well, if you're finding players later that are undrafted or later in the draft, and those players are good enough to play at a third round or higher level, then does that make it, is that offset, or is it, because I think a lot of fans look at it as, well, damn it, you need to find those guys that are undrafted and use your third round pick on somebody that can help you.
No, I think you take the draft, especially in the NFL, in its totality. So if you come out of it, let's say you have 1 pick a round, that's seven rounds. If you end up with 5 players who play for you in some capacity, that's a pretty good draft, isn't it? 5 of 7?
Yeah, that's a great draft.
Niners have been
5 of 7 would be a great draft. They've had some that were like 2, and they've had some that were
right
in that 5.
But I mean, like, and I always bring this example up. It's like the Warriors drafted Ike Diagu with the 9th pick, and then they got Monte Ellis with the 40th pick. So to me, it's kind of a wash.
You just flip flop.
Yeah, it's kind of a wash as far as I'm concerned. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Miami Dolphins in here on Sunday at Levi Stadium. Looks like rain's in the forecast. And, hey, last time the 49ers played in rain, Trey Lance was a quarterback, right? There was no rain in Denver, was there?
No, there was no. It ended up being a beautiful night in Denver.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
you were at that game.
That's one of the
you?
games I covered. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, but if you look at the Dolphins and the San Francisco 49ers, it's one of the best games of the weekend, no doubt about it.
I thought that had flex potential. But the Cowboys are the Cowboys. They kept Cowboys Colts.
I feel like the Dolphins have to string together a couple more years before they get back to.
I don't know. I'm
not saying they're not
flashy offense with a lot of big names on that side of the ball, and the Niners are a big ratings team, but nobody's bigger than the Cowboys.
510 saying there was rain in Mexico City.
Oh, there was. That's true. Yes, there was.
Thank you, 510.
Yep, good call.
Thank you, 510.
Right at kickoff.
Appreciate it.
Right at kickoff, there was rain.
Where are you right now on Jimmy Garoppolo? Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's funny. He didn't play as well against the Saints, clearly.
Right.
But, how could you not have anticipated that maybe he wouldn't play as well against the Saints? It's not we do this all the time. It drives me nuts. He strings a few games together, and we start to, I think, praise him at a level that maybe isn't warranted. He deserves credit for being a competent, capable quarterback, but anytime he strings some good games together and the 49ers win, I feel like we naturally go down the path of,
what?
Well, he's really damn good. He's good. Is he top 10? Is he getting better? Is he in the mix? I feel like we do you need to re-sign him next year now? I feel like we deal in extremes. And when the reality is he probably was due to have a bad game. He's probably due to throw a pick, which he had the one wiped away by the penalty, and or not play as well as he had, because it is inconsistent. He doesn't stink, but he also wasn't going to go the rest of the season and throw 15 touchdown passes and one interception either. So, pump the brakes both ways. Well, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, and this is one of those. This is also one of those things.
He's solid. He's capable. He's good.
But to me, this is a.
But it also wasn't. He stunk Sunday, and the defense saved their ass, and they won despite him. It wasn't that either.
He didn't turn it over. He hasn't turned it over in a month, I don't think. Interception or fumble. So
he's probably due.
Of course he's due. He's not a perfect quarterback.
Sure. I'm not saying he is.
Listen, I said this earlier in the week. How do you get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo? Especially, and I was having this one with Goo. I'm like, let's say the 49ers go and they get again to the NFC Championship and lose.
Losing Philly.
24-21. It doesn't even matter.
But I think losing in Philly was different. Losing in Philly's different than maybe a
first round exit to the Giants,
or somebody else beats Philly and you're playing a home game in the champion. The Niners have the possibility. There's a strong possibility that the Niners could end up hosting the NFC Championship game if they're the third seed, especially given how people view the Vikings. Who's to say somebody doesn't take both of those teams out, or the Niners take out the Vikings and then somebody takes out the Eagles and the Niners are hosting, whether it's against Dallas or somebody else. So I think that's very much possible.
It is. It absolutely is. Let's go to West Oakland. West Oakland Sam. What's up, West Oakland Sam?
How you guys doing this afternoon in this beautiful rain, man?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, it's a little off topic, but I just wanted to get your guys' opinion on the modern day NFL player, because, man, this guy Mike McDaniel is really interesting to me. It's I watch a lot of YouTube clips, and he could be an NFL coach or he could be on an episode of The Office. And it's just do you guys think that the modern day NFL player can cater more to this type of head coach more than the rah-rah, the bite your kneecaps, you know what I mean? It's just really interesting to see how much the Dolphins have changed. And do you think it's the energy that Mike McDaniel brings, just being this nerdy, quirky guy versus a Jim Harbaugh. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's room for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
There's room for, Jim Harbaugh was rah-rah, but he was a good, he was a good strategist. Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think, you got to have it all to be a great coach, but clearly Shanahan's not a rah-rah guy.
No.
His defensive coordinators have been, but
I think he's respected, though, for preparedness and creativity.
I get the sense that he
and having his players back. Like, I do think.
Why do I feel like he's more detached from the players than, let's say, the average coach?
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah,
out there.
and I think a guy like McDaniel, I think there's a genuineness to
no
him.
doubt.
Like, he really does care about his players and their journey, and he also is incredibly intelligent. Which there's a trust that he's going to put those guys in the best position to be able to succeed. That I think guys vibe with. Like,
right.
I just think it is different than it used to be, but I think that's just the evolution of the players. I think it's the evolution of just different generations being more receptive to different personality types and different backgrounds and different things like that. I think it all makes it work.
Right. You know what? I kind of just put this together from the 408. JD's on point with the Jimmy take. Everything hot and cold. You know what? That's kind of what's just hitting me. Is you're right. It's either he's great or he stinks, and the reality is he's neither.
Right.
He's average. Like, he's average. Like that. If there's one thing,
welcome to my pew in the church.
But like, a lot of people have been there. He's about the 15th best quarter, about the 12th best quarterback.
But he wins at a level much higher.
No doubt.
And that's the difference.
Absolutely.
And how do you quantify that? Because he doesn't win like the 15th best. He wins like maybe the 6th or the 7th best.
Oh, you mean percentage?
Yeah, just win. His teams win.
Right.
Like, and again, you can say that doesn't matter, but it does matter. Like, that does matter.
I guess my question is, not my question,
like,
but
another quarterback that does it the way he does it historically in the NFL is pick a number. If he's 40-20, if he's 40-20, another quarterback playing 60 games would be 28-32.
Right.
With no playoff wins. And you'd think that guy stinks. And maybe he does. But that's where Garoppolo is different.
But what I'm
and
getting
is that
at,
Garoppolo and Shanahan? Is it Garoppolo in the defense? Don't know. But what we do know is Shanahan hadn't been able to win with anybody other than him. That's
true. But the thing that I'm thinking with Jimmy Garoppolo is he's shown us exactly who he is. Like, he's actually been ridiculously consistent. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to say, he's consistently inconsistent. No, he's not. He's like, to me, he is, exactly what you're getting with Garoppolo. So the fact that some people think he's either on one end or the other end of the spectrum, to me, shows there has to be a personal thing here. Because he doesn't stink. He doesn't stink. We know that. And he ain't Dan Marino or Peyton Manning either. All right, so what do you do with him? What do you do with him if they get to the NFC Championship game again and lose? You're going to get rid of a quarterback, JD, with a 6-3 postseason record who's taken you to the NFC Championship game 3 or 4 years?
Well, again, there has to be a mutual desire to continue. Like, it's not only the 49ers, he's not under contract. I mean, and look, I think the way that this year played out would lead me to believe that he would be more willing to at least listen to the 49ers. He listened to them this year. Now, he didn't have any options this year.
Would he listen to him as a backup again?
Probably not.
Right.
Not if he can start elsewhere. But maybe they have to flip it. Maybe they have to say, like, there's no way you could say to Jimmy Garoppolo after getting to an NFC Championship game again, hey, yeah, come back. We'll pay you kind of what we did this year, right, and you can be the backup again, or you can compete. No, it would be his job. And if it, like, I don't want to speak for Garoppolo, but if I'm Garoppolo, it'd be like, hey, it's my job.
Right.
And, if that's in a year you want to trade me or what, because that's the other thing. Like, he's going to want more than a 1-year deal, too. And then can you trade him? And then how do you move? You'd almost have to be in that moment making the decision that you're moving all. Like, if you make the decision to keep Garoppolo and he's willing to do it, at that point you would have to move off of Lance, I feel like, too, because you would be recommitting to Jimmy for the next, let's say, 3 years.
I don't.
And are you really?
There's no way.
Do that?
There's no way. Here's the one thing I do not think is going to happen is Trey Lance starts week 1 next year, and Jimmy Garoppolo is not the backup. Like I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah,
he won't either. But what I'm saying,
you're not going to come back and be the backup.
But I'm saying you're not rolling out Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's not going to be the backup.
No, you can't.
Exactly.
No, you need a better backup than that.
Exactly.
If Garoppolo's elsewhere.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Or you go get a better starter.
Well, that may be on the table too.
Because I think that's coming back. And I know I've said that a few times when we've been on lately, but I think the Aaron Rodgers stuff is coming back, and I think the Tom Brady stuff is coming back.
All right, let me ask you, would you want either of those guys?
I would not want Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
No.
See, I wouldn't want Brady.
I would not want Rodgers. I would.
You don't think this locker room can handle him?
What do you mean?
Well, why don't you want him? Personality or play?
Both. And I know he's injured now, but like there's a you want to talk about a guy that's won it that can't win it because of intangibles vibes. It's Aaron Rodgers, maybe greater than anybody of all time. Like he might be the biggest loser of a winner in the history of professional sports. Like, and all you need to do is look at all the other years. Like where it's something weird, it's never his fault, always a defense.
So what are you saying? He's the worst champion?
I think he is. In a way.
Dwight Howard's up there. Didn't he get a ring with the Lakers?
Well, that's different.
He's like the worst multi-MVP, that's what you're saying.
Okay.
He's just I don't even.
What about like a guy like Westbrook?
I feel like you're trying to paint me into a corner with the Rodgers thing because you know I've never been a fan of him. But
no, I'm just
I wouldn't want him because I think he is kind of a losing player now. Like I think at this stage I don't think he's so talented that it offsets everything else that you're getting with Rodgers.
That's fair.
And that's the best, to leave it at that and not get in the grandiose of what he is in his career.
See, this is
I'll set that aside.
This is what I mean. 650 guys. He's 40-19 as a starter. That's equal to Joe Montana.
Yeah,
Hello? Well, right, but he's not Joe Montana.
Right. He's not Steve Young.
Because Joe Montana would probably be 45-14 with this team, you would figure.
Yeah, and actually, and like it was Steve Young had a better record than Joe.
Right.
Right? And then Jimmy had tied Steve Young. They had the same record through 59 games.
How about this one? Well, you know what? I'm going to take a break, and then I may read one of the greatest texts that I've seen in a long, long time on the other side. Hey, it's all going to be sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond. Mm-hmm.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
They're not going to give up 0 every week, but they're going to be around 0. I mean, that's how good that defense is.
If you're looking into the numbers, number 1 in points per game, number 1 in yards per game, number 1 in rushing yards per game, number 1 in yards per rush, number 1 in downs per game, number 1 in passing touchdowns allowed. I mean, there are very few boxes left to check.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Now through December 11th, get 25% off one item by texting GIFT to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, Prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
At 7-Eleven, our coffee is fresh or it's free. We don't compromise on our premium beans, and neither should you. Because drinking fresh coffee is non-negotiable. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store of purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to tap into human emotion. First with some music. Then in a serious tone, I'll say, save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. And even though it was about saving money with Progressive, we'll fade out the music so you know it was poignant. Wow, powerful stuff. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Why is that? Well, if you ask someone with one of the latest and greatest phones from Cricket, they might tell you it's because of the amazing phones. Like the new iPhone 14 that lets you capture stunning photos in low and bright light. Plus, they'd probably tell you about the fast nationwide 5G included with all plans that lets you stream, text, talk, and more, all at 5G speeds. Yeah, they might mention something like that. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
hello,
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
In San Francisco, should be cloudy by the afternoon, highs in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
I don't know the facts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and JD with you. Damon and Ratto coming up at 3. They got Steve Kerr. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr.
Big time.
Got the Warriors humming. 8 of their last 12.
Oh, you're going back that far.
Doesn't even sound like anything when you compare it to the Dynasty. Hey, you want to have some fun?
Sure.
I just got an email from Vegas. They've got the updated championship odds.
Oh, hey.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, JD.
I didn't get that email.
Can you give me...
For the NBA?
NBA. 12-1.
Okay.
December 1st.
Okay.
Give me the top 10 favorites. What?
10?
What's wrong with that? Okay, 5.
Yeah, 5. 5's better.
Okay. But I think that's going to be easier. Top 5.
All right, fine. We'll play it your way.
No. You got to do it your way. I get it. You got to play in your home field. You're not a good neutral or away game. Top 5 to 10 NBA champion odds.
Boston. I'm going to go Boston 1.
Correct.
I'm going to go, I'll say Phoenix 2. It's probably Milwaukee.
Phoenix 4.
Okay. I'll go Warriors 3.
So are you saying Milwaukee 2?
Yeah, I'll go Milwaukee, Warriors, and Philly as my top 5.
Ooh. Celtics, Bucks, Warriors.
Okay.
In other words, they're the favorite in the West.
Okay. Suns,
Phoenix.
Okay, 4. And then
Clippers.
Oh, the Clippers are 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got 4 of the 5.
Nets, Cavaliers, Nuggets, Grizzlies, Sixers, 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's wow. So the Warriors are essentially the favorites in the West.
Well, if everything's basically even, and really, like, how could it not be?
Well,
and I know the Suns
why.
are a couple games better, and I know Denver's a couple games better, but if it's
because the Warriors aren't as good as last year, that's why.
Okay, and the Suns probably aren't either. Denver might be better. I think they probably are better because they would have Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray.
By the way, 925, thank you so much. I lead the league in forgotten teases. He says, Steiny, read that text you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to jump on YouTube, go ahead. It says, Steiny and JD. This is from our guy Carlos in Concord. Says, Steiny and JD look like they about to do some holiday home burglaries.
Oh, my God.
JD and I'm looking at us on YouTube, and we are just
I can see that.
Absolutely in black. And you have a black beanie on,
I got the beanie
too.
going. Yeah, I just threw the beanie on and kept it on.
Yeah, we're going somewhere, but I don't think it's going to be there. Let's go to Austin in Redwood City. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm going to see if I can get this all out, man. I know everybody wants to move on from Jimmy, right, and go to Trey Lance.
Not necessarily.
How do we know if he's going to come back? I mean, before the injury, Trey Lance was trash. And then how do we know if he's going to even be even more trash when you come back from this injury? So with that being said, before we get into trading Jimmy, if we do trade Jimmy, let's trade Trey Lance for Jordan Love. Jordan Love got MVP candidate written all over him once Aaron Rodgers get over his head and hang up the cleats.
Yeah, Packers aren't doing that.
What do I think about that?
All right. I don't think the Packers do that.
Yeah, they're not giving up Jordan Love. In
Not
fact,
for
if anything,
unknown.
they're excited about Jordan Love.
Yeah.
They may be more apt to move off of Rodgers because of Jordan Love. And that, I was thinking about this.
By the way,
this is Jordan Love's 3rd year.
That sounds right.
And
because he was the year before Trey Lance, right?
And so, if this is Jordan Love's 3rd year, it just got to me. I was thinking, well, what if it took, like, if you knew right now Trey Lance was going to look like Jordan Love did against Philly, but it was going to take until the end of next year, but then you knew you had action the following year, you'd love to have a quarterback that's going to be that good. Like, wouldn't you try to wait, or wouldn't you try to bridge the gap as opposed to trying to force him in? Because Jordan Love did not, and when he got opportunities earlier in his career, he never really looked great, but you trust that he's getting better behind the scenes to a point where eventually you'd want to move on.
What's your question?
Like, if it took Trey Lance 3 years,
that's fine.
But without playing is what I'm saying, because Jordan Love hasn't played.
Oh, I got what you're saying. I thought you meant next year Would the 49ers, I think the 49ers are willing to start Trey Lance, even though he's not as good as Jimmy Garoppolo in week 1, with the hope he'll be better than Jimmy Garoppolo in week 17.
And you know what?
I don't know what year that is.
Well, you know what? I'm out on that now. They were going to do that this year.
Right.
And I've seen enough to where I'm not comfortable with that next year.
What? Well, why?
Because he wasn't as good as advertised in my mind.
You think he can? I'm just going to play devil's advocate here.
Well, I'm
how many
in the minority.
Times did he play? I mean, see, to me, there's one reason why
You're going to say the Bears game.
No. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, the only way they got away with what they did is because clearly the veterans knew what Shanahan's plan was, and they said, "Okay, yeah, we'll give Trey a shot as long as you know, or as long as you won't get us too far behind the 8 ball when we go." You know what I mean? To me, there's no doubt that happened. Well, none.
What I believe, just specifically, is Trey Lance. I don't trust Trey Lance enough going into next year to say he's just going to play and you're hoping he's this by the end of the year, because now he's coming off a major injury. Now, to me, you got to protect yourself from that. That's not I was okay with that plan this year. Hey, he might not be better than Jimmy week 1, but he will be by the end of the year, and that's what you're hoping, and that's why you're doing it. I'm not rolling that.
See,
next year,
and that's fair enough.
Whether that's Garoppolo or somebody else, if the Niners say, "Hey, Trey Lance is going to be the starter, Jimmy's elsewhere,"
right?
I understand that decision,
of course,
but you better have a capable backup quarterback that you can go to if Trey Lance falters or isn't healthy enough to perform.
Right.
It's all tied together now, Steiny.
I understand that. Let me go back.
I'm not coming down your road.
Let me go back to the original, and that is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch calling in the veterans and saying, "Hey, we got a chance to re-sign Jimmy, and he can come in as a backup." Again, I have no doubt Kyle Shanahan says, "We're going to start the season with Trey Lance, but I'm giving you my word, we ain't going to fall too far behind. If we do, I'll go. If we start out 1-3, I'll go to Jimmy." I firmly believe that. That won't be an option, you're right, next year, because Jimmy's not going to come back under the same circumstances you wouldn't think. So what you're acknowledging then, in a way, is you're going to go into next year with Trey Lance as the starter, and the bottom line is your backup's going to be worse than Jimmy Garoppolo. And Trey Lance isn't as good as Garoppolo now. So really, next year, your quarterback situation got worse at starter and at backup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because Trey Lance still isn't, right now at least, he's not better than Garoppolo.
Right. Well, that's where it's tricky. I mean, and that's where, because I find it far-fetched. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I find it far-fetched to believe that coming off of the major injury, now Trey Lance is almost going to make 2 jumps. He's going to make the jump back to where he was at the beginning of last year, and then another jump to actually be good, because both of those things would have to be true.
And let's make a scary comparison. It would be like when Wiseman came back this year. You thought he would have been at least a step above where he was his rookie year, right?
For sure. And he really, really wasn't.
Right.
I mean, he looked like he was for a couple of games, but then it was apparent that he wasn't.
Right.
And a lot of the same issues that he had the first year were still there. So that's the part that sucks about Trey not getting to play at least 10 games this year.
Absolutely.
He didn't play. He didn't play at all. He played one game where he was pretty good in the first half, not great in the monsoon. We get it. We all watched it.
Tell you what, let me ask you this. Let's. You don't have to throw a poll up. Who starts week 1 next year for the 49ers? Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, or none of the above? Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da.
You know who I would take
you
right now?
You have to make the bet. You must. Who?
Tom Brady.
Would you really?
If I had to bet right now, I would say Tom Brady.
Boy.
Because think about it. Season ends.
Okay.
Garoppolo, first decision.
It ends like you figured.
First decision.
Right.
Garoppolo or no? You don't want to marry him for 3 years at bigger money. He's got better offers. Hey, guys, thanks. Bye.
Okay.
So Garoppolo's out for those reasons. And now Trey Lance cannot be counted on to be ready. Okay? So rather than go the route we were just talking about where Trey Lance comes back and is he back from the injury? Is he not back from the injury? Do you have a good enough backup if he isn't? Or do you need to move off of him because he struggles? Well, rather than do that, why don't you just go get Tom Brady and for a year and allow Trey Lance to be the backup and work his way back to health and another year of development behind Tom Brady, and then you've got a Super Bowl ready team with Tom freaking Brady coming home.
How much does he have
one more time?
How much does he have left?
Like, in a way, it makes perfect sense.
It does.
Because you're not at that point. You're putting Trey Lance on the back burner for Brady. You're not putting him on the back burner for Garoppolo again. You're not putting him on the. You're not giving him the job, but you've got Marcus Mariota as the backup. You know what I mean? Like it's Brady. Like, Trey, we're going to give you this year to develop again and make sure you're fully healthy. It is your team in 24.
So, I think I'd rather have Rodgers because I think Rodgers has more in the tank right now, and I know he's
you want to infect your locker room.
Do you think?
Yeah.
See, I wonder if that's a pretty strong locker room. I mean,
Rodgers is a pretty strong personality in his own way.
Well, that's true. I mean, you got to envision. True. What are the veterans? Okay, we're bringing in Aaron Rodgers. I could see. Yeah. Okay, I got you. But Brady might not. I just think Brady's just about done.
Does Brady bring less baggage than Rodgers?
I think he does.
Yes.
A lot less.
Yes.
Although
Brady both of them will be the story of the year in football if they come here. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, Brady comes also brings, I got to have it my way. I want my guys.
Well, the other thing is
true.
We do have an issue with Shanahan coaching Brady, I think.
But I think that would be both ways.
Yeah, probably.
I think there would be with Rodgers,
yeah,
too.
I think No, I think those are delicate relationships for Kyle Shanahan, both of them.
Yeah, but I also wonder, and Evan brings up a great point, which is Brady wants it kind of his way with his guys, but would Brady look at the 49ers situation with Kittle and Debo and McCaffrey and think, you know what, there's enough talent for me to get the job done?
I would think.
To me, it was always, in New England for sure, but even in Tampa, I don't think these guys are enough. And it was, they had Evans and Godwin, and they had some good players,
right.
But he wanted more. He wanted a different type. But I think the Niners may have the perfect balance of all of it to where Brady would be okay with it. I don't know that, but everybody else talks about how great their weapons are. Why wouldn't Tom Brady think they've got elite weapons at every position possible?
My question,
and want to play with them.
My question is this: Jimmy Garoppolo gets heat for not being able to throw the deep ball downfield. Brady doesn't do it either. So it doesn't sound like would they have to change a lot? You know what I mean? I'm sure they're going to adjust, but basically they're still throwing intermediate passes and little screens and stuff.
But the key would be if you can protect Brady enough and you can scheme some of the throws that are schemed for Garoppolo, Brady's not going to miss them.
Right.
No, Brady's not going to miss them. And it would be different, but the ones that are wide open and we see them, to me it was foolish to say, hey, Jimmy bleeped up that throw. He messed up that throw, Steiny, but Trey Lance would have hit it. To me, that was, get out of here with that. But you could say that about Brady.
Right.
So.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starter next year.
That'd be great if he. I think it'd be great if he was.
Oh, see, I'd rather. I would want Rodgers here for the circus.
God, no.
Rodgers, then Brady, then Lance, then Garoppolo. Garoppolo coming back as a starter would be the least sexy.
Let me tell you something. The one that I would not want above all would be Rodgers.
He'd win you over.
It'd be Rodgers.
I think he'd win you over.
It'd be Rodgers. I would rather see Trey Lance be the quarterback and them go 6-11.
I could see Rodgers coming in and just being a leader of this team.
Oh God, stop it!
What?
Stop it!
Hey, somebody in that locker room with a Super Bowl ring that they look up to. He's godless.
Yeah, where were you in 2010?
Is that when he won it? Yeah, I liked him then. Who would you rather have, Rodgers or Brady? Oh, man.
I'd rather have Brady for a one-off. Plus, Rodgers is going to be more expensive, I think, for longer term now because of his deal. They redid his deal. Like that, Rodgers would probably be tougher to get because of the financial component.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Brady's just signed. Hey, Tom, come. What do you want? $20 million? 30? 1 year? He signed anybody for 1 year.
I mean, I will say this. I mean, I do think Brady would look at this roster and say, I like that roster.
Well,
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you think? But plus coming home, ending his career as a San Francisco 49er and potentially winning a Super Bowl for the Niners, like that's a whole different. I know he's won more than anybody.
JD, I have no desire to go back to Philly and work for WIP for 1 year. Yeah, call it a career. You really think that matters to Brady?
I think it might. And, I mean, some would say, and I don't know that this to be true, but some would say he came back this year to get the chance to do it next year because Tampa owned his rights. So if he came back at any point, Tampa could say, well, you're playing for us.
Charles on the YouTube, no Brady, no Rodgers. Jimmy wins a Super Bowl is Jimmy. If not, then a healthy Trey with Jacoby Brissett backing him up.
That's possible.
Bo in San Jose. Hey, Bo.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Nah. It's too bad. I really wanted to hear what Bo was going to say.
I
did. No, I'm not.
Well, I did too because it said agrees with Steiny.
Oh, that's good.
So that's.
Yeah, see, I don't.
Please call back, Bo, because the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line, has not been as kind.
To you?
Yeah. Oh. To me, believe it or not. Yeah, 49ers, Miami Dolphins this Sunday. Niners won 4 in a row. Quick update for you if you're just joining us. Deebo Samuel not practicing today because of a quad. The good news is Christian McCaffrey did practice. He's had some knee irritation. So, in essence, it looks pretty good for Christian McCaffrey. We'll see about Deebo Samuel, but should be a fun game for the San Francisco 49ers Sunday. As far as the Warriors go, the Chicago Bulls in town on Friday, which is tomorrow against the Golden State Warriors, and then they play a rare home back-to-back. Back-to-back, they play the Bulls tomorrow and then the Rockets on Saturday. Interesting. You like those?
Not really.
Why not?
But I am grateful that for the first time in quite a while, I'll take the Friday, Saturday. You know why?
Why?
Because I can get back on the Niner beat and be out of Levi's finally.
Yeah.
Rest of the year, and I got every Niner game covered the rest of the way. So that I'm feeling good about that.
You know, the Golden State Warriors, looking ahead a little, they play the Indiana Pacers on Monday. You were in Sacramento last night. You got a first-hand look at those Pacers.
They stink. How about this? Have you ever seen this before?
They're 12-8.
You know what? I was going to ask you about this. Rick Carlisle last night used all of his timeouts before the end of the third quarter. He used all 7 timeouts.
Coaching the hell out of it.
So I'm like, well, what happens?
The Rain Man.
What happens?
Right.
In the fourth quarter with the mandatory timeout, right? There's one timeout charged to each team. And it's the same thing that would happen if you call a timeout.
Technical foul?
So to get this, so it gets down to under 3 minutes, and where the Pacers mandatory would be, the Pacers are out of timeouts because Rick Carlisle burned them all. Keegan Murray of the Kings traveled to trigger the timeout. So Keegan Murray travels, Pacers ball, triggers the timeout. Pacers don't have a timeout, but that timeout has to be charged to the Pacers. So it's a technical foul, which gave the Kings a shot, and it flipped possession back to the Kings.
Lucky it wasn't a close game.
So if they had, and I was thinking, well, God, if they had come back, and they actually started to come back, I think they cut it to like 12 or something. They ended up getting blown out. But so Rick Carlisle lost every timeout before the end of the third quarter. I've never seen that before.
How much we got?
You got about 60 seconds here.
Okay.
Steve Kerr, of course, at 5 o'clock with Damon and Alan Stiles in for Ray Ratto today.
Ooh, nice. So they stink, the Pacers?
I think so. They beat the Lakers the other night.
Miles Turner. Oh, I forgot to ask Willard about this. Willard guaranteed Warriors go 3-0 on this homestand. Guaranteed it. Lock it up. They're going to win all three games.
I think they are too.
I think they are too.
Yeah.
I think they are too.
I mean, tomorrow would be the only one.
See,
Indiana beat them last year at Chase, believe it or not. And the Rockets almost did.
I don't think, this is funny, I don't think any of these teams could beat the Warriors here at home. I think the Bulls are.
And all of a sudden,
it's going to happen tomorrow.
If you think the Warriors are looking good at 11-11, what are they going to be at 14-11?
They're going to be back, baby.
And they're going to Utah. I'm going to win that one probably.
Ooh, it's a tough place to play at altitude. Not quite like the Mile High City. All right, everybody. Talk to you tomorrow.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning.
Steve Kerr, today at 5.
His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Now presenting at Osh. If you need a great gift idea, head to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Whether you're shopping for your favorite DIY doer, Green Thumb go-getter, or anyone in between, you can choose gifts they're going to love. From a huge selection of name brands like DeWalt, Traeger, Carhartt, and Stihl. Swing by and let Osh's friendly faces point you to presents you'll be proud to give. Is that special someone hard to shop for? Don't fret. Osh has gift cards too. Savor the season at Osh with 14 convenient locations and at Osh.com. Osh, home, hardware, and happiness.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa la la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Yeah! Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Matt Nathanson.
And Lizzie McAlpine. Let's go! Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Everything Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes. Your home is their canvas. Their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Really good to have you here. It is it's kind of a lousy day outside. Let's be totally honest. It's not beautiful out there, but we got a beautiful little situation. Ray Ratto has always wanted to be a shopping mall Santa. And today he is trying out. He's at the Tanforan Shopping Center right now, trying out to be a shopping mall center, which means Ray's not here today, which means we're hanging out with Alan Stiles once again. Thanks for coming on in, Alan. It was short notice that brings you in today, so it's good to see you, man.
You know, good to be here, Damon. And if anybody that knows me knows that I must really like you, because when it's raining, I do not like leaving, man. I do not like leaving my spot. I hate the rain. I hate it.
No one really likes the rain. It's just something you deal with, I guess. So my kid wakes me up this morning. He's like, there's someone in the backyard. And I'm like, what? I open up the window and I'm like, oh, that's just rain. We're getting hard rain in San Francisco. It's that rare. It's actually not dripping right now, but it's kind of a lousy day. But we got ourselves a great show for you. We are going to get a little bit inside this Aaron Judge conversation from a man who is as inside the Yankees clubhouse as anyone gets. Look, when Kevin Durant was, clearly mentally moving on from the Golden State Warriors in his last year with the Golden State Warriors, all you needed to do was walk up to anyone who covered the team. Anybody who covered the team knew exactly, just being around them all every day, what the next move was going to be.
Right.
Go ahead and ask one of our Warriors insiders. Did you know that Kevin Durant was leaving? Yes, they all knew it. They knew it. They felt it in their bones. Sweeney Murdy has been covering the New York Yankees for WFAN since they basically invented baseball and radio and put them together. This guy has been around this team and in that team's clubhouse forever. Does he have an inkling? Does he have an actual inkling of what Aaron Judge might do next? I know we got a lot of John Morosi sound to go over and talk of where he might end up. I mean, Morosi, I think, even said it's like a coin toss. There's a 50-50 chance he's coming to the San Francisco Giants. Does Sweeney Murdy feel that way, having been around Aaron Judge every single day of Aaron Judge's professional career in New York.
You know what I got to ask him? I got to ask him what was up with does he have any feelings about when Aaron Judge kissed the logo? What was that all about? Because part of me, he hits the home run in the playoffs. He kisses the logo. Part of me thinks that Aaron Judge is trolling everybody, right? And that's the thing to do nowadays. You get people talking. He's winking when he's in San Francisco. He's kissing the logo. If you're a Yankees fan, that's what you're going back to. If you're a Giants fan, you're going back to the wink. Maybe he knows, because I don't. I do not.
Sweeney Murdy is going to join us today at 3:30, and then we're going to go live at 5 with Steve Kerr. Looking forward to talking to him about coming home for a 3-game homestand that begins with the Chicago Bulls. I wonder if Steve gets a little nostalgic when he sees those Bulls uniforms. And obviously, it's been a week of starting to, the Warriors feel like they're coming into focus.
Right.
A team that was very unfocused at the beginning of the year. They're starting to get their sea legs underneath them, and that's good because we're officially out in the waters of the NBA's regular season now. So who you are going to be, you should start looking like that. First 20 games are on the house. Second 20 games, things start to matter. I mean, let's be totally honest. Things after Christmas start to matter in the NBA, but you really better be whoever the hell it is you're going to be by about Valentine's Day, I always thought.
And I've always been, from the beginning of this season, I thought, it's time to move the kids, not move the kids. The 30-game mark was what I thought, all right, let's assess what we have at 30 games. Of course, they're 11-11, 22 games in. I don't know how I'm going to feel after 8 games, but the problem is when you're talking about, move the kiddos or don't move the kiddos, the one kiddo at this point, Damon, in my opinion, that has the most value in Jonathan Kuminga, the one that you could get something for, is the one you don't want to move. So I don't know what they're going to be able to do because he's starting to play really well, and we'll get into that a little bit later.
James Wiseman's been down in the G League for a couple of weeks now. What are the returns down there as far as the Warriors are concerned? Are they liking what they're seeing? Are they concerned about some of the numbers that are coming back from James Wiseman's G League stint? So we got a lot of stuff to get into today. And again, Steve Kerr live at 5. We're going to pivot to an Aaron Judge conversation at 3:30 when Sweeney Murdy, and for those of you who, used to live in New York, who used to have listened to WFAN, that guy really is New York Yankees radio royalty. Sweeney Murdy is going to give us the inside scoop as to what the hell is happening inside that Yankees clubhouse. It's nice that you're here. Your last name is Styles. And before I knew that you were going to be filling in today for Ray, one of the segments I wanted to get into is how Styles makes fights. And we have one of the more interesting matchups coming between 49ers and Dolphins that you can really put on paper against each other in this league right now. You got team, a whole lot of offense against a team, whole lot of defense, and we're going to see which comes ahead. And then beyond that, it's maybe as interesting a coaching mentor-apprentice matchup as we've had in a really, really long time. Now, we were already talking about this before the show started, Alan. If I said most 49ers fans, like, how long do you think Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan really work together? How long do you think they've had a professional/personal relationship? I'm guessing most people would think, well, they've probably been together since Kyle got the job here in San Francisco and he hired him. And however that did happen, I do not know. But what I do know is that these guys have been working together for 14 years. 14 years, dude.
Long time, yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, here are the list of things in my life that I have ever done for a 14-year span. 1, live in San Francisco. 2, live in the town that I grew up in. 3, go to Teresa for haircuts. I've been going to the same woman for haircuts for the better part of almost 20 years now out here. And we don't even talk. I just sit down in her chair, and she does it. She knows what to do. Summer, we can let it go a little bit longer. Mom's coming to town because it's the holidays. We're going to go a little bit shorter just to keep the Duchess happy. She knows me, my family. The woman that I have a longer relationship with the woman who cuts my hair than I do with the woman that I married or the children that she gave birth to. My kids aren't 14 yet. Yeah. I haven't known them for 14 years.
Right.
I have not been married for 14 years. I have not known my wife for 14. 14 years is a really long. How old are you?
I am 32.
You're 32. So like 14 years is almost half of your life.
Yeah.
That's a long time. How many relationships do you have that have officially, outside of family members that you're just related to, have lasted longer than 14 years?
Right. I mean, off the top of my head, when you're doing that math, it's a couple guys. I had a couple guys that from high school.
High school boys
right,
you're still friends with.
Still friends with, and there are
I got two of those.
I have two that I played Little League with that we ended up going to high school together that we're still friends with now. But that's friendships. That's not a working relationship. Working relationships, those don't last half as long half the time.
Right. 14 years, especially in a sports working relationship, might as well be 3 lifetimes. It really might as well be. So the fact that Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel have been working together for 14 years feels significant in terms of all the pregame hype that we're going to put into Sunday's game against the Dolphins. What if I also told you that it can't just be professional, it's got to be a level of friendship, because it's 14 years over 5 different NFL franchises. So these guys are literally picking up, moving together. I mean, they have probably spent more hours in a car together than most guys in professional sports ever have. And the only thing I can tell you about the people in my life who have been in my life for 14 years, I know everything about them, and they know everything about me. How much football has Kyle Shanahan taught Mike McDaniel? And like the old Apollo Creed, I just taught you some things. I didn't teach you everything I know. At the end of Rocky, and he's like, ding, ding, let's go. And they have their sparring match. I taught you some things, but not everything. This is going to be fascinating. Some of the breakdowns of where the Dolphins are in their team cycle, where the 49ers are in their team cycle. It makes for fascinating football. Hey, Jimmy G's a lot better than his detractors want to give him statistic that we're going to have to run by you today. It's amazing how often a guy that a lot of people's jury is still out on, and again, not because we're persnickety, but because Kyle Shanahan himself said we have to get out of the business with Jimmy Garoppolo to become a better team. Well, they didn't, and they're a really good team right now. But it's amazing how often Jimmy Garoppolo has a number or a career trend that lines up with a Hall of Famer.
Keeps happening. It keeps happening, and it's starting to be undeniable in a weird way. Even if whether you like Jimmy G or don't like Jimmy G, what do they say? The numbers never lie, and they've won a lot together. A lot.
We're not saying he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but boy, does he have statistical returns that mirror Hall of Fame careers. So we're going to get into all of that. And speaking of Hall of Famers, we're going to say goodbye to a beloved San Francisco Giant Hall of Famer who passed away today. Gaylord Perry died of natural causes at the age of 84. Some numbers on him are just numbers that no pitcher is going to give us ever again. So we will be honoring Gaylord and the spitball and one of the greatest kid quotes about what her daddy does for a living. So stick around. We got a lot for you this afternoon. Sweetie Murdy is really as inside the Yankees clubhouse as a human being can get. He joins us at 3:30, and we'll try to get to the bottom of this whole Aaron Judge thing early today. Steve Kerr live at 5. It's Damon and Ratto with Alan Stiles in this afternoon. The merch store is open, baby. 957thegame.com today. 957thegameshop.com today to check out all the merch.
San Francisco weather clear and 41 degrees tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
The Jim Irsay collection's coming to roll through San Francisco on Saturday, December 10th. That's next Saturday from 7 to 10 o'clock at the Bill Graham Civic. And if you're a music lover, if you're a sports fan, if you like memorabilia, if you like presidential memorabilia, if you like cool stuff from history of authors and everything, like this guy's just got one of the coolest I'm a Rich Guy collections of stuff in the world with a huge focus on guitars and musical memorabilia. The guy loves music, and the Jim Irsay collection is coming to San Francisco. If you want free tickets to a free concert as well, JimIrsayCollection.com is where you go for free tickets. Nothing's free these days except a chance to go see Ann Wilson of Heart, Buddy Guy, special appearance by John Fogerty's scheduled. Tickets are free. Space is limited. Register today. JimIrsayCollection.com. Coming to Bill Graham on Saturday, December 10th. JimIrsayCollection.com.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're gonna have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
At 7-Eleven, we have fresh coffee 24/7. And if it's not fresh, it's free. That's 7-Eleven confidence. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Offer ends 12/31/22. Participating stores. Refund must be at store purchase. See 7-Eleven.com for terms.
Hello, everyone. This is Chris Hodge with TakingVegas.com. Side and total tonight will be absolutely free. Buffalo, New England. It's all free on a recorded message. 8889. Win now is the number to call. That's 8889. Win now, 888-994-6669. 2-0 Monday night sweep. It's Pittsburgh in the over. That makes us 24-5 on our weeknight pro football releases this season. And we have another big parlay going tonight. Buffalo, New England, side and total, absolutely free. Along with the next 30 days of our service to test us out. All you have to do to get this great information is call 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. Side and total tonight is free on a recorded message, plus the next 30 days of service for free as well. One call gets it all. The phone number again, 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Open wide. Let me see that smile.
There's a back-to-school braces boom at Doc Kelly's office.
Can you hold on for a sec? Can someone bring me more brackets?
She needs to realign her staffing plan with more registered dental assistants.
Can you reorder the rubber bands in red?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Being around a team really matters. Sweeney Murdy is around the Yankees almost every single day of the week in a baseball season, covering them for WFAN Radio. He's going to be joining Alan and I at the bottom of the hour at 3:30, just a few minutes from now, to talk about Aaron Judge and the chances that he really does leave the Bronx for San Francisco. People keep saying it could happen. It could happen. Could it really happen? People who around the team know more than people who are just speculating. So we will get into all of that. Alan Stiles in for Ray Ratto this afternoon. Somebody says here, fair or not, that Alan over there is the ultimate Jimmy Garoppolo hater. I've been listening to you long enough to know that you are not the. We got questions. We all have questions.
I'm a Jimmy realist. I'm not a hater.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean. If you are a Jimmy fan, you might think that I'm a Jimmy hater, but I drink no haterade when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo. I drink, the most realistic juice you could possibly drink when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that we're both sipping from the cup of realism. And that's why, I just want to tell everyone that, everyone should know what the Jimmy Garoppolo cycle really is. It's, everything's great, everything's going well, then something bad happens, then something goes wrong, then everything, and then it comes back. It's all one big circle. It's sort of like Ryan Fitzpatrick, but without the facial hair. But he's better than Ryan Fitzpatrick. Somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line, Alan, says, Jimmy has 4 touchdowns and 6 interceptions in the postseason. Those are not exactly Hall of Fame numbers. No, they're not, but you're really cherry picking your not exactly Hall of Fame numbers. I thought this was kind of interesting. I saw this today. Through 56 career starts, Jimmy Garoppolo is Kurt Warner. We're talking about a guy who ran one of the great shows on turf, and the other had his own coach and GM try like hell to get rid of him. But, we just learned that Jimmy had the exact same record as Steve Young had in his first 59 starts, playoffs included. That was the graphic that they put up during the win last week. And, oh, by the way, during that graphic, the Niners won that game. So Jimmy Garoppolo is actually 41-19 in all the games he started with the 49ers. That includes the playoffs. Jimmy Garoppolo and Kurt Warner. Let me just tell you, so their win-loss records through this point in their careers, they're both 39-17. That's regular season only. They're both 39-17. Jimmy Garoppolo actually has a better passer rating, 99.7 to Kurt's 97.3. Jimmy Garoppolo actually has the better completion percentage of 68 compared to 67 for Kurt Warner. Jimmy Garoppolo's touchdown pass to interception ratio is 2. Kurt Warner's was 1.58. The yards per attempt, Jimmy 8.33. And you figure Kurt Warner, man, throwing a Torrey Holt and just greatest show on turf, explosive. Right. It's got to be way ahead of Jimmy, right?
The air yards, yeah.
No, he's 8.55 as opposed to Jimmy's 8.33. And we all know that Kurt Warner was pretty damn impressive in his early goings and then tailed off later in his career. And what was billed as, look at how successful this is, has always been looked at through different prisms. And again, nobody, Alan, I truly believe this, nobody muddled up the how 49er fans are supposed to feel about Jimmy Garoppolo more than Kyle Shanahan himself.
Yeah.
There is nobody who stirred the pot. This ain't our guy. More than him. He is like a witch on Halloween with a green face and the broomstick and stirring the big cauldron of why you shouldn't like Jimmy Garoppolo more than any beat writer, any columnist, anyone who's had an opinion, either in market or out of market, who tried to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo more. Any fan or the team itself? The answer is the team itself. So that's where just the craziness that people feel about Jimmy Garoppolo really comes from. The team's message was mixed.
Yeah. Do you think that if they go on, the Niners do, they win the Super Bowl this year, does Jimmy also get a subpar movie like Kurt Warner did?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I did not see this subpar Kurt Warner movie. Did you sit through it?
Some people said that it was actually pretty good. The trailer didn't do it for me, but the thing about Jimmy Garoppolo,
I feel like it would have a very Hallmark Channel feel to it.
That's what it looked like to me. But some people said, no, it's pretty good. But you never know when it comes to people and their movie tastes. The thing about Jimmy Garoppolo, and this is what it's always going to be. We just live in a world, Damon, where you can't be in the middle. Nobody wants you to be in the middle. You have to either say he stinks or he's the best thing since sliced bread, and that's just not what Jimmy is. And I think what's interesting, going back to the showdown this Sunday, is that he's going up against a quarterback that has dealt with similar things. I mean, Tua coming out, he takes Jalen Hurts' spot. He's supposed to be the next thing. Then all of a sudden, the draft comes along. Well, he gets injured a little bit. Well, he's undersized. And me personally, as a fellow left-hander, I think a lot of people don't like him because it looks a little different when he throws. He's left-handed.
Right.
All these things. His when you look at his air yards and his deep ball passing, he's 6th in deep ball passing. But you talk to people, they think, well, I mean, it's Tyreek Hill, and he's underthrowing these guys. So again, going back to this matchup and Tua versus Jimmy, two guys where I think they might just both be in the middle. Tua might be a little bit better than Jimmy when it's all said and done. He's younger, but that's not what people like, Damon. People like, no, I'm telling you right now, I know this, he's the best. Or I'm telling you, I know this, he's the worst. And Jimmy Garoppolo, everything besides that jawline is average. That's it.
Yeah. And here's the thing. When you have enough of a complete football team around an average quarterback, you can get better than average results.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the 49ers have accomplished. Now, somebody here, again, we just want to correct mistakes as we go along. Xfinity mobile text line, somebody from the 510 says, Damon, you're talking about Kurt Warner's entire career. Jimmy Garoppolo is in his prime. Dame, you're better than this. No, you weren't listening. These are through 56 career starts. Through 56 career starts, Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers are identical, almost across the board, to Kurt Warner's. So does it make sense when I remember what I was watching early on with Kurt Warner? At no point in time did I think, well, this guy's only throwing underneath stuff, because he wasn't. He was going up top to Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt. Mm-hmm. And somebody says here, Damon, remember he had an incredible running back. Well, Jimmy's had some pretty damn incredible running backs himself. Yeah. And he's got one right now in Christian McCaffrey, who, let's face it, what has he got, a knee irritation? The last time a 49er was diagnosed with a near who was it? Jordan Willis? Is that what we were talking about, Lucas? It was Jordan Willis. The knee irritation. Yeah, it was brought up. Jordan Willis has a knee irritation. Then he missed 6 weeks. So whatever knee irritation means to you and me doesn't mean the same to the 49ers. And hopefully Christian McCaffrey is going to be okay.
And the thing is also, when you're talking about the running back situation, even if this might be the first Hall of Fame running back that Jimmy G has been able to work with, the thing is this: we can't sit there and call Kyle Shanahan a genius, an offensive guru, all these different types of things, and not count it in terms of that being something that helps Jimmy Garoppolo. If Kyle Shanahan is all these things and he's calling the plays, don't you think that helps Jimmy Garoppolo?
Of course. Well, nobody's out there doing it on their own in any aspect of any football career going at all.
Right.
I mean, it's something else that we're still debating whether or not this guy can play or not. And we're how many years into his career? By the way, I don't know if this is breaking news, but it's officially good news, because the 49ers are off the practice field today. Christian McCaffrey told reporters that he absolutely dodged a bullet with his knee issue, that he feels great, and he is going to play in full Sunday against the Miami Dolphins. And that's really, really good, because as we were talking about before the show even started, maybe you shelf him just in the name of you're going to have bigger fish to fry down the road. But they're not going to have to make that choice. McCaffrey says he's ready to go. He's ready to play. So we're going to get back to the 49ers. I can promise you that. We got a big show for you today. Steve Kerr is going to join us live at 5. And coming up in a few minutes, Sweeney Murdy, who is the Yankees reporter for WFAN Radio. He is around the team all the time. And like anyone who was around the Warriors at the end of Kevin Durant, anyone who was around that team could have told you. They knew without a doubt in their heart Durant was definitely leaving. Does Sweeney Murdy feel that way in any way, shape, or form? Or does he feel like there's no way Aaron Judge is going to be leaving. And these John Morosi reports are way off. By the way, these John Morosi reports are very interesting on Aaron Judge. Today on MLB Hot Stove on MLB Network, Morosi said this about Aaron Judge and the Giants.
The Giants are a very realistic possibility. This is not a Yankees at 70% likelihood and the Giants at 30. I think that we are very close to 50-50, where if the Giants really step up and get that AAV up closer to $40 million a year, there's a legitimate chance that Aaron Judge becomes a San Francisco Giant.
I mean, for an annual average value of $40 million a year, there's a very good chance that Damon Bruce becomes anything anyone wants who's willing to pay him that.
Right.
Are the Yankees going to seriously let somebody who is, put himself on some historically significant team all-time lists really walk away over something as easy for the Yankees to print as money?
Well, and the report comes out yesterday, $300 million for 8 years, which I felt was a little bit interesting. We don't typically see, at least I feel that you don't typically see these offers come out in that way. So let's say the Giants come and counter, right, and say, okay, we're going to go 320 for 8 years or whatever the case is. Is it a bidding war that we all get to watch like we're watching Shark Tank? I don't think it typically happens like this. No,
this is a little strange. And again, it's better to talk to someone who is around the team than someone who just writes and speculates. And when it comes to being around the New York Yankees, Sweeney Murdy from WFAN in New York has been around the Yankees longer than the Bronx. I mean, he's been around the Yankees longer than the pinstripes on their uniforms. And it's great to have him here today. Damon Bruce, Alan Stiles, Sweeney, thank you very much for joining us. How are you today?
I feel a lot older than I did 10 seconds ago, but yeah, thank you.
Sorry, maybe came in after the pinstripes, but
yeah.
I'm trying to explain how absolutely dialed in you are to our audience. And one of the examples of why I wanted to have you on is when we were going through what we went through with Kevin Durant out here. Every single person who covered this team on a daily basis, was at practice, was in the locker room, knew that Kevin Durant was leaving. When it comes to Aaron Judge, Sweeney Murdy, do you feel he is leaving or staying in your gut? Is your gut telling you the way that this ends in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, I'm always going to be shocked when the Yankees don't get a player that they want, and especially one that they have. The last time they went through anything even close to this was probably about 9 years ago with Robinson Cano. And they drew a line with him as far as what they're willing to offer. Seattle blew that away. And part of the line they drew with him had to do with what he hadn't yet accomplished as a player. And Aaron Judge has kind of, blew those markers out of the water with, between a home run record and MVP. These are barriers that you now have to cross, as a team. You have to cross and make the payment now that they weren't willing to go through with Cano. I'm going to be surprised. I am always surprised, and it's not even. It's more so because Judge is a Yankee. But if he was on some other team and the Yankees had a glaring need, and it was kind of like, okay, he's going to be a Yankee. Until I saw him holding up another team's jersey and wearing another team's cap in front of a podium, I'm always going to believe he's a Yankee. So. That's kind of my feeling with Judge. They have been dug in together for 9 years since he was drafted here. The Yankees clearly have the money to pay him if they choose. He knows what it's about here. I'd be shocked if he left.
Sweeney, the report that comes out yesterday in terms of the $300 million, 8 years, can you talk about that? Is that really what has been offered by the Yankees? Did somebody leak this? What's going on there?
I mean, I showed this to somebody yesterday when I was working on a show, and I said, see this page in my notebook? It said 300 equal 300 divided by 8 equals 37.5. I wrote that in my notebook a month ago. This is meaning that it wasn't inside information. It was just like, common sense tells me this is where it kind of has to start. Okay? So that we get a report yesterday that the offer from the Yankees is in the neighborhood isn't all that surprising to me. And it kind of feels like the logical place to start when you're thinking about, okay, now the AAV is higher than Mike Trout. 8 years is probably what you kind of have to start at when the previous offer was 7 years at a significantly lower yearly salary. It just felt like a logical place to be at the beginning. Now, what kind of has surprised me is that we haven't yet heard of this, mega offer from the Giants, because if you think about what I just said, that 8,300 has to be kind of where it starts. Well, to pry him away, you probably have to go a little bit more, right?
320, 330, 340.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm. It's not a perfect example. I'm going to go back to Cano. The Yankees were going to offer him about 175, all said and done. The Mariners gave him 240. Okay, and he said, "Yeah, sure, I'll go." What does it take? Like, I don't think this is a situation where the Giants can offer $1 more than the Yankees and say we got him. You gotta make your pitch and go for it. So I would think it have to be something significant to make, because your ultimate goal is to make the Yankees say, no, we're not going to match that, right? Because if the Giants are going to go 320, the Yankees can say, okay, here's 330, and then now you're kind of wrestling with, okay, do I go there? Do I stay here? There's a decision to be made. I kind of feel like if you're any other team, including the Giants, you don't want him to have a decision. You want to say, bam, I'm giving you this. Does that make sense to you?
Right. You don't let him back on the plane. You put the number in front of him that he says,
kind of.
Oh my God.
I'll give you an example from, it's not the recent past anymore, it's kind of the past. But Greg Maddux, when he was a free agent, this is now 30 years ago now, actually. He came to New York, and he went on the trip, and he went on the tour. They took him to a Broadway show. They took him to dinner, did everything, and he got on the plane and left. And he told me years later, he was actually surprised that he didn't have a contract offer. He thought he was going there to sign a contract. And he got on the plane and left and went kind of, huh. When he got back off the plane, the Braves had called and said they were interested. They just had to make a move to, free up some space, and they were interested. And all of a sudden, that's where Greg Maddux ended up. He got on the plane without a contract, which surprised him. Now, I'm not saying that would get it done. I don't think if the Giants had met with, was it about 10 days ago now, 8 days ago, they met with Judge. If they had made him a phenomenal offer then, I still don't think that Aaron Judge would have signed on the dotted line and said, okay, see ya. I think he's indicated all along what his timeline for this is. When he won the MVP a couple of weeks ago, he answered a question by a reporter saying, I'm looking forward to getting this free agent process started. That was signal number one that, okay, we're not even close to a resolution yet. And, yeah, free agent process started means I'm going to go see what's out there. I'm going to go visit with other teams, Giants, whoever else, right? And that's the right he's earned, and I think the Yankees knew and understood that all along. The other thing he kind of talked about was that these things take time. Maybe nothing. Usually things don't even happen until around the winter meetings. These are Judge's words, okay? So now he's indicating to you that he's probably not going to make a decision until then. Nothing really has surprised me so far. There's been a meeting with the Giants. There's been, I guess I'm surprised by a little more silence. There's been one somewhat leaked report of a kind of an offer, but otherwise it's kind of radio silence.
Right, nothing definitive.
I guess it surprised me a little bit, but otherwise nothing to this point has surprised me.
Sweeney Murdy from WFAN out of New York City covers the Yankees, and I just want to ask you about his ties to the Bay Area. Has he ever really brought that up as something that was important to him? Do you think the pull home would be a stronger emotion than what felt like was being positioned, that he was maybe over the Bronx, didn't like getting booed during the playoffs? Now, if you don't like being booed at Yankee Stadium, it's like saying you don't like spending $20 on a cocktail in Manhattan. Like, tough. That's just the way it goes around here. So was there anything to that? It looked like he had fallen out of love maybe with the idea of being in New York and was maybe thinking about coming on home. Did you ever get a feeling of that?
It's hard to tell. Like in the playoffs, your access to them is so limited, and you're kind of like piecing things together. But if that was a real major factor, I'd be surprised. He's been here long enough and knows the ups and downs. Judge himself keeps a note on his phone about I forget the exact number now, but the 160 or 170 batting average that he had as a rookie, reminding him of the bad times. Like he himself uses that stuff to motivate him. So when he struggles, he knows what the expectations are around here, and he's been chasing a championship here. Only he knows, and his family knows, if that's really what he wants, if that's the whole combination of things, of going home and playing for that organization are exactly what's important to him. Now, he's talked plenty about what baseball and the Giants meant to him growing up. He talked about Barry Bonds during the course of the year, talked about him holding the home run record. I did a feature with him talking about, where he gets, really kind of the roots of him, treating kids so well and giving autographs and things like that. And he told me a great story about Jonathan Sanchez, the former Giants pitcher, signing his hat one day when he's yelling and screaming for any Giants player to come over and sign something for him. And Sanchez came over and signed it for him. And I actually got to relay that story to Sanchez, who became a huge Aaron Judge fan the rest of the way.
I bet he did.
Yeah. And but that's so he's hinted all along at his upbringing and hasn't really hidden that. But, I still don't know if that's enough to say, okay, I'm leaving it all and going back, because, I think there are plenty of people around here also who know what playing and winning baseball in New York is all about, and he has all of that here in front of him. He has a chance to go down. He's already one of the greats in the last quarter century in this organization. He has a chance to go down as one of the best ever, and if he wins one World Series here, he won't have to buy a drink ever in New York. So, there's that going too, and I think there's obviously a lot of factors there. His family will have something to say about it.
Sweeney, thank you so very much. Thank you for getting us inside and the way you're looking at this whole thing. Again, I think I speak for every single San Francisco Giant fan out here. They're going to be as shocked if they peel him out of pinstripes as people in pinstripes would be shocked to probably see him go. So it's a hell of a story. Thank you so much for adding a little bit of clarity to it.
Well, I don't know how much clarity I added, but at least we killed 10 minutes, right?
There we go. Amen. See, he's been in radio long enough to know what's what. Thank you very much. Sweeney Murdy, WFAN, here on 95.7 The Game. Dude, it's fascinating. Again, it's one thing to walk away from New York City as a market. It's one thing to walk away from the Mets. It's another thing entirely to walk away from the Yankees team that was deep in the playoffs just last year, to look at a Giants team that, even if you add Aaron Judge, you're 3-4 pieces shy of being in any conversation with the Dodgers or the Padres still.
Yeah.
I wonder how much winning means to Aaron Judge more than the creature comforts of maybe coming west, coming home, because you'd be sacrificing a little immediate winning to put on a Giants uniform. At least that's the way it looks, unless they're going to get a little goofy and, all of a sudden Carlos Rodon is coming back. And what do you know? Oh, Chris Bassett's been signed too, and Trey Turner. And, oh, my God, the San Francisco Giants just spent $1 billion worth of contracts on a few guys. Let's see that happen. Then we'll know they really mean business. That was a great conversation from a guy who was inside, and somebody says, typical New Yorker, hey, if you were around the Yankees, you'd think they were a big deal too. Trust me. Damon and Ratto with Alan Stiles in for Ray this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Wake up with a shot of morning roast.
I like where the Warriors are at now. I like the way they're playing basketball right now.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to do the moral victory thing. I'm just doing
about that.
But I'm doing more like the eyeball test. Like, to me, like, form matters. And seeing Jonathan Kuminga play a winning brand of glue guy basketball, as a young guy, you got to set screens.
Yep.
You got to grab rebounds. You got to play defense. He checked all those boxes.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older, 52,
36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Get locked into You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, with Nick Kostos and Ken Barkley on the BetQL network.
I don't know who's good, and that's really awesome. That's what made the weekend so fun. I'm leaving that weekend questioning everything about who's going to win the college football national championship, who's even going to go to the playoff, who's going to win the Heisman Trophy, who's going to win the Super Bowl if it's not Buffalo.
You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern from the BetQL network.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVP's Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
Sanchi. Good old Sanchi.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Sanchi. Look, if there's anything that Sweeney Murdy shared with us that we officially did not know before we just talked to Sweeney Murdy about Aaron Judge's chances of leaving the New York Yankees for the San Francisco Giants, is that not only does Rich Aurelia, who apparently was like his favorite player, that's why he was waiting in the dugout with a bottle of wine for him, apparently on the ballpark tour, but Jonathan Sanchez carries massive weight in the heart of, just a little kid, Aaron Judge. And then Alan, by the way, in for Ray Ratto today, we started doing the math on this.
Yeah, I got it. So Sanchez was on the Giants from 2006 to 2011. So the youngest Aaron Judge could have been is 15.
Right. So he's okay. So he's a teenager.
He's a teenager.
But he's not like a little kid with a lollipop.
Right. Wow. Thanks for signing this, right?
Sanchi. Get it done, Jonathan Sanchez. Somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line says from the 650, with all due respect to Sweeney Murdy, it doesn't sound like he's aware of the very real possibility that Judge will leave the Yankees. Is there? I mean, really, is there a very real possibility that Aaron Judge will leave the Yankees? What if I told you that Aaron Judge, he absolutely had a spot in his heart for the Giants when he was a kid. Now he is a full-grown adult businessman doing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of business. And at that point, you're willing to stab any childhood memory you have right in the throat for leverage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, when we're looking at the Yankees, although they've hit that wall every single season, they do what they need to do in the regular season. They get to the postseason, forget to hit a curveball. Happens every single season. But look here, Damon. You look at the lineup, the Giants lineup, if they did nothing else, which we don't think that they will do nothing else, but they got Lamont Wade Jr. or Luis Gonzalez leading off, Aaron Judge as a 2-hitter, Jock Peterson hitting 3.
Cleanup. Not cleanup, but he's protecting Aaron Judge.
3 is your best hitter. So Jock Peterson hitting 3, J.D. Davis hitting 4, Mike Yastrzemski hitting 5, Wilmer Flores hitting 6, Brandon Crawford hitting 7, Tyro Estrada hitting 8, and Joey Bart hitting 9.
I mean, maybe we move Bart up in that order a little bit, you would hope. But I mean, look, they are still coming up a little bit short. And somebody, just says, typical New Yorker, thinking we're better than all of you. It's the New York Yankees. They are better than all of you. Mm-hmm. It's the New York Yankees. Like, I don't care what you think. Like, oh, you think the Giants are a big deal? You think the Dodgers are a big deal? It's the New York Yankees. It's the New York Yankees. It's New York. It's media market. Where are you? Number 1. Where can you do the most amount of business? In the number 1 media market. Well, how about the Yankees? Do they have any historical success to speak of? Yeah, more than everyone. Well, what about recent success? Well, it's been a while since they've actually won a World Series, but they were in the American League ALCS last year. The Giants haven't sniffed a CS since, Boch was here. So if you want to stay on the biggest team, historically make the most amount of money, because who wins bidding wars against the New York Yankees? Who who has ever taken the New York Yankees to the mat to win a bidding war, except for the Seattle Mariners, the one time they had Robinson Cano, and basically, how did their decade go after spending all that money?
Awful.
Exactly.
Awful.
So a small market team can't do that. Now, the Giants are no small market team, but, if it's literally going to take, what kind of money would the Giants have to put in front of him for the Yankees to even acknowledge that that's like a poison pill contract that they're not going to get into?
I got a different approach here, Damon. Now, hang with me.
Yeah, give it to me.
Hang with me. Now, you still got to back up the Brinks truck. But we've already talked about the lineup. You got to add to the lineup. You got to bring in the Brinks truck. But this is what you do, right? So we know Aaron Judge, I believe his wife, they're high school sweethearts. So his wife's from Linden, California as well. We got to find a way to get his wife on the line. Get his wife on the line, and we say, hey, you might want to come back home, come back to the Bay Area. Start telling Aaron he looks really good with facial hair. Just he looks really good with facial hair.
Does she like that? That's the. Does she like that? Because maybe she likes that smooth baby face. I don't know.
It's time for a change. Maybe we got to convince her somehow.
Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Yes.
So, yeah, so this is a recruiting pitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
The old recruiting pitch is you win the mom, you win the girl, you win the wife, and you win. I am sure that the San Francisco Giants know enough about that to try. Here's the thing: they are, according to any and all reports, officially pulling out all the stops. Wait a minute. We have something that's actually important to a football game that's happening this weekend. I just saw this note that Eric Armstead also says he's returning this weekend against the Dolphins. That's good. I'm going to golf clap that. It's been a while since we've seen Eric.
That's
Armstead.
huge, actually.
That feels good.
Yeah, when you talk about we know what Nick Bosa does in terms of getting after the quarterback, but that run game, specifically with Raheem Mostert thinking that he's really going to be trying to hit those holes and Jeff Wilson Jr. really going to be trying to hit those holes, Eric Armstead's going to be huge if he's able to return it and clog those lanes up a bit.
Sorry, I just had like a squirrel moment. That piece of information, I wanted to share it with you as soon as I saw it. Here is what John Morosi had to say. We played one cut already. Let's go over them both again. Here is John earlier. This is from Hot Stove on MLB Network.
The Giants are a very realistic possibility. This is not a Yankees at 70% likelihood and the Giants at 30. I think that we are very close to 50-50, where if the Giants really step up and get that AAV up closer to $40 million a year, there's a legitimate chance that Aaron Judge becomes a San Francisco Giant.
Okay. Again, it's his feeling it's 50-50. He hasn't talked to an agent. He's just feeling. John Morosi's gut is telling him that. Hey, if John Morosi's gut is right, things officially are, as interesting for the Giants as they could be before actually something happens. Now, I also know that the Giants love to appear in conversations they're not actually in. I think that they've made a genuine attempt to actually be in this conversation, but are they? It's a legit question. And when's the last time the Yankees because at no point in time was Robinson Cano a historically significant Yankee.
Right.
He was just a good Yankee.
He was a good Yankee. He had the moment when he won the home run derby with his dad pitching. That might have been his biggest moment, and it was in the All-Star game.
Right. So where are we in terms of what Aaron Judge really wants? To come to the Giants, it would almost be as if he were signaling there was less of a priority to win now than there was before. Mm-hmm. Because you don't go from I'm in the playoffs to didn't even come close unless you got just crazy heartstrings tugging at you. Jeff Passan said that, Judge is seeking a deal that will eclipse Mike Trout's $35.5 million a year. Sweeney Murdy said, that's the 8-year, $300 million number. $37.5 million is the Aaron Judge annual average value. So you want to go more than that. So we're talking, for the Giants to really be knocking on the door of Aaron Judge, we're talking 8 years, $320, you would think, right? $320. And then they need to go out and they need to spend more money.
Right.
So what if the Giants are playing this game of, I swear to God, we're really in the Aaron Judge business, to then come in second place, bridesmaid once again, but then turn around and say, I mean, what the fan would have to say, okay, so you take that 320 that Aaron Judge didn't have, that you clearly do have because you just offered it, and you need to spend that on 3 guys.
Yes.
On 4 guys. That's what the Giants absolutely – here's the thing. The Giants have 2 options here. Number 1, best option, sign Aaron Judge. Congratulations. You're selling tickets, and you got an at-bat that the whole city leans into every single time he takes it. Number 2 is – Aaron Judge must go back to the Yankees if he is not a San Francisco Giant. If Aaron Judge were to show up in any other uniform next year that didn't have pinstripes and New York pinstripes on it, you can take a torch to 24 Willie Mays Plaza if you would. Like an angry mob assembles.
And that is one of the things we haven't really heard about, right? So this report comes out about the Yankees. We know that he was in the Bay Area. He's winking at the camera. He's at St. Regis. There's got to be other offers out there, you would think, and we're not hearing about any of them. And there are other teams with no salary cap in this league. There's definitely other teams that are going to throw a lot of money at Aaron Judge. And when we're talking about going to the Giants, all right, so the Giants piece of it, that's because you grew up being a Giants fan. You like Jonathan Sanchez. You like Rich Aurilia. You like these guys. But besides that, we know that lineup isn't currently up to snuff. If you want to go back to the Yankees and try to get your unfinished business that you haven't been able to finish for the last couple of years here, but besides that, if it's neither of those things and you just want a lot of money and to live your life and be Aaron Judge, there's going to be more offers, and I don't think anybody's talking about that. But to your point, Damon, if it's not the Yankees, the Giants are going to have a lot to answer, and I need Carlos Correa. I need either Carlos Correa, I need Trey Turner, I need Xander Bogaerts, I need one of those guys, I need an outfielder, and I need a pitcher. And all three of those guys, Damon, I better not have to Google any of them. I better know of all of them.
Right.
All of them.
And that's the thing. They need a name or two to put on the marquee on top of that day's program so you actually think about buying it.
Right.
Here's the question that if John Morosi were on right now, I would ask him. Do you really think it's 50-50 between the Giants and Yankees because the Giants are in this conversation halfway, or do you think it's 50-50 because there's only 2 teams in the conversation? Where is this 50-50 gut feeling from John Morosi really coming from? The percentage play of teams involved or somewhere else? I mean, if Aaron Judge is a San Francisco Giant, he will have 100% wanted to come back to the Bay, and putting on a Giants uniform means more to him than taking off pinstripes means. It's a fascinating story, and Morosi tells us we're going to have a conclusion to it. He thinks soon. By the way, welcome everyone to your 4:00 hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
There's Ray. Ray's not in today. He's at home taking care of his pet cat Pickles, so he could not join us today. Alan Stiles in for Ray. Here is a little bit more from John Morosi.
I really believe that Aaron Judge won't sign with the Giants unless there is a credible and actionable plan to put a winning team around him that can get to the postseason. I don't think Aaron Judge will take on all that pressure and expectation of going across the country if he looks at the roster and says, we're going to finish 500 and behind the Dodgers and Padres. They're going to have to, whether it's Kodai Senga or one of the infielders, do something that validates Judge's faith. And that is where I think Farhan Zaidi has to come up with a comprehensive plan in the next week to 10 days that shows Aaron Judge, you're not just going to come here and make a lot of money. You're going to come here and win and make the playoffs in 2023.
I think another thing, Alan, that the Giants need to officially be concerned about, and what might be the difference between the conversations they're in with Aaron Judge now and the conversations that they had been in with Bryce Harper and Giancarlo Stanton when they, finished a bridesmaids in those conversations, was the Giants, I believe, for the first time ever, can feel a tangible slip in their own position in the marketplace.
Right.
They are no better than the third most important team in this market right now. And that's just being totally honest. Look, all due respect to the Golden State Warriors and the dynasty, everybody's second fiddle to the NFL team that's playing well. That's
NFL
just the
is
way.
king.
That's just the way the NFL works. So it's Niners number 1, Warriors clearly sitting on the 2 line all by themselves, and then it's the Giants, and then it's everyone else after that. There's a multiple team tie for 4th and so on.
And going back to Aaron Judge and how he might feel about this, Damon, the most important thing, if we're being completely honest, the most important thing about Aaron Judge's fandom to the Giants might not actually end up being that he ends up on the Giants. It might end up being that he won't go to the Dodgers, if we're being completely honest. Because when this all initially broke, the Dodgers were in on this. Who's to say that the Padres aren't in on this? These teams have been in on everyone. Aaron Judge, he might just say no. We don't know, to that point about what John Morosi said, we don't know who else who's out there who's offering. This report gets leaked about the Yankees. There's no way he's only going to get an offer from the Yankees and the Giants, not in a league with no salary cap. And when you look at the Dodgers and what they've done so far, we need to be thanking our lucky stars that I think he likes the Giants enough based on what we've heard that he won't go to the Dodgers, because it could have been a very real possibility.
He's a competitor.
And maybe he doesn't want to go to the Dodgers. Who knows? Look, I am happy to report to you that I have not seen Aaron Judge's name in any story with the Dodgers since that very same story, like a month ago, that I read the same thing.
Exactly.
That there would be pulling out all the stops, obviously. Somebody here, legitimate question, I get it, and it's from Oakland, so maybe there's a little, don't like the Giants just baked into this question, but on the Xfinity mobile text line saying, money aside, why would any free agent choose the San Francisco Giants? Okay. So we've certainly dragged them through the mud after this last season. Before this last season, we were talking about how much further down the road baseball thinkers they really were than anybody else maybe in baseball. I mean, that 107-win team came from the same team that sucked basically last year. So there is a little something to them having overachieved, and historically, they are a wildly respected franchise.
Yes.
I mean, they really are. They're a historically respected franchise. They have been historically been known to do right by the players' families around the team. The Giants in baseball clubhouses have an awful lot of good word of mouth. They really do. And San Francisco is a great city. Why aren't more free agents coming to the Giants? I do think there's a little bit of a, do you want to be playing on the West Coast where, a guy like Albert Pujols can go to be forgotten?
Right.
And let's face it, when the sun sets, midnight East Coast, it's only 9 o'clock out here, and there's a lot of innings that people used to be watching of you that maybe they aren't watching of you back East, and maybe that matters to you. Maybe you're originally from East. Maybe you don't like California's taxes. But again, we're talking money in New York too, so you're paying a lot of taxes in either state. It's the truth. Somebody here says, also, Warriors are number 1. Hey, isn't number 1 in your heart? Absolutely. Number 1 in the pecking order of most important teams in the Bay Area?
No. And please, I had this conversation probably a couple months ago here, because I'm thinking, me personally, my mom's from Panama, not big into the football thing. My dad from Chicago, he's a Bulls fan. Neither of them big into football. So we move out here from Virginia, and we weren't in on it. We weren't in on the football thing. So we're sitting here and we're seeing the Warriors and everything they're doing. So I hop on the radio not too long ago, and I said the same thing. Could it be the Warriors number 1? Damon, I got destroyed. It was about 9:30 at night. We never had the lines light up like that. I get Butcher Boy texting me saying, don't you ever say that. It is the Niners. I'm thinking, what did I just do? So I have been taught NFL is king.
Look at it this way. There were like 1 million people up and down Market Street when the Golden State Warriors won their 4th championship and the parade officially went up Market Street for the first time. It was a very impressive crowd. If the San Francisco 49ers win a Super Bowl, there's going to be 5 million people in downtown San Francisco.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not 5 million, but 3 is doable. That could actually happen. So Look, and this is not a knock on the Warriors.
Not at all.
It's the NFL. The NFL is king. The NFL is king ding-a-ling in any single sports conversation you would want to make about attendance, revenue, ratings. I mean, we just had the largest sporting audience that has ever watched Thanksgiving football in the history of football on Thanksgiving. And we're talking about games averaging like 35 million viewers across all 3 games, with that Dallas-New York game being the single most watched regular season game in the history of football. Like 44 million people. 44 million people isn't the audience of the last 3 NBA finals combined. I mean, it just isn't.
No.
It isn't. So I love you, Golden State Warriors. There is no in the conversation with the NFL in terms of popularity. They are unto themselves. Everything else is boutique. The NFL is Walmart. Yeah. Everyone is there.
Yeah.
So, good stuff. Good stuff all the way around. And, look, Giants, I freaking dare you to get it done. I dare you to get it done because you are so far down the road of promising this might happen that if you don't, the ramifications, I think, could be dire. Yeah. I really do. And even if the pivot is off of Aaron Judge and now we have 4 other guys that we spent the same amount of money on to get, and this is actually going to make us a better, well-rounded team than just one guy plopped down in one position in the middle of the lineup, people aren't going to buy that.
No.
People, you have told everyone, do you want a Rolls Royce? Do you want a Rolls Royce? You can't come through with a really nice Lexus now. And Lexuses are great car. I mean, that's a really nice, Cadillac. Cadillac's a great car. I'd love a nice Cadillac. What about a really nice new BMW? Sure. But you promised Rolls Royce. Wait a minute. I was told there'd be a Rolls Royce waiting for me on opening day.
And the bridesmaid thing has been interesting because in the Bryce Harper one and even the Shohei Ohtani, any of the examples you want to use, they haven't been thrown in our face like this, Damon. It's been after the fact almost. Well, we were really close, but this happened. Well, we were really close, but that happened. This one is in your face. You had Aaron Judge in San Francisco, right down the street. You had him here. You had an opportunity to make these things happen. And now all of a sudden we see what the initial offer is from the Yankees. And we know, Giants org, that you have the money because of that crab sandwich, because of the ice cream, because of everything that we have spent our money on when we go to those games. So if you don't get it done.
See those apartment buildings they're building across from McCovey Cove? Yeah, the A's are not getting that revenue.
No, they're not. And for you to say, oh, we came in second, if that's the case, the only way that's okay, if this report is true, and we're trying to, we believe that it is at this point, if you get into a bidding war and it's 300 for the Yankees, okay, do I have a 120? Do I have a 120? Do I have a 320? Do I have a 320? Giants, I'll go 320. Yankees go 340. Is there a line, I guess, that Giants fans would find it okay for the org to say, all right, that's too much? If it gets to 340, and now you're hindering the ability for the Giants to be a well-rounded team at that point. I think the argument is we know you have the money.
Here's the deal, too. It's an uncapped sport, which means there's no such thing as too much being thrown at one position or one particular moment. You got to be careful how you spend money in cap sports. Major League Baseball is not a cap sport, which means you can spend like a drunken sailor every day of the week on every position. It does not matter. It just does not matter. You don't have to save money over here to spend more money over there if you just want to spend money everywhere. And by the way, that's what the Yankees have always done. And why would they stop doing that on Aaron Judge? It sounds nuts. But there are enough people saying that it could happen to where if we didn't talk about it, it would be negligent. This is a conversation that is being had. We'll see if the Giants come out in first place in this conversation. I would not handicap them as in the pole position for Aaron Judge. Like Sweeney Murdy, I will be very surprised if Rennell is introducing number 99, Aaron Judge, at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. I'll be stunned. I think we all will be. I think the Giants would be, just a little bit. Just be totally honest with you. Damon and Ratto with Alan Stiles filling in today. The merch store is open, 957thegameshop.com. We are broadcasting on YouTube. You can find us there. You will see there's not a lot going on, but if you want to check us out, you can certainly do that. It's good to have you around today. We're going to have Steve Kerr live at 5 here on 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Join us live at Chase Center for Local Heroes Night as the Warriors face the Chicago Bulls. Presented by Chase Freedom. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-TSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hello, everyone. This is Chris Hodge with TakingVegas.com. Side and total tonight will be absolutely free. Buffalo, New England. It's all free on a recorded message. 888-9. Win now is the number to call. That's 888-9. Win now, 888-994-6669. 2-0 Monday night sweep. It's Pittsburgh in the over. That makes us 24-5 on our weeknight pro football releases this season. And we have another big parlay going tonight. Buffalo, New England, side and total, absolutely free, along with the next 30 days of our service to test us out. All you have to do to get this great information is call 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. Side and total tonight is free on a recorded message, plus the next 30 days of service for free as well. One call gets it all. The phone number again, 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669.
Attention passengers, this is your pilot speaking. Looks like we're going to have to land immediately. And hurry to the Xfinity Black Friday sale. Folks, we've got clear skies and lots of binge watching ahead. Stream your heart out when you get the ultimate streamer setup. We'll be cruising in so new Xfinity customers can get 400 megabit internet with unlimited data and X-Fi Complete for just $55 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And a free 4K streaming box included. Plus, for a limited time, get HBO Max included for 1 year. So, sit back and relax with internet made for streaming and access to classic favorites. Flight attendants, prepare for binge watching.
Drop everything and get to the Xfinity Black Friday sale, now through December 5th. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Ad-supported plan of HBO Max. After promo, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
San Francisco weather clear and 41 degrees tonight.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, ironically enough, we're brought to you by the Golden State Warriors, who are back at Chase Center tomorrow night against the Chicago Bulls. And I'm here to tell you that the Golden State Warriors are officially a fantastic, awesome, very popular team with one of the single greatest spectacles basketball's ever seen in Steph Curry, having as successful a run as any team has ever had really in any sport. I mean, they are majestic in how successful they have been and become. And having said all that, folks, I'm not asking for your opinion on this. I'm not opening this topic up for a debate, because here is the correct answer. The NFL dwarfs the popularity of the NBA. And the 49ers, ultimately, I mean, I wouldn't say that they dwarf the Warriors, but they're bigger than the Warriors. That's just how it is. I mean, like, I don't make the rules on this. That's just how it works. And should the 49ers win a Super Bowl around, forget it. Forget it. If you offered the 49ers half the success that the look at it this way. Look at how many championships the Warriors had to win to be worth $7 billion. The Niners haven't done anything since 1996, and they're worth $6 billion. And if they were to be sold today, they would be sold for more than the Golden State Warriors would be sold. If Jed York really wanted to sell the 49ers, they'd be sold for $9 billion today.
Would you how would you feel about, I saw somebody say it on the text line, in terms of just how much America and USA, they love American football, right? What if we were to say that in the Bay Area, the Niners are bigger than the Warriors? But would you ever make the argument, or would you ever somewhat agree that globally the Warriors are getting closer to the Niners, or maybe even bigger than the Niners?
I would say they're certainly having a global moment. Mm-hmm. They are probably out in front in terms of global popularity, only because Steph Curry's jersey is such a number one seller, and
right.
And you know, the NBA traffics in business in places where the NFL really doesn't do much yet. But I'm going to tell you right now, the minute that I landed in France, I saw a 49ers jersey, like almost instantly getting off the train. Like, I couldn't believe it. I saw 49ers jerseys and Raiders jerseys. The 49ers are a massive brand globally as well. They really are. Look at what just happened in Mexico City. Look what just happened in Mexico City. Look how that was a Niner crowd, or what? It sounded like an NFC title home game.
Yeah, it seemed more of a home game than the home games. I mean, if we're being completely honest.
Right. Somebody here goes, look, Damon, the 2022 NBA Finals were watched by 75 million viewers, 12.6 million viewers per game. The average NFL game in 2021 was seen by 17.1 million viewers. So that dwarfs 12.6. 17.1 is larger than 12.6. We can all agree on that, right? And that is the Warriors in the NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics, the other biggest brand. I'm talking about Tennessee Titans versus Jacksonville Jaguars gets you 17 million. That's the average. The craptastic NFL game dwarfs NBA championship games. And this is not my opinion. These are facts. I'm not trying to upset anybody over here. I'm not trying to rub anyone the wrong way. But if you're telling me that just because you like turkey, you think Thanksgiving is bigger than Christmas, you're wrong. You're wrong. Christmas is the bigger holiday. The NFL is the bigger entity. Any NFL team is a bigger entity in the town in which they occupy, other than Los Angeles, where the Lakers truly are indeed number one. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's it. What about the Celtics in Boston? Don't sleep on how popular the Patriots were when Tom Brady was there. I mean, it was insane.
Yeah.
It was insane. So it's, I love, everyone wants to argue. I love that everyone wants to argue. There is no argument to be made. The 49ers are bigger than the Warriors. That's not the Warriors' fault. They just play a less popular sport in the United States of America. We are physically, financially addicted to the sport of football. It is a weekly ritual.
It reminds me, this conversation, it reminds me of the cord-cutting conversation. Because when everybody thought, we're all getting rid of cable, right? We're all getting rid of cable. We're going to Netflix, Hulu, all this stuff. When you're watching the NFL on Fox or wherever, and you see commercials for shows that, and no offense to people that watch those shows, some of the shows look pretty bad. And you're thinking to yourself, well, who's watching those shows? I think when you live on the coast like this, you forget about the middle of America. And the middle of America, they're not cord cutting, and they love them some football. And to them, football is king, right? If you look at, and it's funny that you brought up the Lakers, right? Because we could go through this with every city, and in almost every city besides the Lakers, I was trying to think off the top of my head, whether it's Chicago, wherever it is, it's always going to be the football team. And it's just, I think the thing that the difference between basketball and football is that football is just inherently American. That's what this is. And when you're talking about the non-coastal states that, they like their meat and potatoes, they are football. The South is football. Basketball, it's global. It's great. It's more global. I would make it, even though we're seeing on the text line, there are a lot of different, we're seeing NFL jerseys everywhere. There's a reason they have to make teams fly out to Germany and force you. They're trying to grow it. Basketball, they're already doing it, but they don't need to grow it in the U.S. anymore because it's already king. There are still places in America where basketball, I know who they are. There are, for how many, and they wear helmets, right? They wear helmets in football, so you can't even see their faces. You can go to different states, the Idahos, or wherever you want, and you can show them that level, that second level of star that we think out here is obvious in the NBA. They don't know who he is.
Yeah. No, look, so the single most popular player in the state of Indiana was whoever was the leading scorer at Indiana University. Mm-hmm. The Pacers didn't even matter. Like, they were a dick, by the way. Beat the Tar Heels last night, baby. We're coming. Here it is. We're back. That's all I'll say about that. IU was number one with a bullet. There was no doubt about it. And then all of a sudden, the Colts drafted Peyton Manning. That changed the conversation in the state of Indiana forever. Forever. The Colts just arrived, and it was, no one could believe it. Like, no one thought that the Colts would ever be bigger than Notre Dame football or Indiana basketball. Like that, they were bigger. I mean, so, and Indiana's a state that is addicted to college, anything, high school stuff too. So, somebody says the Miami Heat are bigger than the Dolphins. You're out of your mind.
All three of those, they have the Heat bigger than the Dolphins, Suns bigger than the Cardinals, Rockets bigger than the Texans. Those are all wrong.
All of it. It's all wrong. I love you. Damon, what about Reggie Miller? Hey, they shot threes like they do now. Back then, he's way up higher on the all-time scorers list. That's what's up about Reggie Miller. Still played no defense. This is Gabriel in Napa. Gabriel, you're on with Damon and Alan Stiles. How are you, Gabriel?
Oh, hey, guys. Fun conversation about geopolitical sports reality in America. Good times.
Good times. Hey, it's our international World Cup conversation without actually having to talk soccer. So you're welcome, everybody.
Well, I'm that's funny you say that, Damon. I'm one of these people that, spend a little time in the media, spend a little time outside of it, spend a little time spending my money at the old Willie Mays Plaza. Spent some money last year based off of a really cool team, and that wasn't that great. But, soccer is an interesting parallel. It comes around, everybody gets all excited, USA, 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 and then it goes. And I'm not so sure that, Aaron Judge isn't that thing, I mean, don't get me wrong, I want him to be here, but I kind of really want to just win games again, And everybody likes a superstar, but the backup band has to be good.
You're right about that, but the backup band isn't selling price dynamic tickets against the Dodgers for $300 a pop. And you can't give me Mike Yastrzemski for $300 a pop. You know what I mean? You got to have a name. You got to have someone who goes above the marquee. The fact that outside of 24 Willie Mays Plaza this year, the player on the big billboard wasn't even a player. It was Gabe Kapler. It's your team is hurting for star power when they have they're gamers slogan or something like that. You're in trouble when you get one of them uber generic, this could literally be slapped on any team's season logo in any sport.
We hustle.
Yeah.
The hustlers.
Yeah. The only thing that ever rang endearing was we believe.
Right.
But normally if they're saying we believe, it takes belief because the actual reality is this ain't going to happen.
Right. We believe because no one else does.
Right. Somebody says Lakers are bigger than the Rams. Yes, we have established
That's the one. We got that one.
Yes. That would be just about it. This is Kevin in Martinez. Kevin, thank you very much. What do you got?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Just wanted to join in this little geopolitical discussion. But, first of all, NFL plays 17 games a year, whereas the NBA plays 82 games. So you can't expect every single game for, the NBA to have as many viewerships as...
No, but we're literally judging the 7 games of the NBA Finals against any NFL week. It's the finals. If your championship round isn't the single biggest thing on the planet, then you're not the single biggest thing on the planet. I've got any NBA regular season game that dwarfs the viewership of a championship game. How do you shake a stick at that? It's just a fact. Kevin, where'd you go? Are you still with us?
Valuable franchise when Curry is literally the face of global basketball. I mean, he's the reason why the Warriors are now ranked as the highest.
Right. Let me ask you this. When Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson are all old men, if Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman are not the next generation, and 5 years from now, it's Andrew Wiggins plus good luck with that, and they are struggling to even make the playoffs, do you think the Warriors will be more popular than the 49ers at that particular time? Or are we literally catching the Warriors at the only time in their entire existence where they could even fathom being in a conversation with the 49ers?
I mean, you could say that about any other team, any other sports franchise, except for probably the Cowboys and the Lakers, right?
No. God bless the Chicago Cubs and the White Sox. They ain't ever going to be the Bears in Chicago. It's just the way that goes. God bless the Brewers and the Bucks. They ain't never going to be the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers could go 0-17 5 years in a row. Not a single person is selling a seat at Lambeau Field. That's ingrained. I mean, it's just, it's different. It's different. I understand that here in the Bay Area, a lot of people think that, we're a place of progress. If things change, conversation change. There are places in America where the conversation will never, ever change, like you were just talking about.
Right. Yeah. And, another way to look at this too, Damon, is I believe there was some sort of handshake between the NFL and the NBA. And Thanksgiving, we know, is the NFL. We sit there, we watch the Lions, we watch the Cowboys.
The NBA goes dark. They don't even try.
They don't even try. But now what happens? Wasn't Christmas supposed to be NBA's day?
Yeah.
And what's happening now? 3 games now this year on Christmas. I believe they did the last couple years.
Well, it's a Sunday, though. I mean, that's the thing. It is a Sunday. Christmas is a Sunday.
So they're not going to shut that down. And those games, Adam Silver's just like, dang it.
Oh, they're going to get shredded. Yes. They're going to get shredded by Tennessee Jaguars, if that happens to be on the schedule.
Yeah.
It's not going to, you don't need a marquee matchup.
And I'll tell you what, it's Packers Dolphins. So that's going to get good views. They got lucky, Broncos Rams, and then they have Bucks Cardinals. It doesn't, but that's the whole point of this. It doesn't matter. People that don't have, I think the thing is, NBA fans, NFL is the one sport or the biggest sport where you don't have to have a rooting interest to throw on a game. NBA, how many Warriors fans, how many of you are throwing on random NBA games versus throwing on random NFL games? That's where the viewership changes. It's they watch games, or you watch games with teams that you have no connection to. Think about when college, the bowl games, right? Hey, Damon, I went to Temple. You went to Indiana. I might throw on Indiana. You find yourself pulling random reasons to watch a bowl game, the Heineke, random bowl game that you don't care about because it's football.
Boise State beating Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl. It's like the best football game I've ever watched in my life. Almost.
Right. And you're watching it, the Oreo Cookie Bowl, for absolutely no reason other than it's ingrained in you as an American because it's football. You got to watch it, and that is not what majority of the U.S. has in terms of basketball.
Somebody's like, hey, in New York, the Yankees are bigger than, they're the biggest team there is. Well, the Yankees are the biggest team there is in comparison to everyone but the Dallas Cowboys and whatever is the number one global soccer brand. I don't care enough to even know. Real Madrid, Barcelona, I don't know. Manchester United, whatever. So it's nuts. Someone's like, you guys are really trying to spin what sport is most popular. No, people are trying to spin the points that they're making to try to make a point that does not exist. The NFL is the most popular. It dwarfs everyone in terms of audience, ratings, and revenue. There's nothing left to discuss. When you're winning in audience, ratings, and revenue and beating everyone to the punch 3 times to 1, you have won the conversation. It's over. This isn't even a good topic for us. We're spending too much time on something that is not even debatable.
Not really.
Not really. I mean, we can be nice about it. We can say, well, hey, the Warriors are really hot stuff right now.
And that's the whole point. If you want to make the argument right now, okay, the Warriors, they might be bigger in certain pockets, and I'm not saying that that's not true. I will say, I'm not speaking for Damon, but I will say, sure, and maybe some pockets of the Bay Area and globally, yes, it's the Warriors. But the Niners aren't going anywhere. And when Steph Curry retires and when Klay Thompson retires and when Draymond Green retires, even if Kuminga and the crew, even if they win one, they're not going to touch. We are seeing a top 10 player in the history of basketball. That's what it takes to even have the conversation about Warriors versus Niners. That's what it takes. Meanwhile, the Niners, they haven't won anything in over a decade.
Right. And someone's like, hey, what about all those years where Chip Kelly was there and the place was sitting half full? Well, the stadium sucks, and everyone realized that immediately and was pissed that they got baited and switched into a stadium that wasn't even close to San Francisco, and the team stunk. And I'm telling you that their gate might not have been very good, even though every ticket in there was sold out. The ratings dwarfed Warriors ratings. Mm-hmm. Even those bad Niners, even Chip Kelly, Jim Tom Sula, the NBC Bay Area would kill to have one bad Niner game level rating for any Warrior game. And again, I love the Warriors. There is no sport that I like watching more than basketball. None. It is my preferred sport. The NFL is king. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't matter who your favorite prince or princess may be. The NFL is king. And you all know this. Like, what are we even debating? Julian, San Bruno, you're on 95.7 The Game. Julian, what do you got?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to comment on how the structure of the two sports kind of like allow what you're talking about to happen. For example, you have the 5-player teams of basketball that kind of lets the individual, like Stephen Curry, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, shine and then have that global impact. Whereas American football is this larger team sport, 24 or 22 players, might have my numbers mixed up. And it's kind of been ingrained in American culture. And I think that the business strategy of NFL is like really just top of the line. Like, you pretty much have this sport happening during the coldest part of the year when everyone's shut up inside, and it's happening every Sunday. And it just has this huge cultural impact within America versus like the individual impact that basketball can have on that global scale. So I think really interesting conversation, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much, Julian, for listening and thinking this is interesting. I think it might be a little too rudimentary, but if you're digging it, thank you. Look, I've said this. The reason why football is king is because just imagine it's not even a sporting event. Imagine it's a television show. It's episodic television. We all watch the same episode on Sunday. And then on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we talk about what we saw in the last episode.
Right.
Then on Thursday and Friday, we pivot to what do you think is going to be on the next episode? And that's why it works. That's why football is king, certainly on sports talk radio, because we all watch the same thing at the same time. And I've always said, so Game of Thrones was fantastic, right? Sopranos were fantastic. If Sopranos bounced around HBO and was anything other than every single Sunday night at 8 o'clock, you get blank. If it was, hey, this episode of The Sopranos is on a Tuesday night, and then this episode of The Sopranos is on another channel on a Thursday night, and then the other episode of The Sopranos is actually not even in prime time, it's on noon on Saturday, it would have not been the rating success that it was. The NFL has staked out a marketplace that is designed for attention to go to the same place, same time, pretty much all the time. And I always thought that one of the mistakes the NFL could make would be putting it, there is such a thing as overexposure, even for the NFL. They're on Thursday nights. They're on Monday nights. They're on Sunday nights. It's all Sunday long. That's enough. We don't need Tuesday night football. We don't need Wednesday night football. And you're not going to get it either. Like, they know that. They would be nuts.
People would watch, though.
Here's the thing. People would watch. Let me ask you this. If the NBA looking to hand you more of a people would watch conversation, would you watch an NBA in-season tournament?
I would.
Right. I mean, we would, because we're sports fans. We're all addicted. We're all hooked up to the Matrix.
I would, but would the casual fan?
Would they care?
Probably not.
Because it looks like we're getting closer and closer to that happening. Like, everything evolves, but to me, sometimes things evolve too much. And I am looking at you, NBA. I saw NBC Sports report that the NBA is planning for an inaugural version of its in-season tournament, should it become a reality, beginning next season. According to a memo sent to teams, if a tournament is approved, 80 regular season games will be scheduled for each team, with 2 more games set to be scheduled depending on which 8 teams make it through the tournament's knockout stage. And then those games would be added in season later to the schedule. And Commissioner Adam Silver has basically told every NBA team, you need to start hunting for a couple dates, because we could be adding a game or two, either because you've made it into a tournament knockout round, or you didn't make it into the tournament knockout round, so we're going to put those 2 games on your schedule somewhere, somehow, to give you an 82-game schedule. So there's a footprint that they are telling teams to get ready to put their feet into, even though there is no agreement that this is going to happen between the union and the players yet. The NBA officially wants this, and Adam Silver has often compared the notion of an in-season tournament to what's commonly seen in European soccer. But European soccer doesn't really offer you like this is the soccer finals, the way that the NBA does. It's different.
What is the incentive for a team? I mean, if they have a reason or if they have a choice, I guess, what is the incentive to play? Why? We're about to talk to Steve Kerr in a minute here, and we're sitting here, talking about resting guys and things like that. Or let's get rid of back-to-backs. Adam Silver, you know what?
The whole thing.
How about a tournament?
The whole thing we agree on is that there might be a little bit too much of this for anyone's liking, especially all the athletic trainers who are trying to keep these guys healthy. And now you're offering more? It doesn't seem necessary. But to repackage what would be a slate of games in December as this matters more than other games that might be happening in December, it's a total illusion. But if they think they can sell an illusion, they'll do it. And the truth is, people will lean into it. They will, because we're prisoners of moments. And if you're telling me that this moment means more than the other one, well, okay, then it means I guess I got to pay attention to it, even though we all know it's sort of a lie and it really wouldn't matter. And I wouldn't want Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, or anyone who mattered in a Warriors uniform to drain a single drop of energy on a tournament that didn't matter when you're trying to win NBA titles.
Popping bottles in December.
That's embarrassing, isn't it? When we come on back, a couple of more calls before we indeed get to Steve Kerr live at 5 this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. Alan Stiles in for Ray Ratto today. It's me, it's Damon. We got Steve at 5 here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 5.
Best game I've ever seen JK play because everything he did contributed towards making an impact on winning.
Steve Kerr, today at 5.
His defense on Luka was fantastic. He was disciplined. He stayed down. He challenged shots.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
If you run a small business, you need the most from every investment. That's why Comcast Business gives you more. Like more innovation with our new gig speed Wi-Fi, plus unlimited data. More speed from the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. And more savings, up to 60% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company that powers more businesses than any other provider. When you need more, you need Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. EcoBill and AutoPay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Nothing makes your holiday meal like a tender, juicy smoked turkey. And now's the time to visit Outdoor Supply Hardware and get ready for Thanksgiving grilling with Traeger. It's so easy. You can control the cook right from your phone. Plus, with the time you save, you can focus on getting your home ready for festive fun. Right now, save up to $200 on select Traegers, including the Ironwood 650 pellet grill with Wi-Fi technology. Still looking for the perfect gift? Don't forget Traeger sauces and rubs make great stocking stuffers. Cook up Thanksgiving success at Osh.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it is good to have you here. The 95.7 The Game merch store is open and live. 957thegameshop.com to check out the merch. We got style. I mean, not in the merch store. We have Alan Stiles here today filling in for Ray Ratto, who is again auditioning to be a mall Santa. It's Ray's dream job. We wish him the very best of luck. We hope he finds his happy place. We really do. Interesting question here from the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Then we're going to take a few calls, and then Steve Kerr live at 5 says, why do you guys always talk about the Warriors these days compared to the Niners? If football is king and it's all about ratings, right? So, why would you talk so much Warriors then? Well, let me just let you, see where we. Let me explain to you where we're hiding the rabbit in our hat. On Mondays and Fridays, you're not going to get much Warrior talk. Those are football days. Mondays and Fridays are football days on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors join the conversation Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, pretty much, right? Otherwise, Mondays and Fridays, it's all football. And another reason why, and again, I love football. I love football and I love basketball, so I would be talking it. I'd want to anyways. But we are the Warriors' flagship station, and there is a different level of emphasis put on teams that you are the flagship station of, which is why we had to get rid of the Oakland A's, because the Oakland A's are where no one goes to shop. So when you just talk Oakland A's because you were their flagship, that's what would turn people away. Luckily, the Golden State Warriors are having such a moment of relevance that we can't go wrong fishing in that pond. But if it were, up to all the rating gods that be and says, okay, so you have to go have success over the next 25 years and you can only talk one subject. Is it going to be football, basketball, baseball, or other? Category of other. Every single program and director in America chooses football. That's how it goes. Yeah. That's how it goes. And I don't even think, look, should it be that way? No. Is it a shame that it's just that way, that we can get so one-track minded? Yes. But you got to give the people what they want. On Mondays and Fridays, if you are not talking football, you are off topic on this station.
Yeah. Real quick, Damon, because I saw this on the text line. I thought about it as well. The fantasy aspect of this. Oh, fantasy football. People said that. People said it has a lot to do with it. Does it have a lot to do with actually watching the games, or maybe the red zones of the world and the and I guess even Sunday ticket, you're still watching. You're paying for Sunday ticket. You're watching all the games, but you can still check your fantasy and not watch the games, though.
You can, but I also think that it's crucial for retention in games that are decided by halftime.
Right.
It's why did you keep on watching? Well, I got this player going, so I'm going to keep my eye on that one. And I think it's part of the overall numbers success in terms of how did you average 17.1 million for any game last year? Well, it's a gambling aspect and a fantasy aspect. And even though there's fantasy and gambling in every other sport, it doesn't quite move the needle like it does in football. 888-957-9570. Again, the Golden State Warriors, I'm very pleased to report to all of you, feel like they're turning a little bit of a corner. It feels like the pieces of the puzzle are starting to fit together a little bit, whether it had to be by is it addition by subtraction? Is it moving Draymond to more responsibility with that second unit? Is it guys just finally finding equal level and getting used to playing with each other because it's been about 20 games or so? We're going to ask Steve Kerr about all of this coming up in about 8 minutes. Let's try to squeeze in 2 more quick ones. You ready, Alan? Here we go. This is Tom. Tom is in Napa. Thank you, Tom, for the call. What do you got?
Hey, guys. You guys actually touched on just now the points that I was going to go over, red zone, fantasy football, and gambling. So I guess the question would be, why don't other sports take after NFL's playbook? Like, why doesn't basketball and baseball say, hey, this is something that works? People like it. It's highly entertaining. It's addicting to a certain degree. And try to stack games and try to allow viewers to watch other games at the same time so that they don't have to watch commercials. Because that's why I think Red Zone is so popular, is you never have to watch a commercial. Curious what you guys' thoughts are.
So I would agree with you that you're never thrown to a commercial. You always get in-game action. They do like a league whip around on NBA Pass, but a lot of people won't acknowledge like to me, any chunk of an NBA game is fun to watch. A lot of people are like, hey, just go ahead and set the scoreboard at 100 and let's play 3 minutes.
Right. It's too hard in basketball because basketball, the equivalent, you'd have to wait for almost the end of game, a crunch time. I don't know how it would work. I've always kind of thought in terms of sports, there are 2 things that make everybody just sit and watch you, right? That's scoring a touchdown. You get to do your dance, you get to do your gritty, whatever that is, and hitting a home run. You get to trot as fast as slow as you want. Everyone's got to watch you. Those are the only 2 situations in sports, and I guess scoring a goal in soccer as well. Those are the if we're talking American sports, those are the 2 situations. Basketball doesn't really have that.
Right, there is no knockout punch. There's no really walk-off home run except for the game-winning shot.
Right.
And you only get that as time hits 0
yeah.
at the end of a game.
Fouled shooting a 3.
What's that?
Fouled shooting a 3. Steph can do a little wiggle. Camera's on you.
Should we call it wiggle cam? What do you
Yeah, there you go. No, the time the camera's watching you, you can do whatever you want. When you're fouled shooting a 3, everything stops. The camera's on you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Were you listening to what we were talking about?
Yeah, Alan was saying, and when you can dance after a touchdown.
Oh, when you can. Okay. Oh, yeah.
No,
it's your foul shooting. Okay,
that's
sure.
part of it. Yes.
The one time in basketball. You're welcome. Great addition by Lucas.
So we make some type of whip around where it's any time someone gets an and one, and as soon as they start dancing, they pan to it.
Right. There is no. Yeah. There is no spike the basketball. I'll give you that, Lucas. Sorry, I was wondering where you were going there. Because the whole dancing thing didn't, to me, translate to, well, that's why there's a rating success, because people like watching football players dance in an end zone.
Right.
And by the way, if people liked watching football players dance in an end zone, you'd think that the NFL would let them do that more, but they try to get rid of that. And I never understood that really either.
Brought it back, though. Brought it back.
A little bit. Yeah, they did. 888-957-9570. This is Rich in Fremont. Hello, Rich.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Mr. Styles?
Hello, Rich.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys, and I'm serious, Damon. I got to go the other route. I would rather watch a basketball game more so than a football game, and it's just me. I mean, and if it's the Warriors, absolutely. I mean, I grew up in Redwood City, and I got to meet CJ in person, Charles Johnson. Okay, he lived right around the corner from me off of Center Street. I didn't even know it. I bumped into the guy by accident. He takes me into his house. He shows me his trophy case, and he introduces himself to me, tell me who he is, and I realized this is the guy who got a championship with Rick Barry. I was 9 years old at the time. And so I've been a fan of the Warriors for all this time. I went through the bad times of Cohen years. You're talking 45 straight years of watching my favorite team lose. So it's like to this day. I mean, don't get me wrong. If the football game's on, I may watch it. But if the Warriors game, I'm gonna watch it first. Now, if I choose between the Warriors and the Niners, I'm going Warriors. Okay. Now, if there's no basketball game on and the football game is on, I may or may not watch it. If it's the Niners, I will watch it. Oh, by the way, shout out to the Raiders. They beat Seattle. Bang bang.
Hey, so Rich, I will say this, and I am someone who is on board with your personal preference. To me, there is no sport that I would rather have on my TV on a nightly basis than hoops. I love me some hoops. You know the commercials that say 1 out of 4 dentists recommend, or 4 out of 5 dentists recommend. Rich, you are the 1 out of 5 dentist that isn't recommending it. I mean, that's the thing. You are in a minority of how you go about watching sports. Most people are the opposite of you, basically. So it's amazing. Look, everyone in such of a fractured way is fighting for eyeballs. And to me, I saw that the NBA is looking to go ahead and maybe get into a streaming agreement for $1 billion with some platform that is willing to pay for it. This is not the friend of the sports fan. No. I mean, the leagues are making money hand over fist, but you now need like 6 different subscriptions if you want to watch every single game that your team is going to play. And it's like that. It's happened in baseball. The NBA is threatening a future that could look like that. Football is obviously taking its business to Amazon Prime on Thursday nights, and it's been a boon for Amazon Prime apparently, but Thursday night games are the most disposable of the games you would think because they usually stink. Mm-hmm. But I hate the fractured media relationship that these leagues are getting into. I mean, cord cutting was supposed to save me money. If you cut a cord, you are spending the exact same dollar amount at this point in time on your cord cutting maybe more than what you were spending on cable in the first place.
And it's more confusing. I mean, for those of the older generation, I mean, they're not going to go through and find their Apple TV this and Hulu that to get these games. They're just going to say, you know what? I'll just wait for SportsCenter.
When's the last time you watched a SportsCenter? Like, because when I was a kid, I would put SportsCenter on at the 9 a.m. and then it would go on its loop, and then I'd watch it again from 10 to 11. Like I was a SportsCenter animal.
I still do that now, David.
Oh, you do? So I'm done with it now. I can't remember the last time I watched a full SportsCenter. I really can't. It was probably just after college the last time I watched a full SportsCenter.
I'll hop out for a bit if the lady needs a break and get back in for top 10 though.
Okay. So you do it for the wife?
Yeah, well, I do it for... No, I'm saying if we need to get out of it for a second, we can't do the full hour, but then when I know, okay, it's coming back at the 50, the top 10, I'll hop back in.
Okay. So you know when to jump in.
Exactly.
You know when to jump in and jump in. That's the thing. They just put it on up there and run it 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
That's the secret. By the way, boys and girls, children of all ages, let me welcome you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
I'm dead serious. You could set your watch to Steve Kerr joining us on time, always. He is nice enough to join us once again here, live at 5 o'clock, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Steve, thank you for joining us. It's Damon, and for the first time ever, I get to introduce you to Alan Stiles, who is in for Ray Ratto today, and it's nice to finally bring you two together.
Well, it's an upgrade already.
Exactly. Yeah, Ray is auditioning to be a mall Santa down in Tanforan. We hope that it really, his dream job comes true. It's good to have you on. Thank you very much. What a fun game in Dallas. I know it didn't end the way you wanted to, but there were a lot of good things, and we'll get into some of those details. I'll just start with this, though. Has a traveling point of emphasis started to become a point of contention?
I think only based on consistency. There were 10 travels called in that game. Got to be the most by far of any game I've ever been involved in. Player, coach, GM, whatever.
Like even collegiately, right? I mean,
yeah, even collegiately. But on tape, All 7 of ours were definitely travels. There was one on Dallas that I did not think was a travel. Luka had a move in the lane that looked a little funny, but it wasn't a travel. But there were also 5 or 6 other plays in the game that were definitely travels, including, when Luka carries the ball on the post when he's backing you down and he puts his hand all the way underneath the ball. Like that's a travel. If you're going to enforce all this stuff and you got to enforce it all, especially if you're going to call the one on Steph at the end with the game on the line when it's a tiny little shuffle. So you know me, I'm Mr. Travel. I'm all for enforcing traveling, but it just has to be done all the time, and it can't just be, sort of selective in a way.
I think if you drag a pivot foot, we should crack down on that. But a little foot shuffle on a gather, or just a little palming of a ball to make a move that then turns into a highlight. And then, you played with and you have coached superstars all your life. I mean, how many times did they take away an opportunity for Michael Jordan to have a game-winning shot? I mean, I watched him push off in Utah. No whistle. No whistle. And it just feels like the NBA didn't become a multi-billion-dollar league by watching officials make calls against superstars with a game-winning shot on the line. And I don't want to get you fined or in trouble with anyone here, but even with an emphasis on traveling, you cannot blow a whistle on Steph Curry in that moment. And oh, by the way, if that is a travel, Steve, we need to take 10,000 points off James Harden's career because that's his move.
Well, that's my point. I mean, it's just if it's gonna be called, and Jordan Poole has been called for, I would guess 7 or 8 palming violations over the last month. Since the league decided to really enforce all this stuff. And if that's the case, then, we got to call it on everybody. And that's my only beef is that, these things are happening a lot. And, we got called for a bunch of them. I have no problem with it. Like I said, a rule's a rule, but, let's just be consistent. That's all I ask.
Steve, Alan Stiles here, as Damon said, really good to be chatting with you. I had a question staying on that track with Jordan Poole. You've dealt with this before in a different way with Draymond Green in terms of how Draymond is and how refs can be a little quick to give Draymond a tech, but if a different player did something like that, that might not be a tech. Do you feel like at this point in time, Jordan Poole might be, for lack of a better term, being targeted in these travels and discontinued dribble situations versus, other players that are doing the same thing? Like you said, I mean, Luka was literally, I worked as a server back in college, and he was serving it up on a platter before he turned the ball back over to dribble, and nobody was calling anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's like I said, that's my only complaint. If it's going to be called, it's just got to be consistent. And I think what's been tough, for our players is that this was a point of emphasis as of about a month ago. Usually these things are explained to the teams in the summer, and, you have a training camp where exhibition season where, that point of emphasis is really hammered home, and, it kind of shocks the player system, and they're able to adapt and adjust. But this one happened kind of, 20 games in, 10 games in, whatever it was. So the timing on this one was a little different. But I'm all for good footwork. It's actually driven me crazy over the years watching the number of travels that have gone uncalled. So I'm all for it, but just make it consistent.
Again, I feel like I'm watching Big Ten basketball sometimes now, watching an NBA game, and Ted Valentine's out there just, 5 whistles between Minnesota and Northwestern because it's a bit much. Let the players play at the professional level, please. But yeah, dragging pivots. Luka Doncic at 23 years old is. I don't know if he's even better than he was when he was at 22 or 21 because he's the rare NBA entity that almost arrived as a finished product. He is he is spectacular and about as complete an offensive force this league has ever seen it at his age 23 season. As someone who has watched him grow, who has been coaching against him for years now, how dazzled are you by what this guy represents to this sport?
Yeah, he's amazing. Just an incredible player, and had a spectacular game against us, obviously. But he's just, he's so big and strong, and so he gets anywhere he wants at his own pace. Game never speeds up for him, and then he's got that slingshot jumper, that he can shoot fading away, and you see it's almost impossible to challenge it. So just a phenomenal player and great for the league, exciting to watch. So he's going to be one of the marquee names for the league for the next decade.
It feels like you really believe that your pieces are coming together now. Does it feel tangibly like you guys have turned a corner from the start of the year?
Oh, for sure. But the exciting thing is I think there's still ways to go from a ceiling standpoint. Our defense has been better. There's no question, like over the last 10 games. We're better, but we're not where we need to be. We still, I don't think, are playing with enough of an edge for the 48 to really be good defensively. So I think we can get there, but we're definitely on the right track. Our guys are working, and they're doing a great job. We've been pretty consistent here over the last 10 games. We're putting together offense and defense and connecting the game well. And so I like where we're heading.
Steve, on Tuesday night, the second unit really swung the game in that first half. Poole setting up teammates. Lamb made some shots. Kuminga playing great defense without fouling. His blocks were just all over the place. Has Draymond become the key to that second unit finding its legs? And also, can you talk a little bit about Draymond offensively in terms of the shots he's been making? I mean, it feels like Draymond pre-KD in terms of what he's been able to do offensively.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the key to that second unit. He ties everybody together. He makes the game easier at both ends. On offense, he handles the ball quite a bit, which takes some pressure off of Jordan. He's one of the best screen setters in the league, so he frees guys up, and then he's one of the greatest defensive players of all time. So he's just going to make any group better defensively. So it just feels like we have a little more continuity and a little more connection. And I think you're right, Alan. I mean, the offense, when Draymond is aggressive like he's been, it takes our team to a different level. And I really like the way he's attacking the basket and, shooting the open three when it's there and really generating a lot of good stuff for us offensively.
Steve Kerr with us here on 95.7 The Game. So you said that Jonathan Kuminga had played the best game of his career in Dallas, and as specific as you can be, because you mentioned he made a lot of plays that led to winning plays. Can you tell us specifically what is the biggest difference you see in how he's playing now from the start of the year?
I think he's just not worried about having the ball in his hands, frankly. He's really locked in defensively. He understands that, his job is to play great defense both individually and as a team, and then just run the floor. This team is built around Steph and Clay and Draymond and, the pick and roll game, the ball movement. And if he just plays within that style like he's been doing, he's going to get, he's going to fall into 10, 12, 14 points just because he's so athletic and because the other guys attract so much attention. And so it's all a part of the process of JK just figuring out how to play with our group, but also just gaining experience as a really raw young player. So exciting to see it all come together.
When you see it come together like this, Steve, and we know all the work that you put into it, it doesn't just happen overnight, but to the viewers, it might feel like that. Does it give you hope for the Moses Moody's and the James Wisemans in terms of them being able to continue to work hard and maybe the switch will go off for them as well and they'll be able to contribute and add to this team?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think what we're seeing here is a theme around the league. You've got young players who are really gifted, very skilled in a lot of ways, but just inexperienced. And we just have a team that happens to be defending a title and has a lot of vets, and so there's no free minutes. So I think what JK is showing is that he's going to make a contribution, and I think there's no question both James and Moses can do the same thing. And with Moses, it really feels more like a numbers game than anything. He contributed last year. I mean, he's a young player with good feel and basketball IQ, and I just think his time is going to come. It's just a matter of the numbers, working out for him. And with James, he needs reps. He only had the 3 college games and less than half of a season with us in the NBA. So this is really good for him to be in Santa Cruz, getting a ton of reps, playing a lot, building some confidence, and getting that foundation underneath him.
Could you tell us a little bit about your plan to return him to the NBA? Is there a benchmark of games you're looking at? Is it a style of play that you're looking out for him? Is it if he put up a 50-point, 30 rebound, 10 block night, does he come back automatically? Like, can you tell us a little bit about the process that you hope he goes through?
Well, in the NBA, everything is very fluid, and so we don't plan for long term. I mean, the plan right now is for him to play in Stockton tomorrow and Saturday nights, and then we'll reassess. And we obviously have games tomorrow and Saturday, and you just don't know what's going to happen. So we'll reassess after these next couple games, and we'll figure out what we think the best course of action is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, Steve, Draymond made a point after the Utah game about the core being finished products and the young guys getting compared to them being unfair. It was really fascinating. The balance against winning and development, how do you think that's gone? I mean, the team has been playing a bit better, but should we pump the brakes a bit? Are you worried that maybe everybody sees a couple good games and now we forget that it is still a work in process, or are you feeling better about it as well?
No, I feel really good about what JK has done the last few games. I think it's real progress. It doesn't mean that everything's going to just keep going up from here. There's usually ups and downs for every player throughout every NBA season, whether it's Steph Curry or a rookie. So I'm just excited about JK's approach. How hard he's working, how connected he is, and his awareness of what's needed and what's happening. And I'm excited about James and Moses and the quality of human beings they are and the talent that they possess. I know there's going to be a microscope on all these guys because they were lottery picks, but we just have a really unique situation, as Draymond pointed out, and that means we have to handle it in our own unique way based on the circumstances that we have. And all 3 guys are doing everything possible to make themselves the best players they can be, and we're really happy with that process.
Got a 3-game homestand starting with the Bulls on Friday night. Do you still get a little lump in your throat when you see that uniform? Do you get nostalgic for the Bulls coming to town?
Not really. When I go there, yes, just to be in the United Center and to feel that familiarity from being a player there. But when it's a road game and they're coming here, it doesn't feel any different from another team coming in.
Have you had to move any practices or any meetings around to accommodate watching some World Cup games?
Not yet. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Obviously, Saturday's game is really early, and we won't have a shoot around, so guys will be able to watch that one. But never know if we advance. There may be a shoot-around that's called off.
I know that you are a check-the-box soccer fan. I am assuming that the head coach of Team USA basketball is very much in the corner of Team USA, but there's always that other team. Who is your other team that you pull for in the World Cup?
Well, I don't have one this year. I support the Egyptian team because I lived in Egypt for 3 years when I was growing up, and have a soft spot in my heart for that country. So, if they are able to make it out of qualifying and get to the World Cup, then I always pull for them. They're not in it this year, but gotta love the upsets and what's happened. I mean, Japan and Morocco advancing is just incredible. So I'm sort of pulling for both of those teams.
Nice. Everyone loves an underdog. I didn't spend any time in Egypt, but as you do know, Steve, I spent 4 years in Bloomington. Did you see my Hoosiers last night against North Carolina? Oh, we're back, baby.
Are you?
Yes,
Okay.
we're back.
Checking.
And I'll just.
I thought North Carolina lost 3 straight. So are the other 2 teams that beat them, are they back too?
No, but I really like Alabama taking them to 4 overtimes to soften them up for us. We do appreciate that. I only bring this up because next weekend I'm going to Las Vegas for Indiana versus Arizona.
Yeah.
And I feel like we need like a little bit of a wager on this. And then I thought, what could I possibly do for you? Because I know what I would want to win. Can I tell you what I'd like you to put on the line?
Sure.
I want to hang with you in Paris and maybe even get to come to some Team USA practices when the Olympics starts. I told my wife, I said, we're going to Paris for the Olympics. In my life, I will never know at least the head coach and probably 2 players on the team. Like, I have to be there for that, just for that opportunity. Will you let me behind the red velvet rope should Indiana beat Arizona?
I was thinking maybe I'd just wear an Indiana shirt, if they won. Like, that would be a lot easier for me to handle. But I'll look into the velvet rope stuff for you.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I'm going to have to give that some thought. You give me next week off from the show?
No, but I can limit this to 5 questions. That's the best I can do. Steve, thank you
I get to pick the questions next week.
Fair enough. Absolutely. Steve, you can interview me and Ray next week if he's back, and you can see how the Mall Santa thing is going for him.
I love it.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Always great to talk to you. Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. I'm going to be the ball boy in Paris. I'm going to tell you that right. I am getting reps, and this feels like it's going to come together. I don't think you're going to put me on the team plane. I don't think they're going to give me any shots. But I'm going. It's happening.
Find a way. Put it in the universe.
It's happening. Putting it in the universe right now. Although I got to tell you, it would be nice to see him take a post-game podium wearing an Indiana T-shirt.
Yeah.
That would be nice. That would be awfully nice. It would play well back home with the friends, I'll tell you that much. Anyways, thanks to Steve Kerr, as always, for joining us. It's great to talk to him. And it really does feel like for the first time this year, the Warriors are on the precipice of being the Warriors again.
Yeah.
They're not there. They got a long way to go. But the good news is they're really tough to beat at home. What are they, 9-1 now at home? So road struggles, not good. I figure they figure that out, but you are who you are on the road. At home, that's best case scenario. At least the Warriors are still winning games under any and all best case scenarios.
Yeah, right now, right? Just like you said, you do your winning at home, you do your losing on the road. That's how you get a 500 team, and that's what they are right now.
So there is one thing that I definitely want to get into with you here today, specifically, Alan, and I told you about this before the show even started. LeBron James was asked, or wasn't even asked. I think LeBron James brought up the fact that no one had asked him about Jerry Jones being one of the faces in a very culturally significant picture of students protesting integration in the South back in the days that weren't so good. I can tell you right now, the saving grace for Jerry Jones in this moment is not that he owns the Cowboys, is not that he can turn around and pretend, be like, oh, well, I'm really good friends with black people now. Talk to my black friend, if you would, please. Yeah. He can't. That is not the saving grace. The saving grace for Jerry Jones is that his face is at rest If his face had been covered in anger, I think he's in a little bit of trouble. He seems to have skated past this moment. He's a face in the crowd, but we all know probably which side of the argument he was on in that day, right?
Right.
Here is what LeBron James had to say. And, he starts with a point about Kyrie. And the point I think he's making is any single time anyone who looks like me steps into a level of controversy, I'm asked about it an awful lot. But when someone has the complexion unlike me, that story seems to fall by the wayside. I want to play the soundbite, and then we'll have quite a bit to talk about.
I was wondering why I haven't gotten a question from you guys about the Jerry Jones photo. But when the Kyrie thing was going on, you guys were quick to ask us questions about that.
Okay.
Hold on. And I don't even want you guys to say nothing. When I watched Kyrie talk, and he says, I know who I am, but I want to keep the same energy when we're talking about my people and the things that we've been through. And that Jerry Jones photo is one of those moments that our people, black people, have been through in America. And I feel like as a black man, as a black athlete, as someone with power and a platform, when we do something wrong or something that people don't agree with, it's on every single tabloid, every single news coverage. It's on the bottom ticker. It's asked about every single day. But it seems like to me that the whole Jerry Jones situation photo, and I know it was years and years ago and we all make mistakes, I get it, but it seemed like it's just been buried under like, oh, it happened, okay, we just move on. And I was just kind of disappointed that I haven't received that question from you guys.
LeBron dropped the mic and walked away. Before I lead the witness, what do you think of that statement? How does it resonate with you?
I think LeBron was obviously trying to make a point in that he was probably asked about the Kyrie stuff ad nauseum. And obviously he has a relationship with Kyrie. You know, they've won a championship together. And it's a tough subject on its own. And, I think what LeBron was trying to do was just say, hey, I've been in this game for a long time. I've been asked a lot of things. And LeBron was, and I say he was a Cowboy fan. And I just read about this not too long ago. Apparently, when Jerry Jones said what he said about the kneeling at the national anthem, they wouldn't be playing for this team. That's when LeBron stopped being a Cowboys fan. I just read that not too long ago. So with LeBron being a former Cowboy fan, he just feels like I've been asked about all these things, but
let me ask you, if you grew up rooting for the Cowboys his entire life, they're in the Super Bowl this year. Is LeBron a Cowboys fan that day?
Maybe in his heart of hearts.
Probably is.
Not on social media.
Right.
So I think he was trying to just make a point in that. To me, is the comparison exactly apples to apples? Probably not. I don't think it is. We have, different leagues. I know you're going to get into it a little bit. 2 different leagues. You got a player. You have you have an owner. So it's not the same. But I think LeBron's point was simply that I haven't gotten one even mention of it out of all the media availability I do. And he's probably asked about the Kyrie thing in every situation. So is it the exact same comparison? No, but I think LeBron felt that this was really his only opportunity to I won't say make a stand, but just speak on the fact that the Jerry Jones thing seems to have been, we'll just move on. That's how things were back then. What are we going to do about it?
So, to me, I like you said, this is hardly apples to apples. Mm-hmm. Kyrie Irving is a contemporary of LeBron James and a former teammate and an interpersonal relationship between two guys. I don't even know if LeBron James and Jerry Jones have ever been in the same room together.
Right.
I don't even think that it's probably not a far-fetched idea to pull out of thin air. They probably have, right? But I don't see them as contemporaries, and I also don't. Did we ask LeBron James about Tyler Skaggs' death when he overdosed on fentanyl with the Anaheim Angels? How often are we cross-pollinating sports questions to LeBron James? Because I think that probably alone made half the people who might have asked that question think, well, it's an inappropriate question to ask, not due to any racial connotation, just because it ain't the business we're in.
Mm-hmm.
It just isn't the business we're in. I don't think that there's a single person in the NBA media carrying any buckets of water for Jerry Jones. I mean, it's not like he was being protected in any way. And I thought that that's the only thing that LeBron didn't couch correctly. It sounded like, you guys will come after Kyrie, but you're protecting Jerry Jones. I don't think anyone in the NBA media is protecting Jerry Jones. I will also say this, and boy, if you feel differently about this, you certainly have every right to. Maybe this is the privilege of me being a white guy who's never experienced a drop of racism in his life. I would never hold it against an old person from the antebellum South for having once been a racist. Hopefully they evolved. Hopefully they have become a different person as time has marched on and you've seen the error of your ways and the way that society moves. But to me, there's no more crime of having, county-wide beliefs pounded into you in your childhood that formed, that was part of your developmental years. Like, I've always said that the number one thing that determines your religion is whoever your parents prayed to, right. And then beyond that, the zip code you were born in. Mm-hmm. It's real simple. The single most Bible-thumping Christian in the South, had they been born in Morocco, might be Muslim. That's just sort of the way it goes. So you are a product of where you are from. And Jerry Jones was from a time that went out of its way to grow racist white boys, because that was that was the order of business down there. Mm-hmm. So I don't, to me, being angry at Jerry Jones for being in that picture is being angry at Paula Deen for maybe using, a few words she shouldn't have because she's an old lady from the antebellum South. I don't excuse it, but I think I understand generational racism more than any other level of racism, that's for sure.
Yeah, and well, number one, in terms of what LeBron said and them asking the question, the bottom line is this. If that was an NBA owner, if that was Mark Cuban in a picture, they would have asked LeBron about it. He's an NBA owner.
Absolutely.
Right? That's the sport that
he was
in.
Immediately consulted about Donald Sterling.
Exactly. So that's number one. Number two, to your point about essentially, and I understand what you're saying, it's tough because it can come off as the racist grandma, right? That's how things were back then, even though
But who offends you more, the racist grandma or the racist granddaughter? To me, it's the racist granddaughter 10 out of 10 times.
Well, yes, because we would assume that they know that they should have.
You grew up today. You knew different. She might not have.
Yes. Now, whether that's okay or not, that's ultimately the question, right? And everybody's entitled to their opinion. People will say this, for as old as the reason people aren't, and I don't even know what giving a pass means. Because Jerry Jones, we could quote-unquote cancel him right now. Whatever. Jerry Jones is not going to care if Alan Stiles cancels him. Jerry Jones is not going to care if 95-7 The Game never says his name again. We're not allowed. It's a bad word now, right? He doesn't care. The thing is this. Ultimately, what Jerry Jones, what he was a part of, the two sides are, okay, he's 14, 15, he's a kid. That's how he grew up. What black people have said, and obviously I'm not speaking for all black people at all, but Emmett Till was about the same age. And we all know the story of Emmett Till. If you don't know the story of Emmett Till, he got killed in one of the most awful ways possible because the claim was that he whistled at a white woman or something like that. Turns out it was all a lie.
On her deathbed, she said he didn't even do it.
It was all a lie. I think there's a movie out about that now as well. So that's why people don't want to give Jerry Jones this quote-unquote pass, because black kids were dying back then. On the flip side is this. If we expect Jerry Jones to be the 14-year-old, 15-year-old white Martin Luther King and be the one that stands up to his friends and his community and say, you know what, this isn't right, I don't expect that either. I just don't. And to be completely honest with you, Damon, if you needed to see this picture to question whether Jerry Jones was racist or not, you're probably just living under a rock. I mean, I'm not so. If somebody told me, Jerry,
pretty naive, right?
If somebody like looking, and maybe that's just me. If you are an older white person, I'm not saying I assume you're racist at all, but I want to double check, right?
You're from that neighborhood.
Yeah, let me at least hear what you have to say, right? And I don't know. And then the race thing compared with the national anthem thing, we're not necessarily trying to mix those two together. But any black person that needed this picture, and you know what? There are a lot of black Cowboys fans out there too. But anybody that was surprised, I'll put it to you like that. If anybody that was surprised to see Jerry Jones in that picture, that's on you. That's on you. That didn't surprise me at all.
I wonder if Jerry Jones was surprised he was in that picture when this became a topic like a week ago. Like, did he know that picture was taken? Did he ever think to himself, boy, I hope this doesn't come back and bite me in the rear end one day, knowing that it was out there, thinking, it's a good thing no one else has ever connected. Hey, that's the face of a 13, 14, 15-year-old Jerry Jones right there. Mm-hmm. Like, I wonder if he was bracing for this. I wonder if this didn't come to the surface because Daniel Snyder really did sink investigative guys into Jerry Jones. I mean, I'm not trying to change the subject from a very interesting conversation, but I really wonder if this isn't part of the Daniel Snyder's got a book on everybody, so you better not try to drum him out of this league because he's got the old what for you should you start coming up against him. I wonder if that's where this came from because it feels like we would have been aware of this before.
Yeah, and to me, to be completely honest with you, Damon, I'm just a bit of a cynic when it comes to this stuff. I mean, it's Jerry Jones. He owns the Cowboys. Right. He's racist. Does Jerry Jones actually care about any? I mean,
he only cares about his body. The only color he really cares about are green and silver and blue.
And is this going to change any Cowboy fans' mind when Sunday comes around?
Besides LeBron's?
Besides LeBron's.
But this wasn't even what broke him. It was the anthem thing.
It was the anthem thing. So when it's, this Sunday when they're playing the Colts in prime time, how many Cowboy fans, you know what? That picture from when Jerry was a kid, I can't watch this. I can't watch them. It's not going to matter. So I don't want to say it's a moot point. I just feel that in terms of Jerry Jones being in that picture, not surprising to me at all. Now, whether Jerry Jones is a racist or not, I have no clue.
Never met him.
Probably won't meet him. But I know Stephen A. spoke out on it. The black community did not like what Stephen A. had to say.
What did he say? I missed it.
So Stephen A. said Jerry Jones, he's got the whole bit about the Cowboys thing, and he says Jerry Jones is a friend of mine, and I don't think he went the route of, like I said, there's two sides. You're either on the side of, okay, he's 14, he's not, what is he gonna do? That's how everybody was
mob mentality.
And the other side is, well, we had black kids dying at the same age. We can't put out these excuses. So Stephen A. was, of course, on that first side. People didn't like it, called him a bunch of names that I can't say on FCC airwaves. But the bottom line is, all right, let's say, okay, we're not letting Jerry Jones off the hook. What is the hook? What do you do?
Right.
You're gonna take away his team?
Would he give him a parking ticket?
Right. I mean, the whole thing about how, and again, I'm not saying at all that I think that older white men or old white men are racist or whatever the case is, or older white people in general. The bottom line is Jerry Jones, there's a picture of him, so I guess that's proof. But how many of these owners have something else, right? So Raider fans, that was their whole thing about the John Gruden situation. They weren't saying that John Gruden was, they weren't saying anything John Gruden said was okay. Right. It's just, I refuse to think he's the only one talking like this. Totally. I refuse to think that, you know?
Right. Go dig in everyone's closet. You're going to find skeletons.
Exactly.
Everyone. Somebody said here, asked the question on the Xfinity mobile text line, was Jerry Jones taking that knee in front of a camera a stunt? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely it was.
Because that was later.
Right.
That was after he said don't do it, and then when they did the unity thing and they were holding hands, that's when he did. But remember, that was not during the anthem.
Right.
That was before the anthem.
And then yes. Real quick, Poke in the Richmond. What's going on, Poke? What do you got?
What's going on, Dame? Hey, real quick, okay. Alan, what ethnicity are you?
I'm black.
You are? Okay. So So, as a black man, and I'm black too, we have never been a monolithic group of people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, the black community did not speak out against Stephen A. Smith, especially after he clarified himself. When he clarified himself, it was more of an understanding of what he's saying as far as the photo. Now, what LeBron was saying more so rather than to Jerry Jones individually, he was holding the media, the mainstream media, accountable for how they push narratives between black and white people in general. Just like, for example, what has happened with the reporting on Brett Favre? Has that disappeared? Can you imagine if Brett Favre had been a black man, the narrative from the mainstream media? And the only reason that this is getting the attention that it's getting is because LeBron pushed it out. And remember, these same journalists have asked LeBron an abundance of questions, from his opinion on Donald Trump, from his opinion on Colin Kaepernick, from his opinion on everything. So we can't get on national radio airwaves and say it's apples is oranges, because if it was apples and oranges, then that same media would only ask him questions pertaining to his sport. They ask LeBron questions on everything.
And that's and I do think that's why he was like, well, how come this didn't come up?
Yeah.
And, I wonder how many people in the room were like, oh, maybe we did drop the ball on this. Maybe we should have asked. Maybe this would have, had my column trending that day if I had actually asked or something. And just from a pure selfish attention standpoint, maybe have asked it. But thanks for the call, Poke. And again, no one wants to be monolithic.
Yeah.
Be stereolithic.
Yeah, I mean, I would still say just on its face, because I get, LeBron's whole point was when it's a black person, you guys have all this stuff to say. When it's a white person, you don't. So in that way, I get what LeBron is saying. But the apples and oranges, that just comes into play just in terms of Kyrie is a player.
Right.
Kyrie is actively, taught, like this stuff was actively happening. Jerry Jones, this was a picture from back in the day, not excusing it, but I could see how, when a reporter is going through. Now, again, he did this in a post game. I think he's not talking about someone bringing it up in a post game. I think he's talking about, hey, when we have media availability, you haven't brought it up at all. I'm not saying at all that they shouldn't have, brought it up. I just think that when you're comparing a situation happening in your league, I get it. They asked LeBron about a ton of things, and it did just kind of go away. I just think that the comparison, and for a large scale, sure, it works, but again, I don't blame LeBron for using it, because it was a good opportunity to use it. Does it? But I could see a reporter saying, well, I mean, they're different. But I think maybe that's part of LeBron's point.
I thought it was interesting. Like, it's officially something I didn't think we were going to be talking about today at all. I heard the LeBron soundbite, and I thought, should I say this for Larry Krueger tomorrow, or should I ask you about it? Should I wait for Ray to get back, or should I ask you about it? So thank you for sharing. Mm-hmm. I do appreciate it, and you obviously possess an opinion that I can never meet you at. I mean, this show can be a lot of things. Without you, it can't be co-hosted by an African-American gentleman. So thank you very much for sharing what you really thought. Appreciate that. When we come on back, a call or two, and goodbye to a legend. I mean, a real Hall of Famer who passed away today. That's how we're going to wrap up this air and this show this afternoon. On 95.7 The Game, we are brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Steiny and Guru stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
This playoff Niner soup, what do you want to taste more? The pepper, the salt. I want Debo. And we tasted it last year all the way up until the fourth quarter in the NFC Championship game. So just with that alone, why can't you sprinkle in McCaffrey now?
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Debo. 95.7 The Game.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
This holiday season, tee it up at the Golf Mart for the hottest gifts from Callaway and Bushnell. Receive up to $50 off Callaway Rogue ST Woods. And while you're there, grab a dozen Callaway Chrome Soft golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Missed Black Friday? Dell's Cyber Monday event starts now with deals on powerful business tech. The savings start now with up to 50% off on select business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Cyber Monday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday,
It's begging! You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
B, Aaron Judge is worth the money. Here's the other thing. Attendance. You have to spend money to get others to want to join the band.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
This is the San Francisco Giants. Why are you spitting such an inferiority complex?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Iguodala, ideally, is only going to have to be a half a player. Like, it can be Kuminga / Iguodala.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
It's maybe as interesting a coaching mentor-apprentice matchup as we've had in a really, really long time.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it wasn't Damon and Ratto today. It was Damon with a little style. Alan Stiles, nice enough to come on in and hang out with us. And again, I don't even think I might have brought up that last topic had it been two white guys talking about it. But having you in here, I thought gave us an opportunity to scratch an itch worth scratching. Mm-hmm. So thanks very much. And somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line, might not like you or how you sound, and maybe they're the racist.
Man, they're out there. They're still out there.
They're out there.
Contrary to popular belief, they're still out there.
It ain't Xanadu yet.
Yeah.
We're working on it. We're working on it. That's why Ray is out as a Santa Claus shopping, as a shopping mall Santa Claus. He's trying to spread a little cheer.
That's right.
How about this, by the way? Just handed to us news dump. It's not a Friday news dump. It's a Thursday night news dump. The Golden State Warriors have seen that Draymond Green has been fined $25,000 for directing obscene language towards a fan in Dallas. This was announced by Joe Dumars, the executive vice president, head of basketball operations for the NBA. The incident occurred at 11:20 remaining in the fourth quarter of the Warriors' 116-113 loss to the Dallas Mavericks at Airline Center. I will just, at the risk of oversharing, I specifically remember taking a bathroom break between the end of the third and start of the fourth quarter, and I had not returned to I had no idea that even this busted out. I didn't see a peep about it on Twitter.
I saw.
You did see it.
I saw. A couple people retweeted. I mean, I saw it live.
I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything.
You know what, Damon? I don't know when Draymond's first podcast is going to come out for this season, but I am really interested to see if he says anything now that he got fined. Maybe he will. My guess is that fan was saying some wild stuff because Draymond was like, "You don't bleep and know me. Shut the bleep up." It was at the foul line. Draymond was on the low block. And because of where the camera was, you could hear everything. That's probably why he got fined, because as a viewer, you could hear it. I really want to know what – maybe it's the guy on the text line.
Maybe there were some buzzwords used. Maybe he called him a triple single, which we also know gets under Draymond's skin.
Right.
But anyways, a $25,000 fine for Draymond Green. The good news is he's got that cash in his ashtray. So he's good.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. That's the equivalent
They have
of
no chance. I mean, they have no choice but to just, hey, we got to fine you.
Yeah, right. It's going to it looks like a lot of money to the rest of us, but to you, it's no big deal.
Yeah, there's a funny video of, I forget what movie it's from, where they're like, okay, hold on 1 second, and Draymond's just reaching in his pocket just to give it to Adam Silver. Here you go.
Right.
Here you go.
If I were Draymond, I'd send the NBA a check for $100,000 right now and just have at it with any fan I wanted to. I would prepay my future fines for those who would be talking too much to me at the free throw line. Anyways, Damon, is Ray really at Tanforan playing the role? Come on. No, Ray is not auditioning for Santa Claus. God.
Oh, my God.
I love you. Thank you very much. You know better than that. You know better than that. I said earlier he was out burying his pet cat Pickles. That wasn't true. No, I don't know. Ray needed the day off. I think he needs tomorrow off, too. And Larry Krueger is going to be in with me. It's certainly a pleasure to be in with you today, an afternoon drive. But you got things to do tomorrow, do you not?
I do. I will be, for all you roasters out there, I will be on the morning roast with my guy, Bonte.
There you go. It's afternoon drive, morning drive.
Yeah. Maybe I got a sleeping bag here. I'll just hang out.
Dude, we are all witnesses. Yeah. The come up is real, man. It really is. Look, we are watching the come up of Nick Bosa, who, by the way, was named NFC Defensive Player of the Month. We didn't even manage to squeeze that into the show today, so I think I should bring it up right here. The other news about the 49ers that feels like important news is that Nick Bosa is going to get one of his defensive line buddies back. Eric Armstead says he is back and going to play against the Dolphins. And if you were worried about Christian McCaffrey, who was telling reporters, well, at least Kyle Shanahan was telling reporters, there was a little knee discomfort. He has told everyone that he has dodged a bullet with his knee issue. He feels great. He'll be playing against the Dolphins on Sunday as well. And look, we have, as we were saying earlier in the show, a really interesting matchup. And I know you're going to be all over it with Bonte tomorrow. The amount of, a well-known instincts of a coach. I mean, I was stunned to find out that, it's not like Mike McDaniel and Kyle relationship worked together for a couple of years. They've worked together for 14 years, spanning 5 different franchises. So these two guys know each other like their own reflections. And that's going to make a very interesting matchup just in terms of, styles make fights. Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to use your last name 7 more times.
Just use an I. Yeah. Just use an I instead of a Y, and we're good.
Totally.
Damon, it's also the time that they spend together. You can make the argument when they were working together, they spend more time together than they did with their families.
Oh, without a doubt. Certainly during football season, that's for sure. What also makes this fascinating is not only the head coaching matchup, but the fact that the 49ers and Dolphins will be just the 4th time in NFL history that a team that scored 30-plus points per game in their last 4 meets a team that has allowed 16 or fewer points per game in their last 4. So we got a very interesting clash of styles coming up on Sunday in Santa Clara. There is no doubt about it. And look, today, some heartstrings were certainly tugged on. Gaylord Perry passed away at the age of 84. It was natural causes. The spitball got him 2 Cy Youngs, 5 All-Star games, and a 22-year-long career that ended up in the Hall of Fame with 314 wins and 3,554 strikeouts. I will tell you, back in my day across the street when I was hosting FanFest, I had a Q&A session with Gaylord Perry and Vita Blue, and I watched those two guys spin yarn and hold court, and it was phenomenal. Gaylord Perry was a hell of a personality. A hell of a personality. And I guess when you got a little personality, it rubs out on the kids. It rubs off on the kids, because in one of the single greatest quotes of all time, 1971 NLCS, it's the Giants playing the Pittsburgh Pirates. And Gaylord Perry's 5-year-old daughter, Allison, was asked by a television reporter if, her father threw the grease ball, the spitball. Is he out there cheating? She just looked at the reporter and she said, "It's a hard slider." That's raising a kid right.
There you go.
That's raising a kid. It's a hard slider. That's all she said. Gaylord Perry, talk about they ain't going to make him like that no more. Gaylord Perry threw 328 2/3 innings in 1970. And for comparison's sake, that is 102 more innings than Madison Bumgarner has ever thrown in any single season in his career. They just don't play like this no more. By the way, he was robbed. Bob Gibson actually won the Cy Young that year. I was looking at the numbers today. Dude, Gaylord Perry should have won that Cy Young. He got screwed. It's probably because he was out on the West Coast. which brings us back to, is Aaron Judge really going to come out here? Because they don't pay quite attention to you like they should.
They don't. East Coast bias.
Thanks to Sweeney Murdy for joining us today. He was he's all over the New York Yankees. He would be shocked, he said, if Aaron Judge leaves. We had John Morosi giving it 50-50. We'll see. Apparently, the decision's going to be coming soon. Thanks to Steve Kerr for joining us today, and I'll let you know if you want more Warriors talk, you're in the right place because Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean is coming up next here on 95.7 The Game, so that is right around the corner. Isn't that right, Gary?
Apple bottom jeans, boots with fur.
Absolutely. How do you miss that? So stick around. Warriors Roundtable is next. We'll be right back here first thing tomorrow morning. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. This was great. This was last minute. Like, we tagged him in right as the match was starting, and really appreciate you showing up today. It was fun.
My pleasure, Damon. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very, very much. Thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please do remember that sports don't build character.